Crackle. Amidst the blood-red waves of the weeping river, a massive bronze coffin began to float serenely. Creak. The lid of the coffin slowly creaked open, revealing a pale-faced youth who emerged from within. Where is this place? Li Muyu glanced around, realizing with a sense of disorientation that he was not very familiar with this world. The weeping blood river. It is I who retrieved you from its depths. Ah, it's been a long time. A figure with a rat-like face approached him, grinning widely to reveal 3 prominent teeth, laughing in a rather unsettling manner. And you are? Li Muyu racked his brain, searching for a memory of this individual, yet found no one who matched this description. Lao Shu, a disciple of the divine sword sect. The man grinned even wider, somehow emanating a foul odor. Divine sword sect? Which sword god currently reigns supreme? Li Muyu inquired. There is no longer a sword god, they have all perished. The lineage of the sword sect has nearly withered away as well. The sword god has become a mere legend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the lengths of excavating you, would I? Lao Shu moved closer to Li Muyu, eyeing him like an antique. 30,000 years have passed so swiftly, and the once esteemed sword emperor willingly languished in this river of sorrow. How poignant. What of the dragon blood sword god, Meng Chong Kong? Li Muyu disregarded Lao Shu's remarks and directly asked about his former disciple. Dead. He fell fighting the demon emperor to protect humanity. Lao Shu replied gravely, shaking his head. And the moonlit sword god, Meng Ying? Li Muyu continued his interrogation. Dead, valiantly slain in the outer realm amidst the demonic horde while defending our lands. And the lightning sword god, Hua Wuji? Li Muyu persisted. 100 years ago, he died in the weeping blood river. If not for that, you wouldn't have been rescued by me. I merely acted on someone's behalf. Lao Shu's habitual head shaking seemed to indicate a fondness for the motion. What of the underworld sword god, Hua Feihong? Li Muyu, in a last desperate hope, asked. 500 years ago, he perished in a foreign realm. His body returned, along with his divine sword, and the entire human race mourned, filling the streets with sorrow. Lao Shu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Hearing these words, Li Muyu could only shake his head slowly. 3 millennia had elapsed, and of the 4 disciples he had nurtured, each had met a tragic end, all dying heroically in battle. This outcome was beyond all his imaginings. He had thought that his slumber in the weeping blood river would herald an era of peace, but he had been mistaken. 30,000 years of sleep had instead brought about the demise of his most cherished disciples, a stark contrast to his original hopes. He looked down at the ancient river's surface, where he beheld a youthful, unfamiliar face, one that appeared somewhat ordinary and pedestrian. This visage and attire embodied that of a common youth one might find among the masses. Evidently, this was the body he received for his reincarnation after 30 millennia, yet it was not the form he once knew. Li Muyu, take this bronze finger coffin. It is yours. Go and become the chief disciple of the sword god sect, Lao Shu said, presenting a bronze coffin adorned with carvings of a golden dragon. Very well. Li Muyu nodded slightly, his fingers brushing over the bronze coffin. Before his slumber, he had made a pact if humanity could not attain eternal peace, he would return, and someone would come seeking him with his coffin. Regarding Lao Shu, he felt no desire to question any further, merely adhering to the pact made 3 decades ago. The origins, intentions, and affiliations of Lao Shu mattered little to him now. Ah, the rebirth of the Sword Emperor. I can't help but anticipate whether you might usher in an era of peace for humanity. However, as it stands, you seem to be but a shell of a man. What was once a promise appears almost impossible today. Lao Shu edged closer to Li Muyu, shaking his head slowly. He scrutinized Li Muyu, noting the sealed sword meridian, the shattered sword palace within his dantian, and the absence of innate sword energy. All the conditions that once marked the path to being the Sword Emperor had been systematically extinguished. To him, that promise seemed a farcical jest. Li Muyu's gaze deepened. He remained silent. He had not become the unrivaled Sword Emperor among the multitudes due to innate talent alone, but rather through remarkable tenacity and unwavering resolve. As a legendary Sword Emperor, he had never believed that talent alone dictated one's future ultimately. It was one's inner fortitude that determined their path. Perhaps I have spoken too much. I am but a passerby. There is no need to heed my words. Allow me to take you to the Sword God sect, Lao Shu said, resuming his rowing without another word. Li Muyu observed the tumultuous waters of the weeping blood river in silence. 30,000 years had flown by, and the past replayed in his mind. Yet the youths he once knew were no longer present. Some, perhaps like him, had also slipped into the river's depths. Others might have hung suspended at the blood cliff, absorbing the essence of the sword to extend their lives, while many had likely turned to dust. More, like his four most accomplished disciples, had perished in battle, sacrificing their lives at the final moment for humanity. Before long, the boat reached the shore. Lao Shu cast a glance at Li Mu Yu and, weary of conversation, pulled out an ancient corpse from the boat and made his way towards the black market. Li Mu Yu, however, paid him no heed. Clutching the bronze coffin, he steered his path towards an enormous ancient sword looming in the distance. It hovered in the air, spanning 10,000 meters in length and a kilometer in width. Waves of sword energy surged outwards, repelling even the birds from soaring overhead, causing even dragons to retreat in fear. Upon witnessing this majestic sword radiating its aura, Li Mu Yu could not help but shake his head slightly. He recognized the blade. It was the divine sword of his disciple, Hua Feihong, crafted from the rare celestial iron he had gathered from that alien realm, a weapon hailed as a peerless divine instrument. When his disciple had founded the divine sword sect, he had proclaimed, "From the grassroots arise great heroes, while noble families breed pampered science." To provide the common folk a pathway to martial prowess, he was willing to establish a sect. That sect was the divine sword sect, and as someone who had come from humble beginnings, Li Mu Yu wholeheartedly supported his disciple's vision, thus diligently aiding in the establishment of the sect. The divine sword sect, an institution for the martial way of the common people. Gazing at the magnificent sword above the sword sect, Li Mu Yu offered a slight nod. Now, with the underworld sword god fallen, his divine sword had returned to the sect, tirelessly guarding it, signifying that its essence remained undiminished. Within the divine sword sect, the elder Wu Mo Yu quietly perused a roster of names, contemplating how to elevate his favored disciple to the position of chief disciple, ensuring that the next sect leader would be none other than his proc, Wu Zhuo. Elder, there is a young man at the gates seeking an audience. He claims he wishes to become our chief disciple. An outer sect disciple rushed in to report. Nonsense! Tell him to go away! Elder Wu barked almost furiously. The position of chief disciple belonged to his own disciple and was not easily bestowed for some random youth to appear and claim it raised his ire. But the youth carries a bronze finger coffin, interjected the outer disciple. A bronze finger coffin? Wu Mo Yes expression shifted. There existed a long-standing tradition within the divine sword sect. Any person who bore a bronze finger coffin was to be accepted as the chief disciple of the sect. Yet 20 years prior, this particular coffin had been retrieved inauspiciously by the most unreliable elder, Lao Shu from the Weeping Blood River. It seemed this dubious elder intended to put an end to that tradition. Yet now, astonishingly, the bronze finger coffin had found its way into an outsider's hands. Go and summon Lao Shu back. This is preposterous. How dare that fellow pass the bronze finger coffin to anyone? Wu Mo Yu exclaimed angrily. He had once hoped to obtain the coffin himself, but Lao Shu, who was always preoccupied with ancient corpses, had disregarded him entirely. I asked earlier, Elder Lao Shu is currently handling a corpse and dealing with some black market dealers. I feared to shame our sect, so I didn't approach him. The outer disciple laments. Elder Wu Mo Yes face darkened. Lao Shu was truly a bizarre figure within the divine sword sect as an elder. He spent his days on the Weeping Blood River, collecting ancient corpses to sell, indulging in debauchery at brothels. Were it not for the fact that Lao Shu was the illegitimate son of a previous sect leader, he would have been cast out long ago. Call a few elders to convene. Something significant is afoot in our divine sword sect today. Wu Mo Yu signaled with a wave, and soon 6 elders gathered. What? That Neardowl actually gave the bronze finger coffin to a youth? This youth wishes to become the chief disciple of the divine sword sect? How could such a blunder occur in our illustrious divine sword sect? The meeting room resonated with their uniform expressions of anger. Enough! It's straightforward. Let the youth come forward and surrender the bronze finger coffin. As it happens, we have great use for this coffin, Wu Mo Yu maintained, tapping the table pensively. Inwardly, he schemed that if he secured the bronze finger coffin, his disciple Wu Zhuo could exploit it to surpass the others, ensuring his position as chief disciple. Indeed, let him come in. A mere common lad should have no objections if he adheres to the rules, but still, warned the third elder, Wu Sun, a sly grin creeping onto his face, his greed toward the bronze finger coffin evident. The other elders exchanged furtive glances, each mind swirling with thoughts of their own. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Hearing these steps, the elders in the conference room shook their heads. This man walks unsteadily within him. There's not a trace of sword meridian, nor has he awakened any innate sword energy. He is nothing but a shell of a man, Wu Mo, you sneered. As a master of the sword path, he could discern one's potential merely by the sound of their footsteps, and the presence of this youth possessing the bronze finger coffin was undeniably laughable. Yes, let him surrender the bronze finger coffin and reward him with 100 or so taels of silver to pacify him, agreed Wu's son indifferently. Agreed, echoed the other elders. Li Muyu, clutching the bronze finger coffin, stepped into the hall with a confident gait. He knew his sword meridian was defunct, his sword palace severed even as he walked. He was drenched in sweat. Standing here, he adopted the guise of a simple, streetwise youth, a fad that came easily to him. In his past, he had feigned ignorance for 3,000 years in the alien realms, masquerading as a fool to glean the dragon bloodsword technique from the Bloodsword Mountain. Now, with the elders of the divine sword sect in his midst, he played the role of a pedestrian without a care. Oh, such a large chair. It must be made of 1,000-year-old sandal. What a treasure! Li Muyu exclaimed, moving before Elder Wu Mou, tapping the chair for evaluation. And this floor, it appears to be laid with 1,000-year-old mystical stone? Quite expensive. This mat is remarkable. A fine artifact, it seems to be filled with an indescribable spice. Li Muyu inspected every corner with childlike curiosity. After resting in a coffin for 30,000 years, even encountering an ant now compelled him to inspect it closely. The elders of the divine sword sect could only stare in disbelief. Cough, cough. With a sharp cough, Wu Mou attempted to regain control of the meeting. He exchanged glances with several elders, all recognizing the shared frustration in one another's eyes. It was clear they all loathed this boy who was devoid of sword energy, the sword palace in ruins, and worse, carried such a pedestrian demeanor. Chapter 2. Do you dare to claim the bronze finger coffin? Young man, from whence did you acquire this bronze finger coffin? Wu Mayu inquired, clearing his throat, his gaze piercing with a sharp brilliance. It was bestowed upon me by Elder Lao Shu, who mentioned it was a token for the chief disciple of the Sword God sect. He foresaw my future as the next head of the sect, and if I ascend to that position, I shall reward you all for your commendable efforts, Li Muyu replied, his eyes alighting upon a platter of fruits, aged ginseng fruits, some 70 to 80 years old. He thought to himself how long it had been since he had savored such delicacies. As he sat down to indulge, he spoke in a muffled tone, the flavors exploding on his palate after lying dormant for 30,000 years in the coffin. You cannot take this bronze finger coffin, young man. If you wish to leave after consuming these fruits, we will generously offer you a few more. Wu Mayu suppressed his irritation, donning the demeanor of a venerable elder as he smiled amiably. Hearing such words, Li Muyu merely shook his head, thinking how foolish the members of the Sword God sect truly were. The bronze finger coffin was not something an ordinary person could lay claim to. How audacious for a master of swordsmanship to covet it. Do you desire this item? Initially, I sought only 500 taels of silver, yet Elder Lao Shu, lacking in funds, thrust this object upon me. I shall now present it to you, he chuckled, extending the bronze finger coffin towards Wu Mayu. What a coward! Wu Mayu silently cursed as he observed the youth obediently delivering the coffin into his hands. He regarded the young man as nothing more than a mere mortal, however. His thoughts were swiftly interrupted as he lunged for the bronze finger coffin. Alongside the third elder Wu San and several other elders, their faces ablaze with eagerness. The potential profits tied to the bronze finger coffin were immense. Possessing it would yield a considerable fortune. In an instant, the elders present regarded Li Muyu with a newfound disdain. Grinning, Li Muyu tossed the bronze finger coffin aside, squinting as he seized another ginseng fruit, devouring it with gusto. Whoosh, 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 3 streaks of sword light descended, their whistling sound resonating throughout the sacred grounds of the sword sect. What was that? The elders in the hall felt a chill creep down their spines, sensing an unprecedented killing intent locking onto them. Whoosh, 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 3 chilling blades sliced through the air, reducing the furniture in the reception hall to mere fragments. Only the table and chairs before Li Muyu remained unscathed, as he continued to munch happily, making smacking sounds. As his gaze fell upon the debris scattered across the floor, Wu Mayu's face turned pale with terror. Despite his advanced age, he could not comprehend the cause of such a phenomenon. However, moments later, whoosh, 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 3 more streaks of sword light plummeted from the heavens, enveloped with an aura of unparalleled murderous intent, casting a shadow over the entire reception hall. The three blades shot towards Wu Mayu's throat, their brilliance trailing a line of extreme light. This is the Dragon Blood Sword, the divine weapon of the Sword Sect's guardian. An elder nearby finally regained his senses and exclaimed in shock. What is happening? Why is the Dragon Blood Sword attacking our own? Wu Mayu flipped over to evade, his aged eyes wide with horror. He was well aware that the Dragon Blood Sword was the legendary weapon of the Sword Emperor, the founder of their sect. Even as a master swordsman, he would not withstand 3 strikes from such a divine blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades flew past once more. Wu Mayu's face was a mask of sheer terror. He felt his scalp prickle, and upon touching it, he found his once white hair had been completely sheared away, blood oozing from his scalp. It is the bronze finger coffin. Great Elder, quickly discard the bronze finger coffin. The 6th Elder, who had remained silent until now, spoke with piercing clarity, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Wu Mayu finally comprehended that the terrifying sword light descending from the sky targeted him specifically because he was clutching the bronze finger coffin. How can I possibly do that? Wu Mayu protested, reluctant to part with the coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade surged towards him. As the sword light neared his throat, Wu Mayu hastily hurled the bronze finger coffin back onto Li Mu Yu's table. With a whoosh, the terrifying sword light dissipated throughout the assembly hall. Heavy breaths echoed within, the 6 elders standing in utter disarray. The most disheveled of them all was Wu Mayu, his bald head shining brightly, blood still trickling from his scalp, and his garments torn to shreds, resembling a beggar. The 6 elders exchanged glances, each seeing horror reflected in the other's eyes. It was only then that they realized the bronze finger coffin was anything but ordinary. Merely triggering the guardian sword was enough to instill dread. Wu Mayu understood that had he been even a smidge more greedy, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by the guardian sword. Oh, this delicacy is truly delightful. You must send me several more platters of these ginseng fruits. Li Mu Yu exclaimed, stuffing his mouth full. He seemed to have just noticed the bronze finger coffin had returned to his table. Ah, did you not desire this bronze finger coffin? Why has it been returned to me? With a swift motion, he tossed the bronze finger coffin toward the 3rd elder Wu San, having observed the greed glimmering in the elder's eyes. It was clear that the latter also wished to lay claim to the coffin, and since he desired it, Li Mu Yu was more than willing to oblige. You promised 500 taels of silver. How can you renege on your word? As the bronze finger coffin flew toward him, Wu Sen's eyes sparkled with greed, swallowing hard as he reached out for it. Fool! The silent curses arose in the hearts of the other elders. With Wu Mayu's preceding folly, Wu San seemed oblivious to the perils of seizing the bronze finger coffin, failing to consider whether the guardian sword of the Sword God sect would permit such insolence. Whoosh! The sword light surged. Wu Sin found himself completely stripped, not a shred of clothing remaining. His beard, eyebrows, and hair vanished in an instant. Ah! Wu San cried out, momentarily stunned, before the bronze finger coffin was flung away, his hands instinctively covering his exposed self as he fled in panic. Outside the hall, gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. The 6th elder remarked nonchalantly, "Why not borrow a garment to cover yourself?" The 4th elder chimed in with a smirk. Perhaps he was too dazed to think straight. The hall fell into a profound silence. The remaining 5 elders stared at the bronze finger coffin lying before Li Mu Yu, each deep in thought. At this moment, they understood that this coffin was indeed peculiar, something they dared not touch. Should they attempt to seize it, they would find themselves in an equally embarrassing predicament. While Wu Mayu managed to escape relatively unscathed, Wu San had utterly lost face, and from now on, he would likely traverse the Sword God sect without a shred of dignity. Dear colleagues, who among you desires this bronze finger coffin? Li Mu Yu smiled, contemplating how to further toy with that old dog. 30,000 years ago, when he crafted the bronze finger coffin, its protective prohibitions were formidable. Only he and the 4 great sword disciples were exempt. Anyone else would meet their demise. The audacity to covet the relic of the Sword Emperor was precisely why he dared to venture into the heart of the Sword God sect alone. This, Wu Mayu's countenance darkened. Even if offered the bronze finger coffin now, he would not dare to accept it. Shall we appoint this youth as the chief disciple? I perceive his exceptional talents, striking demeanor, and commendable heart for aiding others. Since his arrival at our Sword God sect, he has truly stood out. The 6th elder proposed with a smile, stroking his beard. The other 4 elders regarded the 6th elder with disdain. A youth devoid of a sword palace, lacking even the fundamentals of sword energy, was deemed remarkable? Since arriving at the Sword God sect, this glutton had done nothing but feast, Was this what they called standing out? Only the sixth elder possessed such a talent for speaking absurdities. Wu Mayu was the first to fall silent. He had no desire to speak in his heart. The chief disciple of the sword sect should rightfully be his disciple Wu Zhua. Should this worldly, talentless youth be appointed as chief, what would become of his exceptionally gifted disciple? The other elders shared his discontent in the grand halls of the sword sect. With so many sword talents at their disposal, how could they allow a mere commoner without a sword palace to assume such a prestigious title? They would inevitably become a laughingstock among the 9 palaces and 18 sects. Are you all ready? How about I take my leave for 500 taels of silver? Li Muyu observed the 5 elders' expressions, feigning a desire to depart. 30,000 years ago, the intricate web of power dynamics had been woven. If a few old dogs were displeased, he would not be able to secure his place as the chief disciple of the Sword God sect, rendering their agreement from 3 millennia past utterly worthless. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As his words lingered in the air, 5 streaks of sword light shot down, halting before the 5 elders. The entire hall was suffused with an unparalleled killing intent, the temperature plummeting as if in an icy abyss. Cold sweat poured forth, eyes wide with terror, throats dry and swallowing hard. The 5 elders trembled uncontrollably. Despite their years of experience in the Sword God sect, they had never encountered such an uncanny situation. To refuse meant a certain death. Though they held sway within the Sword God sect, they were far from a match for the Dragon Blood Sword. Should it become enraged, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The great elder Wu Mayu swallowed hard, finally speaking, Li Muyu, is it? I see your remarkable demeanor. You are indeed worthy of becoming our Sword God sect's chief disciple. Prepare yourself, for you shall take up this title. The other elders exchanged glances, each resigned to silence. Very well, if you insist, Li Muyu replied leisurely, his mouth still full of ginseng fruit. Indeed, it is our insistence. Wu Mayu stammered, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he regarded the lethal sword light aimed at his throat. Excellent, since you are so eager, I shall reluctantly accept, Li Muyu proclaimed with a carefree attitude. Whoosh, 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 the sword lights retreated, ascending back into the heavens. Chapter 3. The chief disciple of the mercenary, I say, esteemed elders, now that I have become the chief disciple, surely I ought to receive some token of welcome, yes? Will the sect not provide me with something for self-defense? Li Muyu spoke with a smile, surveying the elders who gazed at him with extreme indignation. What do you desire? A divine weapon? Or perhaps a lady? As the chief disciple, we shall surely bestow something upon you, the 6th elder replied, squinting his eyes in a nervous chuckle, though he frequently cast his gaze skyward, fearful that another streak of sword light might descend, in which case he would likely find himself in a predicament akin to that of the 3rd elder, who had once run about stark naked. After all, such matters fell under his jurisdiction. Indeed, whatever you desire we shall grant you, Wu Mayu said in a somewhat sullen tone. At this moment, the other elders also turned their attention to Li Muyu. Yes, I require a divine weapon for protection, as I am the chief disciple. In the future, I shall wield this sacred armament to vanquish the 9 gates and the 18 sects, thus elevating the reputation of the Sword God sect. Such a responsibility is rightfully mine. Your choice to select me is indeed the most astute one. An unceasing stream of words flowed from Li Muyu's lips, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Very well, specify the type of divine weapon you seek. The Sword God sect possesses a myriad of divine armaments. Wu Mayu interjected coldly, abruptly cutting off Li Muyu's discourse. I desire that particular divine weapon, one of extraordinary presence and aesthetic appeal, and that stone beside it is quite commendable as well, an antique, I presume. It appears to have endured the passage of 30,000 years, Li Muyu declared, rising and meandering toward the altar in the hall. His unsteady gait elicited dismay among the elders, who were incredulous that such a character had been appointed as their chief disciple. Thud, thud. The sound of knocking resonated as Li Muyu retrieved a peachwood sword from the altar, inspecting it with evident delight. This black stone is also quite appealing, an antique. I wonder if it was fished out from the river of morning. I shall consider it a divine weapon as well. Clutching the peachwood sword in his left hand and the black stone in his right, Li Muyu staggered back toward them. This is the divine weapon you referred to? Wu Mayu, the grand elder of the Sword God sect, trembled with rage as he beheld the dilapidated items. The peachwood sword, a mere tool for stirring incense ash, and the black stone, used to suppress the ash after burning. Was this truly a divine weapon? It was nothing but rubbish. Indeed, a divine weapon. Do you not find it appealing? Li Muyu replied with a grin, grasping the peachwood sword. Appealing? Merely being pleasing to the eye constitutes a divine weapon. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions turning a shade of green. This chief disciple was not only devoid of a sword palace, lacking any sword veins, and possessing a paltry sword spirit, but his understanding was also that of a common merchant, truly an exceptional specimen of a chief disciple. Since you desire it, let it be yours, the sixth elder remarked indifferently, having initially worried that Li Muyu would make exorbitant demands, but upon seeing the items he held, he had lost all interest in the matter. Excellent, excellent. I am quite fond of these two items, Li Muyu said gleefully. Very well, you may go to the back mountain to rest. As the chief disciple, you should reside on Sword Show Peak, which was originally the domain of the sect master. Since the master is absent, you may take your leave to Sword Show Peak, Wu Mayu stated, exhaling heavily. The rules of the Sword God sect were exceedingly strict. There were stringent requirements dictating which disciples ought to cultivate at which peaks based on their spiritual power levels. Any transgression would result in the cold-blooded divine sword from the heavens descending to execute judgment. As the newly appointed chief disciple, Li Muyu was obliged to cultivate at the finest peak of the Sword God sect. Hiss! Upon hearing the name of Sword Show Peak, the elders present winced in pain. How could the most spiritually resonant peak be entrusted to such an individual? Haha, then I shall not be polite, by the way. I must have an attendant, someone to fetch me tea and water, Li Muyu mused, glancing around as if he were missing something. An attendant shall be arranged for you. Wu Mayu gritted his teeth, saying, was there not a discarded sword disciple with a severed vein? Summon him to serve as your sword attendant. He was well aware of this sword attendant, a once remarkable disciple whose unfortunate accident rendered him a mere shell of his former self, perfect for the role of serving Li Muyu, a waste accompanying another waste, thus making good use of uselessness. In Wu Mayu's mind, he had already resolved to raise this absurd chief disciple like a pig, provided he did not disgrace the Sword God sect by exiting its gates. Very well, let the sword attendant carry the peachwood sword for me. It feels rather heavy, Li Muyu remarked, searching for someone with a casual demeanor. A peachwood sword is exceedingly heavy. The elders present were on the verge of standing up to kick this fool away. Clop, clop, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, and a youth with bandaged hands entered the assembly hall, his countenance one of utter dejection, his eyes devoid of vitality. I greet the esteemed elders. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss? His weak voice was laced with impatience. Morong Yun, your sword vein has been severed, and you are now but a mere shell of your former self. Accompany Li Muyu as his sword attendant, and remain within our Sword God sect until we find a method to restore your sword vein in time. Our sect shall once again gain a talent like you. What say you? Wu Mayu spoke, his tone laden with heartache, for he placed far more importance on Morong Yun than on the bothersome Li Muyu. Who am I to serve as a sword attendant? Morong Yun scanned his surroundings. His eyes, however sharp, failed to recognize the figure of Li Muyu, who, in his eyes, was an unworthy shell, hardly deserving of his attention. How could you not recognize such a renowned figure? You are to be my sword attendant, for I am the chief disciple of the Sword God sect, Li Muyu asserted with a grin, pointing to himself as if fearing Morong Yun would miss the point. Chief, disciple. Morong Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the elders, bewildered. Had he not awoken from his slumber today? How could a waste become the chief disciple of the Sword God sect? Were the elders simply growing old and losing their vision? Indeed, he possesses the bronze finger coffin bestowed by Elder Lao Shu, and the dragon blood divine sword acknowledges him as the chief disciple of the Sword God sect. Wu Mayu, the Grand Elder, spoke somewhat awkwardly, for even he found the situation absurd. Morong Yun glanced at the other elders, who nodded in agreement. Such luck. He spat the words through clenched teeth, his tone dripping with disdain for Li Muyu's elevation to chief disciple. Indeed, I acknowledge it as mere luck. Now, this peachwood sword and the black stone are quite heavy for me, so as my sword attendant, you shall carry them, Li Muyu declared, thrusting the black stone and the peachwood sword into Morong Yun's hands without a shred of politeness, for a sword attendant was merely one who bore the divine sword and attended to trivial matters. You, Morong Yun nearly cast aside the peachwood sword and the black stone. Had he not once been the second most talented disciple of the Sword God sect? His discerning gaze quickly recognized the items as worthless junk. Morong Yun, this is an opportunity for you to remain here. Otherwise, you would leave the mountain and return to your former village, where you would find no means to restore your sword vein. Consider it a chance, for perhaps we shall discover a way in the future, Wu Mayu continued, having almost entirely disregarded the waste that was Li Muyu, focusing instead on Morong Yun. Morong Yun, a naturally gifted disciple of the celestial silkworm's sword vein, one of the 7 legendary sword veins of ancient times. Had he not faced misfortune, he would likely have become a sword saint in 20 years. The pain of such a talented disciple facing calamity weighed heavily on Wu Mayu's heart. Thus, allowing Morong Yun to stay was a means of utilizing the wasteful chief disciple. Very well, thank you, esteemed elders, Morong Yun responded, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. The sect had indeed shown him considerable care. Although the elders each had their own agendas, they had never failed him in matters of great importance. Very well, I shall serve as your sword attendant. Morong Yun cast a glance at Li Muyu, his chin held high, as if he were looking down upon this so-called chief disciple. Ah, splendid. Let us proceed to Sword Show Peak, Li Muyu chirped merrily, hands clasped behind his back, poking and prodding at everything, as though he were entirely unfamiliar with the world. Morong Yun followed behind, his expression darkening as he maintained a distance of 5 zhang from Li Muyu, exuding an air of complete disassociation. What a disgrace! Wu Mayu seethed, his expression a portrait of fury. Perhaps we should issue an order to ensure he does not leave Sword Show Peak, treating him as though he were a prized pig. As long as he does not step outside our gates, we will not suffer embarrassment. Even if we do, it shall be within the confines of our own sect. What say you? The 6th elder mused thoughtfully. Indeed, it seems we have no other choice. The other elders concurred, their sentiments towards Li Muyu remarkably unanimous. We need not concern ourselves with Li Muyu. A waste such as he will only bring us shame. However, what are your thoughts on Morong Yun's severed celestial silkworm sword vein? Wu Mayu inquired slowly. We cannot ascertain the cause. The celestial silkworm sword vein is one of the legendary 7 sword veins of ancient times, and while our sword god sect possesses profound depth, we have yet to find any text concerning its vein. We are at a loss, Elder Zhongyun lamented. Let us devise a plan. Our sect boasts 2 promising talents, Wuzhua and Morong Yun. While Wuzhua shows potential, if Morong Yun could be restored, we might secure a sufficient share of spiritual energy at the forthcoming Sword God Festival. Thus, our sect could continue to nurture exceptional disciples. The implication was clear. The focus was firmly on Morong Yun, while Li Muyu, the so-called chief disciple, was to be disregarded entirely. Chapter 4. I am your chief disciple. Look, isn't that the waste known as Morong Yun? Hee, indeed it is. Just look at that pathetic figure. It truly brings a sense of relief. Can you believe this guy? Not long ago, he was so arrogant, and now he is nothing short of a joke. He's become a mere clown. Why should we even bother with him? A cacophony of murmurs washed over like crashing waves. Li Muyu strolled along the mountain path of the Sword God sect, tapping and knocking about, his gaze flitting here and there, as if he had never set eyes on this sect's entrance before. The disciples of the Sword God sect, upon seeing his disheveled appearance, simply glanced over him, clearly regarding him as an uncultured bumpkin visiting the sect for the first time. It was evident that no one considered him the chief disciple of the Sword God sect. In stark contrast, Morong Yun, trailing behind him, drew various glances. Clearly, Morong Yun had once been a celebrated figure within the sect. Clutching a peachwood sword and a black stone, Morong Yun's gaze was dejected, his head bowed as he silently followed Li Muyu towards the Sword Show Peak. Hey, sword boy, how do we get to Sword Show Peak? Li Muyu exclaimed loudly, noticing Morong Yun's forlorn demeanor. 3,000 years prior, he had personally designed the entire Sword God sect. He was well acquainted with every blade of grass and tree in that moment. He simply could not bear to see his companion in such a state of despondency. Wasn't it merely the celestial silk sword vein? Wasn't it abandoned? Even if your sword vein has been forsaken, you must not allow yourself to fall into despair. If your spirit is extinguished, then you truly lack the qualifications to be my disciple, Li Muyu. Sword boy. Morong Yun is serving as someone's sword boy? The astonished voices shifted their focus, their mockery momentarily diverted. Up ahead, I'll lead the way. Just follow me, Morong Yun replied expressionlessly, his voice low and somber, stepping ahead of Li Muyu. What? Morong Yun has become this guy's sword boy? Damn. He used to be a prodigy. Who is this fellow? What qualifications does he possess to have Morong Yun as his sword boy? Isn't this an insult to Morong Yun? Though he may be down and out, he once brought much glory to our sword god sect. Indeed, while Morong Yun may be fallen, Must the sect humiliate him in such a manner? To appoint a waste as his sword boy? Voices of indignation swiftly circulated. Even those envious of Morong Yun's past brilliance felt a twinge of injustice. Their dissatisfaction with Morong Yun's former arrogance paled in comparison to the disgrace of having the once mighty prodigy serve as a sword boy to a waste. This was a matter of sect honor in an instant. Even they set aside their grudges, turning their gazes upon this suddenly emerged bumpkin. Who is this chap? Goodness, he possesses no sword essence, no sword vein, and is utterly useless. What right does he have to have Morong Yun serve him? I am Li Muyu, the current chief disciple of the Sword God sect. Greetings to you all. Li Muyu proclaimed cheerfully, his voice loud enough to ensure he was heard. What? Repeat that. A burly man with thick brows charged forth, fury evident in his eyes. How could a mere waste be the chief disciple of the Sword God sect? Countless prodigies existed within the sect, each a master of swordplay. For a waste to boast such claims was simply outrageous. I am the chief disciple, Li Muyu. My apologies, but may I ask how you are addressed? Li Muyu, undeterred, approached the burly youth with a broad grin. Shirchong. The burly youth replied coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Li Muyu's jovial demeanor made it difficult for Shirchong to unleash his anger. Very well, very well. In the future, when you see me, the chief disciple, be sure to show respect. Consider this a pass this time, as you seem rather ignorant, Li Muyu said amiably, patting Shirchong on the back, adopting a demeanor of magnanimity. Morong Yun, is he truly the chief disciple? Shirchong queried, his gaze shifting to the dejected Morong Yun, uncertain if Li Muyu's claim held any merit. Indeed, the chief disciple, as personally sanctioned by Elder Wu Mayu. There is no question of legitimacy, chief disciple Li Muyu, Morong Yun replied dully, his eyes vacant, as if everything was inconsequential to him. What? Have the elders lost their minds? Shirchong exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape. Morong Yun remained silent, sharing his sentiment that the elders had indeed gone mad. The Li Muyu before him appeared to possess no exceptional talent whatsoever, a mere waste. I heard he exchanged 500 taels of silver with Elder Lao Shu for a bronze finger coffin, and thus became the chief disciple of our Sword God sect, Morong Yun revealed, mercilessly exposing Li Muyu's background. As a former prodigy of the Sword God sect, he found it insulting to see a waste elevated to the position of chief disciple. 500 taels of silver. Our esteemed chief disciple is worth merely that. This fellow truly has the luck of a dog. I've heard of the bronze finger coffin granting one the title of chief disciple, but today, this is beyond absurd. Indeed, it is utterly baffling. If it were Wu Zhua as the chief disciple, I would have no objections. Even when Morong Yun was still capable, I would have been fine with him as chief disciple. But now, this farce of acquiring a bronze finger coffin to become chief disciple, I cannot accept it. This is truly scandalous. 500 taels of silver for a chief disciple. Is this not a disgrace to our Sword God sect? I protest. This is far too absurd. A chorus of outrage erupted, the young disciples' eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Li Muyu, wishing they could pummel him into the ground. Hee, dear friends, this is the bronze finger coffin. Would any of you care to repeat what you just said? Li Muyu grinned widely, brandishing the bronze finger coffin, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling on Shirchong, whose presence he found moderately favorable, though it hardly mattered now that he was a waste. Without some foundational support, how could he hope to navigate his future within the Sword God sect? You, a mere waste, dares to threaten me. You are nothing but a useless fool. Shirchong spat, his fists cracking ominously. He was determined to teach this waste of a chief disciple a lesson, vowing to confront him repeatedly until he relinquished any claim to his title. Numerous disciples behind Shirchong shared his sentiment, eager to engage. Li Muyu chuckled at the group behind Shirchong. Do any of you possess the gall to speak again? I distinctly heard you all disparaging my status as chief disciple. You are nothing but a waste. What right do you have to remain in our sect? Scram as far away as you can. Don't tarnish the honor of our Sword God sect. Our prestige is earned on the sharp edge of a blade. I'm addressing you. What of it? Do you, a waste, have the right to question me? The disciples behind Shirchong displayed their anger openly, their faces flushed with indignation. Ah, splendid. However, one must still adhere to the rules, Li Muyu chuckled. How dare you? Shirchong clenched his fists, ready to strike. Swish, swish, swish. Countless beams of sword light descended from the heavens. What? Why is the guardian sword's light attacking me? My eyebrows, my clothes, heavens. What is happening? Why is the guardian sword attacking me? Cries of shock erupted as the disciples, stripped of their garments and left in a state of disarray, cowered like frightened quails, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of sword light. Li Muyu chuckled softly. My dear friends, you spoke so boldly moments ago. I wonder if you could repeat your words? Shameless. Shi Chong, clutching himself in a comical posture, seethed. He was not foolish. He understood that his earlier words had summoned the sword light from the dragon blood sword above, evidently due to the bronze finger coffin in Li Muyu's possession. If he continued, he would only find himself in a more humiliating position. Moreover, he felt the eyes of several female disciples nearby, who were covering their eyes in a gesture of modesty. Tomorrow, he would become an infamous figure within the Sword God sect, but such notoriety would be deeply embarrassing. Hee, and you? Your previous remarks were quite eloquent. Care to repeat them? Li Muyu inquired, his gaze fixed on those standing behind Shi Chong. Humph. The disciples behind Shi Chong were not oblivious. They finally understood why one could attain the title of chief disciple simply by acquiring the bronze finger coffin. Li Muyu rolled up his sleeves, realizing he was significantly shorter than Shi Chong, and felt somewhat embarrassed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a stone that appeared to be higher. Attempting to climb the stone, he quickly realized his feeble body was insufficient. What are you standing there for? Help me climb up. Li Muyu commanded Morong Yun. Do you wish to join me in this undignified display? Morong Yun's eyelids twitched. Such a spectacle was far from his desire. With effort, the two wasteful youths, one stepping on the other, struggled for quite a while before Li Muyu finally managed to ascend, drenched in perspiration. I am the chief disciple. Now shout, Master Brother, for me to hear. You, start with you. Speak loudly. I cannot hear you otherwise. Li Muyu ordered, pointing at Shi Chong. Goodness, you climbed all that way just for us to call you Master Brother? Beside Li Muyu, Morong Yun simply turned his head away. Master. Brother, good. Shi Chong uttered, as if swallowing a fly, his expression contorted with disgust. I didn't hear you. My hearing isn't good, Li Muyu replied, cupping his ear and feigning deafness. Master Brother, good. Shi Chong's face was a mix of green and pale, frustration evident as anger radiated from his gaze. You? Li Muyu pointed. Master Brother, good. The remaining disciples squeaked, their expressions equally pained. Excellent. Sword boy, let's go. Li Muyu commanded, only to discover that descending was far more challenging than climbing. He pointed at Shi Chong. Hey, catch me when I jump down. Shi Chong, fuming, swiftly caught the infuriating figure and sped away. A few female disciples emitted startled shrieks, evidently shocked by the spectacle of their naked escapade. Indeed. The disciples hold me in high esteem and genuinely admire me from the depths of their hearts. As the inner sect's chief disciple, I am truly extraordinary, Li Muyu mused with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Morong Yun had decisively turned away, feigning ignorance of the entire debacle. Chapter 5. Abode of mortals, before us lies the Sword Show Peak, the most esteemed location for cultivation within our sword sect, murmured Morong Yun, his expression vacant as he spoke to Li Muyu. Yet, a flicker of pain was evident in his gaze. Ah, so that is Sword Show Peak. To me, it appears nothing more than a giant radish, quite an eyesore, retorted Li Muyu, resting his hand before his eyes and curling his lips in disdain. When the sacred land of the sword sect was initially conceived, it was none other than the Huangquan Sword Emperor, Hua Feihong, who sought Li Muyu's assistance in crafting a remarkable peak for his sect. In a whimsical stroke, Li Muyu fashioned this radish-shaped mountain from the eastern CS majestic heights, which led to much grumbling from the Huangquan Sword Emperor. Now, after 3 millennia, the sight of such a grotesque mountain evoked a sense of amusement in Li Muyu. Foolishness. Vulgarity. This mountain is the epitome of concentrated sword energy in the sword sect. It cannot be judged by mere appearance. Are you even aware of who crafted this peak? It was a figure of greater mystery than the Huangquan Sword Emperor himself. Do not defame him, Morong Yun exclaimed, turning to Li Muyu, his youthful face brimming with indignation, clearly holding profound respect for that revered predecessor. Upon hearing Morong Yun's defense of his past self, Li Muyu felt a warmth blossom in his heart. He had thought that after 3 millennia, his name might have faded into oblivion, yet it seemed that legends endure. Even a discarded youth of the sword sect felt compelled to defend his legacy. Casting a deep glance at Morong Yun, he resolved to treat him for the celestial silkworm sword technique solely for that remark. Though the lad appeared somewhat foolish, his earnest support warranted a chance at a brilliant future in the sword path. Silence your tongue and follow me. I shall grant you a future, Li Muyu said coolly as he turned away from Morong Yun. You? Humph. Morong Yun scoffed, his eyes glimmering with disdain, clearly dismissing the seemingly crass youth who had secured the position of chief disciple through mere monetary means. Your dantian is akin to a pinprick. Your meridians are in perpetual motion, yet no sword energy manifests. Your spiritual power surges rapidly, yet you possess no strength. You harbor boundless potential within, yet cannot harness it, am I correct? Li Muyu spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, articulating his thoughts with ease. The celestial silkworm sword technique, an exotic martial scripture he had once introduced to humanity, was inherently unorthodox. It posed significant challenges for the youth of the human race to master. After all, the human body and that of the foreign beings differed vastly. If one were to forcefully practice without proper care, they risked squandering their efforts or even losing their lives. What? Morong Yun's expression turned blank. Even the elders of his sect were baffled by his condition. How could this crass fellow possess such insight? Slap! A resounding strike echoed across Morong Yun's face, a vivid crimson imprint marking his skin. A cultivator of the sword must possess a heart attuned to the way of the sword. Pride in victory and despair in defeat must not sway you. You have reduced your cultivation to this state. Does this still qualify you as a disciple of the sword sect? Do you honor the blade you once bore? Li Muyu's voice was cold and harsh. Observing Morong Yun's despondent demeanor, he could no longer contain his frustration. Had any of his disciples dared to present themselves in such a manner 3 millennia ago, he would have undoubtedly kicked them into the icy depths for a period of reflection. You? Morong Yun touched the imprint on his cheek, rage igniting in his gaze. Since acquiring the celestial silkworm sword vein, not even the sect's master had dared to strike him. Yet this brash youth had done so without hesitation. Move forward. Inhale for 3 steps, exhale for 1. Repeat this rhythm thrice now, hurry. Li Muyu commanded, his eyes fixed on the fuming Morong Yun. With another swift motion, he delivered a slap to the other side of Morong Yun's face, balancing the punishment perfectly. As the strike landed, Morong Yun was momentarily stunned, sensing an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from Li Muyu. An aura that even the Grand Elder lacked. In a daze, he began to follow Li Muyu's instructions, inhaling 3 times and exhaling once, a rhythm that soon ignited warmth in his limbs, a faint spiritual energy stirring within. This was unmistakably a sign of recovery. Morong Yun stammered, his astonishment evident as he turned to gaze at Li Muyu. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Follow my lead, and your celestial silkworm sword vein shall be restored. It is but a trivial matter, Li Muyu said, hands still clasped behind his back, unfazed by Morong Yun's astonishment. This sword showpeak was a creation of his own hands, hewn from the mystical mountains of the Eastern Sea, imbued with profound secrets. Morong Yun nodded vigorously. As a prodigious talent, his emotional intelligence was naturally high. Li Muyu's earlier words were anything but trivial. The celestial silkworm sword vein had no ancient texts to guide its cultivation, and this fellow had pinpointed the solution with remarkable precision. Do not look so astonished. The cultivation of the celestial silkworm sword vein is fraught with difficulty. Once accustomed to the rhythm of 3 inhales and 1 exhale, you must gradually adjust your breathing pattern, achieving a rhythm of 9 inhales and 1 exhale to truly enter the threshold. Only then can the sword spirit traverse your meridians, marking the beginning of your journey. Those fools who label you a genius are utterly ignorant. At that time, you were nothing but a waste. Only with prolonged foundational cultivation can your celestial silkworm sword vein undergo a cycle of rebirth, and at that point, you shall merely be an average talent. Li Muyu spoke with the nonchalance of discussing a mundane matter, yet each word struck Morong Yun like a thunderclap, encapsulating his previous cultivation struggles with remarkable clarity. He listened intently, fearful of missing even a single syllable. At that moment, all traces of despondency and vacancy vanished, replaced by a genuine respect that emanated from the depths of his being. What are you staring at? Hold my treasure properly. Do you understand? It is an antique. Li Muyu chuckled upon noticing the glimmer in Morong Yun's eyes, playfully rapping him on the forehead. Having endured 2 slaps, it was gratifying to see the boy's fighting spirit rekindled. His sword disciple may lack martial prowess, yet he must possess the heart of a warrior. Morong Yun cast a serious glance at the peachwood sword and the black stone cradled in his arms. Though he still regarded them as mere trinkets, he dared not voice his opinions again. The Sword Show Peak was enveloped in profound tranquility. There are numerous caves upon Sword Show Peak for cultivation. However, I believe the caves above the mountain gate are the finest. It is said that the sword spirits traverse them day and night, allowing one to comprehend superior sword intent, Murong Yun remarked, his mouth watering at the sight of the mountain's caves, which were reserved for the sect master, elders, and chief disciples. Even during his earlier prodigious days, he had never qualified to enter, as those caves were coveted by all 9 sects and 18 clans, filled with swirling sword intents, a truly legendary design. The sacred land of the sword sect had endured through the ages since the demise of the Huangquan Sword Emperor, closely linked to those caves. One could say that Sword Show Peak was a site of legend. Humph, those peaks. Uninhabitable, too hideous, and they carry a fishy odor, Li Muyu replied, pinching his nose in distaste. Too hideous? Murong Yun was taken aback by his words. He had thought Li Muyu had transcended his earlier crassness, yet his remarks still reeked of commonness. How could one be so particular in the cultivation of sword intent? Shouldn't a sword cultivator remain unfazed, even amidst the most unsavory of environments? Then where do you suggest we reside? He asked tentatively. Li Muyu turned his gaze and pointed towards the back of Sword Show Peak. Let us settle there. Murong Yun followed his gaze and soon spotted a humble dwelling behind the peak, bearing the 3 characters, Abode of Mortals. Are you referring to that place? Murong Yun stuttered, fully aware that the Abode of Mortals was not intended for young sword cultivators, but rather a residence for visiting relatives of those dwelling below. Yet, the Sword Show Peak had always been rather lax. Disciples with remarkable talents would not permit their families to reside in such a desolate, ancient abode. Indeed, that one. It appears quite comfortable, Li Muyu remarked, his gaze lingering on the Abode of Mortals. Very well. Murong Yun conceded, left with no further retort. He oscillated between perceiving this chief disciple as unfathomable and questioning his intelligence, at times finding him excessively crass, while at others perceiving a lack of vision in the span of a mere mountain path. His mind conjured various images of Li Muyu, a true medley of emotions. Creak. The slightly weathered wooden door swung open, revealing a musty atmosphere. The guest room, study, storage room, and sword practice hall. All familiar furnishings remained in place. Li Muyu caressed each handcrafted item, and a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. 3 millennia ago, he had promised her that if 3 millennia of the green lantern and wooden fish could be traded for a love everlasting, he would willingly dwell within a bronze coffin. She had agreed, instructing him to establish an abode of mortals within the sacred land of the sword sect, vowing to forsake the sword path in pursuit of their shared bond. 3 millennia had slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The green lantern and wooden fish had raced through desolation, while the abode of mortals lay in dust, devoid of any trace of her presence. I awoke from the depths of a bronze coffin after 3 millennia. And where are you now? A voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia escaped Li Muyu's lips as he gazed at the abode of mortals, his eyes lost in reverie. Chapter 6. The Divine Sword of Secrets. Let us tidy up. We shall make our abode here. Li Muyu spoke to Murong Yun in a calm tone. He then gestured towards the peachwood sword and the black stone, instructing, place those 2 items outside to bask in the sun for an hour, then bring them back to me. Upon finishing his words, he gently swept the bedding, ensuring it was clean before settling down to commence his first meditation outside the ancient bronze coffin. Swish, swish, swish. A sound akin to that of buzzing bees approached from the heavens. What could it be? Murong Yun quickly looked up, only to find a torrent of sword intent racing towards him, inundating his humble dwelling. This sword intent. How potent it is! On ordinary days, even the slightest hint of sword intent could delight the disciples of Sword Peak for an entire day, he murmured softly, his gaze shifting in astonishment towards Li Muyu. At that moment, he comprehended that this mortal abode was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the caves on Sword Peak. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be akin to the heavens above and the muck below. Naturally, the heavens would represent the caves of Sword Peak. As he contemplated this, a peculiar expression crossed Murong Yun's face. Internally, he began to recite the breathing technique of 3 inhales and 1 exhale, initiating the restoration of his celestial silkworm sword veins. Meanwhile, Li Muyu silently absorbed the boundless sword intent, assimilating it entirely into his dantian, where it rapidly circulated through his meridians. The sharp sword intent sliced through, creating a sensation of tearing in his dantian sword veins, yet Li Muyu did not furrow a single brow. In ancient times, there existed a body known as the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, devoid of dantian and sword palace, lacking any trace of sword spirit. It resembled a discarded body, yet the great wilderness sacred body transcended any sword Dao divine body in history. To an ordinary observer, it would merely seem like a useless form. No one in the sword sect could recognize me as the great wilderness sacred body, and its decline was inevitable, he mused softly, holding a rather low opinion of the elders within the sword sect. The difficulty in cultivating the great wilderness sacred body stemmed from its requirement for immense amounts of sword intent and sword spirit, which explained why it remained an unparalleled legacy throughout the ages. Sword cultivators were classified into 7 realms: sword apprentice, sword master, sword king, sword sect, sword immortal, sword god, and sword emperor, each with stringent thresholds for advancement. To cross these thresholds required tremendous effort. At this moment, having emerged from the 30,000-year-old bronze coffin, Li Muyu was beginning his cultivation anew from the sword apprentice realm. Swish, swish. The sword spirit swiftly surged into his meridians: Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, Jingxiu, Taiyuan, Yujie, Shaoshang. The first sword vein of the great wilderness sacred body, Shaoshang's sword vein, if opened, would surely unfold grandly, exuding a magnificent aura. The Shaoshang sword vein was the first that must awaken within the great wilderness sacred body. The other acupoints, Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, and Jingxiu, were rapidly opened, yet the Taiyuan acupoint remained exceedingly obstructed, effectively blocking all incoming sword intent. Unexpectedly, upon my recultivation, the first Shaoshang sword vein has not been opened immediately, he sighed softly, turning to the dazed Morong Yun outside and saying, "Bring the peachwood sword and the black stone over. If you have no further instructions, you may wander outside the mortal abode and begin to comprehend the breathing technique of 3 inhales and 1 exhale." Morong Yun glanced at the sun-baked peachwood sword and black stone in his hands. Unsure of their significance, he admitted to himself that he could not discern any difference in these seemingly worthless items. The overwhelming shock Li Muyu had imparted upon him left him reticent. Setting down the peachwood sword and black stone, he hurriedly exited. Holding the peachwood sword, Li Muyu smiled wryly. This was his cherished sword, the divine sword of secrets. 30,000 years ago, as a legendary sword emperor, he had reached the stage of wielding no sword to surpass those with swords. Moreover, he did not take lives. Thus he sealed the divine sword of secrets, which had accompanied him for 60,000 years, casting it aside within the sword sect. Huang Quan sword god, Hua Feihong, naturally regarded it as a treasure, placing it upon an altar. However, after the death of Huang Quan sword god, his disciples, with their myopic vision, failed to recognize this unassuming peachwood sword as one of the 3 most formidable divine swords in existence, the divine sword of secrets. The divine sword of secrets was born from the ancient peach tree that had thrived in the Xian Sea for countless epochs. Unlike those forged by the masters of swordsmanship, this sword was a naturally grown divine sword, nourished by the ancient peach tree, surpassing Xian iron by numerous magnitudes. The 3 divine swords of the world were all birthed from the essence of heaven and earth. Swords forged from Xian iron by masters could not contend with them. In the hands of a worthy master, a divine sword shines. In the hands of the unworthy, it is merely a peachwood sword. A keen aura surged forth as the first wave of sword intent emanated from the divine sword of secrets. Observing this sword intent, Li Muyu's figure paused, and he directly approached the Taiyuan acupoint. Puff! The sword intent of the divine sword of secrets pierced through the Taiyuan acupoint, immediately clearing its obstruction. The once inaccessible sword intent surged through, sweeping past the Taiyuan acupoint and directly opening the Shaoshang. The first sword vein, the Shaoshang sword vein, was now established. With the opening of the sword vein, the sword spirit naturally accumulated within. Li Muyu secretly operated the sword spirit, channeling it into his dantian, striking thrice in succession. The vast sword palace was instantly shattered. The divine sword of secrets transformed into a beam of light, directly entering the sword palace, joyfully emitting a song of sword resonance. With the sword vein opened, sword spirit manifested, and the sword palace activated. Sword apprentice first level, sword apprentice second level, sword apprentice third level. The 3rd level of sword apprentice was achieved within the span of an hour. Gently exhaling, Li Muyu stretched his body. A surge of spirit power erupted from the Shaoshang meridian, transferring to his fist. Upon striking a stone before him, a 1-inch deep imprint appeared. Not bad. Li Muyu mused softly, observing the punch mark. The force within that imprint was approximately 500 pounds. The first level of sword apprentice boasted an attack power of 500 pounds, achievable only by the great wilderness sacred body. What does 500 pounds signify? An ordinary man's punch typically yields around 100 pounds. Thus, a 500-pound strike could effortlessly overpower 5 typical youths, and a blow of such magnitude could easily slay a bull. The power of 500 pounds is akin to that of a bull in other realms. Breaking through from the first to the third level of sword apprentice would be exceedingly arduous. Yet here in this mortal abode, the boundless sword intent he had established in his previous life was sufficient to propel him to the third level of sword apprentice. Not far away, Murong Yun's expression was one of horror. An hour? In just an hour, you've ascended to the third level of sword apprentice? The sword vein has opened, the sword palace is unlocked. And your spirit power. Is this formidable? Glancing at the terrifying punch imprint, Murong Yun found himself at a loss for words to describe the intensity of Li Mu Yu's spirit power cultivated within that hour. He knew all too well that within the sword sect, one could not open their sword veins, sword palace, and spirit power without at least 3 to 5 years of effort. Not to mention leaving a punch imprint on a massive stone. An hour is already quite ample. In the future, when you are with me, do not speak such foolishness, Li Mu Yu replied disdainfully, casting a glance at the sword disciple Murong Yun. Yes, Murong Yun swallowed hard, his tone now exceedingly sincere. What is the foundational sword technique of your sword sect? Demonstrate a set for me to observe. Li Mu Yu spoke. He possessed various sword techniques, yet now that he had emerged from the ancient bronze coffin, he needed to keep a low profile within the sword sect. His current cultivation was still weak. If the foreign powers were to learn of his existence, he would scarcely survive 3 to 5 years. It would be wiser to conceal his identity and cultivate in obscurity for a few years. The foundational sword technique? It is called the 8 swords of the sword sect, a basic set of 8 stabbing techniques, simple and direct, yet primarily designed to temper the meridians and endurance. Without hesitation, Murong Yun executed the simplest set of sword techniques. Although his meridians were currently impaired, he had practiced this technique for many years, and it still bore semblance to its intended form. Li Mu Yu merely glanced at it, nodding lightly. The 8 swords of the sword sect were likely honed by that Huang Quan sword god, Hua Fei Hong. While they appeared mundane, if employed skillfully, they could yield remarkable results. However, the descendants of the sword sect were largely inept. It seemed unlikely anyone could discern the true potential of the 8 swords. The simpler the sword move, the greater its power, for simplicity allows for speed and leaves no openings. Conversely, elaborate sword techniques, though dazzling and beguiling, often lead to one's demise. Indeed, this sword technique is not weak. Li Mu Yu's thoughts stirred, and the peachwood sword from the sword palace flew into his hand. In an instant, he executed the 8 swords of the sword sect with precision, correcting several mistakes made by Murong Yun along the way. Once, Murong Yun felt as if he had an apple lodged in his mouth. Though the 8 swords of the sword sect were simple, mastering them to perfection typically required half a year's dedication. Yet Li Mu Yu, with a mere glance, had achieved such a result. Murong Yun, who prided himself on being a genius, found himself lacking any confidence before Li Mu Yu died in that moment. He felt that serving as Li Mu Yu's sword disciple was not a loss after all. At that time, beneath Sword Peak, a throng of people surged. Where is the waste who purchased the bronze finger coffin for 500 taels of silver? 500 taels to become our chief disciple is an affront to our sword sect. Bring him out. We must teach him a lesson. Indeed, what right does a useless person have to enter Sword Peak? I salivate at the sword intent of Sword Peak, yet I have never had the chance to step inside. The clamor grew increasingly intense. News of a great waste entering the sword sect, having bought his position as chief disciple with 500 taels of silver, spread rapidly throughout the sect. Soon, the area beneath Sword Peak was bustling with people eager to witness the character of this great waste. Li Mu Yu, come down. I challenge you to a duel. Chief disciple, come down, and I shall show you what Sword Dao truly is. Voices of challenge echoed from below Sword Peak. They wish to challenge you. Murong Yun spoke nervously. A motley crew, Li Mu Yu remarked, shaking his head dismissively. If they were truly talented, he might entertain the idea of a duel. Clenching the bronze finger coffin in his hand, he declared, swish, swish, swish. Waves of sword light descended from the sky. Ah, not again. My eyebrows and hair. Gasps of shock filled the air once more. Murong Yun's face twitched violently at the sight. Once, the third elder had been turned into a bald man by this technique, later becoming the most talked-about figure in the sword sect, followed by Shirchong. Now, these oblivious fools had come to provoke him. It is your own fault for being so obtuse. Knowing that the chief disciple possesses the bronze finger coffin, you still dare to confront him. Now, you have all become bald-headed fools. Who else dares to challenge me? I shall greet them with the bronze finger coffin. Limu Yu's voice reverberated downwards. Bah! If you have the ability, face me in a one-on-one duel. Using the bronze finger coffin is hardly a display of skill. Sword disciples should speak through their sword techniques. Voices filled with indignation erupted from the foot of the mountain. Not far away, the Grand Elder Wu Mayu shook his head. Addressing the sixth Elder Wu Qi, he remarked, "Truly, he is a waste, relying solely on the bronze finger coffin to fend off challenges. Such a character should not be allowed to descend from Sword Peak. Better to keep him like a pig in a pen. Who knows how much disgrace he would bring to our sword sect if he were to leave." Wu Qi glanced at Sword Peak, feeling a pang of heartache. It was a grave loss to have a waste reside in such a magnificent place. Yet, considering the great waste wielded a bronze finger coffin, which could turn anyone who displeased him into a bald-headed fool, it was indeed a rather damaging tactic. I will arrange for disciples to guard Sword Peak, sealing off all his paths of descent. This way, he won't embarrass himself, the sixth Elder Wu Qi stated. At that moment, however, an unparalleled great sword flew towards the sword sect. Its massive blade radiated across 1,000 miles, casting a radiant purplish-red glow that illuminated the heavens with brilliance. Xian Yuan Sword Sect? Why would they come to pay their respects at this time? Grand Elder Wu Mayu swallowed hard, his expression tinged with bitterness. What visit? They arrive bearing their sect's divine sword. This is no visit at all. This is a challenge. Do they truly believe our divine sword sect is without capable masters? Do they think our divine sword sect has fallen into decline over the years? The sixth Elder Wu Qi spoke with indignation, grinding his teeth in frustration. Grand Elder Wu Mayu sighed deeply. In recent years, it seemed that any sword sect would come bearing their sect's divine sword to issue a challenge, as if even an ant could trample the divine sword sect beneath its feet. This trend had only intensified in recent years. Chapter 6. The Divine Sword of Secrets. Clean up a bit. We shall make our residence here. Limu Yu spoke to Mu Rongyun with an air of detachment. He then gestured towards the peachwood sword and the black stone, saying, "Place those two items outside to bask in the sun for an hour, and then bring them back to me." Once he finished speaking, he gently swept the bed, ensuring it was clean, before sitting cross-legged upon it, commencing his first cultivation session since emerging from the ancient bronze coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A sound akin to buzzing bees approached from the heavens. What could it be? Mu Rongyun hurriedly looked up, only to discover a torrent of sword and tint, akin to a flowing river, rushing towards his humble abode. The sword and tint is so formidable. Even the slightest appearance of sword and tint would likely delight the disciples of Sword Show Peak for half a day, he murmured softly, astonished as he glanced at Limu Yu. At that moment, he comprehended that this mortal dwelling was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the caverns atop Sword Show Peak. If one were to speak of disparity, it was akin to the difference between clouds floating in the sky and mud on the ground. Naturally, the clouds belonged to the caverns of Sword Show Peak. Contemplating this, Mu Rongyun's face bore an unusual expression, while his heart silently recited the three breaths technique, beginning to restore his heavenly silkworm sword pulse. Limu Yu silently absorbed the boundless sword and tint, consuming it entirely into his dantian, where it swiftly circulated through his meridians. The sharp sword and tint sliced through, inducing a sensation of tearing within his dantian's sword pulse. Yet, Limu Yu did not furrow his brow even slightly. In ancient times, there existed a body known as the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, devoid of dantian and sword palace, lacking any sword spirit energy. Its exterior resembled that of a discarded body, yet the Great Wilderness Sacred Body transcended any sword path divine body in history. Viewed through the eyes of an ordinary person, the Great Wilderness Sacred Body would only be seen as a useless body. No one in the sword sect could recognize that I am the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, and its decline is inevitable. He muttered softly, holding a rather low opinion of the elders within the sword sect. The reason the Great Wilderness Sacred Body was so difficult to cultivate was due to its requirement for vast amounts of sword intent and sword spirit energy, which explained why it had always been an unparalleled inheritance. Sword cultivators are classified into 7 ranks: Sword Apprentice, Sword Master, Sword King, Sword Sect, Sword Immortal, Sword Deity, and Sword Emperor, each with a stringent threshold for cultivation. To cross these thresholds necessitates an immense expenditure of energy. At this moment, having emerged from the 30,000-year-old bronze coffin, Limu Yu was compelled to restart his cultivation from the Sword Apprentice realm, Whoosh, whoosh. The sword spirit energy surged rapidly into his meridians. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, Jingqiu, Taiyuan, Yujia, Shaoshang. The first sword pulse within the great wilderness sacred body, the Shaoshang sword pulse, once opened, would undoubtedly unleash a grand and magnificent aura. The Shaoshang sword pulse was also the first sword pulse that the great wilderness sacred body must awaken. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, and other acupoints were rapidly unblocked. Yet the Taiyuan acupoint remained exceedingly obstructed, able to block all incoming sword intent. I did not expect that upon my recultivation, the first Shaoshang sword pulse would not open immediately, he sighed softly, then addressed the dazed Mu Rongyun outside, saying, "Bring the peachwood sword and the black stone over. If you have no further instructions, you may walk outside the mortal dwelling and first comprehend the three breaths technique." Mu Rongyun glanced at the sun-baked peachwood sword and black stone in his hands. To his regret, he could not discern any difference in these seemingly worthless items. At this moment, the impact of Li Muyu upon him was overwhelming, leaving him hesitant to speak further. Setting down the peachwood sword and black stone, he hastily stepped outside. Holding the peachwood sword, Li Muyu gave a wry smile. This was his treasured sword, the divine sword of secrets. 30,000 years ago, as a sword emperor of his generation, he had reached a point where having no sword was superior to having one. And since he did not kill, he sealed the divine sword of secrets, which had accompanied him for 60,000 years. At that time, he casually tossed it into the sword sect's holy ground. The Yellow Spring sword deity, Hua Feihong, treated it like a treasure, placing it upon the altar. However, after the death of the Yellow Spring sword deity, his disciples, with their murky eyes, failed to recognize this unassuming peachwood sword as one of the three most fearsome divine swords in the world, the divine sword of secrets. The divine sword of secrets was born from the ancient peach trees in the Xianhai, having grown for countless epochs. Unlike the swords crafted by sword masters, the divine sword of secrets was a naturally formed divine sword, nurtured within the ancient peach trees, surpassing Xian iron countless times over. The three divine swords of the world were all birthed by the heavens and the earth. Swords crafted by masters from Xian iron could not compete with them. A divine sword in the hands of a worthy master is a divine sword indeed. In the hands of the unworthy, it is merely a peachwood sword. A sharp aura surged forth rapidly, and the first sword intent of the divine sword of secrets burst forth. Witnessing this sword intent, Li Muyu paused momentarily, directing his focus towards the Taiyuan acupoint. Pooh! The sword intent of the divine sword of secrets pierced directly through the Taiyuan acupoint, instantly breaking through its obstruction. The sword intent, which had previously been unable to penetrate, surged through, sweeping past the Taiyuan acupoint and directly opening the Shaoshang acupoint. The first sword pulse, the Shaoshang sword pulse, was thus unlocked. With the opening of the sword pulse, the sword spirit energy naturally accumulated within Li Muyu secretly operated the sword spirit energy, channeling it into his dantian, consecutively striking 3 times. The vast sword palace was immediately shattered. The divine sword of secrets transformed into a beam of light, directly plunging into the sword palace, joyfully emitting a sound akin to a sword song. The sword pulse opened, the sword spirit energy formed, and the sword palace unlocked. Sword apprentice first layer, sword apprentice second layer, sword apprentice third layer. The sword apprentice third layer was achieved within the span of an hour. Gently exhaling, Li Muyu stretched his body. Whoosh! A surge of spirit energy erupted from the Shaoshang meridian, transferring to his fist. Upon striking a nearby stone, a 1-inch deep fist imprint was left behind. Not bad, Li Muyu murmured to himself upon seeing the imprint. The force behind this fist was approximately 500 pounds. The first layer of sword apprentice possessed an attack strength of 500 pounds, achievable only by a body like the great wilderness sacred body. What does 500 pounds signify? The average man's punch amounts to merely 100 pounds. Thus 500 pounds of attack power is capable of defeating 5 ordinary youths with bare hands. A punch delivering 500 pounds of force could easily slay a bull. The great wilderness sacred body, if attempting to break through from the first to the third layer of sword apprentice elsewhere, would find it exceedingly challenging. However, within this mortal dwelling, the boundless sword intent he had set in his previous life was sufficient to aid him in achieving the third layer of sword apprentice. Not far away, Mu Rongyun's expression was one of shock. An hour? You reached the third layer of sword apprentice in just an hour? The sword pulse opened. The sword palace opened. The spirit energy, so formidable. Gazing at the terrifying fist imprint, Mu Rongyun found himself at a loss for words to describe the intensity of Li Muyu's cultivation in just 1 hour. He knew well that within this sword sect's holy ground, it typically took no less than 3 to 5 years to unlock the sword pulse, sword palace, and sword spirit energy. Moreover, to leave a fist imprint on such a massive stone, an hour is already quite lengthy. From now on, when you are with me, refrain from uttering such foolish remarks. Li Muyu glanced at Mu Rongyun, his expression one of disdain. Understood. Mu Rongyun gulped, his tone now tinged with sincerity. What is the foundational sword technique of your sword sect? Show me a set. I wish to observe. Li Muyu spoke, though he possessed various sword techniques. Now that he had emerged from the bronze coffin and was living among the sword sect, he could not be too ostentatious. At present, his cultivation was still quite weak. Should those foreign powerhouses learn of his identity, he would likely not survive more than 3 to 5 years. It would be better to remain incognito and cultivate for 3 to 5 years. The foundational sword technique? It is called the 8 swords of the sword sect, a basic technique for stabbing. Simple and direct, yet it primarily hones the meridians and endurance. Mu Rongyun replied without much thought, casually executing a set of the simplest sword techniques. Although his meridians had been damaged, his years of practice allowed him to still perform it quite adeptly. Li Muyu merely glanced and nodded indifferently. The 8 swords of the sword sect were likely crafted by that brat Hua Feihong, the Yellow Springs sword deity. They appeared ordinary but, if utilized correctly, could yield extraordinary results. However, most of the descendants of the sword sect were inept, probably incapable of discerning the power of the 8 swords. The simpler the sword move, the greater its power. For simplicity and speed leave no openings. In contrast, some ostentatious sword techniques, though dazzling, are ultimately paths leading to death. Not bad. This sword indeed packs a punch. With a thought, the peachwood sword from the sword palace flew into his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he executed the 8 swords of the sword sect with remarkable finesse, correcting several of Mu Rongyun's errors in the process. Once, Mu Rongyun felt as though an apple had lodged itself in his mouth. Though the 8 swords of the sword sect were simple, achieving proficiency took at least half a year. Yet here was Li Muyu, having merely glanced, and he could perform it with such skill. Mu Rongyun, once confident in his genius, now stood before Li Muyu, utterly lacking any confidence. He felt that serving as Li Muyu's sword attendant was not a loss after all. Meanwhile, at the foot of Sword Show Peak, a throng of people surged. Where is that fool who bought the bronze finger coffin for 500 taels of silver? 500 taels of silver to become our chief disciple. This is an insult to our sword sect. Bring him out. We shall teach him a lesson. Indeed, how dare a useless person enter Sword Show Peak? The sword intent of Sword Show Peak makes my mouth water, yet I have never had the chance to enter. Let a worthless individual enter Sword Show Peak. Can we still speak of fairness? The clamor grew increasingly intense. News of a great fool arriving at the sword sect, having purchased the title of chief disciple with 500 taels of silver, spread rapidly throughout the entirety of the sword sect. Soon, the foot of Sword Show Peak was filled with people eager to see what this great fool was truly like. Li Muyu, come down. I challenge you to a duel. Chief disciple, come down, and I shall show you what the sword path is. Voices of challenge echoed from below. They wish to challenge you. Mu Rongyun said nervously. A rabble. Li Muyu glanced at them, shaking his head indifferently. If they were truly geniuses, he might find the prospect of a duel interesting. With a firm grip on the bronze finger coffin, he declared, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swords of light rapidly descended from the sky. Oh, not again. My hair. Shocked exclamations erupted anew. Mu Rongyun's face twitched violently. It was this technique once more. The third elder had become a bald man due to this move, and his subsequent naked escapade had become the talk of the sword sect. Then came Shi Chong, followed by these oblivious individuals. Blame yourselves for being so clueless. Knowing that the chief disciple possesses the bronze finger coffin, you still dare to provoke him. Now you have all become bald donkeys. Who else wishes to challenge me? I shall greet them with the bronze finger coffin. Li Muyu's voice boomed down. I spit. If you have the capability, face me in a one-on-one. What merit is there in relying on the bronze finger coffin? Sword path disciples should speak through sword techniques. Voices of anger echoed from the foot of the mountain, filled with indignation. Not far away, the grand elder, Wu Mayu, shook his head. He turned to the sixth elder, Wu Qi, and said, he is truly a fool, relying solely on the bronze finger coffin to ward off challenges. Such a person should not be allowed to descend from Sword Show Peak. Let him be raised like a pig if he were to leave Sword Show Peak. Who knows how much disgrace he would bring upon our sword sect? Wu Qi glanced at Sword Show Peak, a pang of heartache striking him. It was a travesty for such a great place to host a fool, yet, considering that great fool held the bronze finger coffin, using it to turn anyone he disliked into a bald donkey was indeed a rather damaging tactic. I will arrange for disciples to guard Sword Show Peak, sealing off all his paths down the mountain, so he will not bring shame upon us, the sixth elder, Wu Qi, declared. At that moment, however, a legendary great sword soared towards the sword sect. Its immense sword light shot through space for 1,000 miles, its purplish-red glow illuminating the sky with a resplendent brilliance. The Xinyuan sword sect? Why would they come to pay their respects at this time? Grand Elder Wu Mayu swallowed a mouthful of somewhat bitter saliva, speaking helplessly. Paying respects? They come bearing their sect's divine sword. Is this a visit? This is clearly a challenge. Do they truly believe there is no one in our sword sect? Do they think our sword sect has fallen over the years? The sixth elder, Wu Qi, spoke with indignation, his back teeth grinding. Grand Elder Wu Mayu sighed. In recent years, it seemed that any sword sect would bring their sect's divine sword to issue a challenge, as if even an ant could trample the sword sect beneath its feet. This trend had only intensified over the years. Chapter 6. The Divine Sword of Secrets. Clean up a bit. We shall make our abode here. Li Muyu spoke indifferently to Morong Yun. He then gestured towards the peachwood sword and the black stone, saying, place those two items outside to bask in the sun for an hour, then bring them back to me. Upon finishing his words, he gently tidied the bed, ensuring it was clean before sitting cross-legged upon it, commencing his first cultivation session since emerging from the ancient bronze coffin. Whoosh, 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 a sound, akin to swarming bees, rushed from the heavens above. What could it be? Morong Yun hastily looked up, only to discover a torrent of sword intent, reminiscent of flowing river water, rapidly approaching, infiltrating the humble abode of mortals he occupied. The sword intent is astonishingly powerful. On ordinary days, even the slightest manifestation of sword intent would delight the disciples of Sword Show Peak for hours. He murmured softly, before casting a startled glance at Li Muyu. At this moment, he understood that this mortal dwelling was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the caves atop Sword Show Peak. If one were to speak of disparity, it was akin to the difference between clouds drifting in the sky and mud dwelling upon the earth. Naturally, the clouds belonged to those caves of Sword Show Peak. Contemplating this, a strange expression crossed Morong Yun's face, while internally he silently recited the breathing technique of 3 inhales and 1 exhale, initiating the restoration of his heavenly silkworm sword meridians. Li Muyu absorbed the boundless sword intent, all of it flowing into his dantian, swiftly circulating through his meridians. The piercing sword intent sliced through him, instilling an acute sense of tearing within his dantian's sword veins. Yet, Li Muyu did not furrow a single brow. In ancient times, there existed a body known as the Great Desolate Sacred Body, devoid of dantian and sword palace, lacking any sword spirit aura, resembling a discarded vessel. However, the Great Desolate Sacred Body transcended any sword body in history. To an ordinary person's eye, it could only be seen as a discarded form. Yet, not a single elder of the sword sect could recognize that I am the Great Desolate Sacred Body. Its decline is inevitable, he muttered softly, regarding the elders of the sword sect with a degree of disdain. The difficulty in cultivating the Great Desolate Sacred Body stemmed from its need for vast amounts of sword intent and sword spirit energy, which elucidated why it had always been an unparalleled legacy. Sword cultivators are classified into 7 realms: Sword Apprentice, Sword Master, Sword King, Sword Sect, Sword Immortal, Sword God, and Sword Emperor, each level presenting a rigorous threshold for cultivation. To cross these thresholds necessitated immense effort. At this moment, having emerged from 30,000 years within the ancient bronze coffin, Li Muyu was commencing his cultivation anew from the Sword Apprentice realm. Whoosh, whoosh, sword spirit energy surged rapidly into his meridians. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, Jingxiu, Taiyuan, Yujie, Shaoshang. The first sword vein of the Great Desolate Sacred Body, the Shaoshang sword vein, once unblocked, would undoubtedly be grand and imposing. This Shaoshang sword vein was also the first that must awaken within the Great Desolate Sacred Body. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, and other acupoints were swiftly opened, but the Taiyuan acupoint remained exceedingly obstructed, capable of blocking all foreign sword intent. Who would have thought that upon my return to cultivation, the first Shaoshang sword vein would not be unsealed immediately? He sighed softly, turning to Morong Yun. who was lost in thought outside, and said, "Bring the peachwood sword and the black stone here." If there are no further instructions, you may wander outside the mortal dwelling, first comprehending the technique of 3 inhales and 1 exhale. Murong Yun glanced at the sun-baked peachwood sword and black stone in his hand. His limited perception prevented him from discerning any difference in these seemingly worthless items. The shock Li Mu Yu had instilled in him was overwhelming, leaving him reluctant to speak further. He set down the peachwood sword and black stone and hurried outside. Holding the peachwood sword, Li Mu Yu could not help but smile wryly. This was his treasured sword, the divine sword of secrets. 30,000 years ago, as a legendary sword emperor, he had attained a state where possessing no sword surpassed having one, and he refrained from taking life, thus sealing the divine sword of secrets, which had accompanied him for 60,000 years. At that time, he had casually discarded it within the sword sect. Huangquan sword god, Hua Feihong, naturally regarded it as a treasure, placing it upon the altar. However, after the demise of the Huangquan sword god, his disciples, with their muddled vision, failed to recognize this unassuming peachwood sword as one of the 3 most fearsome divine swords in the world, the divine sword of secrets. The divine sword of secrets originated from a mystical peach tree that had thrived through countless epochs in the Xianhai. Unlike the swords forged by grandmasters, this divine sword grew naturally, nurtured within the ancient peach tree, surpassing mysterious iron by innumerable degrees. The 3 divine swords of the world were all birthed from the essence of heaven and earth. Swords forged by masters from mysterious iron could not contend with them. A divine sword in the hands of a worthy master is indeed a divine sword. Yet, in the hands of a fool, it is merely a peachwood sword. A sharp aura surged forth, and the first wave of sword intent from the divine sword of secrets scattered outward. Witnessing this sword intent, Li Mu Yu paused, directly advancing toward the Taiyuan acupoint. The sword intent of the divine sword of secrets pierced through the Taiyuan acupoint, instantly penetrating its blockage. The sword intent that had previously been unable to pass through now surged forth, sweeping past the Taiyuan acupoint and directly unblocking the Xiaoshang. The first sword vein, the Xiaoshang sword vein, had been opened. As the sword veins activated, the sword spirit energy naturally accumulated within. Li Mu Yu discreetly circulated the sword spirit energy into his dantian, successively striking 3 times. A vast sword palace was immediately breached. The divine sword of secrets transformed into a beam of light, dashing into the sword palace, joyfully emitting a sound akin to a sword song. With the opening of the sword veins, the sword spirit energy was formed, and the sword palace was activated. Sword Apprentice first layer, Sword Apprentice second layer, Sword Apprentice third layer. The 3rd layer of Sword Apprentice was achieved within the span of an hour. Exhaling gently, Li Mu Yu began to stretch his body. Huff! A surge of spirit energy erupted from the Xiaoshang meridian, transferring to his fist. On the stone before him, a deep imprint of a fist appeared. Not bad. Li Mu Yu mused softly upon seeing the imprint. The force behind the punch was approximately 500 pounds. The first layer of Sword Apprentice wielded an attack force of 500 pounds, a feat only achievable by the great desolate sacred body. What does 500 pounds signify? The average man's punch amounts to merely 100 pounds. Thus, an attack force of 500 pounds could easily defeat 5 ordinary youths with a single blow, sufficient to kill a cow. For the great desolate sacred body, achieving breakthroughs from the 1st to the 3rd layer of Sword Apprentice elsewhere would be exceedingly difficult. However, within this mortal dwelling, the boundless sword intent he had set in his past life was ample to propel him to the 3rd layer of Sword Apprentice. Not far away, Murong Yun's expression was one of astonishment. An hour? In just an hour, you directly entered the 3rd layer of Sword Apprentice. The sword veins are opened, the sword palace is activated. And your spirit energy is so formidable? Gazing at the terrifying fist imprint, Murong Yun could hardly find words to describe the intensity of Li Mu Yu's spirit energy cultivated within that hour. He knew that within this sword sect, it typically took 3 to 5 years to establish sword veins, sword palace, and sword spirit energy. Moreover, the mere act of leaving a fist imprint on such a massive stone, an hour is quite a long time. In the future, when with me, refrain from speaking such foolishness, Li Mu Yu said disdainfully, casting a glance at Murong Yun, the sword boy. Yes, Murong Yun swallowed hard, his tone imbued with sincerity. What is the foundational sword technique of your sword sect? Demonstrate a set for me to observe. Li Mu Yu spoke. He possessed various sword techniques, yet having emerged from the ancient bronze coffin and now living within the sword sect, he could not be too conspicuous. At this moment, his cultivation was still quite weak. Should those from foreign lands learn of his existence, he might not survive 3 to 5 years. It was better to remain incognito for a few years of cultivation. The foundational sword technique? It is called the 8 Swords of the Sword Sect, the most basic stabbing technique. Simple and direct, primarily aimed at honing meridians and endurance. Morong Yun replied without hesitation, casually performing a set of the simplest sword techniques. Although he had exhausted his meridians, his years of practice allowed him to execute the technique with some semblance of form. Li Muyu merely glanced at it and nodded lightly. The 8 Swords of the Sword Sect were likely crafted by that Huangquan sword god, Hua Feihong, as a means to refine swordsmanship. While they appeared ordinary, if utilized properly, they could yield extraordinary results. However, the descendants of the sword sect were mostly inept. It was likely that none could fathom the true might of the 8 Swords of the Sword Sect. The simpler the sword moves, the greater the power, for their simplicity and swiftness leave no openings. In contrast, some ornate sword techniques, dazzling and blinding, were ultimately paths leading to demise. Indeed, this sword is not weak. Li Muyu's thoughts shifted, and the peachwood sword from the sword palace flew into his hand. With a flourish, he executed the 8 Swords of the Sword Sect with finesse, effortlessly correcting Morong Yun's several mistakes along the way. Once, Morong Yun felt as though he had an apple lodged in his mouth. The 8 Swords of the Sword Sect, though simple, required considerable time to master. Yet here was Li Muyu, merely glancing at it, already achieving such proficiency. Morong Yun, once self-assured in his genius, now found himself devoid of any confidence standing before Li Muyu. For a moment, he felt that serving as Li Muyu's sword boy was indeed no loss. Meanwhile, at the foot of Sword Show Peak, the crowd surged. Where is that fool who bought the ancient bronze coffin for 500 taels of silver? 500 taels of silver to become our chief disciple. This is an insult to our sword sect. Bring him out. We shall surely teach him a lesson. Indeed, how can a worthless person enter Sword Show Peak? The sword and tint of Sword Show Peak makes my mouth water, yet I have never had a chance to enter. To allow a worthless individual into Sword Show Peak, what fairness can there be in the future? The clamor grew increasingly raucous. A significant waste had appeared in the sword sect, and word spread quickly that he had purchased the title of chief disciple for a mere 500 taels of silver. In no time, the foot of Sword Show Peak was teeming with people, all eager to witness the true nature of this great waste. Li Muyu, come down. I challenge you to a duel. Chief disciple, come down, and I shall show you what swordsmanship truly is. Voices clamoring for a challenge resonated from below Sword Show Peak. They wish to challenge you, Morong Yun said, somewhat nervously. A motley crew, Li Muyu glanced over, shaking his head disdainfully. If they were geniuses, he might have taken interest in a duel. Clenching the ancient bronze coffin in his hand, he heard the whooshing of sword lights rapidly descending from the sky. Ah, not again, my eyebrows and hair. Gasps of surprise echoed once more. Morong Yun's face twitched violently at the side. It was this trick again. The third elder had been reduced to a bald man by this maneuver, becoming the most talked-about figure in the sword sect, followed by Shi Chong. And now, these blind fools, blame yourselves for lacking discernment. Knowing full well that the chief disciple possesses the ancient bronze coffin, you still provoke him. Now you have all become bald monks. Who else wishes to challenge me? I shall greet you with the ancient bronze coffin. Li Muyu's voice echoed down. Bah! If you have the ability, face me in a one-on-one. Using the ancient bronze coffin, what skill is that? Sword disciples speak through sword techniques. Angry voices spewed from the foot of the mountain. Not far away, the Grand Elder Wuemo Yu shook his head. He turned to the 6th Elder Wu Qi and said, truly a waste. All he can do is use the ancient bronze coffin to fend off challenges. Such a character should not be allowed to descend from Sword Show Peak. We should raise him like a pig. If he were to leave Sword Show Peak, who knows how much disgrace he would bring to our sword sect. Wu Qi glanced at Sword Show Peak, feeling a pang of heartache. To have such a waste dwell within the esteemed Sword Show Peak was indeed a grave misallocation. Yet, the thought of that great waste wielding the ancient bronze coffin, turning anyone he disliked into a bald monk, was rather too damaging. I will arrange for disciples to guard Sword Show Peak, sealing off all his paths down the mountain. This way, he will not bring embarrassment upon us, the 6th Elder Wu Qi stated. At that moment, however, a colossal sword flew towards the sword sect. A massive beam of sword light pierced through the fabric of space, its purplish-red brilliance casting a resplendent glow across the sky. The Xinyuan sword sect? Why are they coming to pay respects at this time? Grand Elder Wuemo Yu swallowed hard, feeling a bitter aftertaste. What paying respects? Arriving with the sect's divine sword. This is no visit. This is clearly a challenge. Do they truly think our divine sword sect is without worthy adversaries? Do they believe we have fallen into decline over the years? Sixth Elder Wu Qi spoke with indignation, his teeth clenched. Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu sighed. In recent years, it seemed that any sword sect would bring their sect's divine sword to challenge, as though even an ant could trample the divine sword sect beneath its feet. This trend had only intensified over the years. Chapter 6, The Divine Sword of Secrets. Let us tidy up a bit. We shall make our abode here. Li Muyu spoke to Morong Yun in a calm tone. He then pointed at the peachwood sword and the black stone, instructing, place those two items outside to bask in the sun for an hour, and then bring them back to me. After uttering these words, he lightly swept the bed to ensure it was clean before sitting cross-legged upon it, embarking on his inaugural cultivation session since emerging from the ancient bronze coffin. Swish, 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 a sound akin to that of buzzing bees surged from the heavens. What could it be? Morong Yun hastily looked up, only to discover a torrent of sword intent, akin to a flowing river, rapidly approaching and inundating the mortal dwelling he occupied. This sword intent. How can it be so formidable? Even the slightest sword intent appearing on Sword Show Peak is enough to delight its disciples for a long while, he murmured softly, his gaze now fixed in astonishment upon Li Muyu. At that moment, he comprehended that this mortal abode was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the caves atop Sword Show Peak. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the difference between the clouds drifting in the sky and the mud beneath one's feet. Naturally, the clouds belong to the peaks of Sword Show. Contemplating these thoughts, a peculiar expression crossed Morong Yun's face. Internally, he began to recite the mantra of 3 inhalations and 1 exhalation, initiating the recovery of his heavenly silkworm sword meridian. Meanwhile, Li Muyu silently absorbed the boundless sword intent, channeling it entirely into his dantian, where it swiftly circulated through his meridians. The piercing sword intent sliced through him, imparting a sense of tearing within his dantian sword meridians. Yet, Li Muyu did not furrow his brow even slightly. In ancient times, there existed a body known as the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, devoid of dantian, sword palace, or any sword spirit energy. Its outward appearance was akin to that of a discarded vessel. However, the Great Wilderness Sacred Body transcended any sword path divine body throughout history. To an ordinary person's eyes, it would merely appear as a wasted form. No one within the sword sect's sacred grounds can recognize that I am a Great Wilderness Sacred Body, and thus, its decline is inevitable, he mused softly, harboring a rather disparaging view of the elders within the sword sect. The difficulty in cultivating the Great Wilderness Sacred Body stems from its requirement for an immense amount of sword intent and sword spirit energy, which is precisely why it has remained an unparalleled inheritance throughout the ages. Sword cultivators are classified into 7 stages: Sword Disciple, Sword Master, Sword King, Sword Sect, Sword Immortal, Sword Deity, and Sword Emperor, each stage imposing strict cultivation thresholds. To breach these thresholds requires an immense expenditure of energy. At this moment, Li Muyu stepped forth from the 30,000-year-old bronze coffin, commencing his cultivation anew from the Sword Disciple realm. Swish, swish, the sword spirit energy surged rapidly into his meridians. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, Jingxiu, Taiyuan, Yujia, Shaoshang. The first sword meridian of the Great Wilderness Sacred Body, the Shaoshang sword meridian, if opened, would undoubtedly unleash a grand momentum. The Shaoshang sword meridian is the first sword meridian that must awaken for the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Zhongfu, Tianfu, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, and other acupoints were swiftly opened, yet the Taiyuan acupoint remained profoundly blocked, effectively obstructing all incoming sword intent. I did not expect that upon recultivating, my first Shaoshang sword meridian would not be opened immediately, he sighed softly, then turned to Morong Yun, who was staring blankly outside, and said, bring the peachwood sword and the black stone here. If you have no further instructions, you may wander outside the mortal dwelling and begin to comprehend the technique of 3 inhalations and 1 exhalation. Morong Yun glanced at the sun-baked peachwood sword and the black stone in his hands. His lack of discernment left him unable to perceive any distinction in these 2 seemingly worthless objects. The overwhelming shock Li Muyu had imparted upon him rendered him hesitant to speak further. Setting down the peachwood sword and the black stone, he promptly exited. Holding the peachwood sword, Li Muyu could not help but smile wryly. This was his treasured sword, the divine sword of secrets. 30,000 years ago, as a sword emperor of his time, he had reached a state where having a sword was less significant than not having one. and he refrained from taking lives, thus sealing this sword, which had accompanied him for 60,000 years, within the sword sect's sacred grounds. At that time, he had carelessly discarded it among the treasures of the sword sect. The underworld sword deity, Hua Feihong, naturally treated it as a treasure, placing it upon the altar. However, after the underworld sword deity's demise, his disciples, with their murky vision, failed to recognize this unassuming peachwood sword as one of the three most terrifying divine swords in existence, the Divine Sword of Secrets. The Divine Sword of Secrets was birthed from the ancient peach tree that had thrived in the Xian Sea for countless epochs. Unlike swords crafted by grandmasters, this divine sword was a naturally occurring creation, nurtured within the ancient peach tree, surpassing even the finest black iron by countless degrees. The three great divine swords of the world are all products of heaven and earth. No forged sword could compete with them. A divine sword in the hands of a wise ruler is indeed a divine sword. In the hands of a fool, it is merely a peachwood sword. A sharp aura surged forth as the first wave of sword intent from the Divine Sword of Secrets dispersed into the air. Witnessing this sword intent, Li Muyu paused momentarily and advanced directly toward the Taiyuan acupoint. With a soft gasp, the sword intent from the Divine Sword of Secrets pierced through the Taiyuan acupoint, instantly clearing the obstruction within. The sword intent that had long been unable to penetrate surged past the Taiyuan acupoint, directly opening the Xiaoshang. The first sword meridian, the Xiaoshang sword meridian, was now opened. As the sword meridian activated, the sword spirit energy naturally coalesced within. Li Muyu discreetly manipulated the sword spirit energy, channeling it into his dantian, where it made 3 successive impacts. The expansive sword palace was suddenly breached. The Divine Sword of Secrets transformed into a beam of light, racing into the sword palace, emitting a joyous sword chant. With the opening of the sword meridian, the manifestation of sword spirit energy, and the unlocking of the sword palace, he achieved the first level of sword disciple, then the second level, and finally the third level. The attainment of the third level of sword disciple was accomplished within a mere hour. Exhaling softly, Li Muyu stretched his body. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from the Xiaoshang meridian, radiating into his fist. On the stone before him, a deep indentation of an inch appeared. Not bad, he mused softly upon seeing the imprint. The power within that indentation was approximately 500 pounds. Attaining 500 pounds of attack power at the first level of sword disciple could only be achieved by possessing a physique like the great wilderness sacred body. What does 500 pounds signify? An ordinary man can muster merely around 100 pounds of force with a punch. 500 pounds of striking power is enough to defeat 5 ordinary youths in hand-to-hand combat, and a punch delivering 500 pounds of force could easily slay a bull. The great wilderness sacred body, if attempting to break through from the first to the third level of sword disciple elsewhere, would find it exceedingly difficult. However, within this mortal dwelling, the endless sword intent he had set in his past life was sufficient to facilitate his ascent to the third level of sword disciple. Not far away, Murong Yun's expression was one of astonishment. An hour? In just an hour, you've directly attained the third level of sword disciple. The sword meridian is opened, the sword palace unlocked. Your spiritual energy is so formidable. Gazing at the terrifying fist imprint, Murong Yun found himself at a loss for words to describe the intensity of Li Muyu's cultivation within that hour. He was well aware that within the sacred grounds of the sword sect, it typically required 3 to 5 years to establish sword meridians, sword palaces, and spiritual energy. Moreover, leaving a fist imprint on such a massive stone, an hour is already quite considerable. In the future, when you are with me, refrain from uttering such foolish remarks, Li Muyu replied with a look of disdain directed at Murong Yun, the sword disciple. Yes, Murong Yun swallowed hard, his tone becoming exceedingly sincere. What is the foundational sword technique of your sword sect? Demonstrate a set for me. I would like to see. Li Muyu spoke, possessing a plethora of sword techniques, yet now that he had emerged from the ancient bronze coffin and was living within the sword sect, it would not do to be overly conspicuous. At present, his cultivation was still exceedingly weak. Should the foreign powerhouses learn of his existence, he would likely not survive for more than 3 to 5 years. It would be prudent to conceal his identity and cultivate an anonymity for 3 to 5 years. The foundational sword technique? It is called the 8 Swords of the Sword Sect, a fundamental set of 8 stabbing techniques, simple and direct, but primarily aimed at honing meridians and endurance. Murong Yun replied without much thought, casually executing the simplest sword technique. Although he had damaged his meridians, his years of practice still allowed him to perform it with some semblance of grace. Li Muyu merely glanced at him, nodding lightly. The 8 swords of the sword sect were likely derived from the swordsmanship of that brat Hua Fei Hong, the underworld sword deity, seemingly ordinary, yet if employed properly, could yield extraordinary results. However, the descendants of the sword sect were mostly inept. It seemed unlikely anyone would grasp the true power of the 8 swords of the sword sect. The simpler the sword move, the greater its power, as simplicity and swiftness leave no openings, whereas overly ornate sword techniques, dazzling as they may appear, ultimately lead to one's demise. Indeed, this sword technique is not weak, Li Muyu thought, and with a flick of his mind, the peachwood sword from within the sword palace soared forth, gracefully wielded in his hand as he executed the 8 swords of the sword sect flawlessly, correcting Morong Yun's mistakes along the way. Once, Morong Yun felt as though he had an apple lodged in his mouth. Although the 8 swords were simple, mastering them effectively would typically require half a year's practice. Yet Li Muyu had merely glanced at them before executing them with such finesse. Morong Yun, who considered himself a genius, now found himself devoid of any confidence standing before Li Muyu. For a moment, he felt that serving as Li Muyu's sword disciple was not a loss at all. Meanwhile, beneath Sword Show Peak, a throng of people surged. Where is that good-for-nothing who purchased the bronze finger coffin for 500 taels of silver? 500 taels of silver to become our chief disciple. This is an affront to our sword sect. Bring him out. We shall surely teach him a lesson. Indeed, how dare a waste enter Sword Show Peak? I salivate at the thought of Sword Show Peak's sword intent, yet I have never had the opportunity to enter. Allowing a useless person into Sword Show Peak, what fairness can there be in that? The clamor grew increasingly intense. News of a great waste arriving at the sacred grounds of the sword sect, having purchased the position of chief disciple for 500 taels of silver, quickly spread throughout the sect. Soon, the area beneath Sword Show Peak was teeming with onlookers, all eager to witness the capabilities of this so-called waste. Li Muyu, come down. I challenge you to a duel. Chief disciple, come down, and I shall show you what swordsmanship truly is. Shouts of challenge echoed from below the peak. They wish to challenge you. Morong Yun said nervously. A rabble of misfits, Li Muyu glanced at them, shaking his head dismissively. If they were geniuses, he might find some interest in a duel. Clenching the bronze finger coffin in his hand, he declared, swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sword light descended from the heavens. Ah, not again, my eyebrows and hair. The startled cries erupted once more. Morong Yun's expression twitched as he recalled the incident where the third elder had become bald due to this tactic, becoming a hot topic within the sword sect, followed by Shirchong, and now these oblivious fools. It is your own fault for being so clueless. Knowing that the chief disciple possesses the bronze finger coffin, you still dare to provoke him. Now you have all become bald-headed monks. Who else wishes to challenge me? I shall greet you with the bronze finger coffin. Li Muyu's voice rang out, echoing down the mountain. I spit. If you have the ability, face me in a one-on-one duel. What skill is there in relying on the bronze finger coffin? Sword disciples ought to speak with sword techniques. A chorus of furious voices erupted from the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, not far off, the Grand Elder Wu Mayu shook his head. He addressed the 6th Elder Wu Qi, saying, what a waste of talent. He can only rely on the bronze finger coffin to defend against challenges. Such a character ought to remain atop Sword Show Peak, akin to a pig kept for fattening. If he were to descend, he would surely bring shame upon our sword sect. Wu Qi cast a glance at Sword Show Peak, his heart aching. It was a tremendous loss to allow a waste to reside there. Yet, the thought of that great waste wielding the bronze finger coffin, transforming anyone who displeased him into a bald-headed monk with a single stroke, felt excessively damaging. I will arrange for disciples to guard Sword Show Peak, sealing all paths down the mountain to prevent him from embarrassing himself, the 6th Elder Wu Qi declared. At that moment, however, a magnificent sword descended from the heavens, radiating with a dazzling brilliance. The immense sword light shot across the expanse, casting a resplendent purple-red glow upon the sky. The Xinyuan sword sect? Why would they come to visit at this time? Grand Elder Wu Mayu swallowed hard, a hint of bitterness in his voice. What visit? They come bearing their sect's divine sword. Is this a mere visit? This is clearly a challenge. Do they truly believe our divine sword sect is without capable individuals? Do they think we have fallen into decline over these years? 6th Elder Wu Qi spoke with palpable resentment, his teeth clenched. Grand Elder Wu Mayu sighed. In recent years, it seemed that any sword sect would arrive with their sect's divine sword in hand to issue a challenge, as if even an ant could trample the divine sword sect underfoot. This trend had only intensified over the years. Chapter 7. Challenging the Chief Disciple. At the majestic sword show peak, Li Muyu beheld a soaring flying sword, an imposing blade that stretched a mere 1,000 meters in length, 10 times smaller than the legendary Dragon Blood Divine Sword. Is that the sect's treasured sword? How audacious to have it hovering before the sacred gates of the Sword Sect. Is this not a provocation? 3 millennia ago, when he reigned as the Sword Emperor, he had established a rule. No sect's treasured sword was to be wielded without cause, nor should it be taken into the territory of other sects. To do so was to court confrontation. Murong Fei glanced at the soaring sword, his expression souring as he remarked, "Who else could it be but the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect, a minor sect near us? Established less than a century ago, yet its growth has been astonishing. They have recently gathered some exceptional disciples, gaining renown second only to our sword sect. However, as an established sect, we must be wary of this Flying Phoenix Sword Sect's attempts to rival us." The Flying Phoenix Sword Sect? Li Muyu surveyed the soaring sword and recognized it as the sect's treasured divine sword. Though he had only cast a fleeting glance, he discerned its forging technique, a lineage that he had once passed down. Yet it appeared rather crude, rendering the sword incapable of further growth upon reaching its current size. A sect's potential could often be assessed merely by observing its treasured sword, and the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect exemplified this. Their treasured sword had reached its zenith, capable of safeguarding only a minuscule domain. Even with prodigious disciples, what would happen if calamity were to befall the sword sect? Such a sword would be of no use, and disaster would ensue. Li Muyu had witnessed such occurrences all too often. Now, this Flying Phoenix Sword Sect dared to provoke the sword sect? Had the sword sect fallen to such a state that a mere shrimp could prance about with a broken sword at its gates? Contemplating this, Li Muyu shook his head. It seemed that after the passing of the sword god Huang Quan, no remarkable talents had emerged from the sword sect, otherwise, it would not be in such a pitiful state. In the reception hall of the sword sect, the elder Wu Yu wore a grim expression as he regarded Yiwu Shuang, the master of the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect. Yiwu Shuang's complexion was pallid, eyes sunken, exuding a sickly aura, yet he radiated a terrifying sharpness, as though he were not a man, but a sword itself. Yiwu Shuang, what is the meaning of this? Bringing your sect's divine sword to our sword sect. Are you seeking to instigate a feud between our sects? Should I also wield the Dragon Blood Divine Sword against your Flying Phoenix Divine Sword? Wu Yu spoke icily. Of course, he could only voice such bravado. Since the demise of the sword god Huang Quan, no one had been able to summon the Dragon Blood Divine Sword. Why? Yiwu Shuang clearly understood this. Elder, do temper your words. Our Flying Phoenix Sword Sect brings our divine sword as a mark of respect for your sword sect. Go put it plainly. We have come to spar. With that, a youth stepped forward. Wu Yu scrutinized the boy, his expression freezing. This Yixin exuded an aura of sword intent, standing as if he were a celestial sword ready to cleave the heavens in twain. Yixin is my unworthy son, the chief disciple of our Flying Phoenix Sword Sect. He has come to engage in a friendly contest with your chief disciple, Yiwu Shuang said with a smile. What? You wish to spar with our chief disciple? Wu Yu's gaze sharpened. While others may be unaware, he knew well what caliber the chief disciple of the sword sect was, a petty, mercenary youth. The sword palace lacked both sword veins and sword spirit, let alone a prodigy like Yixin, who had grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Yixin, a minor talent with some renown, though slightly inferior to his own disciple Wu Zhua and the once great Murong Fei, had nonetheless achieved the 6th rank of swordsmanship, with abundant sword spirit. How could Li Muyu possibly compare? It was evident he was targeting an easy mark. Just as Li Muyu had assumed the role of chief disciple, this Yiwu Shuang had arrived to challenge him. This was simply too brazen. Humph, the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect possesses quite the network of information. Wu Yu seethed, his teeth grinding. Senior, this is merely a friendly sparring match between our juniors, not a matter of sect interests. I believe it would be best for you to allow your chief disciple to emerge and engage in combat with me, Yiwu Shuang declared, rising to speak, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was aware that the formidable Wu Zhua was absent from the sect, and Murong Fei was incapacitated. Thus, he had chosen this moment to challenge them, seeking to diminish the prestige of the venerable sword sect. Humph, sharp-tongued. Wu Yu cast a cold glance at Yixin, disdainful of his penchant for targeting the weak. Yet to pit the wasteful Li Muyu against Yixin would be to invite humiliation. That was not a sight he wished to behold. Our chief disciple is currently unwell and cannot compete today. Yixin, you may battle him another day, he said coldly. Cough, cough. I'm free. I've been cooped up on Sword Show Peak and could use some fresh air, a brash voice interjected. Wu Emoyu's countenance darkened instantly. He turned to Elder Wu Qi. Wasn't he forbidden from descending the mountain? Didn't we blockade the path to Sword Show Peak? Elder Wu Qi appeared equally perplexed. There was only one path up and down Sword Show Peak, and he had ordered his personal disciples to keep a watchful eye. Allowing a wasteful youth without sword veins or spirit to assume the role of chief disciple was already a scandal. Yet this disgraceful figure remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully making his way down. Li Muyu strolled into the reception hall, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, ultimately settling upon a platter in front of Elder Wu Emoyu, which held a top-quality ginseng fruit. He swallowed hard and eagerly seized a handful, stuffing it into his mouth, the crunching sound echoing throughout the hall. This is your chief disciple? Yi Xian of the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect was momentarily taken aback. He had heard tales of the Sword Sect's absurd decision to appoint a waste as chief disciple, yet witnessing it firsthand was enough to leave him astounded. This was hardly the demeanor of a Sword Sect disciple. He appeared more akin to a commoner who had never tasted such delicacies in his life. Yet he was mistaken. Li Muyu had not savored ginseng fruit for 30 millennia. That young brother, your attire is quite exquisite. How much did it cost? You see, I simply cannot afford such finery, Li Muyu said, eyeing Yi Xian's garments, entirely disregarding the young man himself. He approached Yi Xian, admiring his attire with exaggerated praise. Biffed! Yi Wu Shuang, sipping tea nearby, sputtered, spraying it everywhere. He was left wondering where the Sword Sect had unearthed this uncouth, gluttonous youth. Truly, a gem of absurdity. Fool! This is the Sword Sect, not a marketplace or a tailor's shop. Wu Emoyu barked, gripping his teacup as veins throbbed on his temples. The Sword Sect was the most solemn place within the realm of swordsmanship, yet this waste had arrived, either eating or commenting on others' clothing. Elder Wu Qi nearly coughed up blood. This disgraceful display was bad enough, but in front of the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect, this was a loss of face for the entire Sword Sect. In that moment, he deeply regretted endorsing this individual as chief disciple. Indeed, indeed. In the Sword Sect, we should refer to our swords as divine swords and flying swords. Yes, so tell me, what would be the price of that grand sword outside our gates, the one measuring 1,000 meters? Yi Wu Shuang inquired innocently, glancing at the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect's treasured sword. If it's not too expensive, do sell it to me. As the chief disciple of the Sword Sect, I am quite affluent, with at least 500 taels of silver to spare. 500 taels of silver? To purchase our sect's treasured divine sword. A mocking smile graced Yi Wu Shuang's face. Initially, he had believed the Sword Sect's chief disciple was merely putting on an act. Now, he understood that this was indeed a simpleton, wholly unacquainted with the world. Youth, what is it that you do? Yi Wu Shuang felt compelled to further expose the chief disciple's folly. I farm in the mountains. I just came down and happened to see an old man passed out in front of a brothel. I helped him up, and he offered me a bronze finger coffin and promised me 500 taels of silver. He then took the silver into the brothel while I brought the coffin here. Li Muyu recounted earnestly, lying without a hint of hesitation. Master Yi Wu Shuang, today's sparring match is yours. You may leave, Wu Emoyu declared, his face darkening. Given that this waste had revealed such an absurd story, he surmised the youth would surely lose, and it would be better to concede gracefully. His disciple Wu Zhua would return one day, and then he could reclaim his honor. Yi Wu Shuang glanced at Yi Xian, who nodded. Clearly, he felt that engaging with such a simpleton was unnecessary. Then let us consider today a victory for us, Yi Wu Shuang said with a cheerful demeanor. His purpose in coming was to humiliate the Sword Sect, and as a recently ascendant sect, it would be satisfying to bring embarrassment to an established one. Wu Emoyu nodded grimly. Ah, so you wish to compete? I can oblige. I've just learned a sword technique called the 8 Styles of the Sword Sect. Li Muyu responded with a grin, producing a wooden peach sword with a flourish. Was he to be made a laughingstock? Not on his watch. Elder Wu Emoyu was momentarily taken aback, only now realizing that in the span of a single day, this waste had activated the Sword Palace, awakened the sword veins, and possessed sword spirit. He had already advanced to the 3rd rank of swordsmanship. This progress was astonishing. Elder Wu Qi also expressed mild surprise. In the many years since the Sword Sect's founding, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was a rarity of 3 millennia, a prodigy of swordsmanship. The two elders exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Yi Wu Shuang and Yi Xian of the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect were equally taken aback. Though this individual was peculiar, he still showed potential for cultivation. What? Did you not wish to challenge me? I have already learned our sect's most formidable sword technique, the 8 styles of the sword sect. Li Muyu declared, raising the peach sword. He then commenced the foundational movements of the 8 styles with a cheerful demeanor, adding, "Are you afraid? If you are, simply concede. Otherwise, it may not end well for you." A foundational sword technique? And with a mere wooden peach sword? A third-rank swordsman believing he could best me? Yi Xian's face turned a shade of green with anger. Very well, then let us compete. Chapter 8. Listening to the sword path, Yi Wushuang, with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked, "Heh. I have long heard of the chief disciple of the sacred sword sect, renowned for his extraordinary courage. Today, I see that it is indeed impressive." He observed Li Muyu combating his son with a peachwood sword and couldn't help but chuckle. His son, Yi Xian, wielded a sword that he personally forged, exceptionally sharp. A mere clash would surely shatter the wooden sword. At that moment, he could only deride Li Muyu's foolishness, which was truly beyond comprehension. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sword Sect, Wu Mayu, wore a dark expression, remaining silent. Although Li Muyu possessed considerable talent, his lack of worldly experience was utterly baffling. Engaging in battle with a peachwood sword and employing the 8 styles of the sword sect to leave his opponent searching for teeth? Wu Mayu was well aware that the 8 styles were merely fundamental techniques, consisting of 8 basic thrusting motions, devoid of any essence, primarily utilized by outer disciples for tempering their vitality. At this juncture, he harbored no belief that Yi Wushuang would emerge victorious. "Since we are to compete, I hope Yi Xian will show mercy with his sword," Wu Mayu spoke in a dispassionate tone, wishing to avoid any trouble for Li Muyu. "Haha, I will certainly show mercy." Yi Xian laughed heartily. He truly regarded the individual wielding a peachwood sword with disdain. "Wait a moment, this is my first battle, and I am quite frightened. Therefore, I shall close my eyes and fight you," Li Muyu suddenly declared. Upon finishing his sentence, he promptly shut his eyes. "What?" The Grand Elder Wu Mayu's face darkened with anger, and he chose not to respond, staring intently at his teacup, adopting an expression that suggested he had heard nothing. He regretted allowing this foolish individual to participate. The 6th Elder, Wu Qi, huffed in irritation, his breath coming in quick gasps. Here was someone of low cultivation, and yet he dared to fight with his eyes closed? Yi Xian's face had already grown impatient. This rustic from some backwater village exuded an air of naivety that was utterly intolerable. Yi Wushuang took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "One strike from Yi Xian." In his view, his precious son needed only a single strike to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Any more would be embarrassing. Very well, 1 strike. Yi Xian was incensed. With the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea, he roared and executed a flourish with his sword, bringing it down upon the blindfolded Li Muyu. Li Muyu's keen ears detected the opponent's swordplay and trajectory in an instant. "Oh dear," he exclaimed lightly before swiftly turning to flee. Yi Wushuang's strike missed entirely, and upon witnessing Li Muyu's abrupt retreat, he couldn't help but sneer, pursuing him at full speed. "Ha!" In an instant, Li Muyu pivoted, his waist twisting as he sent the peachwood sword soaring, deflecting Yi Xian's precious sword and exposing his chest, allowing him to channel his energy into a powerful punch, akin to a rampaging bull. Yi Xian stood dumbfounded, his body moving with remarkable speed, yet he could only watch as his vital point collided with his opponent's fist. The force equivalent to 500 pounds struck with ferocity, sending him flying in a parabolic arc 10 meters away, his body and sword crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Xian coughed up blood, attempting to rise, but a surge of anger welled within him. How could a mere sword apprentice of the 1st rank send him, a sword apprentice of the 6th rank, sprawling with a single blow? In his fury, another mouthful of blood erupted from him, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Li Muyu opened his eyes, glanced at Yi Xian, and shook his head slightly. Engaging in combat with Yi Xian while keeping his eyes open would have been utterly mundane. However, with his eyes closed, listening to the sword, a single punch sufficed. Yi Xian was indeed no match, his cultivation level merely a fade, proclaiming the might of the sacred sword sect, which was truly laughable. 3,000 years ago, he had dedicated himself to mastering the art of listening to the sword, even undertaking mundane tasks like eating and dressing with his eyes closed. Perfecting this skill allowed him to instantly discern his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, a vastly different experience than training with his eyes open, where what one sees may often be a deliberate feint. Moreover, His great wilderness sacred body rendered him unmatched in vitality within the same realm, far surpassing what Yi Xian could comprehend. The hall fell into a profound silence. Grand Elder Wu Mayu continued to fixate on his teacup, disinterested in the spectacle. He believed Li Muyu would undoubtedly lose. The sixth elder shared similar thoughts, pondering how he might smooth over the situation following Li Muyu's defeat. This buffoon was simply too exasperating. Yi Wushuang gazed at his son, now unconscious on the ground, and at Li Muyu, who stood there with a triumphant grin. His gaze lingered momentarily on Li Muyu's ears. What an impressive mastery of the listening sword path. I never expected one so young to possess such profound skill. Today, our Feihong sword sect has truly suffered a setback. I shall take my leave. He could not believe that his son, Yi Xian, was utterly inept. Yet Li Muyu's single strike had rendered him unconscious. What else could explain it other than the legendary listening sword path? The sacred sword sect's schemes ran deep. They had spread word of an inept individual becoming the chief disciple, only to be soundly slapped in the face by the truth of the listening sword path. A sword apprentice of the first rank, having just unlocked his sword palace, wielded such terrifying power. This young man appeared to possess innate strength. Moreover, with but a single strike, he had defeated Yi Xian, a sword apprentice of the fourth rank, a genius of their Feihong sect. The Feihong sword sect had suffered a tremendous loss of face. Listening sword path. What is this listening sword path? It has been lost to our sacred sword sect for 3,000 years, the Grand Elder questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. He had only heard of the listening sword path, shrouded in mystery. Listening sword path. What is this listening sword path? The sixth elder looked utterly perplexed. Such an advanced technique had no apparent connection to the situation at hand, or to this buffoon. Yi Wushuang, hearing the words of the two elders, found them painfully grating. Looking at his son, now unconscious, a wave of anguish washed over him. Without hesitation, he scooped up Yi Xian and departed, too pained to even acknowledge the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sword Sect. Did we win? Grand Elder Wu Mayu finally noticed that Yi Xian had fainted, while the so-called fool before him was still lively, stuffing his mouth with ginseng fruit. Indeed. I merely threw a punch, and that fool collided with my peach fist in an instant, Li Muyu replied. The Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly baffled. Have you practiced the listening sword path? Wu Mayu inquired, intrigued by the possibility that this seemingly foolish individual had indeed trained in such an enigmatic skill, making his position as chief disciple plausible. Listening sword path? No, Li Muyu promptly denied. Ah, then it appears you possess innate strength, Wu Mayu remarked after scrutinizing Li Muyu for a considerable time. Initially, he had assumed Li Muyu's sudden rise to the third rank of sword apprentice indicated a rare talent in swordsmanship. However, it seemed that this young man was simply endowed with natural strength. Swordsmanship relies heavily on technique. Innate strength offers little advantage in the long run, and while it may prove advantageous in the early stages, it would eventually fade into mediocrity. Li Muyu, how did you descend from Sword Xiu Peak? Was it not sealed off? The sixth elder suddenly recalled and resolved to prevent this buffoon from bringing further shame. There is a small path at the back of Sword Xiu Peak. Did you not know? I simply wandered down that way, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly, having meticulously designed the entire Sword Xiu Peak. Attempting to trap him? Impossible. The back of Sword Xiu Peak? Both the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder wore expressions of trepidation. When Sword Xiu Peak was first established, the Huangquan Sword God decreed that none were to tread upon the back mountain, upon penalty of death. Thus, the back mountain remained shrouded in mystery, and they had not anticipated that this fellow had descended from there. Grand Elder, I wish to conduct trade by the Blood Cry River and seek fortune. I hope you will grant your approval. Li Muyu's eyes sparkled with ambition. 3,000 years ago, numerous treasures of various races lay buried beneath the Blood Cry River. Legacies, riches, divine weapons, and more. Having awakened 3,000 years later, he had no intention of letting such treasures slip through his fingers. After all, one must look after oneself, and he required a vast array of treasures and wealth to cultivate the great wilderness sacred body. Nonsense. As a disciple of the sword sect, why do you speak in the language of commoners? You are the chief disciple of our sword sect. How can you even consider such a lowly profession? Wu Mayu retorted, his anger palpable. The moment he mentioned it, his ire flared. This Li Muyu exhibited none of the demeanor expected of a sword sect disciple. Among the masses, others would surely mistake him for a mere commoner. Wait a moment. Perhaps we should allow Li Muyu to try. Our sect has indeed lacked a youth knowledgeable about antiques in recent years, the sixth elder, Wu Qi, interjected, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. He managed the finances of the Sacred Sword sect and was acutely aware that their financial situation was dire, often resorting to robbing Peter to pay Paul. While the Sacred Sword sect had a reputation, its financial resources paled in comparison to the Feihong Sword sect. In truth, the Sacred Sword sect was merely a commoner sect, entirely different from the prestigious families and hidden clans that dominated the martial world. Following the demise of the Huangquan Sword God, the entire Sacred Sword sect had squandered its resources, and now its finances teetered on the brink of collapse. Conversely, the Feihong Sword sect had individuals skilled in antiquities, reaping fortunes by salvaging and appraising artifacts from the Blood Cry River. The Blood Cry River, an ancient battlefield from 3,000 years ago, was rich in treasures and wealth. Which of the Sword sect members near the Blood Cry River was not swimming in riches? Of course, the Sacred Sword sect, a long-established sect, was the exception. Chapter 9. The Black Beads. Can you identify antiques? Antiques unearthed from the blood-stained river? At this moment, Wu Mo Yu also recalled that, as the Grand Elder, he was acutely aware of the precarious financial situation of the Sword sect's sacred grounds. To put it plainly, the Sword sect was nearing a state of financial destitution. Indeed, I can. Just look at your garments. They are all products of cheap workshops. Wearing them must be quite uncomfortable, wouldn't you agree? That silkworm thread you wear is but a counterfeit, merely aesthetically pleasing, Li Muyu remarked casually, casting a glance over Wu Mo Yu. Nonsense. Having awakened 30,000 years ago, could he not discern the genuine from the false? Besides, he had indulged in fine pleasures back then, possessing a plethora of exquisite items in his collection of ancient artifacts. Ah! Wu Mo Yu's face flushed crimson as he realized he had been exposed by Li Muyu. With the Sword sect's meager finances, he felt embarrassed to indulge in extravagance. Having purchased a counterfeit, he had not expected Li Muyu to be so astute. Strapped for cash, he found himself in a dire predicament. In this world of swordsmanship, without adequate wealth to sustain a sect, it was only a matter of time before it crumbled. I can allow you to descend the mountain, but whatever you acquire must be split 50-50, Elder Wu Qi stated nonchalantly. Isn't this a matter of my own? Why must the sect take a cut? Li Muyu chuckled, finding the sixth elder reminiscent of his demeanor from 30,000 years ago, always eager to claim half of anyone's treasures. Then let it be a 60-40 split. Wu Qi conceded with a sigh of relief. Make it 70-30. I shall take 70 for the sect and 30 for myself, however. Should any issues arise, the sect must support me. Li Muyu replied with a faint smile. He could clearly see that these two elders were pinching pennies to preserve the dwindling legacy of the Sword sect, and he admired their integrity. The 30% he offered would still be a boon to the sect, as long as Li Muyu was present. The sect would endure. Such was his style. For others, amassing the wealth required to elevate a sect might seem insurmountable, yet for Li Muyu, it appeared to be a trivial challenge. Moreover, this 30% would rely on the martial prowess of the Sword sect for support. The treasures buried beneath the blood-stained river, if he chose to recover them, would undoubtedly be astonishing, enough to send ripples throughout the swordsmanship world of 30,000 years hence. Preparation was essential. Going it alone was not his style. Otherwise, the tale of the bronze finger coffin would not have emerged 30,000 years ago. Very well, 70-30 it is. The sect shall provide protection. If you unearth valuable treasures, who would dare oppose you, the chief disciple? I shall slap anyone who dares. Elder Wu Qi declared grandly. Shall we descend the mountain then? Do you require assistance? The sixth elder was eager to proceed. I only need my sword attendant to accompany me, Li Muyu stated nonchalantly. The blood-stained river held too many secrets, and it was best not to divulge too much. Morong Yun, the youthful attendant, possessed a pure gaze and a hint of cunning, yet was sincerely devoted to the sect, making him trustworthy. Very well, I shall instruct them not to impede you further, the Grand Elder responded generously, finding himself favorably impressed by Li Muyu for the first time. This mercenary fellow had his merits. One more thing, Sixth Elder. I must request something from you. Li Muyu smiled, extending his hand. At this moment, he was utterly penniless, and entering the marketplace beside the blood-stained river without a substantial amount of spirit stones would be futile. Elder Wu Qi's expression soured as he realized Li Muyu's true nature. A mere merchant, though his cunning far surpassed their own. How much? He inquired begrudgingly. 3,000 spirit stones, Li Muyu replied calmly, confident that he could exchange 3,000 spirit stones for treasures worth 300,000. Only he possessed such capital in the world. Why not just take it? Elder Wu Qi exclaimed, his annoyance palpable. 3,000 spirit stones were a painful loss. I can offer the bronze finger coffin as collateral. Should I incur losses, I will certainly return it to the sect. What say you? Li Muyu proposed with a smile. Elder Wu Qi and the Grand Elder exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. For their nearly destitute sect, taking a gamble seemed a viable option, especially since this fellow was willing to use the bronze finger coffin as security. Li Muyu glanced at the table of the two elders, spotting a large plate of ginseng fruit, and without a word, he tucked some into his pocket. You? Elder Wu Qi fumed, his anger rising. The ginseng fruit was hard-earned. Neither of them could afford such luxuries, merely a show of bravado in their reception room. Yet, Li Muyu took them as if he were a starving ghost. Morong Fei stared blankly at Li Muyu. He had blinked, and Li Muyu had vanished from Sword Peak, searching the entire mountain for his whereabouts. Just when he thought Li Muyu might have perished, the latter unexpectedly reappeared. Let us go to the blood-stained river to salvage some treasures, and while we're at it, find a set of the Celestial Silkworm Sword Sutra for you. Li Muyu stated coolly. What? You want me to find a set of the Celestial Silkworm Sword Sutra? Morong Fei, accustomed to Li Muyu's bold claims, was nonetheless taken aback. The Celestial Silkworm Sword Sutra was an ancient scripture, non-existent in the Sword Sect's sacred grounds for 30,000 years. Could it truly be found beside the blood-stained river? Though he knew treasures were often unearthed from the river, and even those of average talent had soared to greatness because of the ancient relics, the odds were exceedingly slim. Clearly, just a mountain lad, yet he puts on airs, he grumbled internally, refraining from voicing any dissent. The blood-stained river stretched for miles, with waves of crimson surging forth. Among them floated relics from 30,000 years past, remnants of battles long forgotten. Along the banks, young martial artists stood, observing the techniques of swordsmanship and fist-fighting. Not far from the river, in a tranquil corner, lay an ancient alley bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. Li Muyu stood at the entrance of this alley, lost in thought. 30,000 years later, he could hardly believe that the battlefield he had once experienced had transformed into a veritable antique street. Don't miss out as you pass by. Today, we unearthed an ancient sword scripture from the blood-stained river. Truly remarkable. Brother, this is a set of extraordinary divine swords, only 100 spirit stones. Yesterday, while passing the blood-stained river, I witnessed something flying out, radiant enough to cast a shadow over the world. You won't believe it, it's in my possession now. As Li Muyu and Morong Fei traversed the ancient alley, laden with claims of treasures, they encountered a host of shady characters, each more manipulative than the last, expending considerable effort to persuade them. Regrettably, Li Muyu merely cast a cursory glance, immediately discerning the truth behind their so-called treasures. They were all forgeries, and he was astounded by the brazen deception. Why would there be treasures in this place? I say, Chief Disciple, let us return. There are more con artists here than treasures. We might end up being taken advantage of, Morong Yun complained, finding it challenging to engage with these charlatans. A leisurely stroll will suffice, Li Muyu replied with a smile. He was merely curious about the ancient battlefield beneath the blood-stained river over the past 30,000 years. Had any skilled individuals attempted excavations? Yet, this parade of con artists brought him some amusement. The prevalence of swindlers suggested that the ancient battlefield beneath the blood-stained river had sustained little damage. In other words, the treasures remained hidden, known only to him. Up ahead is the saintess of the Xianyu sword sect. Morong Fei suddenly tugged at Li Muyu, his gaze fixated on a young woman clad in a flowing white cloak. The Xianyu sword sect? Founded by the legendary sword god Meng Ying? Li Muyu paused, feeling a stirring in his heart. After 30,000 years of slumber in the bronze coffin, if there was anyone he owed an apology to, it was his beloved disciple, Meng Ying. Yet, he had devoted himself to another, and thus could not bestow his affections upon her anew. To his astonishment, the Xianyu sect not only survived but seemed to flourish. Is the Xianyu sword sect renowned? Li Muyu inquired. Morong Fei looked at him as if he were a fool, gesturing towards the sky where a luminous moon soared. That is the Xianyu sword sect, akin to a moon in the heavens, visible for all to see. Our sword sect, while formidable, remains grounded, whereas the Xianyu sword sect soars in the sky. A true totem of the swordsmanship world. In terms of reputation, the Xianyu sword sect now outshines us by several streets. Li Muyu lifted his gaze, indeed spotting a bright moon traversing the sky. Yet, it was not a true moon, but the familiar crescent moon sword of Meng Ying, Her protective divine sword point 30,000 years had passed, and Meng Ying's protective sword had evolved into a totemic moon. 30,000 years. Li Muyu sighed softly. During his time in the bronze coffin, years had faded his beauty, yet the memories remained as vivid as ever, an unrelenting reminder of his past. Let us pay a visit then. It would be beneficial to witness the current state of the Xianyu sword sect. Li Muyu smiled, eager to lend a hand to Meng Ying's descendants. Fair maiden, here are a dozen exquisite black stones, each concealing treasures within. I found these by the blood-stained river on a night of the full moon, where I heard a woman's song lamenting a hero's life, yet lacking the gentleness owed to her. Then, a tear of blood flew forth. An elderly man fondled a black stone as he spoke. Upon hearing those words and seeing the black stone, Li Muyu felt as though struck by lightning. He could never forget Meng Ying's tearful words before he entered the bronze coffin. In this life, he had ultimately wronged her. The black stones were nothing less than imprints of her tears. Only he recognized their significance. Meng Ying's legacy, transformed from her blood and tears. After 30,000 years, the longing still lingered, a profound ache that left Li Muyu shaken. How can you deceive so brazenly over this black stone? The young woman in the white cloak clearly did not believe him, her gentle yet piercing gaze shining through the sheer fabric, radiating an essence akin to the moon. This is truly a fine item, my lady. Please take it. I offer you a very low price, the old man insisted, his gaze lingering on the young woman, sensing her worth through her attire and demeanor. He had collected the black stone from beside the blood-stained river, convinced it was a treasure, but no one had shown interest until now. What is the name of this saintess? Li Muyu asked Morong Fei, who was practically drooling over the young woman, leaving Li Muyu feeling embarrassed. He had encountered beauties in his previous life who could have filled the swordsmanship world thrice over, yet this sword attendant beside him was making him feel disgraceful. Her name is Fei Shui of the Xianyu sword sect. A natural beauty, born beneath a descending moon, swiftly claimed by the sect and designated as the saintess from birth. I have seen her beauty, and she is as ethereal as a celestial being. Morong Yun babbled, unable to contain his admiration. Li Muyu shot a disapproving glance at Morong Fei, contemplating whether he should find a new sword attendant. Having this fellow by his side was simply humiliating. Since this fair maiden is uninterested, state your price and I shall purchase it. I find this stone quite appealing and can easily carve it into simple black sword pendants, Li Muyu stated calmly as he stepped forward. Having encountered Meng Ying's legacy, he could not allow it to slip away, drifting in the blood-stained river or remaining in the filthy hands of this old man. Yet, he positioned himself as a swordsmith to prevent the old man from leveraging the legacy for profit. Antiques in the hands of the discerning held infinite value. In the hands of this old man, they were merely a means to acquire spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. The old man gritted his teeth, declaring his price. 50 spirit stones. If you agree to sell, I will pay you immediately. I am a master swordsmith in need of black sword pendants. If you refuse, you may continue to con others here, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly, appearing ready to depart at any moment. Fine. The old man, seeing Li Muyu's resolve, gritted his teeth and agreed. He had lingered by the blood-stained river for days, witnessing no one show interest in the string of black stones, and now this swordsmith was willing to be it was better to sell than let the opportunity slip away, especially since the young man seemed intent on leaving. Li Muyu sighed, instructing Morong Fei to hand over 50 spirit stones to the old man. Just then, a coarse voice boomed, I will buy those black beads. A hand shot forward, eager to snatch the black beads away. Chapter 10. A beautiful lady. May I borrow some money? Hee, I have my eyes set on that black bead. I offer 100 lingbai, boomed a robust voice once again. That's Yi Xian, the Yi Xian from the Feihong sword sect, a regular at the blood-crying ancient river. Indeed, anything he covets must be extraordinary. Why has the Feihong sword sect gained such fame in the past century? It is precisely due to their keen perception here at the blood-crying ancient river. That black bead must be remarkable. As this conversation unfolded, discussions around them began to intensify. Li Muyu could not help but squint, astonished that during his very first stroll by the blood-crying ancient river, he had encountered such an unexpected twist. Moreover, the other party was able to discern the extraordinary nature of the black bead. It seemed that after 30,000 years, notable figures had emerged. When he gazed at the newcomer, a smile crept onto his face. It was none other than the familiar Yi Xian, the very individual he had previously bested. This moment, Yi Xian appeared quite eager and ostentatious. However, behind him stood a sinister-looking elder, whose penetrating gaze was fixated on the black bead. You needn't think about it. I claimed it first. Li Muyu interjected, obstructing Yi Xian's hand. You? You insufferable merchant. Yi Xian trembled with rage upon seeing Li Muyu. He had come on behalf of the Feihong sword sect to challenge, intending to slap Li Muyu in the face, only to be swiftly defeated by the man with his eyes shut. Yes, this individual had managed to vanquish him while blindfolded. The mere thought of it sent shivers down Yi Xian's spine. His father, Yi Wushuang, had warned him that this seemingly unremarkable man was no ordinary tradesman but a master of the sword listening technique. The sword listening technique? A skill lost for 30,000 years. Yi Xian cast another furious glance at Li Muyu, who still appeared to be at the first realm of a swordsman, clad in tattered clothing, munching on a ginseng fruit. How could such a commoner possibly master the sword listening technique? It could only be attributed to sheer luck. This man must have stumbled upon victory by sheer happenstance. Yi Xian awaited Li Muyu's next move, his mind seething with disdain. How could a gluttonous fool with his mouth full possibly best him? This man exhibited not an ounce of the bearing expected of a disciple of the sword sect. At that moment, the sinister elder accompanying Yi Xian spoke with a chilling tone. 100 lingbai. If we outbid you, you must relinquish that black bead. He continued to fixate on the black bead, his eyes never wavering. Upon hearing the elder's words, the black-faced stall owner instantly beamed with joy. 100 lingbai was far more than Li Muyu's 50 lingbai. I'll sell it to you. Your offer is higher, he said with a beaming smile, eager to hand over the black bead to the elder. Li Muyu snorted coldly. The black bead was the blood and tears inheritance of Meng Ying, and he would not part with it for anyone. 100 lingbai is impressive. 150 lingbai, he retorted casually, having recently acquired 3,000 lingbai from Elder Liu. Hee, is there anyone here at the blood-crying ancient river who dares to compete with me, Li Feng? Has the youth never heard of my name? The elder's gaze darkened further as he looked at Li Muyu, a sinister glint shining in his eyes. Li Feng? Is he really here? The Li Feng of the appraisal family. Hee, do you not know who this Li Feng is? How do you think the Feihong sword sect has risen over the years? It is all due to the discerning eye of Li Feng. Anything he deems valuable is assuredly a treasure. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, and in an instant, the area occupied by Li Muyu, Li Feng, and Yi Xian became a veritable throng. The young woman from the Xianyu sword sect, Fei Shui, also cast her curious gaze upon the black bead, intrigued. Meanwhile, Morong Fei, who had previously thought the bumpkin trailing behind him was a fool, now realized that Li Muyu seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Morong Fei was unaware of the black bead's significance, but certainly knew who Li Feng was. If it was worthy of Li Feng's attention, it must indeed be valuable. Could it be that this bumpkin Li Muyu had struck luck once again? Was his fortune overly favorable? Who is Li Feng? Is he very renowned? Li Muyu inquired of Morong Fei. After 30,000 years, it appeared that this world had transformed, now housing something called the appraisal family, which had not existed 3 millennia ago. Li Feng, a member of the appraisal family and a renowned appraiser from the black magic sword domain, is exceptionally famous at the blood-crying ancient river. Anything he values is generally a treasure from 30,000 years ago. I wonder what this black bead truly is that has captured your attention, Morong Fei remarked, utterly bewildered by the black bead. Members of the appraisal family? Li Muyu glanced at the sinister elder, finding it somewhat amusing. The ancient battlefield had transformed into the blood-crying ancient river after the Great War 30,000 years ago, giving rise to the unique existence of the appraisal family. Truly, the world had changed beyond recognition. I have not heard of your reputation. 200 lingbai. I shall outbid you, Li Feng. Remember my name. I am Li Mu. Why you die in future encounters at the blood-crying ancient river. Steer clear of me. A cold smile played at the corners of Li Muyu's mouth. Hee, truly a youthful spirit. 300 lingbai. Li Feng's gaze darkened significantly, his tone growing colder. He did not consult Yi Xian but took matters into his own hands. Yi Xian stood by obediently, realizing that he had no say in any artifact along the blood-crying ancient river. 400 lingbai. Li Muyu replied indifferently. 500 lingbai. Li Feng scoffed. 600 lingbai. 700 lingbai. The back and forth escalated rapidly, soon reaching 2,000 lingbai. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. This price was outrageous. What could possibly justify such an exorbitant cost? Even Morong Fei found himself unable to remain composed, whispering, "What on earth is that? You have so few lingbai on you. You cannot possibly use them all." He was aware that Li Muyu possessed only 3,000 lingbai, and if he squandered 2,000 on this black bead, it would be untenable. The holy land of the sword sect was already impoverished, and Elder Lu would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon them. Gasp. Murong Fei's comment struck Li Muyu like a lightning bolt in his eagerness. He had overlooked the reality. This was no longer 30,000 years ago when he had boundless lingbai and often received them from others. Hee, I shall take the 2,000 lingbai. Young man, you are still too naive to contend with me, Li Feng. The elder's face bore a mocking grin. Everyone knew the weight of Li Feng's reputation at the blood-crying ancient river. A mere child dared to challenge him? Li Muyu's expression stiffened. Never did he imagine that 2,000 lingbai would pose such a dilemma. Truly, a penny can defeat a hero. He had only 3,000 lingbai in his pocket, and if he were to spend 2,000 to acquire the black bead, it would be ill-advised. He could never part with the black bead for the holy land of the sword sect. Haha, so you are Li Muyu. A mere commoner from the mountains, it would be best if you refrained from appearing here. Do you think you can outspin the Feihong sword sect? Yi Xian laughed derisively, clearly relishing Li Muyu's embarrassment. Li Feng regarded Li Muyu with a sneering gaze. This bumpkin had the audacity to compete with him? The black-clad stall owner, however, looked at Li Muyu with eager anticipation. What say you? May I tempt you to raise your offer? He had tasted the sweetness of the bidding war, and if Li Muyu made another high bid, he would certainly profit handsomely. Rubbing the back of his head, a smile crept across Li Muyu's face. He turned to the enchanting maiden of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui, and asked, Fair maiden, might I borrow 5,000 lingbai? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated throughout the crowd. Haha, have you lost your mind? She is none other than the holy maiden Fei Shui of the Xianyu sect. Yi Xian laughed uproariously, reveling in the sight of this bumpkin's embarrassment over his financial inadequacy. He knew the true identity of the girl in the white cloak, holy maiden Fei Shui, a prodigy within the sword domain. For no reason would a holy maiden lend money to a stranger? Fei Shui's gaze flickered with curiosity. Was this boy truly so brazen as to request 5,000 lingbai from someone he did not even know? That was no small sum, and even she was reluctant to part with it. Li Muyu observed the expression on Fei Shui's face and smiled, saying, Do not neglect the importance of diligence in sword practice. Rise with the dawn, bask in the morning glow, and at night, practice under the moonlight, allowing each session to last precisely 36 breaths. Do not rush. Progress steadily. Fair maiden, does this passage warrant your lending me 5,000 lingbai? As his words fell, all eyes turned toward the holy maiden of the Xianyu sect. Beneath her white cloak, a delicate visage bore an expression of astonishment. A soft, ethereal voice emerged. I shall lend. Chapter 11. My dear, this is how it's done. A melodious voice enveloped the entire venue in silence. Li Muyu, however, remained remarkably composed, smiling as he said, Thank you, beautiful lady. This young girl practiced the Xianyu sword classic, a text that had been refined by Li Muyu himself. One of the principal prohibitions of the Xianyu sword classic is to refrain from practicing during the hour of the rat and the hour of the horse, as this is the time when the moon and sun are at their zenith. Practicing during this period can easily damage the Xianyu sword vein. Both the Xianyu sword vein and the Xianyu sword classic are extraordinarily peculiar entities, demanding the utmost rigor in their practice. One must absorb the essence of the clouds and bathe in the moonlight to wield the sword, all within 36 breaths. Otherwise, the sword energy will leak out. Yet, the girl before him seemingly overlooked these critical details. Li Muyu, acknowledging her as the heir of Mengying, merely used the pretext of borrowing money to awaken her awareness. Had she refused to lend him the funds, he possessed alternative means, but who could have anticipated that this girl was exceptionally astute, immediately connecting his words to her own martial arts? Clearly, she was no ordinary maiden. I can lend you the money, but may I inquire as to your identity? Fei Shui gazed at the somewhat plebeian-looking youth before her. She could discern no trace of a sword sect disciple in him, leaving her uncertain of his origins. How could this boy, with just a few words, unravel the cultivation dilemma that had plagued her for years? Yet, those words were precisely eloquent. Li Muyu, disciple of the sword sect's sacred ground. Li Muyu replied with a cool demeanor. Li Muyu? Fei Shui's beautiful eyes scrutinized the boy, but she found him utterly unfamiliar. She was aware of the sword sect's sacred ground, having heard of a young man named Wu Zhua and another called Murong Fei, who were somewhat noteworthy. But when had such a somewhat coarse boy emerged? Here. Despite her lack of recollection, Fei Shui remained true to her word, handing over 5,000 spirit stones to Li Muyu. She was more curious about the mysterious black beads that had incited such fierce competition from Li Feng. Her intuition told her that these beads were far from ordinary. Thank you. Li Muyu grinned, appreciating the cleverness of such a girl, who grasped the essence with just a hint. Fei Shui nodded, choosing not to speak further, instead quietly observing what antics this youth was up to in the vicinity of the blood-crying ancient river, who was unaware of Li Feng's formidable reputation. Even their Xianyu sword sect was exceedingly humble in seeking guidance from him on matters concerning antiques. Over the years, any sect near the blood-crying ancient river had likely profited from the treasures of ancient battlefields. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment would not dare to confront someone of Li Feng's caliber. At that moment, Li Feng wore an exceptionally grim expression, unable to fathom how such a boy could procure spirit stones from a disciple of the Xianyu sword sect. Yi Xian's countenance had turned pale. He had long coveted the beauty and grace of the Xianyu sect saintess, Fei Shui, even beseeching his father to propose to her. Yet, regrettably, the girl showed him no favor whatsoever. But why? How could this rustic boy, with but a single sentence, secure 5,000 spirit stones from Fei Shui? 3,000 spirit stones. Li Muyu chuckled. You are bold, but as a mere youth, to rashly purchase antiques near the blood-crying ancient river is fraught with peril, Li Feng said coldly, sensing that the black beads likely concealed some form of inheritance, a secret passed down in his family. However, such inheritances vary in quality. If it were of a lesser caliber, then 3,000 spirit stones would not be worth it. He had always held a significant reputation in the vicinity of the blood-crying ancient river, and at this moment, he was reluctant to take risks. You needn't concern yourself with that, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly. The black beads were something only he recognized, their value far surpassing mere spirit stones in his eyes. They were the remnants of Meng Ying's heart-wrenching lament by the blood-crying ancient river. Otherwise, her blood and tears would not have mingled with her life's martial inheritance. After becoming immersed in the blood-crying ancient river, Meng Ying would surely frequent the ancient river to see him. Yet 3,000 years had passed, and he could only remain submerged in blood, unable to hear her. 3,000 spirit stones. Give me that item, Li Muyu instructed the elder in black. The elder, grinning slyly, regarded Li Muyu as if he were a fool in his eyes. If Li Feng, that elder, deemed the item unworthy, then it surely lacked the value of 3,000 spirit stones. This boy was clearly trying to save face. Many shared his sentiments near the blood-crying ancient river. Yu Rongfei stood anxiously beside Li Muyu, striving to discern something from the black beads. However, he could see nothing, as they were obscured by battle scars. Hey, what is it exactly? Are you not just throwing your money away? Look, even Li Feng hasn't made another bid. 3,000 spirit stones is certainly too high. This item isn't worth that much, he muttered, convinced that 3,000 spirit stones were excessive. It's not some trinket. I'm merely enjoying spending spirit stones for fun. It's just a whimsical indulgence, Li Muyu remarked, weighing the black beads in his hand and chuckling, exuding an air of carefree wealth. You, spendthrift! Mu Rongyun exclaimed, speechless with indignation. As a core disciple, he was acutely aware of how several elders scrimped on resources and spirit stones, often foregoing basic necessities. He could feel the embarrassment of such frugality, yet this fellow was simply squandering money for amusement. The other merchants by the blood-crying ancient river regarded Li Muyu with the eyes of a predator sizing up a plump lamb. Meanwhile, the saintess of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui, widened her eyes in disbelief. This lad had borrowed money from her merely to play? To spend frivolously? Had it not been for her composure, she would have liked to strike him down with her sword. My dear lady, how about I gift you this black bead? Li Muyu gently grasped the black beads, and a beautiful seal formed upon them. The 7 black beads intertwined with black threads, creating a stunning pendant. Huh. Fei Shui looked at the somewhat uncouth boy before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Are we acquainted? A precious sword deserves a beautiful companion. This exquisite pendant is naturally meant for a lady. The quality of a sword is reflected in its pendant. Affixing this pendant to your Xianyu sword will enhance its sharpness significantly, Li Muyu assured her. Haha, nonsense. There has never been such a thing. Yi Xian laughed heartily from the side, incredulous that a mere country bumpkin could woo a saintess. This was the most shameless pickup line he had ever heard. I have never heard of it either. Li Feng scoffed. Though he suspected the black beads were extraordinary, he had never heard of them being used as a pendant. You can try it yourself. Your Xianyu sword is merely a totemic manifestation of the Xianyu divine sword, lacking true sharpness. However, if paired with this pendant, Your Xianyu sword can unleash sword radiance. Li Muyu moved the black beads forward again. Being Meng Ying's inheritance, they were meant to be returned to her disciple. Then I shall give it a try, Fei Shui said softly, her gaze fixed on the black beads, finding them remarkably alluring. Girls possess an innate immunity to beautiful things, especially when it comes to merely trying them out. With nimble fingers, she took the 7 beads and affixed them to her Xianyu sword. A beam of sword radiance enveloped the blade. Indeed, sword radiance has manifested. This pendant is truly remarkable, Fei Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Li Muyu smiled silently. The Xianyu sword was a fraction of the Xianyu divine sword. As the possessor of the Xianyu divine sword, Meng Ying's 7 beads would undoubtedly endow the Xianyu sword with greater power. Thank you, Fei Shui said, pursing her lips, her curiosity about this seemingly rustic boy piqued. No trouble at all. I have plenty of money to spare, it's merely a whim, so you needn't worry, Li Muyu declared grandly. Yurong Fei felt as though he could strangle him from behind. The sword sect's sacred ground was practically destitute, yet this fellow was throwing spirit stones around carelessly. Wei Yixin's face turned ashen with rage. Fei Shui, the saintess of the Xianyu sword sect, whom he had long wished to pursue, was now being courted by this country bumpkin. As these thoughts churned in his mind, he exchanged a glance with Li Feng. Ah, it seems the young man Li Muyu is brimming with spirit. How about we stroll together? It would also serve as a test of our respective discernment skills, Li Feng suggested with a cold smirk. Sure. Our sword sect's sacred ground is affluent. I came here merely to spend money for fun, so I'll accompany you. Li Muyu grinned, casually popping a ginseng fruit into his mouth, savoring its delightful sweetness. Haha, the sword sect's sacred ground certainly boasts substantial financial resources, Li Feng mockingly retorted, well aware that the elders of the sword sect had been scraping by, nearly impoverished for their disciples' training. Please, lead the way. The real excitement lies ahead. Li Feng gritted his teeth, sneering. The area near the blood-crying ancient river was where countless sects became frenzied, where many sword-wielding youths soared to greatness, while others fell into despair, plunging into the river, haunted by terrifying battle scars. Li Muyu, do not venture any further. That is not a place for us to play. It is the Spirit Stone Zone, the true gambling grounds. Without genuine skill in gambling stones, no amount of spirit stones will save you from a tragic fate, Mu Rongfei cautioned, noticing Li Feng leading Li Muyu toward a perilous location. He felt a surge of alarm. This rustic youth was truly beyond redemption, now intending to compare his discerning eye with a seasoned veteran like Li Feng. If he did not intervene, this rustic boy would surely meet his doom. Let him play whatever tricks he wishes. I shall follow suit, Li Muyu replied with a nonchalant smile. Ha! A talented youth from the sword sect's sacred ground. Since this young man wishes to play, let us observe whether our esteemed Fei Hong sword sect's offerings prevail over the sword sect's youthful swordsman, Yixin loudly derided. In his mind, no one in the vicinity of the blood-crying ancient river could rival Li Feng in the art of antique appraisal, let alone a self-proclaimed rustic youth. Let us see. Today promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Li Feng is quite renowned by the blood-crying ancient river. Indeed, he has achieved prominence within the Fei Hong sword sect. This youth is bound to embarrass himself. Not just embarrassment. Many who arrived here brimming with confidence left with faces full of despair, some even contemplating suicide. Indeed, the stakes at the gambling stones can either lead to soaring success or a descent into the abyss. The murmurs of skepticism persisted, with little faith in Li Muyu's prospects. Li Muyu listened to their words, chuckling inwardly. The mundane are trapped in their own assumptions, replacing others' thoughts with their own. This is the very reason for their mediocrity. However, when his gaze swept over the rows of stones, he could not help but pause in astonishment. He had to admit that the passage of time had birthed new talents. After 3,000 years, someone had actually dredged up treasures from the depths of the blood-crying ancient river. Spirit stone treasures, and no wonder the area around the blood-crying ancient river was so bustling. With such treasures, it would be unimaginable for it not to thrive. Upon seeing the spirit stone treasures, Li Muyu understood the murmurs around him. Once the treasures were salvaged from the blood-crying ancient river, their true nature became difficult to discern, often muddled with excessive debris and silt, even mixed with various chaotic items. Had he not awakened from 3,000 years ago, standing before these spirit stone treasures would have left him utterly bewildered. Hee, so this is the spirit stone treasure. Have you ever seen one? Li Feng sneered, his triangular eyes gleaming with malice. The spirit stone treasure was the most renowned item near the blood-crying ancient river. If one possessed discernment, finding a piece of the spirit stone treasure could be worth thousands of spirit stones. In this regard, he was an expert. I have never seen one before, but I have no problem playing along with you. Li Muyu chuckled, tossing a ginseng fruit into his mouth. The origins of the spirit stone treasures were complex. Unfortunately, all he had encountered were wealth from foreign races. Had he not spent 3,000 years learning swordsmanship in exotic lands, recognizing these spirit stone treasures would have been quite a challenge. Yet at this moment, it all felt remarkably simple. Haha, that is the best joke I've heard today in this blood-crying ancient river. Only you can speak so boldly to me, Li Feng sneered. Mu Rongfei watched in alarm as Li Muyu genuinely engaged with Li Feng, feeling a surge of panic. He was Li Muyu's sword attendant and could not allow any harm to befall him. Let us return. The sword sect's sacred ground truly lacks the funds to indulge you. Mu Rongfei practically dragged Li Muyu away. Suddenly, a figure swiftly blocked Mu Rongfei's path. Yi Xian sneered, "You may leave, but here, by the blood-crying ancient river, shout 3 times that the sword sect's sacred ground surrenders, and I, Yi Xian, will gladly let you go." Mu Rongfei's movements froze immediately. As a disciple of the sword sect's sacred ground, he had always taken it upon himself to uphold the honor of the sect. Following Mu Rongfei's suggestion was entirely out of the question. Chapter 12. The Bet, Fear not, for I am here. Since we have ventured out, we cannot return empty-handed, Li Muyu said with a smile, giving Mu Rongfei a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He possessed sufficient knowledge regarding the spiritual stone treasures, especially since he had personally witnessed this batch, with some items being quite familiar to him. Ha! Keep dreaming. You must know just how valuable the spiritual stones in the sword sect's holy land truly are. We disciples dare not spend frivolously, while you indulge in such extravagance. Mu Rongfei muttered, recalling that even during his days as a prodigy, he had refrained from careless spending. The carefree attitude of this rustic youth caused him great distress. Li Muyu nodded in agreement. Understanding Mu Rongfei's sentiments 30,000 years ago, he would have certainly dismissed the notion of spiritual stones as trivial, but now, without them, he felt his path to cultivation was bleak. The adage, a hero cannot thrive on a pittance, rang true. Li Muyu, would you dare to wager with us? At this moment, Yi Xian stood up and declared. Behind him, Li Feng remained silent, his gaze icy and smug, evidently confident of victory. Wager? How do we wager? Li Muyu inquired, unfamiliar with the rules of such a bet and seeking clarification. Ha ha, you are indeed a naive bumpkin from the mountains, utterly oblivious to the concept of wagering. Yi Xian laughed heartily, for anyone who had come to this blood-soaked ancient river would surely know what a wager entailed. His ignorance clearly indicated that this poorly dressed fellow had never set foot here nor heard of the rules of wagering. He was a complete novice. What is a wager? Li Muyu turned to ask Mu Rongfei. Mu Rongfei shook his head. I have never dared to come to this place. How would I know what a wager is? Whatever the method, it cannot be anything good. You should just leave. Li Muyu was entirely unaware of the situation regarding the spiritual stone treasures, having come from a family of hunters in the mountains. Haha, 2 bumpkins who don't even know what a wager is. This is too amusing. Yi Xian laughed even harder. In this realm of spiritual stone treasures, what could these 2 Na'vi fellows possibly accomplish? Li Feng shared a disdainful smile behind him. Indeed, they are complete novices. Novices in this place certainly cannot prevail. I would turn and leave. At this point, face matters little. We should simply walk away. Why not just shout 3 times that the sword sect's holy land is inferior to the Feihong sword sect? You are not a sword cultivator. You cannot possibly comprehend how much honor sword cultivators place on their sect. A cacophony of discussions ensued, with some suggesting that Li Muyu and Mu Rongfei should leave, while others deemed it better to concede outright. Almost unanimously, it was believed that in this realm of spiritual stone treasures, the 2 were no match for Li Feng, whose reputation loomed large. Li Muyu's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, saying, "Explain what a wager is. If you refuse, we shall take our leave." He feigned to walk away but remained rooted to the spot. "Very well, I shall enlighten you, lest you remain in ignorance," Yi Xian scoffed. "It is simply this. Both our sword sect and yours will seek out spiritual stone treasures, and we shall wager. If both parties find their treasures, it is a draw. If your side fails to find theirs, we win. Furthermore, you will owe us treasures of equivalent value. And if we find ours while you do not, Yi Xian inquired. Heh, is that even a possibility? Should you win, we would naturally compensate you with the same value of spiritual stones, but I doubt that will happen, Yi Xian sneered, mocking the idea that two country bumpkins could emerge victorious. Then let us commence. I am eager to witness the prowess of the esteemed appraisal clan, Li Muyu replied coldly. The appraisal clan had not existed 30,000 years ago. This was a new lineage. Hee, for a youth like you, experiencing this will surely leave an indelible mark on your memory. Li Feng sneered, having been humiliated by Li Muyu earlier. He anticipated that within this realm of spiritual stone treasures, the youth would regret opposing him. You certainly have a way with words. Let us begin. Li Muyu, uninterested in Li Feng's expressions, gestured for the proceedings to commence. Good. Let the witnesses present observe. This is a wager, and any party that resorts to trickery shall face consequences, Li Feng stated, bowing slightly to the elderly onlookers. Li Muyu noticed the elders seated in a concealed area, clearly the guardians of this spiritual stone treasure realm. Their cultivation appeared equal to that of the Grand Elder Wu Moyu, suggesting they held considerable authority in ensuring fairness. We shall ensure impartiality. Whichever side loses must compensate the other with treasures of double the value. Should this not be fulfilled, the penalty is death. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows, its tone unforgiving. Hee, the Feihong sword sect trusts your integrity. We eagerly await the outcome, Li Feng remarked with a cold smile, casting a sinister glance at Li Muyu. Beware not to strain your neck from laughing too hard, Li Muyu retorted, mirroring his cold smile. You young one shall soon find your optimism misplaced, Li Feng warned through clenched teeth, a sinister grin plastered on his face. Li Muyu chose silence, stepping into the realm of spiritual stone treasures to begin his selection. Simultaneously, Li Feng entered the same domain, leisurely examining the treasures, occasionally tapping and knocking, exuding confidence. Morong Fei, filled with anxiety, dared not follow, instead keeping a watchful eye on Li Muyu. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, the saintess of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui, curiously observed Li Muyu, wondering where this youth found the audacity to challenge Li Feng. It was evidently a wager with no chance of victory. Li Muyu surveyed the spiritual stone treasures before him, furrowing his brow. These treasures seemed different from those 30,000 years ago, though he could not pinpoint the exact differences. Could it be the passage of time? He pondered, picking up a small, pebble-like spiritual stone. The foreign markings upon it indicated that it belonged to the same batch as those from years gone by. I shall choose this one, he decided internally, casually lifting the chosen spiritual stone. This one is priced at 50 spiritual stones, announced an elderly overseer nearby. 50 spiritual stones? Li Muyu exclaimed, taken aback by the price. After 30,000 years, the value of these stones had skyrocketed. What once held little worth now seemed precious. Indeed, 50 spiritual stones. The larger ones are even more valuable. You likely did not foresee this, did you? Young man, this realm of spiritual stone treasures is beyond your grasp. While you still possess spiritual stones, it would be wise to apologize and leave. The elder, his deep-set eyes scanning Li Muyu, clearly deemed him unfit for such a gamble. Thank you for your concern, but I do not believe I will lose, Li Muyu replied with a smile, then promptly handed the small spiritual stone to the elder. This is my selection. Please open it for inspection. On the other side, Li Feng had also chosen a larger spiritual stone, confidently placing 1,000 spiritual stones on the table and striding over with supreme self-assurance. Haha, it's evident you are a bumpkin. To select such a piece guarantees your defeat. Li Feng sneered, glancing disdainfully at Li Muyu's chosen stone. Noticing Li Feng's reaction, Li Muyu paused momentarily. Did Li Feng harbor some insight regarding the stone he held? Was there a hidden trick at play? Let us cut it open. This spiritual stone must be extraordinary, Li Feng declared, handing his stone to the elder with unwavering confidence. Li Muyu hesitated for a moment, sensing an unsettling feeling within him. After 3 decades of rebirth, it seemed there were aspects he had not anticipated, such as the peculiarities of the spiritual stone he held. Something felt off, yet he could not articulate it. Let us also open mine, he said, extending his pebble towards the elder. Very well, I shall unveil these for you and serve as an impartial witness, the elder with deep-set eyes replied, extending a finger to slice into Li Feng's spiritual stone. Whoosh! A beam of spiritual light shot forth, revealing a dazzling spiritual stone before the onlookers. Impressive! Truly, the undefeated Li Feng. The members of the appraisal clan are remarkable. What kind of spiritual stone could this be? Indeed, it could be a light spirit stone, a blood chi spirit stone, or even a critical hit spirit stone? If it is a critical hit spirit stone, its value would soar. Yes, if it is a critical hit spirit stone, many would go mad trying to acquire it. A light spirit stone is also commendable. It enhances the speed of sword cultivators. What use is speed? It pales in comparison to the damage of a critical hit spirit stone. Is there a difference between killing someone in 3 strikes and finishing them in 1? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Regardless of age or affiliation, all were intrigued by the spiritual stones. The realm of spiritual stone treasures buzzed with activity. Listening to the various discussions around him, Li Muyu felt a flicker of surprise. He realized that over the span of 30,000 years, much had changed. New terminology had emerged. Spiritual stones were now classified into various types: blood chi spirit stones, critical hit spirit stones, and light spirit stones, among others, none of which had existed in the past. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of interest. If things were still as they were 30,000 years ago, it would indeed be rather dull. Chapter 13. The unexpected murmuring a beckoning gesture to Morong Fei. I urged the young swordsman to hasten his approach. What are chi blood spirit stones? Critical hit spirit stones? Light spirit stones? Li Muyu inquired. Ah, you are entirely ignorant of these? Morong Fei regarded Li Muyu as if he were a curious specimen. Such renowned spirit stones, and this fellow knew nothing of them. How could he dare to gamble on stones? I do not know, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly. I am hardly a deity. The ancient bronze coffin has lain dormant by the blood-soaked ancient river for 30,000 years. How could I possibly be aware of the changes occurring beyond? It was merely the 2nd day of his rebirth. The light spirit stone enhances one's agility, he continued. The chi blood spirit stone bolsters the vitality within the body. The critical hit spirit stone is the favorite among us sword cultivators, for prolonged use of this stone augments the might of our sword techniques. As Morong Fei explained, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes at the mention of the critical hit spirit stone, clearly enamored by its allure. Could it be that Li Feng has actually discovered a critical hit spirit stone? If so, you stand to incur significant losses. Morong Fei expressed his concern. Li Muyu's gaze shifted towards Li Feng. It is a light spirit stone, and a rather sizable one at that. Alas, it is merely a light spirit stone. It holds little value. Even of little worth, it must still be worth 4,000 to 5,000 spirit coins, does it not? Indeed, the light spirit stone is not without its expense. As Li Muyu observed the light spirit stone, he noted its inherently light properties, reminiscent of a flying goose, hence its appellation. It seemed that over the span of 30 millennia, the nature of these spirit stones had undergone considerable transformation. They were not as they had been 3,000 years ago. Perhaps this was due to the bloodshed and scars left by the myriad races in battle, resulting in various peculiar alterations. The light spirit stone is appraised at 4,500 spirit coins. The elder with deep-set eyes swiftly announced a price. Li Feng nodded in agreement, casting a sinister glance at Li Muyu. Heh, pay up. You have lost. Li Muyu frowned but surrendered the spirit stones he possessed. Let us see what I have before we continue this discussion. Whoosh. The elder swiftly separated Li Muyu's spirit stones, revealing nothing but stone debris. How can this be? Li Muyu shook his head in disbelief. The imprints clearly indicated that this was part of the spirit stones from 30,000 years ago. Haha, a bumpkin dares to gamble on stones? This is amusing. Our light spirit stone is worth 4,500 spirit coins. What a loss. Yi Xin scoffed, relishing in Li Muyu's misfortune. I have long said you are not cut out for stone gambling. Do you not realize that no one dares to venture here in the sacred land of the sword sect? 9 out of 10 lose, Morong Fei lamented, fully aware that Li Muyu had only 5,000 spirit coins left, a sum borrowed from the saintess of the Xinyu sect, Fei Shui. Spendthrift, Morong Fei labeled Li Muyu as such. Meanwhile, the Xinyu sect saintess, Fei Shui, shook her head in disbelief, finding Li Muyu's ignorance appalling. How could one who did not even understand the properties of spirit stones engage in gambling? Was he unaware that 9 out of 10 lose? The elder with deep-set eyes turned to Li Muyu and remarked coolly, Young man, you ought to present the 4,500 spirit coins. Should you fail to do so, your life shall be forfeit here. His tone was devoid of warmth, as if he had long grown accustomed to the life and death scenarios and emotional indifference within this realm of spirit stones. Heh, Li Muyu, 4,500 spirit coins, please? Yi Xian sneered. 4,500 spirit coins. Here you go. Li Muyu handed over the specified amount to the elder without hesitation. This young man's loss is a foregone conclusion. In this place, 9 out of 10 lose. Moreover, this young man is blind to the danger of betting against Li Feng. He exhibits remarkable audacity, yet to gamble against Li Feng is sheer folly. Heh, this youth appears clever, yet his actions are irrational. Unable to bear it any longer, Morong Fei watched Li Muyu's predicament unfold. He had accompanied Li Muyu, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events. Those 4,500 spirit coins were not earned effortlessly. They were painstakingly saved by the 6 elders of the sword sect. If that old man were to discover that these spirit coins were squandered in such fashion, he would likely flay both Li Muyu and Morong Fei alive. Li Muyu, however, paid no heed to Morong Fei's lamentations. Instead, he remained fixated on the pile of stone debris, for he felt something amiss. Having lived through 30,000 years, he was intimately familiar with the ancient artifacts. How could they appear thus? How could he have lost to Li Feng? May I examine the open stones? Li Muyu gestured towards the debris. The elder with deep-set eyes scrutinized Li Muyu for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. Upon closer inspection of the debris, Li Muyu discerned that the remnants bore no resemblance to the marks from 30,000 years prior. It seemed they had been previously tampered with. Had they been opened before? A sudden realization struck Li Muyu. He understood why he had sensed something off when first encountering this spirit stone treasure. Now it was clear. The treasure had been pilfered by someone from this region, and then the stones were filled with debris to masquerade the theft. An ingenious ruse indeed. I wish to gamble once more. Do you dare? Li Muyu fixed his gaze upon Yixian, a playful smirk dancing in his eyes. Heh, you truly are audacious, bumpkin. If you dare to gamble, let us do so. But how about paying double this time? Yixian retorted with a sneer, having noted that Li Muyu possessed only 500 spirit coins. Should Li Muyu lose, he would be unable to pay, and thus his life would belong to Yixian. Double is insufficient. Let us wager 5 times. Without 5 times, I shall not engage in this gamble. Li Muyu declared. Now that he understood the underlying deceit, he had no intention of allowing Yixian to have an easy victory. Yixian was momentarily taken aback. 5 times? He was genuinely startled by Li Muyu's boldness and could only glance at Li Feng for support. Heh, this young man is utterly reckless. Since you insist on 5 times, I shall oblige. Li Feng sneered, viewing this as a self-destructive path for the young lad. 5 times? This youth must surely be deranged. Indeed, once one enters this spirit stone treasure, it is hard not to act impulsively. This is not the moment for such folly. It could lead to death. This place is ruled by the black market. If one cannot produce the funds, it would spell great trouble. Fools are undaunted. 5 times, and no one dares to play this game with Li Feng. Beside Li Muyu, Morong Fei gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless. This bumpkin truly dared to do anything. 5 times? Did he even possess any spirit coins? If he could not pay, he would undoubtedly lose his life in this black market. The delicate visage of Saintess Fei Shui bore an expression of exasperation. She had initially intended to inquire how Li Muyu knew that incantation, for those few words had enabled her to practice the Xianyu sword technique with newfound clarity. Over the years, she had struggled with the technique, sensing something amiss but unable to rectify it. Yet, Li Muyu's words had illuminated her understanding. However, at this moment, she felt that the young man's chances of survival were slim. The area by the blood-soaked ancient river was under the control of the mysterious black market, and even the Xianyu sect held a wary regard for its power. Youth, reconsider your actions. At this juncture, I can intercede on your behalf and allow you to withdraw. I am the overseer of the black market and would prefer not to witness a vibrant life extinguished here. The elder with deep-set eyes addressed Li Muyu, evidently believing that the young man was acting rashly. If Li Muyu were willing to turn back, he could provide an opportunity. Were it anyone else, he would not have bothered. But this particular youth evoked a sense of goodwill in him, prompting his offer. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but my resolve remains unshaken, Li Muyu replied with a smile. Very well, then the 2 parties shall commence selecting their spirit stones, the elder stated indifferently. The black market had its own rules, and he would not interfere. Haha, I shall choose first. Young man, cherish the fleeting moments before you. You have but a short time left. Li Feng mocked. Is that so? You are rather overconfident. Be cautious of the repercussions, Li Muyu replied coolly. Senior, may I inquire where the discarded debris or worthless spirit stones are? I wish to search there, as you know. I possess only 500 spirit coins, Li Muyu inquired with a smile. Having suffered once, he understood that the spirit stones before him had likely been tampered with by the black market. Thus, it would be more prudent to seek out those deemed worthless. Haha, I have heard it all. Truly a bumpkin. Yi Xian laughed uproariously, incredulous that Li Muyu would seek treasure among the refuse. That would be over there, the black market elder responded coldly. Li Muyu nodded and proceeded. Everywhere he looked, there was a sea of stone debris. It appeared devoid of any spirit stones. Cracked at a sound of shattering resonated. A massive stepping stone emerged from above the debris, clearly situated beside the blood-soaked ancient river, its surface slightly muddy, serving as a stepping aid. Imprints. A mere glance set Li Muyu's heart racing. Yes, these were the marks from 30,000 years ago, untouched by human hands. Senior, I am interested in these. May I inquire about their value? Li Muyu casually gestured towards the large, stepping stone surrounded by a vast array of debris. You want this debris? Even the black market elder, typically composed, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Li Muyu's words. How foolish could one be? Was there truly treasure among the debris? Even the largest heap of stone debris could hardly yield anything worthwhile, especially with a stepping stone included. The elder had lost all interest in the dull black stone. 10 spirit coins for this. The rest is worthless, he declared disdainfully. Chapter 14. Quintuple compensation. Upon hearing such trivial matters, Li Muyu couldn't help but chuckle lightly. If he were to unearth this stepping stone from the treasure trove of refined spirit stones, it would diminish the thrill of the discovery. Acquiring such a substantial stepping stone for merely 10 spirit stones was nothing short of a windfall. Morong Fei, come here and help me move this stone. Li Muyu assessed the stepping stone, which weighed at least 500 pounds. As a mere martial apprentice at the first level, he found himself unable to lift it. What? Move a stone? Which one? Morong Fei exclaimed, nearly retracting his neck at the sight of the stepping stone. How could he be seen alongside this country bumpkin? It was, after all, a stepping stone. With so many onlookers in the black market, this eccentric was actually doing this. Hurry up. Do you think I relish being the butt of a joke for others? Li Muyu glared at Morong Fei. Cough, cough. Morong Fei cleared his throat, vowing inwardly that he would never accompany Li Muyu again. Feeling utterly humiliated, a sword vain waste, he lacked strength, and lifting the massive stepping stone alongside Li Muyu left him drenched in sweat, both of them making a squelching sound as they moved. Just a clown. Li Feng merely cast a glance before losing interest. However, Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, watching with amusement. Tio him. These two sword sect youths appeared like monkeys in a performance, providing him great entertainment. And let us take these fragments too. Li Muyu grinned as he gathered the leftover stone debris. If they wished to laugh, he would give them more to laugh about. Do we really need these fragments too? Morong Fei mumbled, yet he remained silent, bowing his head to collect the piles of stone debris. His face was flushed with embarrassment, feeling that being with Li Muyu was truly torturous. He was utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Fei Shui of the Xianyu sect looked on in astonishment, utterly perplexed. Was this Li Muyu truly a fool or merely feigning ignorance? What treasure could possibly be found among the stone debris? The fragments had already been sifted through by others. This is all we have. It has already been selected. Li Muyu proclaimed confidently as he sat down, a smile plastered on his face while gazing at Yi Xian. Beside him, Morong Fei was utterly exhausted, slumped in a manner devoid of dignity. A heap of stone debris lay before Li Muyu. Could you please unravel these for me, esteemed elder? Li Muyu asked with a smile. Having purchased such a significant stepping stone for 10 spirit stones, he knew that if the elder were to realize he had ulterior motives, he would surely be displeased. Now was the time to feign ignorance, appearing as if he were merely relying on luck. This is simply too much, the elder grimaced, clearly taken aback. The sheer number of stone fragments was overwhelming. Haha, let us start with mine first. This piece is extraordinary, Li Feng interjected, presenting a piece of black spirit stone treasure. This particular spirit stone was ancient in appearance, truly remarkable. This must be a fine item. What Li Feng found must indeed be something special. If it's small enough, we could purchase it. Indeed, if it's a critical spirit stone, we could all buy in. It must be a critical spirit stone. It has been ages since one has surfaced. A stir of excitement rippled through the surrounding sword cultivators, all eyes drawn to the spirit stone treasure in Li Feng's possession, while Li Muyu and Morong Fei were overlooked entirely. They were merely two lucky bumpkins, hoping to strike gold. Whooshed, A surge of spiritual energy shot forth, filling the air with a palpable intensity. This is a critical spirit stone. Its value must be at least 10,000 spirit stones. Incredible. It's been so long since a critical spirit stone has appeared. Indeed, a critical spirit stone, a truly remarkable find. A rare critical spirit stone indeed. An uproar ensued among the spectators. Li Muyu too gazed intently at the fist-sized critical spirit stone. Narrowing his eyes slightly at it was evident that this spirit stone had undergone a transformation after being steeped in the ancient blood river for 30,000 years. Its power was clearly beyond that of an ordinary spirit stone. Today's spirit stones had surpassed those of 30 millennia ago. In terms of attributes, they were already tenfold superior. Haha, I never expected to genuinely find a critical spirit stone this time. This is truly splendid. Li Feng laughed heartily, aware that critical spirit stones were highly sought after in this sword domain. Even some sword sects struggled to acquire them. Discovering one amid the spirit stone treasures filled him with pride. Youth, you have lost. The elder of the black market fixed his gaze on Li Muyu, believing the outcome to be clear. As for the so-called treasures Li Muyu had unearthed from the stone debris, he deemed it unnecessary to investigate further. Indeed, Li Feng has uncovered a critical spirit stone. This youth has undoubtedly lost. How could one possibly win against Li Feng in a stone gamble? He is bound to lose, and quite miserably at that. Li Muyu, was it? Yi Xian, will inform the sword sect's holy land to prepare your coffin, for you are one of their own. Haha. Yi Xian sneered. Li Muyu, however, was too weary to pay her any heed. He pointed at the enormous stepping stone on the ground and addressed the black market elder. Esteemed elder, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Let us cut this stone open first and then speak. Is there even a need to unravel this black stepping stone? The elder, with deep bags under his eyes, cast a cold glance at the stone, which he encountered daily, never believing it concealed any spirit stones. Hee, just cut it open. Why waste words? Li Muyu reiterated. Fine, I shall unveil it for you, so you may understand that spirit stones are not merely a matter of luck. The elder, his irritation mounting, was becoming increasingly resentful of this youth who refused to heed reason. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly began the process, turning to Li Muyu as he did so. Now, you should be disheartened. Whoosh, a flurry of spiritual light erupted. My heavens, a critical spirit stone. This one is exceptionally hefty. Is this for real? A critical spirit stone of such size? This is my first time witnessing such a thing. Incredible. This lad has struck gold. This critical spirit stone is dozens of times larger than Li Feng's. Astonishing, truly astonishing. The elder stared in shock at the massive critical spirit stone he had just unearthed, a stone he had tread upon daily, weighing a full 500 pounds. And it was a critical spirit stone. He recalled that he had sold such a monumental treasure for merely 10 spirit stones, and the realization struck him like a dagger to the heart. How could he have overlooked this? Esteemed elder, I kindly request that you unveil the entirety of this stepping stone to ascertain whether it is pure spirit stone. Li Muyu spoke calmly, for such a colossal piece weighing 500 pounds might not consist solely of critical spirit stones. There could be other elements at play. Very well, I too wish to see. The elder ground his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly robbed by this shabby youth who had stumbled upon such fortune. 10 spirit stones? The thought of it made him feel as if he were being gutted. With a swift motion, a massive critical spirit stone was revealed in the area. The explosive spiritual energy radiated outward, drawing countless sword cultivators to the scene. Critical spirit stones were coveted by every sword sect. My goodness, this fellow has struck it rich. 10 spirit stones for such a colossal critical spirit stone. I wonder if there are more treasures hidden within those fragments. Indeed, what luck. 10 spirit stones, and he has uncovered such a large critical spirit stone. 10 spirit stones, truly 10. His luck is nothing short of miraculous. Various exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Morong Fei, standing dumbfounded nearby, finally regained his senses. At this moment, he was practically drooling, realizing that obtaining this massive critical spirit stone meant he had a share of it, as the sect had an agreement. The spoils would be divided 70-30, meaning the sword sect's holy land was entitled to a portion of the critical spirit stone. Fei Shui of the Xianyu sword sect also lingered her gaze on the critical spirit stone for quite some time, aware that her sect had been seeking critical spirit stones to enhance their core disciple swordsmanship. However, critical spirit stones seemed to be in high demand everywhere, and she never expected that this youth would unearth one in this place for merely 10 spirit stones. Whoosh! Another surge of spiritual light emerged. Li Muyu, unable to help but glance at the sudden flash, realized that the black market elder, unwilling to accept defeat, had once again rummaged through the stone debris, unearthing another fist-sized critical spirit stone. This small critical spirit stone, though unexpected, was purely a stroke of luck. However, it could not compare to the larger one found earlier. Is this a joke? There are so many treasures hidden among the debris. 10 spirit stones yielded 2 critical spirit stones? The smallest of those critical spirit stones must be worth at least 18,000 spirit stones. From debris, mind you. It came from stone debris. Are there any more fragments? I want to search too. This luck is unbelievable. Li Feng stood utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the enormous critical spirit stone, his lips trembling. He had searched that very area of stone debris, never imagining that a large critical spirit stone could be concealed there. At that moment, he regretted his earlier nonchalance, wishing he could slap himself several times. Now, he was outdone by a country bumpkin youth who had the audacity to gamble against him, a quintuple wager. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he looked once more at the hefty 500-pound critical spirit stone, shivering at the realization. The quintuple wager meant he would have to pay Li Muyu, this bumpkin youth, 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. 2,500 pounds. Such a quantity would undoubtedly cause the Fei Hong sword sect great distress. Yi Xian's face drained of color as she racked her brain, unable to comprehend how Li Muyu could possess such incredible luck. The thought of having to compensate him with 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones left her feeling queasy. Cough, cough. A gentle cough echoed, bringing silence to the crowd as all eyes turned towards the coughing Li Muyu. Had he coughed earlier, no one would have paid him any mind. But now, a youth with 500 pounds of critical spirit stones commanded the attention of every sword cultivator present. Even the black market elder regarded Li Muyu with a dejected expression. Esteemed elder, let us not forget my wager with Li Feng, the quintuple wager. Li Muyu said with a beaming smile, pointing at the now pallid Li Feng and Yi Xian. What he had acquired in critical spirit stones was merely the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure lay in the quintuple compensation. The previous wager had incited his anger, and now he was determined to reclaim both his losses and profits. The elder of the black market finally recalled that he needed to ensure fairness in this matter, as he had been momentarily blinded by the allure of 500 pounds of critical spirit stones. As Li Muyu's words settled, a wave of commotion erupted. Indeed, Li Feng has lost. Incredible, a quintuple wager, and Li Feng has lost. What a fortuitous day to witness such an event. This is a tale to boast about for a year. This youth's luck is unstoppable. Li Feng has truly stumbled this time. He has fallen into a pit. 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones will surely cause him great pain. Indeed, gambling stones often leads to losses, and Li Feng is no exception. Gasps of astonishment shifted from the spirit stones to Li Feng, the once mighty figure of the Blood River, now humbled by an unknown youth. Li Feng, you are well aware of the black market's rules. Thus, you must provide 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones as compensation. The black-eyed elder's tone turned frigid, his mood sour as he addressed Li Feng. In his heart, he cursed Li Feng. Had it not been for his incessant provocation of the youth, the stepping stone would never have been uncovered, and perhaps the 500 pounds of critical spirit stones would have remained in the black market. Li Feng's face trembled with anxiety. He turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, clearly aware that compensating with 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones would require the Fei Hong sword sect to dig deep into their reserves. He certainly had no intention of parting with even a single critical spirit stone, for in this world, critical spirit stones were immensely valuable. Yi Xian's complexion turned a sickly green. Had she known better, she would never have provoked this extraordinarily lucky Li Muyu. With merely 10 spirit stones, he had managed to procure 500 pounds of critical spirit stones, not to mention the additional fist-sized critical spirit stones found along the way. The Fei Hong sword sect had accumulated some savings over the years, but critical spirit stones were regarded as strategic reserves, and they were never deemed excessive. However, forcing the sect to part with 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones was an entirely different matter. That would be akin to self-mutilation. Chapter 15. A personal favor. Yi Xian, produce the 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. Otherwise, you shall perish in this very place. At this moment, Morong Fei wore a cold smile as he regarded Yi Xian, recalling how Yi Xian had previously obstructed his departure, never anticipating such swift retribution. Remembering Li Mu Yu's astonishing luck, Morong Fei relished the thought. 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones were a rarity in the sacred land of the Sword Sect, where Elder Wu Qi coveted every single pound, wishing to multiply it into 10 pounds to distribute among the disciples. In the sacred land, critical spirit stones were an exceedingly scarce commodity. Tio Morong Fei, Li Mu Yu had seemingly bestowed immense wealth upon the Sword Sect, achieved through a gamble against the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect. Humph, what a stroke of luck. If you have the capability. Yi Xian opened his mouth to propose another wager, but then realized he possessed no critical spirit stones left. Should he gamble again, his father, Yi Wushuang, would likely flay him alive. TCH, you think you're capable of wagering again, huh? Go ahead, I dare you. Morong Fei grinned maliciously, having previously remained silent, yet now seemed to relish the confrontation as if he were the one gambling against Yi Xian. Humph, a coward hiding behind another's power. Yi Xian's face was cold as he averted his gaze from Morong Fei, instead directing a fierce glare at Li Mu Yu, whose fortune was simply too extraordinary. Yi Xian, within the span of an incense stick, have the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect deliver the 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. Should there be any delay, both of your heads shall fall. That is the rule of the black market. The elder in black spoke coldly. As his words fell, both Yi Xian and Li Feng's expressions darkened, clearly alarmed. Whoosh! Yi Xian unleashed a beam of sword light, evidently sending a message via his flying sword. Behind him, Li Feng stared at the pile of stone debris with an ominous expression, lost in his thoughts. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Mu Yu felt a surge of curiosity. The swordsmanship world had undergone numerous changes over the past 30,000 years. The appraisal family that Li Feng belonged to and the formidable black market were prime examples. The elder's words were ruthless, yet he seemed unafraid of offending the Flying Phoenix Sword Sect. If Li Mu Yu possessed any leverage in this black market, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Clearly, this black market was no ordinary establishment. Morong Fei, what is the situation with this black market? Li Mu Yu turned to inquire of Morong Fei. The black market? It's exceedingly complex, as you know. Following the battle 30,000 years ago, the various clans vied for supremacy, and the bloodshed transformed into a lamenting river of ancient sorrow. Occasionally, treasures or divine weapons would emerge from this river. Or perhaps a corpse or something else would surface, and gradually, a black market formed alongside this river, controlling various transactions. Initially, the black market was rife with chaos, but eventually, several factions united to control it, reaping substantial profits. I can only say that the black market is formidable. Its influence surpasses even that of our sacred land. The forces intertwined with it are numerous, making it a veritable feast for many factions. Thus, the elder's words left Yi Xian with no room for rebuttal. The black market is divided into 3 tiers. Heaven, Earth, and Man. We are in the lowest tier, the Man-S respect region. The Earth and Heaven respect regions are considerably more exclusive and generally not open to outsiders. Morong Fei pointed towards the inner sanctum of the black market and continued. Inside lies the Earth and Heaven respect regions. I only know about the Earth respect region, which only our sect's 6th elder is qualified to enter, while even he lacks the qualifications to enter the Heaven respect region. Listening to these revelations, Li Mu Yu cast a profound glance at the black market, sensing its extraordinary nature. Emerging from the lamenting river with the bronze coffin, he felt as though he were continuing a legacy from 30,000 years ago. The emergence of this black market and the changes in the world led him to believe that some sort of rule governed this realm. It appears that while I was immersed in the lamenting river, some individuals were unwilling to remain in obscurity. He mused quietly to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he resolved to commence his training anew. Aside from Lao Shu, no one knew of his reappearance. Everything would begin anew. Young friend, allow me to notify the Sword Sect on your behalf, so they may send someone to welcome you. And what of these critical spirit stones? A cheerful voice emanated from a deeply bag-eyed elder, whose expression softened as he regarded Li Mu Yu with a hint of reverence. That would be most helpful. Li Mu Yu nodded with a smile. 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones represented a windfall. He glanced around, noting the covetous gazes of the sword cultivators present, acutely aware that as a mere first-level swordsman with a wasteful sword vein, he could not hope to return this precious commodity to the sword sect. This elder was undoubtedly adept at navigating social dynamics, The black market's ability to dominate in a realm so rife with sword sect influence spoke volumes of its shrewd dealings. Hee, merely a small favor. Might I inquire which appraisal family you hail from? I find it hard to believe that your prowess stems solely from luck. The elder with the baggy eyes continued with a genial demeanor, fully aware that Li Feng, a member of an appraisal family, had been bested by this youth. Li Feng, meanwhile, fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Muyu, eager to discern the origins of this young man's appraisal lineage. Though his own family was esteemed within the appraisal realm, he knew there were several formidable hidden families. If this young man hailed from one of those, his defeat would not seem so unjust. Haha, it truly is luck. If it weren't for luck, I wouldn't have lost at the onset, would I? Li Muyu replied cheerfully. Young friend, you always possess such a unique way of speaking. The elder in black chuckled, though the sharpness in his eyes suggested he was not entirely convinced of Li Muyu's good fortune. At that moment, the sound of swords slicing through the air echoed from above. Who dares to gamble stones in this place again? Have you all lost your wits? This is a place I wouldn't dare approach, yet you have the audacity to come here. A thunderous voice rang out from afar, unmistakably belonging to Elder Wu Qi of the Sword Sect. Is it that little brat? Wu Zhua? Or someone else? Step forward, and I guarantee I won't break your legs. A figure descended swiftly, anger radiating from his face, as Elder Wu Qi's hair stood on end, the result of his frantic sprint, leaving him looking disheveled. The crowd parted hastily to create a path for him. Elder Wu Qi, fuming, searched among the throngs for disciples of the Sword Sect. This was not his first visit to the black market. At times, when the disciples faced resource shortages, they would sneak down to gamble stones, only to return empty-handed and with the sect often paying to redeem them. After several such incidents, Wu Qi's hair had turned gray from the stress. He had thus established a rule. Should a disciple lose in the black market, they could be redeemed, but first, a leg must be broken. Of course, this was merely his venting, yet he genuinely wished for the disciples of the Sword Sect to avoid this gambling den. Haha, Elder Wu Qi, it has been a while. You still possess that fiery temper. It truly is unbecoming. The elder with the baggy eyes stepped forward, chuckling, clearly well acquainted with Elder Wu Qi. Ba, Mo Yin, who am I familiar with? Every time I see you, I feel ill-fated. Speak. Which little brat from our Sword Sect gambled again? How much did he lose this time? I demand the return of my spirit stones and the person. At the mention of spirit stones, Wu Qi's eyes turned as red as a rabbit's. Though he mourned the loss of spirit stones, he was far more reluctant to part with the talented disciples of the Sword Sect. Elder Mo Yin observed Wu Qi's irate demeanor with a bemused expression. Wu Qi scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Li Muyu and Morong Fei. His fury erupted. Li Muyu, did you gamble away the 3,000 spirit stones I gave you? Did you lose them all here? He pointed a trembling finger at Li Muyu, his rage palpable. As if fire would erupt from his gaze. 3,000 spirit stones were not something he had willingly given to this unreliable individual. Upon hearing the stingy elder's tone, Li Muyu could only shrug helplessly, wondering how much it must pain him to be so miserly. Wu Qi's exaggerated reaction was beyond comprehension. Wu Qi glared at Li Muyu, his face darkened with anger, before turning his ire towards Morong Fei, shouting, Morong Fei, how could such a good disciple follow this bad influence? In Wu Qi's mind, one thought prevailed, those who are close to ink turn black. Morong Fei was a fine disciple, yet after associating with Li Muyu for merely a day, he had adopted such deplorable behavior. Chapter 16. What? So many critical spirit stones? Morong Fei's face immediately contorted with grievance. What was the connection here? He had been inexplicably berated. The old man from the black market, Mo Yin, merely chuckled silently, observing the sixth elder Wu Qi lose his temper. He was well aware that this sixth elder of the Sword Sect was notoriously stingy, which had led to several confrontations between him and this black market elder. Meanwhile, the sword cultivators in the black market wore grinning expressions, yet they fell silent, each wearing a sly demeanor. Clearly, they were familiar with the sixth elder's temperament, particularly his frequent outbursts directed at Li Muyu and Morong Fei, and they watched with amused expressions. Li Muyu, too, found no desire to explain. He understood that the Sword Sect truly was in dire straits, so much so that they were forced to pawn their trousers for their disciples to cultivate. Otherwise, a sixth elder in charge of finances would not act in such a manner over 3,000 spirit stones. A single coin can thwart even the greatest of heroes. What more for a sect's financial elder? Whoosh! Another swift beam of sword light dashed forth. This beam was incredibly fast and fierce, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust upon landing. It was evident that its owner was in a foul mood. Following closely behind, 5 beams of sword light descended, each belonging to an elder whose faces were dark as thunder, each bearing a substantial amount of critical spirit stones. The intense spiritual energy surged forth, instantly transforming the previously silent scene into a cacophony. The Feihong sword sect has been a sudden rise in wealth these years. Look at how easily they produce 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. Hasn't the Feihong sword sect risen solely due to the prowess of Li Feng? Indeed, while 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones is considerable, it's hardly enough to cause them significant harm. It merely stings a little. True, the Feihong sword sect may not hold a lofty position, yet their cultivation resources are exceedingly abundant. They are a newly emerging power in recent centuries. Who knows? In another 100 years, the sword sect may be supplanted by the Feihong sword sect. Exactly, currently, disciples of the Feihong sword sect face issues in their cultivation. I have heard that each disciple must navigate various difficulties imposed by Wu Qi to receive their critical spirit stones. With the arrival of the Feihong sword sect's 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones, a stir ensued. Critical spirit stones attract attention wherever they appear. Which expert has triumphed over my Feihong sword sect's 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones? Yi Wushuang's pallid face bore no trace of anger. Instead, he clasped his hands toward the crowd, evidently believing that anyone capable of winning those critical spirit stones from his sect would undoubtedly be a disciple from a prestigious appraisal family. After all, the Feihong sword sect had Li Feng, such a formidable master, in its ranks. Whoever could defeat Li Feng was someone he dared not offend lightly. Over the years, he had established the Feihong sword sect with a particular ethos. Although they had lost the critical spirit stones, he was eager to befriend a more formidable disciple from an appraisal family. As long as the wealth from the Blood River did not dwindle, a disciple from an appraisal family could bring immeasurable riches to the Feihong sword sect. Standing beside Li Muyu and Morong Fei, the 6th elder Wu Qi craned his neck, curiously surveying the surroundings, pondering which appraisal family's expert had arrived. If a powerful disciple from a prestigious family were present, he would certainly seek to establish a good rapport. However, the crowd's gaze shifted toward him, all wearing cheerful expressions. What? It was only then that 6th elder Wu Qi realized that nearly everyone around in the black market had their eyes fixed behind him, where stood 2 individuals. Yes, it was the very same Li Muyu and Morong Fei whom he had just berated. This? How could this be possible? He spun around swiftly, staring in astonishment at the shabby-looking Li Muyu, mouth agape, before finally uttering, "Is it you?" Li Muyu nodded nonchalantly. 6th elder, it seems I have not wasted your 3,000 spirit stones. There is no need for you to act this way. He spoke with a grin, not forgetting to pop a ginseng fruit into his mouth. The crunching sound echoed again, a stark contrast to the earlier tension, leaving 6th elder Wu Qi feeling somewhat awkward. His previous ire had been misdirected at this fellow. Humph, if only you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have. So much? Wu Qi huffed, then shifted his focus away from Li Muyu and onto the 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones brought by the Feihong sword sect, nearly cradling them in his arms. At that moment, Yi Wushuang also turned his gaze toward Li Muyu, this youth clad in rags, exuding an air of crassness. How could it be him? Did you all lose the 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones to the Feihong sword sect? Yi Wushuang's face darkened. He glared at his son, Yi Xian, through gritted teeth. Yes, we lost to the Feihong sword sect. That brat simply had the luck of the draw, Yi Xian replied, feeling wronged. This outcome was not what he had anticipated. Yi Wushuang, however, was too disheartened to look at his son. He knew that Yi Xian lacked expertise in stone gambling, and how could Li Feng, a disciple from a prestigious appraisal family, possibly lose? To be defeated by a youth from the mountains? A youth so unrefined. Master Li Feng, what is going on here? Yi Wushuang inquired, perplexed. Li Feng's expression remained cold. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps it was an expert I cannot comprehend, or maybe a disciple from a hidden family. This defeat is utterly baffling. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Yi Wushuang. We have weathered many storms, yet who would have thought we would capsize in such a small ditch? Brother Yi, I apologize. It's nothing. Winning or losing is a common occurrence. Master Li Feng need not feel guilty, he replied casually, though the pain on his face was evident, his gaze turning venomous as it fixated on Li Muyu. Youth, luck cannot sustain you indefinitely. One must know when to stop. Some things may be permissible once, but repeating them could lead to calamity. Talents are easily extinguished. Do you understand? His words dripped with menace and carried a palpable aura of threat. Li Muyu continued to munch on the ginseng fruit, his gaze as calm as ever. He looked at Li Feng and slowly replied, "Those who can speak such words in my presence are fewer than 3, and it is clear you do not qualify. Next time you speak, consider your own weight." As a sword emperor from 30,000 years ago, standing beside the blood river, there were indeed fewer than 3 who could dare to utter such warnings to him. "Yi Wushuang, where do you get the audacity to demand the 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones from us?" Sixth Elder Wu Qi sneered, raising his hand to unleash a streak of flying sword light toward the sword sect. This beam of sword light surged forth like an enraged dragon, echoing with a dragon's roar. What is Wu Qi doing? The flying dragon sword light, a technique employed by the sword sect only in dire emergencies. Unless the sect is under attack, faces a significant upheaval, or has a matter requiring urgent attention, this flying dragon sword light would not be unleashed. Is this really happening? The emergence of the flying dragon sword light sent shockwaves throughout the black market. Mo Yen, an elder of the black market, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Wu Qi from the sword sect, what do you think you are doing? In my black market, there are rules. If you lose, you must compensate with critical spirit stones. Do you really intend to summon the entire sect here?" "Hee. I know that your black market has its rules, but I still believe it would be prudent to call for our sword sect members. After all, these are critical spirit stones. I fear some individuals may not be willing to concede," he said coldly, casting a pointed look at Yixian, clearly indicating whom he referred to. Li Muyu observed the frugal sixth elder, realizing he was truly blinded by greed. His eyes gleamed at the sight of the critical spirit stones. This behavior resembled his own from 30,000 years ago. "What was mine is mine, and none could take it away from me. What is yours may not necessarily be yours, and if I were to seize it, you would have no choice but to comply." Yixian's expression grew colder. Having suffered an inexplicable loss at the sword sect previously, he was now losing 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. While yesterday he had merely lost some face, today he had lost substantial wealth. Critical spirit stones were the most treasured resource of the Feihong sword sect. "Wu Qi, my Feihong sword sect can afford to win or lose. This is 2,500 pounds of critical spirit stones. Please verify and take them." He gestured for the 6 elders behind him to retrieve the critical spirit stones. As the sect leader, he could not stoop to the level of a financial elder like Wu Qi. Rather, he needed to maintain the demeanor of a master. Even if it meant swallowing his pride, he had to do so with a smile at that moment. A multitude of sword lights surged forth from the sword sect. Clearly, a large group of sword cultivators had flown over, their presence strikingly impressive, coloring half the sky a silvery hue. What is this? Are the people from the black market becoming too audacious? Is it not possible to redeem the spirit stones? A thunderous voice rolled in, clearly irate and not in the best of moods. It was none other than Wu Mayu, the grand elder of the sword sect, flanked by a line of elders and young sword cultivators soaring through the air. Their appearance resembled a gathering of bandits. "Ha! The sword sect has lost its noble bearing. Look at this display. It's as if they are a band of robbers. Who could say otherwise? Look at their protective demeanor. It is utterly detestable." The black market wields significant power. Ordinarily, no average sword sect would dare provoke them. Yet, the sword sect seems to have forgotten its place and is ready to engage in conflict, just like before, prepared to seize people. The incoming sword lights were undeniably fierce, clearly prepared for confrontation. Li Muyu turned to Morong Fei and inquired, "Is this the sword sect?" Morong Fei shrugged helplessly. Previously, when senior brother Wu Zhua had no critical spirit stones for cultivation, he gambled here and ended up losing a substantial amount of spirit stones. The sword sect could not produce them in time, and in a fit of rage, Grand Elder Wu Mayu led the sect's brothers here to reclaim what was theirs. "What choice did we have, given the sword sect's poverty? Who is it? Which disciple has been detained? How foolish to dare gamble in such a place. Step forth. I assure you, I won't kill you." Grand Elder Wu Mayu landed, his tone mirroring that of 6th Elder Wu Qi, radiating a promise of not harming that little brat. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone wore amused expressions as they observed Grand Elder Wu Mayu and his companions. Chapter 17. The Bandit Sanctuary, Senior Brother, no disciples were captured. It is merely that we have gained quite a bit this time, which is why I resorted to using the Flying Dragon Sword Light. The 6th Elder, Wu Qi, could not allow the Sword Sect Sanctuary to be ridiculed. Gains? What kind of gains? Wu Mo glanced at the elder of the black market, Mo Yen, who wore a cold, indifferent expression, seemingly quite annoyed with him, leaving him unable to discern anything. It is that Li Mu triumphed over the flying phoenix sword sex Li Feng, and this time we have secured a profit of 2,500 gene of critical spirit stones. ISNT, that's something? Wu Qi exclaimed, gesturing to the heap of critical spirit stones amassed at his feet. Ha ha, truly, the tides of fortune shift. I never expected the flying phoenix sword sect would also suffer a loss of critical spirit stones to us. 2,500 gene, such a treasure. The Grand Elder, Wu Mo, laughed uproariously. He merely cast a glance at the critical spirit stones before turning to Li Mu and inquiring, "Is this what you acquired with 3,000 spirit pearls? Worth it?" Li Mu shook his head lightly. It was 10 spirit pearls. I stumbled upon it by chance, finding 2 critical spirit stones among the rubble, and thus the fools of the flying phoenix sword sect lost, plain and simple. He spoke nonchalantly, casually popping a few ginseng fruits into his mouth. 10 spirit pearls defeated Li Feng? Wu Mo could scarcely believe it. Li Feng was the top appraiser of the flying phoenix sword sect. It was his presence that had enabled the sect to thrive over the years, collecting numerous treasures by the side of the blood-crying ancient river. Such a figure was sought after by any sword sect wishing to establish itself near the ancient river, yet the resources of the sword sect sanctuary were too strained to afford someone like Li Feng. Today, however, it was unimaginable that he would lose to a mere youth, and the stakes were merely 10 spirit pearls. Humph, Wu Mo, your flying phoenix sword sect merely had a stroke of luck. Master Li Feng just happened to misjudge the situation. What is there to be proud of? Yi Wushuang from the flying phoenix sword sect interjected, a coldness creeping into her sickly visage. Haha, a momentary misjudgment is all well and good. May there be more such misjudgments. Wu Mo turned to Li Mu, his face radiating joy. This Li Mu was a waste in the path of the sword, yet his appraising skills were indeed remarkable. Remembering how much this fellow had annoyed them in the past, he now found him exceedingly agreeable in light of the critical spirit stones gathered. Wu Mo, take your people and leave at once. This black market is a place for trade, not a battleground for your sword sect sanctuary, you old dog. Mo Yen, the elder of the black market, barked angrily from the side, clearly displeased with the sword sect sanctuary's deployment of so many young sword masters. He was well aware that the sword sect sanctuary had frequently acted without scruples over the years, often going to great lengths for a few spirit pearls. If 2 major factions were to clash, the stakes would be considerable. The black market was backed by various secret forces, but engaging in a conflict over a few spirit pearls was hardly worthwhile. As an elder of the black market, Mo Yin found such brazen tactics quite vexing and wished to turn a blind eye to the situation. Haha, I initially thought this was a special circumstance. My apologies. The Grand Elder Wu Mo displayed an audacious demeanor, clearly unbothered by the reprimand. Bring all these critical spirit stones away. Escort them directly to the sword sect sanctuary. If anyone foolish enough dares to intervene, feel free to act without hesitation. Wu Mo chuckled sinisterly as he swiftly ordered the removal of the critical spirit stones. Li Mu, however, picked up a fist-sized critical spirit stone and approached the saintess of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui, amidst the crowd. Beautiful lady, thank you for your 5,000 spirit pearls. I shall now repay you with this critical spirit stone. The terrifying and violent spiritual energy radiated outward, causing the nearby young sword cultivators to gulp. Who wouldn't desire such critical spirit stones? Beneath her white cloak, Fei Shui's exquisite features momentarily lost focus. She hadn't anticipated that this youth could turn the tide so swiftly, winning such a large quantity of critical spirit stones with merely 10 spirit pearls, and now offering her this fist-sized critical spirit stone in return. I only provided you with 5,000 spirit pearls. This critical spirit stone must be worth over 10,000, right? She spoke softly, feeling that the critical spirit stone was indeed excessively valuable. I, Li Mu, have never been fond of owing favors. I borrow once and repay twice. That is my principle. His words carried a hint of coldness. 3,000 years ago, he had been infatuated with a life, yet had wronged Meng Ying. He had languished for 3,000 years beneath the bronze ancient coffin, filled with regret. If given another chance, he would never harbor even the slightest sentiment of love. What is love in this world, if it binds one to life and death? Thus, in this moment, he was clear about debts. What was borrowed must be repaid, and double the amount sufficed. Very well then, I shall not be polite. Fei Shui, the saintess of the Xianyu sect, gazing at the stubborn youth before her, smiled slightly, accepting the critical spirit stone without hesitation. Yet, in her heart, she resolved to report today's events to the Xianyu sect, for a formidable young appraiser had emerged by the blood-crying ancient river. 10 spirit pearls had defeated the invincible Li Feng for many years. Moreover, the Xianyu sect had been in search of a capable appraiser, and now one stood before them. Not to mention, the incantation the youth had suddenly uttered had an extraordinary effect on her, which further piqued her interest. Then I shall take my leave, Li Muyu said, and then turned to the drooling Mu Rongfei beside him. Let us return to the sword sect sanctuary. Mu Rongfei surveyed the surroundings but whispered in complaint. You promised to find me a copy of the Heavenly Silkworm Sword Classic, yet you have not found it. He recalled Li Muyu's words, but at that time had mocked him as a bumpkin incapable of locating such a classic. But now, he had witnessed Li Muyu win 2,500 gene of critical spirit stones with 10 spirit pearls, and he now felt that this seemingly foolish youth could indeed find it. Perhaps he was a disciple of some hidden family. The Heavenly Silkworm Sword Classic? Li Muyu gazed at the profoundly mysterious blood-crying ancient river but shook his head lightly. I was confident before arriving, yet time has passed, and my certainty has waned. The blood-crying ancient river seems rather peculiar now. Even this world feels somewhat different. Ah? Then forget it, Mu Rongfei replied, slightly disappointed. However, he understood that the Heavenly Silkworm Sword Classic was one of the 7 ancient sword classics. If it could be easily found, it would likely not hold much value. Let us go. The two of you should return to the sect together. There are many people around, and after you have drawn attention, it would be prudent to return to the sect with us, Grand Elder Wu Mo advised. At this moment, he regarded Li Muyu with considerable esteem. Regardless of whether Li Muyu had merely stumbled upon fortune or was truly a disciple of a hidden family, he felt a favorable disposition towards him. A disciple capable of bringing critical spirit stones to the sword sect sanctuary was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Li Muyu nodded. The atmosphere near the blood-crying ancient river had already grown rather strange, quite unlike his initial expectations. In the Xianyu sect sanctuary, Saintess Fei Shui stood respectfully within the grand hall, recounting all that she knew. You mean to say that youth imparted an incantation to you? A cold, stern voice emanated from a bath chamber within the Xianyu sect, where an elderly woman with white hair sat. Indeed, master. That youth is a disciple of the sword sect sanctuary, namely Muyu, Fei Shui affirmed with a nod. What sword sect sanctuary? It is clearly the bandit sword sect. Have they not committed enough disgraceful acts over the years? The elderly woman seemed quite irritated with the sword sect sanctuary, instantly labeling it as the bandit sanctuary. Yet that youth is quite peculiar. 10 spirit pearls managed to reverse the situation against Li Feng. I know for certain that Li Feng is no ordinary person. He is an agent of the Black Demon Sword domain embedded within the Flying Phoenix Sword sect. The rapid rise of the Flying Phoenix Sword sect over the years has been supported by the Black Demon Sword domain. Li Muyu? That name has not appeared among those great hidden families. There seems to be no such surname. The elderly woman shook her head decisively, dismissing Li Muyu's name from consideration among those families. With that thought, she smiled and remarked, Fei Shui, you are overthinking. This Li Muyu is merely fortunate. You know that sometimes certain individuals possess extraordinarily odd luck. Moreover, matters of stone gambling rely heavily on chance, do they not? However, the incantation. Fei Shui still felt this youth was far from ordinary. Enough, I am tired, Fei Shui. You may leave, the elderly woman said impatiently. Fei Shui's delicate face bore a clear expression of surprise. She had not witnessed her master's indifference in many years. Understood, master, I shall take my leave. Fei Shui spoke softly and gradually withdrew. What is your perspective? The elderly woman inquired slowly after Fei Shui had departed. I find it unusual. Could this sudden emergence of a youth by the blood-crying ancient river be related to the legacy of ancestor Meng Ying? A more ancient voice emanated from a jade mirror, where another elderly woman sat cross-legged. Is that possible? The bronze finger coffin has long been excavated from the blood-crying ancient river by that laborer. We later went to inspect it and found no one connected to ancestor Meng Ying's legacy. Ancestor Meng Ying once spoke of someone emerging from the ancient river, destined to be independent and an unparalleled genius. The white-haired elderly woman spoke with a hint of sorrow in her tone. Ancestor Meng Ying had led a tragic life, ultimately failing to find her beloved, and the person she longed for had not been located by the Xianyu sword sect. although they knew where the bronze finger coffin currently resided and were aware that it had been sullied by mundane hands. Could it be this Li Muyu? A mere novice in the Sword Palace who has just begun his journey. It is said that those entering the Sword Sect Sanctuary are typically devoid of talent. The elderly woman in the jade mirror spoke once more. Impossible. This Li Muyu is far too ordinary. I have heard he enjoys snacks, loves to scheme, and possesses a rather mercantile demeanor. Such qualities do not align with Ancestor Ming Ying's descriptions. The elderly woman shook her head directly, deeming such a notion implausible. The elderly woman in the jade mirror spoke solemnly. Regardless of whether or not he is, we have invited him. A single test will reveal the truth. If Li Muyu is indeed the person Ancestor Ming Ying sought, then our artifact shall respond upon encountering him. If not, then it matters not. That sounds excellent. The Divine Sword ceremony is about to commence as well. We can invite the disciples of the Sword Sect Sanctuary to engage in a friendly exchange, which serves as a valid reason. The elderly woman in the bath murmured thoughtfully. A valid reason? Our Xinyu sect has not interacted with the Sword Sect Sanctuary for quite some time. This does not qualify as normal. You might as well invite Li Muyu to appraise some items. I believe Wu Mo you would not dare refuse you. After all, it has been ages since you last had dealings with one another. The elderly woman in the jade mirror teased. That scoundrel, do not mention him again. If I ever see him, I shall surely slay him with a single sword, the ungrateful wretch. The elderly woman in the bath spoke with vehemence. Why go to such lengths? For some reason, our Xinyu sect seems to have intricate ties with the Sword Sect Sanctuary. Even you, the former saintess, were embraced by Wu Mo Yu. The elderly woman in the jade mirror sighed softly. He only has the Sword Sect Sanctuary in his eyes. How could he see me? What he did back then was utterly heartless. Humph. Even if we invite Li Muyu, I shall ensure that my disciples teach him a lesson. I cannot exact revenge on that old ghost, but I can certainly impose some discipline on his disciples. The elderly woman in the bath spoke coldly, her tone laced with deep-seated animosity. You are holding a young disciple responsible for the events of the past? This matter has gone too far. The elderly woman in the bath shook her head. I merely wish to verify according to Ancestor Ming Ying's legacy. I harbor no ulterior motives. Senior sister, you are overthinking this. Let this matter rest as it is. Chapter 18. Is it truly the most inferior secret manual? Whoosh! A flurry of sword lights descended rapidly. Li Muyu was also escorted back by the Grand Elder and others. Haha, what a windfall. 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones. This will surely provide our sacred sword sect with resources for quite some time, exclaimed the sixth elder, his face beaming with joy as he gazed at the critical strike spirit stones that had been brought back. Indeed, it has been ages since we last beheld such critical strike spirit stones. To think that such a bounty was won from the Feihong sword sect is truly satisfying, remarked the fourth elder, Wu Mu, his eyes narrowing with a glint of avarice as they fixated on the spirit stones. Yes, it has been far too long since we encountered such treasures. What our sect has been lacking is precisely this kind of resource. The assembly of elders chimed in merrily, for critical strike spirit stones were exceedingly precious. Moreover, this time they had amassed a staggering 3,000 pounds. Li Muyu, however, was disinterested in the conversation, contentedly seated in a chair, munching on fruit. Li Muyu, how did you manage to defeat Li Feng? That Li Feng comes from a distinguished lineage of appraisal, the Grand Elder inquired, shifting his gaze from the spirit stones to Li Muyu. For while the spirit stones were delightful, the young man before him was of utmost importance. A youth capable of vanquishing Li Feng by the side of the blood-weeping ancient river held a value that surpassed these spirit stones. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the other elders also turned their attention to Li Muyu, eager to uncover the truth. After all, this young man was extraordinary. He had secured these treasures with merely 10 spirit stones. With a casual shrug, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly, it was nothing much, merely good fortune. It's as simple as that. With that, he resumed his fruit consumption. Just that simple? The Grand Elder appeared skeptical. Indeed, just that simple. Yes, it's supposed to be extraordinarily complex? I really don't know how I defeated him, Li Muyu said, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, a playful smile on his face. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered with doubt. Could it truly be just luck? Haha, I believe this Li Muyu simply had a stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat Li Feng? That Li Feng is a formidable genius from the appraisal family, which has its roots extending back 30,000 years. Their familial heritage is most formidable. How could a boy emerging from a remote mountain compare? The fourth elder, Wu Mu, spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. In this gathering, he was particularly irked by Li Muyu, as the last incident left him utterly embarrassed, having become a laughingstock within the sacred sword sect. His resentment towards Li Muyu was palpable. He had no desire to see him prosper. Yes, the fourth elder is right. I simply had good fortune, Li Muyu remarked, casting a glance at the fourth elder's bald head, and smiled lightly. Humph! The fourth elder felt a surge of anger at Li Muyu's teasing gaze. Now that Li Muyu admitted it was merely luck, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. He feared this youth might be a prodigy from an appraisal family, which would deter him from acting recklessly. However, a grassroots youth from a mountain village was someone he could easily reprimand. Cough, cough. A sudden cough interrupted from the sixth elder. Li Muyu, we have an agreement. The items you acquired by the blood-weeping ancient river are to be split with the sect taking 30% and you 70%. Therefore, your portion of the 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones amounts to 2,100 pounds. How do you plan to utilize these 2,100 pounds of critical strike spirit stones? The sixth elder fixed his gaze on Li Muyu, for the entire sacred sword sect had a need for these spirit stones, and it would be a pity if Li Muyu wasted them. To cultivate, of course. Just for myself, Li Muyu replied calmly. Were 2,100 pounds of critical strike spirit stones a lot? For him, as a great wilderness sacred body, it was hardly substantial. To give all those spirit stones to an inferior cultivator? In that instant, the sixth elder felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The expressions of the other elders reflected their dismay. However, they could only nod helplessly, for these spirit stones had indeed been won by this so-called inferior cultivator. It was akin to watching a wild boar uproot a tender, precious vegetable before their very eyes, leaving them utterly powerless. At that moment, the elders were all in a foul mood. Morong Fei, get to work and transport all the critical strike spirit stones to Sword Show Peak. Li Muyu commanded with a wave of his hand, indifferent to the elders' discomfort. What was rightfully his must be his. Morong Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the critical strike spirit stones, practically drooling at the prospect. Without hesitation, he hurriedly carried them off to Sword Show Peak. Soon, the critical strike spirit stones were entirely removed by Morong Fei. Upon returning to the mortal dwelling, Li Muyu turned to Morong Fei and inquired, as the chief disciple, am I allowed to enter the Sacred Sword Sect's manual pavilion to select some manuals? Of course. As the chief disciple, you naturally have access to the manual pavilion. Are you looking to select any manuals? Morong Fei replied without a hint of hesitation. Yes, please take me there, Li Muyu said casually. The manuals are divided into 5 levels. Human, Earth, Heaven, Venerable, and Divine. If you choose a human-level manual, you may take it freely. However, for Earth-level manuals and above, you must report to the elders, Morong Fei explained cautiously. Haha, there's no need to trouble the elders. I only require human-level manuals, Li Muyu chuckled. Human level? The 8 styles of the sword sect are of human level. Such manuals yield minimal effect upon cultivation, Morong Fei countered directly, drawing from his own experience as well as that of the entire sacred sword sect. Only higher-level manuals could unleash their true potential, a universally acknowledged truth in the realm of swordsmanship. I only want the human-level manuals. Just do as I say, Li Muyu insisted. Before long, a massive sword manual pavilion came into view before Li Muyu. Upon seeing it, he exhaled softly. 30,000 years had passed, yet the pavilion remained relatively intact. He believed that some of the items he had designed back in the day still lingered within its walls. Greetings, senior brother. This is senior brother Li Muyu. He is here to collect manuals. Morong Fei greeted an elderly man with a warm smile. Haha, it is best to retrieve manuals of Earth level or higher. Do you have a decree from the elders? The elder guarding the pavilion asked amiably, treating Li Muyu as a newcomer. I only require human-level manuals, Li Muyu interjected with a grin. What? You only want human-level manuals? What use are those? The elderly sword cultivator suddenly felt that the young man was rather foolish. In that case, you may enter. There are no restrictions on human-level manuals. Feel free to browse as you wish, and you may take what you like, he said, waving his sleeve dismissively, clearly disinterested in explaining further to Li Muyu and Morong Fei. Morong Fei's expression turned awkward. He had yet to cultivate a single human-level manual within the sacred sword sect. Human-level manuals were more suited for the common folk below the mountain, not for disciples of the sword. As Li Muyu stepped into the human-level manual pavilion, he quickly scanned the area, pointing at one manual after another, exclaiming, This one, and this one. I want them all. One by one, he extracted the manuals and placed them on the ground. Murong Fei, following closely behind, was left speechless, his jaw agape in astonishment. These are human-level manuals. Most people wouldn't even consider cultivating them, yet you want so many. Do you think you can handle them all? The pavilion's guardian huffed angrily, convinced that these two young disciples had lost their minds. Yes, I want all of these. Is that acceptable? Li Muyu asked with a broad smile. Indeed. Human-level manuals are worthless. What good is it to learn them? The guardian replied, storming off in frustration. Human-level manuals had gathered dust in that place for countless years, and no sword disciple ever showed interest in them. Yet today, two peculiar individuals had come forth to claim them. Chapter 19. Ascending to the 5th level. So many manuals on the cultivation of character. Are you truly going to study them? Murong Fei nearly bore the weight of these tomes back with him. Indeed, I found them quite appealing and decided to take them all. After all, these manuals on character sit here untouched, do they not? Li Muyu replied with a faint smile. You? Murong Fei shook his head, rendered speechless. Just place them in my room. I intend to scrutinize them closely. Should the spirit stones arrive, please inform me, Li Muyu stated calmly. Understood. As he gazed upon the multitude of character manuals, a subtle smile graced Li Muyu's lips. These manuals were ones he had personally authored 30,000 years prior, yet the average person could scarcely comprehend them, as this collection was originally crafted for his own use, a preparation made in pursuit of a promise for which he had sacrificed much and planned extensively. His disciples included the sword god of the Yellow Springs, Hua Feihong, the sword god of the Flying Moon, Ming Ying, the sword god of Dragon Blood, Wu Changkong, and the sword god of Thunder and Lightning, Hua Wuji. Years ago, in order to train these disciples, he had meticulously devised a remarkably simple yet exceedingly arduous blood and chi technique, a form of character cultivation. To prevent himself from forgetting during the 30 millennia spent in the bronze coffin, he had specifically composed a series of manuals on character cultivation that ordinary disciples would be disinclined to peruse while constructing the sword's show peak. Upon emerging from the coffin, he discovered that many of his memories had been lost with its reincarnation, yet fortunately, he had a head start. These manuals, resting within the library, indeed bore the weight of 30,000 years of history, their secrets undiscovered by anyone in the sacred sword sect. Gently biting his finger, he let a drop of blood fall into a basin of clear water, causing the two to mingle. Li Muyu then cast all the manuals into the blood-tinged water. Whoosh, whoosh, spiritual light soared throughout the chamber. Those manuals, deemed worthless by ordinary disciples, began to shimmer with golden characters, intertwining and forming coherent text. As he examined these characters, Li Muyu felt as though a long-imprisoned aspect of his mind was being liberated, unveiling fragments of memory that had lain dormant. The Dark Dragon Blood Fist technique, a pinnacle of character cultivation, was the optimal method for honing the bodies of sword practitioners and constituted the fundamental practice of the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. When perfected, the body of a sword master transformed into a divine weapon, allowing a blood warrior to attain the highest realm of power. Without this technique, he would never be able to activate the heavenly mechanism Divine Sword. It would remain merely a peachwood sword. Gently opening the manual for the Dark Dragon Blood Fist technique, Li Muyu took a deep breath and commenced his training. Regional Dark Dragon, Skyward Blood Pool, Celestial Blood Dragon. The initial stages were exceedingly arduous. With each punch he threw, his muscles quivered and trembled, accompanied by a sensation akin to muscle tearing. The Dark Dragon Blood Fist technique was notoriously difficult to master, and even his 4 disciples had often grimaced in pain from its practice, with Meng Ying having wept numerous times. In this moment, Li Muyu personally experienced the formidable challenge of the blood technique he had created, feeling as if he were undergoing a process akin to bone scraping, his entire being trembling with an indescribable intensity. Once, twice. As he continued his practice, he fervently absorbed the spirit stones, and after 2 days and nights of relentless training, he finally mastered the Dark Dragon Blood Fist technique, leaving only a minuscule amount of the spirit stones behind. The acupoints, Listening Palace, Heavenly Container, Heavenly Window, Shoulder U, Wind Holding, Heavenly Sect, Minor C, Zhizhong, Elderly Support, Wrist Bone, and Rear Stream, were all unblocked. The second sword meridian, Shaoza, was also cleared. Sword Practitioner 4th level, Sword Practitioner 5th level. In that moment, he ascended 2 realms once more. Li Muyu inhaled deeply and struck a colossal stone before him, leaving an enormous fist-shaped indentation upon its surface. Gazing at the imprint, he felt a surge of elation. At the very least, he possessed a force of 1,000 pounds, equivalent to 200 jin. He reached for the peachwood sword, and in an instant, the spiritual light surged forth, its sword aura enveloping it. The once light peachwood sword transformed into a weighty weapon of at least 200 pounds. Remarkable. I never anticipated that we would traverse the world together. In this life, I shall surely ensure your sword soars through the heavens, he said, stroking the heavenly mechanism divine sword with a smile. A gentle sound of sword murmurs resonated from the heavenly mechanism divine sword in response to his words. Have you completed your training? Morong Fei exclaimed with delight upon seeing Li Muyu emerge, though he was momentarily taken aback by the drastic changes that had transpired within those mere 2 days. The sensation was akin to a droplet of water standing before a vast furnace. Take the remaining spirit stones and cultivate while bearing my peachwood sword. I assure you it will restore your heavenly silkworm sword meridian. Li Muyu entrusted the heavenly mechanism divine sword to Morong Fei, who was his sword-bearer, and it was imperative that he undergo training now. Otherwise, how could he manage to carry the heavenly mechanism divine sword when it weighed a staggering 10,800 jin in the future? Carrying such a peachwood sword will restore my heavenly silkworm sword meridian? Morong Fei questioned, half convinced yet willing to give it a try as he retreated to a corner with 10 jin of blood chi spirit stones. He returned, hoisting the peachwood sword onto his back. Hiss! Morong Fei nearly succumbed under the weight of the sword. It truly is heavy. How did this peachwood sword become so burdensome all of a sudden? He exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Was this still the same peachwood sword? Yet at that moment, he felt a warm current flooding his entire body, an indescribable sensation of comfort, as if parched land were suddenly nourished by the spring rain. So it truly can restore my sword meridian, Morong Fei mused, rapidly absorbing the spirit stones until, in a matter of moments, he had completely consumed the 10 jin of blood chi spirit stones, gradually restoring his heavenly silkworm sword meridian. The weight of the heavenly mechanism divine sword also became manageable for him. This, how incredibly powerful! Morong Fei exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. My strength has returned. Do I still need to serve as Li Muyu's sword-bearer? He suddenly pondered, realizing that he was a youthful expert within the sacred sword sect, not inferior to Wu Zhua. Should he regain his strength, the sword sect would undoubtedly offer him better treatment. However, my intuition tells me that following Li Muyu will yield greater rewards. Moreover, he has healed my heavenly silkworm sword meridian, presenting me with a bright future. How could I abandon him? With this thought, his mindset stabilized. He turned the peachwood sword over in his hands, perplexed as to how it could suddenly have gained such weight. Yet, as one of the 3 divine swords of the world, the heavenly mechanism divine sword was beyond his comprehension. Upon opening his room, Li Muyu beheld Morong Fei, enveloped in a shimmering aura of sword light, appearing as though cocooned within a chrysalis. Excellent! Your heavenly silkworm sword meridian has been restored. Splendid! Li Muyu nodded slightly. As one of the 7 ancient extraordinary sword meridians, the heavenly silkworm sword meridian was indeed remarkable, with the protective sword light surrounding him being particularly impressive. Hearing Li Muyu's praise, a look of delight spread across Morong Fei's face. Chapter 20. This is your choice. By following me, you are merely a sword disciple. Have you truly considered this? This choice will determine the entirety of your martial arts achievements in this lifetime. Li Muyu spoke with a calm demeanor. The young Morong Fei possessed considerable talent, being one of the 7 great sword veins of the ancient Tianqin sword lineage. With proper cultivation, he might one day evolve into a formidable youth, perhaps even a sword deity. However, Li Muyu was not well acquainted with him. By mere chance, this young man had become his sword disciple, and Li Muyu held no particular expectations of a sword disciple. Now that Morong Fei had restored his cultivation and wished to return as a prodigy of the sect, Li Muyu had no objections. Naturally, as a sect prodigy, Li Muyu would refrain from imparting the specific teachings of the Tianqin sword scripture to him. His future in martial arts was not something he would concern himself with. After all, he was merely a sword emperor who had awakened 30,000 years ago, and he was not yet capable of overseeing every minute detail. I have made my decision. This does not seem to pose a problem. If the Grand Elder inquires, I will respond truthfully, Morong Fei replied with unwavering determination, resolved to follow Li Muyu. Then let us proceed. I am also curious to see what matters await in the council hall, Li Muyu said with a faint smile. It may pertain to the Xinyu sword sect. It appears that they have sent someone over this time. Beyond that, I am uncertain, Morong Fei remarked beside him. The Xinyu sword sect? Li Muyu mused slightly. Since awakening from the bronze ancient coffin, he had learned that the Xianyu sword sect was founded by Meng Ying, established upon her Xianyu divine sword. Yet, the specifics of this sword sect remained unclear to him, as he was oblivious to the entire process of its establishment during his slumber in the bronze coffin. Upon exiting Jianxiu Peak, the cocoon-like aura enveloping Morong Fei instantly became the center of attention. Is it true? Morong Fei has restored the Tianqin sword vein? Indeed, one of the 7 great sword veins of antiquity, and he has recovered so remarkably? Weren't they rendered useless? How did he regain his strength? Indeed, true prodigies are indeed prodigious. I foresee him becoming another youthful master after Wu Zhua. A while ago, he was a sword disciple. Now, I doubt he will remain one, considering the boundless potential of his Tianqin sword vein. The sect will undoubtedly accord him great respect. Absolutely, the Tianqin sword vein is exceedingly extraordinary. He is bound to become an illustrious figure. Those who once mocked him are surely in for misfortune. Indeed, those who despised and ridiculed him have no idea what they may face. A cacophony of discussions erupted. Yet, the focus remained on Morong Fei, while Li Muyu, standing beside him, was overlooked entirely. An unremarkable individual. Despite being the chief disciple, he was merely deemed fortunate by chance. Some youthful disciples even mused that if they were to acquire the bronze finger coffin, they too could ascend to the position of chief disciple of the sword sect. It seems that Li Muyu is likely to replace his sword disciple. This fellow has made Morong Fei his sword disciple, yet he is bound to regret it. Indeed, what kind of figure is Morong Fei? How could he continue to serve as a sword disciple for him? Morong Fei's Tianqin sword vein may very well become the future sect leader. Although Li Muyu is the chief disciple, his martial arts are inconsequential, so the title of chief disciple will undoubtedly belong to Morong Fei. For senior brother Wu Zhua, he has long expressed his disinterest in being disturbed by mundane affairs. Indeed, once Morong Fei fully regains his Tianqin sword vein, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional individual. Li Muyu listened to these remarks with a slight smile. The world is rife with trivialities, often created by the meddling of the unworthy, as exemplified by these individuals. Instead of diligently honing their swordsmanship, they fixate on trifling matters, which is precisely why they falter in martial arts yet excel in idle chatter. Inside the council hall, the elders of the sword sect were all radiant, each adorned in an impressive manner, causing Li Muyu to furrow his brow slightly. As he scanned the room, he noticed an elderly man with a youthful visage seated in the corner. Were it not for his head of white hair, one might mistake him for a middle-aged woman, as his youthful appearance was striking. Upon entering the council hall with Morong Fei, all eyes were immediately drawn to Morong Fei, much like outside. Haha, Morong Fei, it is truly wonderful to see you restore the Tianqin sword vein. I believe you will become a prodigy of our sword sect. The Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu exclaimed jovially. Indeed, the Tianqin sword vein is one of the 7 great sword veins of antiquity. Its power is indeed extraordinary. And now, with this protective aura, it is nothing short of remarkable, the 6th Elder Wu Qi added with hearty laughter. Standing beside Li Muyu, Morong Fei merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Morong Fei, now that you have regained your strength, it is time for you to take on the role of a prodigy disciple. From this day forth, your stipend and all swordsmanship rewards shall be restored. Your current status is no longer suitable for you to remain as Li Muyu's sword disciple. Is that understood? The Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu spoke with a cheerful tone. Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder, but Morong Fei wishes to continue serving as a sword disciple beside brother Li Muyu. I hope the sect will grant this request, Morong Fei replied, his expression unchanging. What? You still wish to remain as Li Muyu's sword disciple? Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu asked, astonished. Yes, I wish to serve as a sword disciple beside brother Li Muyu. I hope the sect can accommodate this, Morong Fei insisted. Are you foolish? What can you learn by staying with Li Muyu? What can the sect offer you? You are now an honored member of the sect. Do you not understand? How can you still be a sword disciple for Li Muyu? The 6th elder spoke with evident displeasure, his tone quite ungracious. A genius serving a waste as a sword disciple? If this were to spread, would the entire sword sect not become a laughingstock? What is wrong with being my sword disciple? The resources of critical spirit stones are abundant. Li Muyu said, surveying the surroundings as he picked up a ginseng fruit, munching on it with a crunch. His demeanor exuded a sense of arrogance, akin to a wealthy boor. The 6th elder was immediately infuriated, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Muyu sauntered over to the side of the weeping blood ancient river, returning with 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. This individual alone could rival an entire sect in terms of resources. As a financial elder, he found himself at a loss against this individual who understood appraisal. Though the other elders appeared to be grinding their teeth in frustration, they remained silent. They now understood that Morong Fei's sudden decline in his Tianqin sword vein was due to insufficient resources of critical spirit stones. However, following Li Muyu, Morong Fei's Tianqin sword vein had been restored. Li Muyu's audacity was indeed backed by substantial capability. After a long pause, Grand Elder Wu Mo, you finally spoke. Very well, but you are still a disciple of my divine sword sect. Do you understand? 30,000 years ago, with the emergence of the Weeping Blood ancient river, appraisers became a prestigious profession. Today, it appears that you, young man, are among the elite appraisers. It is curious that every appraiser is always followed by various swordsmanship experts. Every formidable appraiser has numerous swordsmanship friends. It is not unusual for Morong Fei to serve as a sword disciple for Li Muyu. A light and agile voice chimed in from the corner. It was the elderly man with the youthful appearance, his gaze fixed on Yao Qianshi, as if appraising something. Li Muyu, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Yu Bai from the Xianyu sword sect. Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu smiled as he introduced. Li Muyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement toward the elderly woman. Though the Tianqin sword scripture is formidable, without cultivation resources, it is essentially futile. It is better to follow Li Muyu and serve as a sword disciple. Being the chief disciple of a renowned appraiser is certainly not a disgrace, the Yu Bai elder said, her expression still smiling. If the sword sect does not favor Li Muyu, we could invite him to our sect. What do you think? Yu Bai proposed with a smile. Haha, that is unnecessary. Currently, Li Muyu is the chief disciple of our sword sect. There is no reason for him to join your ranks, Grand Elder Wu Mo, you retorted with a cold smirk. Was the sword sect not highly appreciative of appraisers at the Weeping Blood ancient river? Moreover, Li Muyu's actions had already left a deep impression on the likes of Li Feng. Then I would like to invite Li Muyu and Morong Fei to our Xianyu sword sect to appraise some treasures for us. How does that sound? Elder Yu Bai proposed with a beaming smile. Chapter 21, the most reliable display of bravado. If the sacred ground of the sword sect requires my expertise for an appraisal, then I shall comply. However, it ultimately hinges on Elder Wu Mayu's discretion. Li Muyu deftly relinquished the decision-making power to the esteemed Elder Wu Mayu. The elder, whose countenance had not been particularly favorable, fell silent for a moment before expressing his discontent. Naturally, we welcome the invitation from Elder Yu Bai of the Xianyu sword sect to have Li Muyu in attendance. However, it is apparent that the Xianyu sword sect has a rather intense reputation, and I must admit, I harbor reservations about sending someone like Li Muyu. Ahem. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment and hesitation. They were all acutely aware of the ethereal beauty possessed by the young maidens of the Xianyu sword sect. Allowing this Li Muyu, with his somewhat mercantile demeanor, to venture there might result in a distraction should he encounter one of those enchanting maidens. Given his character, there was a distinct possibility he could become captivated and remain in the company of such beauty, thus rendering him lost to us forever. Li Muyu had only recently joined the sacred sword sect, yet he had already contributed a staggering 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones, a significant fortune indeed. Such a talent could not simply be allowed to be swayed away. Though they found his demeanor somewhat unrefined, they were unwilling to let the Xianyu sword sect poach their promising asset. How about this? I shall assign some disciples from the Swordfish Peak to accompany Li Muyu and Morong Fei. This will serve dual purposes, for the appraisal and also for friendly sparring. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Yu Bai? Elder Wu Mayu mused thoughtfully. Should Li Muyu, this unrefined lad, become enamored with beauty, the disciples from Swordfish Peak could be relied upon to bring him back. Ha, splendid idea. It appears that Brother Wu has considered this thoroughly. Very well, we shall await Li Muyu's arrival at the Xianyu sword sect, Elder Yu Bai responded, her face radiating charm with a smile. Historically, heroes have often faltered in the presence of beauty. Could it be that the young disciples of the Xianyu sword sect would fail to retain this city-bred youth? Then we shall not see you off. Elder Wu Mayu stated with an unyielding expression. Elder Yu Bai, her figure graceful, vanished like a wisp of wind, her silken attire trailing behind her. The atmosphere in the chamber grew noticeably colder, with all eyes turning toward Li Muyu. Li Muyu, pray tell, from whence do you hail? Do you come from a family of appraisers? Elder Wu Mayu fixed his gaze upon Li Muyu, who struck him as a rustic lad, utterly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Yet, the events surrounding the blood-weeping ancient river had astonished the entire sacred sword sect, bringing in 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. The once disdainful perception of this chief disciple had now shifted, likening him to a fortune bringer. The elder's inquiry prompted the other elders to focus intently on Li Muyu, particularly the financial overseer, Elder Wu Qi, whose eyes sparkled with greed. I arrived with a bronze finger coffin, which suffices for now. As for other matters, I believe the esteemed elders of the Sacred Sword Sect are not privy to such information. Do any of you take issue with my statement? Li Muyu replied, a playful grin adorning his face. Upon hearing Li Muyu's words, the elders fell into a contemplative silence. Elder Wu Qi mused, there are certain families whose customs are so stringent that our inquiry would yield no benefit. Is that the implication? Ah! A gasp escaped Elder Wu Mu's lips, but upon hearing Elder Wu Qi's words, he swallowed hard, his resolve diminishing. Indeed, some reclusive families maintain such strict rules that prying into their affairs could invite disaster. Though he held the position of elder in the Sacred Sword Sect, he was acutely aware that the sect's resources had dwindled over the years. In such a context, challenging the boundaries of a hidden family was not a risk he was willing to take. Moreover, this Li Muyu had displayed remarkable acuity, decisively besting Li Feng in the appraisal. Such talent could not be dismissed as anything other than a product of a concealed lineage. Li Muyu, however, merely chuckled, remaining non-committal, embodying a playful defiance that left the elders perplexed. Ha ha! Since you come bearing the bronze finger coffin, you may rest assured as our chief disciple. Elder Wu Mayu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. What did the Sacred Sword Sect lack most? It was the resources for cultivation. Critical spirit stones and various spiritual treasures were in dire need. Moreover, they required a disciple well-versed in appraisals, one capable of bringing vast wealth to the sect from the blood-weeping ancient river. Li Muyu fit this description perfectly. Among the sects along the blood-weeping ancient river, who was unaware of how the Feihong Sword Sect had risen to prominence, it was due to their backing from the Black Demon Sword Domain, which had appointed Li Feng as their patron, enabling the Feihong Sword Sect to amass great wealth over the years. In this era, without resources for cultivation, spiritual treasures, or critical spirit stones, all aspirations were hollowed. As a senior elder, his yearning for spiritual treasures had reached almost obsessive levels. A youth emerging from a hidden family was bound to possess a unique disposition, was it not? Who could assert that a certain roughness lacked character? Genius often comes adorned with eccentricities, and with this thought, he had firmly concluded that Li Muyu was indeed a prodigy hailing from an enigmatic lineage of appraisers. Chapter 21 The most secure display of bravado. If the sacred ground of the sword sect wishes for my assessment, then I shall comply. However, this ultimately hinges on Elder Wu Moyu's decision. Li Muyu directly relinquished the authority of the matter to the esteemed Elder Wu Moyu. The elder, whose countenance had been rather grim, fell into a moment of silence before expressing his discontent. The Elder Yu Bai of the Xianyu Sword Sect has personally extended an invitation to Li Muyu. Naturally, we welcome this. However, we are aware that the Xianyu Sword Sect style seems excessively fervent. I am not entirely at ease with sending Li Muyu alone. Ahem. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness as they contemplated the beauty of the young women of the Xianyu Sword Sect. Should Li Muyu, with his rather unrefined demeanor, find himself captivated by one of these ethereal maidens, he might become ensnared, leading to, well, with his disposition, it is entirely plausible he may never return from the enchanting realm of the Xianyu Sword Sect. Such a scenario would render their efforts futile, akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog. Vanished without a trace, Li Muyu had only just arrived at the Sacred Sword Sect, yet he had already brought a staggering 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. Such a considerable fortune. How could they allow such a talent to be lured away? Despite their disdain for this brash, streetwise individual, they were unwilling to relinquish him to the Xianyu Sword Sect. Let us proceed thusly. I shall assign some disciples from the Swordfish Peak to accompany Li Muyu and Mu Rongfei. This will serve dual purposes, both for the assessment and as an opportunity for martial exchange. What say you, Elder Yu Bai? Elder Wu Mo Yu contemplated thoughtfully. Should this unrefined lad become entranced by beauty, Mu Rongfei and the disciples from Swordfish Peak would be capable of bringing him back. Ha ha, indeed. Elder Wu's considerations are most astute. Very well, we shall await Li Muyu at the Xianyu Sword Sect. Elder Yu Bai responded with a charming smile, her demeanor radiating allured. It is an age-old truth that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. Could it be that the youthful disciples would fail to retain the streetwise Li Muyu within their ranks? Then there shall be no farewells. Elder Wu Mo Yu retorted with a darkened expression. Elder Yu Bai, graceful in form, vanished like a wisp of wind, her delicate veil trailing behind her. The atmosphere in the hall grew markedly tense. All eyes turned towards Li Muyu. Li Muyu, from whence do you hail? Are you from a family of assessors? Elder Wu Yu fixed his gaze upon Li Muyu, who, in the elder's eyes, appeared to be a country bumpkin, utterly inexperienced in worldly matters. Yet, the events at the blood-cry ancient river had left the entire sword sect in awe, as he had returned bearing 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones, transforming the once scorned chief disciple into a figure akin to a deity of wealth. The elder's inquiry drew the attention of the other elders, particularly the finance supervisor, Elder Wu Qi, whose eyes gleamed with interest. I arrived bearing the bronze finger coffin, which suffices. As for other matters, I believe the esteemed elders of the sacred sword sect are not entitled to this knowledge. Might I inquire if anyone takes issue with my statement? Li Muyu responded with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing his words, the assembly of elders fell into a contemplative silence. Elder Wu Qi pondered for a moment before cautiously articulating, some families of repute maintain strict protocols, knowing their affairs may yield no advantage, correct? Ah! A gasp escaped the lips of Elder Wu Mu. Yet upon hearing Elder Wu Qi's words, he grimaced and swallowed hard, ultimately retreating with a resigned demeanor. Indeed, certain secluded families uphold formidable rules. Prying too forcefully might invite calamity. Though an elder of the sacred sword sect, he had witnessed the decline of their resources over the years, making him wary of challenging the boundaries set by a hidden lineage. Moreover, with Li Muyu's sharp insight, having bested Li Feng during the assessment, it was difficult to believe he did not hail from one of those illustrious families. Li Muyu, however, maintained his playful demeanor, offering no clarifications, leaving the elders to speculate. Yet, this only deepened their intrigue regarding his origins. Ha ha! Since you possess the bronze finger coffin, rest assured you shall be our chief disciple at the sacred sword sect. Elder Wu Yu declared, clapping his thigh in delight. What the sacred sword sect lacked most? Resources for cultivation, critical spirit stones, and various spirit jades. All were desperately needed. And here stood Li Muyu, a prodigy adept in assessment, a youth capable of drawing immense wealth from the blood-cry ancient river for the sect, who among those in the sword sect was unaware of how the Flying Phoenix sword sect had risen to prominence. It was due to their backing from the Black Demon Sword domain, which had entrusted Li Feng as their patron, enabling the Flying Phoenix sword sect to amass great wealth over the years. In this era, without resources for cultivation, spirit jades, and critical spirit stones, all else was naught. As a grand elder of the sect, his yearning for spirit jades and stones had reached a near obsessive level. A youth emerging from a hidden family would inevitably possess some idiosyncrasies, would they not? Who said that being streetwise could not be a form of individuality? It was with this conviction that Elder Wu Yu had already resolved in his heart that Li Muyu was indeed a genius of assessment, hailing from one of the esteemed hidden families. Chapter 22. Who dares to be arrogant before me? Li Muyu narrowed his eyes as he regarded the several elders before him. Noticing their expressions, which were rife with trust, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The world of swordsmanship operates in such a manner. The more one feigns innocence and virtue, the more one becomes subject to suspicion. At this moment, his silence only served to amplify their perception of his prowess. The human heart, indeed, is the most difficult to fathom. Ahem, it is permissible for the disciples of Swordfish Peak to accompany Li Muyu. However, our sect's finances are somewhat strained. Elder Wu Qi's face was awash with embarrassment. The sword sect's treasury was nearly bare, and currently, disciples venturing out were required to bear their own expenses. The sect could hardly afford to provide any financial support for these disciples. I shall resolve this matter. In my view, the issue of cultivation resources is hardly a concern. From now on, for anything pertaining to cultivation resources within the sect, you may seek me, Li Muyu. Whatever I can accomplish, I will certainly deliver, Li Muyu declared, seated as he continued to voraciously consume ginseng fruits and sip tea, exhibiting his usual demeanor. While Elder Wu Qi spoke, Li Muyu did not even glance in his direction, content to follow his own course. At that moment, the elders spoke cautiously, fearful of inciting the wrath of this affluent individual. Hearing Li Muyu's sweeping promises, Elder Wu Qi was overjoyed. He had initially intended to contribute a small portion of spirit stones. It was impossible to claim that the sect possessed none, yet with such a vast sect, any savings, no matter how minuscule, were invaluable. I will cover all expenses for the disciples of Swordfish Peak during their journey. Spend freely. Spirit stones are merely material possessions to me, Li Muyu reiterated, exuding an air of wealth. That is excellent news. Then I shall not worry any further. Your presence in our sword sect truly alleviates my concerns, Elder Wu Qi chuckled, his hair turning gray from the financial burdens of the sect. What sort of existence are the disciples of Swordfish Peak? Li Muyu countered. Swordfish Peak is the second sword edge of our sword sect. Apart from Swordshow Peak, the sword intent of Swordfish Peak is unmatched. Many talented individuals from various sects have trained there. For instance, Morong Fei is a disciple of Swordfish Peak, and my disciple Wu Zhuo also trained there previously. Elder Wu Mo Yu replied cautiously from the side. Morong Fei hails from Swordfish Peak as well? It seems the disciples of Swordfish Peak are indeed commendable. Let them accompany us. Li Muyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. When you arrive at the Xianyu sword sect, bear with it. If any disciples from Xianyu challenge you to a duel, let Morong Fei and the other disciples from Swordfish Peak handle it. To avoid any embarrassing situations caused by those troublesome Xianyu disciples, Elder Wu Mo Yu advised, rubbing his temples in concern. In truth, he was not worried about the duels. Rather, he feared that those charming temptresses might take advantage of the situation and ensnare Li Muyu. Are the disciples of Swordfish Peak merely serving as a shield for me? Li Muyu inquired, slightly taken aback by the hidden implications of Elder Wu Mo Yu's arrangement. Indeed. Do not question the specifics. When faced with temptation, you must possess resolve. You understand. For young sword cultivators, women represent a significant distraction. The word woman is akin to a blade hanging over one's head. Remember this. Elder Wu Mo Yu spoke solemnly, women as a significant distraction. A blade hovering over one's head? Listening to these words, Li Muyu's gaze flickered with a hint of mischief. What manner of sect was the Xianyu sword sect that it elicited such caution from the elders of the divine sword sect? Yet, Elder Wu Mo Yu had already spoken, and he was disinclined to elaborate further. Then it is settled. Morong Fei, since you wish to accompany Li Muyu as his sword attendant, you must protect him at all times, do you understand? Wu Mo Yu directed his gaze at Morong Fei, finding him relatively reliable. Yes, that is my duty, Morong Fei replied, taking a deep breath. Very well. Upon your arrival at the Xianyu sword sect, remain vigilant to ensure that no one targets Li Muyu. Do you understand? Wu Mo Yu reiterated, emphasizing the importance of preventing the enchanting disciples of Xianyu from ensnaring his rather unconventional companion. I understand, Master, Morong Fei nodded, though his expression bore a peculiar mix of eagerness and trepidation, his thoughts drifting to the beautiful female sword cultivators of Xianyu. Then you may depart. Wu Mo Yu contemplated for a moment, feeling that there was little else to convey. Li Muyu smiled as he rose, casually taking the entire plate of ginseng fruits with him. Elder Wu, these ginseng fruits are delightful. Please have some more sent to Swordshow Peak. I have developed quite a fondness for them, Li Muyu remarked. Very well. Despite the pang of reluctance, Wu Qi nodded in agreement. The ginseng fruits were merely for show in the guest hall of the sword sect. Even though the elders were tempted, they could not bear to indulge. Yet Li Muyu devoured them as though they were mere ordinary snacks. Nevertheless, Wu Qi understood that the value Li Muyu brought to the sect far surpassed the meager worth of a few plates of ginseng fruits. Upon exiting the discussion hall, Li Muyu turned to Morong Fei. What is the situation with the Xianyu sword sect? Why do they have such a poor reputation? At Li Muyu's inquiry, Morong Fei immediately shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. The story is rather lengthy. Years ago, the legendary figure of the Blood Moon sword sect, the dreaming jade sword goddess, vowed to establish a sect exclusively for beautiful maidens, forbidding any young men from joining. After becoming the sword goddess, she sought out disciples throughout the swordsmanship world, demanding unparalleled beauty as a prerequisite for entry into her sect. Only the most beautiful maidens accepted as disciples? A sect comprised entirely of stunning sword maidens? Li Muyu was momentarily speechless. He recalled dreaming jade in her youth, often pouting and declaring that the world was unjust for lacking a sect of beautiful maidens, asserting that they too could master the sword and were far from mere decorative objects. He remembered her use of the phrase, extremely remarkable, yet he never imagined that such a day would come when this sect of beautiful maidens would indeed exist. Now, even he, her former master, was astonished that the young girl had truly established a sect composed entirely of enchanting maidens. Since the establishment of the Xianyu sword sect, it has nearly captured the attention of all the beautiful maidens in the world. During the era when the dreaming jade sword goddess reigned, the Xianyu sword sect became a veritable haven for goddesses. Countless young sword cultivators fantasized about marrying one of the maidens from Xianyu, leading some to loiter around the sect, while others resorted to various means to disturb its tranquility. Eventually, the dreaming jade goddess made a proclamation that sent shockwaves throughout the swordsmanship world. Fei mused, his expression pensive. Chapter 22. Who dares to be arrogant before me? Li Muyu squinted as he regarded the several elders before him. Noticing the expressions of trust upon their faces, he could not help but shake his head slightly. The world of swordsmanship operates in such a manner. The more one feigns innocence and goodness, the more one becomes the target of suspicion. In silence, he exuded an aura of undeniable prowess. Cough, it is permissible for the disciples of Swordfish Peak to accompany Li Muyu. Yet our sect's finances are somewhat strained. The sixth elder, Wu Qi, wore an expression of great embarrassment. The sword sect's treasury was nearly depleted, and the disciples' outings now required them to bear their own expenses. The sect could hardly provide any financial support for these disciples. I shall resolve this matter. In my view, the issue of cultivation resources is trivial from now on. Any matters concerning cultivation resources within the sect may be directed to me, Li Muyu. Whatever I can accomplish, I shall ensure it is done for all of you. Li Muyu proclaimed from his seat, voraciously consuming ginseng fruit and sipping tea, his demeanor unchanged. While the sixth elder spoke, Li Muyu did not even cast a glance in his direction, remaining steadfastly self-absorbed. At this moment, the elders spoke cautiously, fearing they might provoke this financial benefactor. Listening to Li Muyu's grand declarations, Wu Qi was filled with delight. Initially, he had intended to contribute a small portion of spiritual stones. It was inconceivable that the sect possessed none at all. However, given the vastness of the sword sect, any savings were indeed welcome. I will cover all expenses for the disciples of Swordfish Peak during their journey. Spend freely. Spiritual stones are merely extraneous to me, Li Muyu reiterated, adopting an air of affluence. That is splendid. With your involvement in our sword sect, I can truly rest easy, Wu Qi replied with a chuckle. The sect's financial troubles had already turned his hair gray. What sort of existence are the disciples of Swordfish Peak? Li Muyu inquired in return. Swordfish Peak is the second sharpest blade of our sword sect. Apart from Swordshow Peak, the sword intent of Swordfish Peak is unparalleled. Many talented disciples of various sects have cultivated there. For instance, Fei is a disciple of Swordfish Peak, and my own disciple, Wu Zhua, also trained there previously. The Grand Elder, Wu Moyu, spoke cautiously from the sidelines. Fei hails from Swordfish Peak as well? It seems the disciples there are commendable. Let them accompany us, Li Muyu mused before nodding in agreement. Very well, when we arrive at Xinyu Sword Sect, bear with it. If any disciples from Xian you wish to challenge you, allow Fei and the other disciples from Swordfish Peak to engage, lest those from Xian you make things difficult for you. Their disciples are notoriously troublesome, Grand Elder Wu Moyu advised, massaging his temples. In truth, he was not concerned about the duels. He feared that some mischievous souls might use the guise of competition to ensnare Li Muyu. Are the disciples of Swordfish Peak merely accompanying me to serve as shields? Li Muyu inquired, slightly taken aback, realizing the deeper intention behind Wu Moyu's arrangement. Indeed. But do not ask for specifics. When faced with temptation, you must possess fortitude. Do you understand? As sword cultivators, we must remain wary of feminine allure. The character for desire is akin to a knife. Remember this. Wu Moyu admonished gravely, feminine allure is a significant concern. The character for desire is a knife. Li Muyu's gaze glinted with mischief as he pondered the nature of the Xianyu sword sect. What manner of sect incited such caution in the elders of the divine sword sect? Yet, Grand Elder Wu Moyu had spoken, and he felt no inclination to elaborate further. Then it is settled. Fei, since you are keen to accompany Li Muyu as his sword attendant, you must protect him at all times. Do you understand? Wu Moyu fixed his gaze upon Fei, finding him relatively trustworthy. Yes, that is my responsibility, Fei replied, taking a deep breath. Very well. Upon our arrival at Xinyu Sword Sect, remain vigilant to prevent anyone from targeting Li Muyu. Are you aware? Wu Moyu reiterated, emphasizing the importance of keeping Li Muyu safe from the alluring charms of the maidens of Xinyu. Disciple understands. Fei nodded, his expression one of peculiar intrigue as he swallowed hard, contemplating the enchanting sword maidens of Xinyu, his heart racing. As for the Grand Elder's meaningful gaze, he found it too tedious to decipher. Then you may proceed, Wu Moyu concluded, feeling there was little left to convey. Li Muyu smiled, rising from his seat, but not before swiftly claiming the platter of ginseng fruit. Sixth Elder, this ginseng fruit is delightful. Please arrange for several platters to be sent to Swordshow Peak, as I have developed quite a fondness for it, Li Muyu stated. Very well. Despite his visible reluctance, Wu Qi acquiesced. The ginseng fruit, merely a decorative item in the guest hall of the sword sect, was something the elders, even while salivating, could hardly bring themselves to consume. Yet, Li Muyu exhibited no restraint, treating it as though it were an ordinary snack. However, Wu Qi understood the value Li Muyu brought to the sect far outweighed the cost of a few platters of ginseng fruit. As they exited the council chamber, Li Muyu turned to Morong Fei. What is the situation with Xianyu sword sect? Why do they possess such a poor reputation? Upon hearing Li Muyu's inquiry, Morong Fei shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thoughts. To explain this would take some time. Many years ago, the legendary figure of Blood Moon Sword Sect, the Dreaming Blossom Sword Goddess, vowed to establish a sect exclusively for beautiful maidens, forbidding any young men. After she ascended as a sword deity, she began to recruit disciples throughout the swordsmanship world, insisting that each must be exceptionally beautiful. If they did not meet this criterion, they were barred from her sect. Only the most beautiful maidens permitted as disciples? A sect composed solely of exquisite female swordsmen? Li Muyu was rendered speechless, recalling how Dreaming Blossom had often pouted in her youth, lamenting the absence of a beautiful maiden sect, claiming it was unfair, for beautiful maidens too could cultivate swordsmanship and were far from mere decorative flowers. He remembered her using extraordinarily to describe her aspirations, yet he never imagined there would come a day when such a sect would truly exist. Now, even her own master was astonished that the girl from years past had indeed founded a sect comprised entirely of beautiful maidens. After the establishment of Xianyu sword sect, it nearly ensnared all the beautiful maidens of the realm. During the era when the Dreaming Blossom Sword Goddess led the world of swordsmanship, Xianyu was akin to a sanctuary for goddesses. Young swordsmen from across the land fantasized about marrying a maiden from Xianyu, leading many to loiter outside the sect, some even resorting to various means to harass its members. Later, the Dreaming Blossom Sword Goddess uttered a statement that sent shockwaves throughout the swordsmanship world. Morong Fei reflected, pausing thoughtfully. Chapter 23. This coffin is your path. What do you have to say? Li Muyu smiled, curious about what Mengying would express. Morong Fei chuckled. The sword god Mengying declared that as long as you possess a talent that piques the interest of the Xianyu sword sect, the beautiful maidens of the sect shall await your proposal. With such a proclamation, the Xianyu sword sect swiftly flourished, attracting numerous gifted youths, all ensnared by the allure of beauty. Morong Fei swallowed hard, lacking any backbone. Li Muyu rubbed his forehead, pondering that this little girl Mengying was initially determined to establish a sect comprised solely of the most beautiful maidens, yet her goal seemed far from innocent. It appeared she intended to draw in all the talented individuals of the world. The strategy of employing beauty as a lure has been effective throughout the ages, consistently yielding results. However, she likely did not anticipate that her disciple would employ the same tactic against her own master. Did she? Li Muyu found this exceedingly amusing as he touched his forehead. Among the 4 disciples, the one with the least ambition and the most innocent heart had established the most enduring sword sect, which, to this day, showed no signs of decline. Currently, the Xianyu sword sect has grown into an external institution, attracting a significant number of talented youths. These youngsters train within the sect while enjoying the company of their beloved maidens, evoking envy among many. Morong Fei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Li Muyu gazed at Morong Fei for a while, realizing that this was the elder's way of monitoring him, while others allowed a little fairy to whisk them away. It seemed this fellow was more susceptible to being ensnared by a little enchantress. This pathetic demeanor made Li Muyu wish to give him a swift kick. Will this not incite jealousy among those prodigious youths? Li Muyu pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, that is quite normal. Presently, many young men are vying for the attention of the Xianyu sword sect's saintess, Fei Shui. Morong Fei replied with a grin. Fei Shui of the Xianyu sword sect is undoubtedly a super beauty. Were she to walk the world in her true form, it would cause quite a stir. Hence, she always dons a white cloak to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fei Shui. Li Muyu recalled that she was the one to whom he had given the 7 linked pearls of inheritance by the blood-weeping ancient river, though regrettably, he had not seen her true visage due to the cloak. Thud, thud. An outer disciple rushed over swiftly. Senior brother Li Muyu, there's a fellow outside the mountain gate looking for you, and he is carrying a coffin. The outer disciple's expression was peculiar. Carrying a coffin? Li Muyu was taken aback. He had just reincarnated from a bronze ancient coffin, and now someone was approaching him with yet another coffin? Who is it? Morong Fei inquired from the side. A middle-aged man, the outer disciple replied. Let us go see, Li Muyu said, curiosity evident on his face. Outside the mountain gate of the divine sword sect, a rotund middle-aged man stood with an air of arrogance, Behind him, 4 young sword-bearers hoisted a blood-red coffin. This middle-aged man's cultivation was at the level of a 7th or 8th rank swordsman, and the sword-bearers behind him were similarly skilled in the sacred grounds of the sword sect. Such cultivation would be considered extraordinary, yet here they were merely transporting a coffin, indicating that their backing was anything but ordinary. "Are you Li Muyu?" The middle-aged man addressed Morong Fei, clearly impressed by his imposing demeanor while inadvertently overlooking Li Muyu in terms of appearance. Li Muyu was rather ordinary and quite pedestrian, the sort one could easily lose in a crowd. "This is Li Muyu," Morong Fei interjected, visibly distressed, as it seemed his position as the sword disciple was constantly overshadowed. Li Muyu stepped forward. There was no escaping this, given his unremarkable looks that lacked any hint of elegance. "You are Li Muyu?" The middle-aged man stared at Li Muyu in astonishment, having heard that a certain Li Muyu had audaciously pursued the Xianyue sword sect's saintess, Fei Shui, which had incensed his master, prompting him to come and stir up trouble. Yet, this Li Muyu appeared neither handsome nor possessed any grace. His demeanor was utterly pedestrian, leaving the middle-aged man perplexed about how he could have pursued the saintess. "I am indeed Li Muyu. Is someone in your family deceased, prompting you to purchase a coffin?" Li Muyu asked cheerfully. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly, his gaze flashing cold as he retorted, "You little brat, this coffin is a gift for you." "Haha, I do have a fondness for coffins, but I must inquire, who is your master?" Li Muyu continued to smile, for while others might be enraged at the sight of a coffin, he was a being who had lain within one for 30 millennia. Thus, whether it was a blood-red coffin or a bronze one held little significance for him. Attempting to vex him with a coffin was utterly juvenile. Indeed, he still possessed a bronze finger coffin, which this middle-aged man likely knew nothing about. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. The fact that he had presented this fellow with a coffin and he remained cheerful was quite perplexing. What kind of extraordinary individual was he? "My master is called Xianyuan Hongzhe. He is a suitor of the Xianyue sword sect's saintess, Fei Shui, and the saintess can only be pursued by our young master, understand?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "Xianyuan Hongzhe? I haven't heard of him. Is he quite famous?" Li Muyu asked Morong Fei, genuinely unaware of this Xianyuan Hongzhe. Morong Fei's face twitched slightly, appearing tense as he replied, "He is the son of a guardian from the Black Demon Sword domain. The Black Demon Sword domain is immensely powerful. The Fei Hong sword sect is merely a branch of it. The current might of the Black Demon Sword domain dwarfs that of our sacred sword sect by at least tenfold. Xianyuan Hongzhe is also an 8th rank swordsman, making his background remarkably impressive. So, he is a person of Xianyuan Hongzhe's caliber. Rest assured, with such a coffin delivered to me, I am already feeling quite intimidated. I shall certainly not harbor any thoughts about Fei Shui in the future." Li Muyu spoke with a grin. "Humph, that is good. Consider yourself wise, or else today I would have had to kill you here and bury you in that coffin." The middle-aged man declared menacingly. He had employed such methods to deal with several sword-wielding youths who pursued Fei Shui, turning those unwise enough into wandering souls. "Ah, so this coffin is meant for the dead? I just realized. I feel quite frightened. How many have you killed?" Li Muyu feigned fear, placing a hand over his heart. Beside him, Morong Fei's skin prickled. He couldn't fathom why Li Muyu seemed entirely unafraid. "Hee, if you count yourself as the 8th. The middle-aged man forced a smile, initially thinking to present a gift to his young master by sacrificing this fellow's life to demonstrate loyalty, but now it appeared he was merely a coward, making killing him pointless. It seemed a 5th-rank swordsman of such a mundane demeanor had been sufficiently frightened. "Good to know. Now leave." The middle-aged man waved his hand. The 4 sword-bearers behind him glared at Li Muyu before preparing to hoist the coffin and depart. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the Li Muyu's figure flickered, and he appeared behind the middle-aged man, extending his hand to summon the heavenly mechanism divine sword into his grasp. The sword light flashed, and a spray of blood erupted. The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale as he stared in horror at the blood hole in his chest, his eyes filled with dread as he instinctively clutched at the gaping wound. Li Muyu sneered, activating the hellish nether dragon fist, and with swift strikes, the 4 sword-bearers fell like leaves swept away by an autumn wind. Morong Fei stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How fast was Li Muyu? "You dare kill our Black Demon Sword Domain's people." One fallen sword-bearer grinned wickedly, believing Li Muyu was doomed. Although the Black Demon Sword Domain's territory did not lie within the blood-weeping ancient River Sword Domain, their influence was vast, with hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators under their command. a superpower rivaling the entire blood-weeping ancient river sword domain. Talk too much. Li Mu's figure flickered again, the sword light slicing toward the chest of the grinning sword-bearer. The grinning youth's face morphed into one of terror as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The remaining three youths were aghast. Someone had indeed dared to kill those associated with Xinyuan Hongxia of the Black Demon Sword domain. And how could this 5th-rank swordsman kill 8th-rank swordsman with such ease? Place these two corpses in the coffin and return to inform your young master. Otherwise, next time, he will be the one inside it. As the words fell, the remaining three youths exchanged glances, retreating hastily to deposit the middle-aged man and the sword-bearer's bodies into the coffin before fleeing the scene. You were too impulsive. This matter should have been handled by the sect. The Black Demon Sword domain is truly a superpower, Morong Fei remarked with a wry smile. A swordsman of 9th rank like him would be considered a genius in the Sacred Sword sect. Yet within the Black Demon Sword domain, even a 7th or 8th rank swordsman might merely be relegated to the status of a servant, highlighting the immense prowess of the Black Demon Sword domain. 10 sacred sword sects would not equal one Black Demon Sword domain. Sigh, it was unavoidable. I lost control for a moment. They were simply too weak. You saw how easily I struck them down. They didn't even bother to evade, leaving me no choice. Li Muyu shrugged, feigning innocence. Morong Fei stood agape, unsure how to respond. However, Li Muyu turned his gaze to his heavenly mechanism divine sword, which glistened with a layer of blood. This was the first time he had used the sword to take a life. Each soul claimed would yield a trace of killing intent, and 10 souls could accumulate enough to form a single strand of killing aura. This was also why the heavenly mechanism divine sword ranked among the 3 divine swords. 30,000 years ago, the heavenly mechanism divine sword bore another name, the sword of the god of death. Should Xinyuan Hongxia come seeking retribution, Li Muyu would not hesitate to use the lives of his followers to honor the heavenly mechanism divine sword. A sword imbued with killing intent was entirely different from one devoid of it. Chapter 24. The Wealthy Return. You have slain individuals from the Black Magic Sword domain? The Grand Elder, Wu Moyu, appeared exasperated. Initially, he felt reassured upon hearing Li Muyu's capitulation during the council meeting and deemed it unnecessary to intervene. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Muyu had directly taken the lives of 2 men, 1 strike each, remarkably precise. Indeed, I merely sought to test the swiftness of my peachwood sword. I had not anticipated that those 2 fellows were rather inept. 1 strike left them with a gaping hole in their bodies. This cannot be held against me. Li Muyu raised his hands in an innocent gesture. You reckless spendthrift. No, you mischief maker. The 6th elder, Wu Qi, bore an expression of agony. The Black Magic Sword domain had grown far too powerful over the years, far beyond what a mere sacred sword sect could provoke. Although the Sacred Sword sect was an established institution, it was widely known that it now lacked even basic cultivation resources. What shall we do? Shall we eliminate this boy and present his head to the Black Magic Sword domain? The 4th elder, Wu Mu, spoke ominously. Humph, where has our Sacred Sword sect's long-standing dignity gone? Moreover, Li Muyu is our sect's chief disciple. They audaciously delivered a coffin to our doorstep, treating our Sacred Sword sect with utter contempt. To kill him would be to acquiesce, the Grand Elder declared with a wave of his hand. Presently, Li Muyu had become quite the prized asset. Even if the Black Magic Sword domain recognized his prowess as an exceptional appraiser, it was likely that the corpulent man would meet an untimely demise, especially with the Xianyu Sword sect eagerly seeking to recruit him. The notion of self-mutilation was utterly foolish. But offending Xinyuan Hongxia will bring catastrophic retribution upon our Sacred Sword sect. The 4th elder, Wu Mu, spoke in horror, his gaze filled with trepidation. The Black Magic Sword domain was, to him, a source of great fear. Let them come. If the people from the Black Magic Sword domain seek vengeance, we shall merely offer our apologies. Let us not forget that we are a sect founded by the sword god of the Yellow Springs. The 6th elder, Wu Qi, spoke with indignation. He had just discovered this gem, Li Muyu. To kill him would be a grave mistake. If Li Muyu were lost, where could such a formidable appraiser be found again? Li Muyu, you have stirred up a hornet's nest, do you not realize? Yet you must also understand what sect you belong to. The Sacred Sword sect, founded by the sword god of the Yellow Springs, has always adhered to a motto. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall surely retaliate. Today, I shall inform you that while you have slain individuals from the Black Magic Sword domain, we, the Sacred Sword sect, shall stand by you. The Grand Elder, Wu Mou, spoke with reddened eyes. Your duty is to assist the youth of our sacred sword sect in finding more resources. The rest shall be taken care of by us. The sixth elder proclaimed grandly. Indeed, if we were to cower now, it would not reflect the spirit of the sacred sword sect. Other elders echoed. Only the fourth elder, Wu Mu, appeared troubled, his eyes darting restlessly. Li Mu stood smiling, seemingly unaffected by the proceedings, yet inwardly he felt quite content. This was the style of his junior disciple, Hua Fei Hong. I do not provoke you, but if you provoke me, I shall not hold back. Though the sacred sword sect may have waned, the spirit of the sword remains vibrant. This is the essence of a sword cultivator. Summon the disciples of Swordfish Peak. Let them come and protect Li Mu Yu. The Grand Elder, Wu Mou, commanded coldly. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Li Mu Yu. You have reached the 5th level of the Sword Apprentice? Earlier, Li Mu Yu's killing had diverted his attention, but now he was genuinely astonished. Did you not use the 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones to ascend? The 6th Elder, Wu Qi, inquired. He knew that although Li Mu Yu had awakened his sword vein, it was devoid of any peculiar traits, essentially a discarded sword vein. As for the Sword Palace, it had little to boast about, and his innate talent was inferior to that of Wu Zhua and Mu Rongfei. I used them all. Not a single one remains. Li Mu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Spendthrift, you elevated from the 3rd to the 5th level using 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones? The 6th Elder felt an overwhelming urge to tear this fellow apart, yet he was reminded that the spirit stones used for promotion were procured by Li Mu Yu himself, leaving him at a loss for where to vent his ire. Other elders wore expressions of anguish. How many disciples could have advanced with those 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones? Yet this rogue consumed them all for his own gain. He had entirely amassed his cultivation through the overindulgence of resources. Alas, our sect is still too impoverished. Otherwise, many disciples would surely have advanced to the 8th or 9th levels, and there would be some sword masters among them. The spirit stones and spirit crystals are in dire shortage. The Grand Elder, Wu Mou, lamented. There was no alternative. The entire sword cultivation world was bereft of spirit stones. To acquire spirit stones, one could only dredge them from the vicinity of the Blood Cry ancient river or seek out the most sought-after appraisers. Soon, a throng of disciples from Swordfish Peak arrived in unison. Greetings, Elder. Shi Chong led the disciples of Swordfish Peak. From now on, you shall follow Li Mu Yu, protect him well, and allow him to procure resources for your cultivation. You are to rely on him henceforth. The Grand Elder, Wu Mou, spoke with conviction, feeling a pang of pain at the thought of those 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones vanishing so easily. Li Mu Yu? That worthless fellow has advanced to the 5th level? Shi Chong's eyes widened, as if witnessing a fantastical tale. Could it be? This good-for-nothing has reached the 5th level? How many days has it been? A youth named Wang Shi, who stood behind Shi Chong, expressed his disbelief. His own cultivation at the 7th level had taken him an entire 7 years to achieve. Now, seeing Li Mu Yu advance in such a short span left him bewildered. Senior brother Li Mu Yu is an appraiser. He has ample cultivation resources. Yesterday, he utilized 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones to elevate his cultivation to the 5th level. Those resources were his own, Mu Rongfei clarified from the side. In truth, he too felt that the individual he was following was a genuine spendthrift. 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones used in a heartbeat. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be left gasping from the heartache. Do cultivation resources matter? Do critical spirit stones matter? As long as you follow me, you shall have everything. Li Mu Yu waved his hand and chuckled. Wasn't it merely 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones? What was there to be astonished about? If they were to learn that his future cultivation might consume resources equivalent to several sects, they would likely be struck with terror. Anyone wishing for cultivation resources, stand to my left. Those uninterested, stand to the right. Merely a trifle? Mu Rongfei scratched his head, at a loss for words. Ha ha, I have long heard of Li Mu Yu's prowess. Today we shall witness just how formidable he truly is. Indeed, seeing is believing. Let us observe closely. I have heard that beneath the Blood Cry ancient river lies an endless treasure trove, with various ancient artifacts being retrieved. With sufficient appraising knowledge, one could amass immense wealth. Miracles are said to occur daily near the Blood Cry ancient river. It would be worthwhile to take a look. Some disciples, though skeptical, ultimately chose to follow Li Mu Yu and see for themselves if he was merely boasting. Before long, Li Muyu found that every disciple from Swordfish Peak had stepped forward to join him, eager to determine whether he was indeed a braggart. Not a single soul remained behind, for they were all envious of Li Muyu's swift elevation through the critical spirit stones, especially since the previously deemed worthless Mu Rongfei had regained his heavenly silkworm sword vein after following Li Muyu. This indicated that following this spendthrift might still yield benefits. With a resounding rush, the entire contingent of Swordfish Peak disciples followed Li Muyu. A few elders stood behind, dumbfounded. They had yet to warn the disciples to be cautious of Li Muyu, who had killed individuals from the black magic sword domain, but it was likely that such a warning would have fallen on deaf ears. Who wouldn't desire cultivation resources? A grand procession made its way toward the black market beside the Blood Cry ancient river. Li Muyu. As he walked beside the Blood Cry ancient river, Li Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy. He had inexplicably lost to this fellow last time. Seeing Li Muyu ignited a blaze of resentment within him. Ah, it is Li Muyu. It seems we have business at the black market. The black market elder, Mo Yin, greeted with a smile. As an elder of the black market, he welcomed more talents like Li Muyu, as they would enhance the black market's prestige. After Li Muyu had acquired 500 pounds of critical spirit stones in the black market, nearby sword sect youths had flocked to take advantage of the situation. However, few could achieve the same level of success as Li Muyu, which had brought substantial wealth to the black market. That is Li Muyu, the Li Muyu from the Sacred Sword Sect. I have heard he is a disciple from a family of appraisers. I must see if this fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. The elderly matron from the Xian Yu Sword Sect, Yu Bai, observed with keen interest. If this Li Muyu proved to be exceptionally skilled in appraisal, she could employ a few beautiful maidens to ensnare him, securing his allegiance to the Xian Yu Sword Sect. Who wouldn't desire talent? Chapter 25. The Ancient Bronze Coffin. Come and see. There are countless treasures by the blood-weeping ancient river. Whatever you fancy, I shall procure it all. Li Muyu declared with a beaming smile. Mu Rongfei, taken aback, felt a chill run down his spine. The riches around the blood-weeping ancient river were abundant, and if all the disciples from Swordfish Peak set their sights on something, the cost would be astronomical. Was this boastful claim not utterly ludicrous? The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, their skepticism evident. Brother Li Muyu, we have come here primarily to seek cultivation resources. If we manage to find some, we would be exceedingly pleased. But to buy indiscriminately, as you suggest, would be sheer folly. Shi Chong interjected in his mind. He had long since labeled this fellow as a spendthrift, having squandered 2,000 pounds of critical spirit stones in a single night. Should Shi Chong's family discover his reckless behavior, they would not hesitate to break his legs in this era. Resources for cultivation were scarce among the noble families and sects. Many had fallen from grace, and expenditures on frivolous matters were simply out of the question. What does it matter if I am a spendthrift? If I didn't, would I still need you to accompany me? I could just bring Mu Rongfei along for a leisurely jaunt. Li Muyu chuckled. However, upon hearing his words, Shi Chong and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. They clearly had no desire to squander wealth. One young disciple, however, seemed eager to point out a distant object, only to be swiftly pushed aside by Shi Chong, while the other disciples glared at this disobedient comrade. Li Muyu shook his head. Indeed, the disciples of Swordfish Peak were exceptionally frugal, and they would not dare to indulge in reckless spending. Very well, today I shall assist you in locating cultivation resources. We shall ensure you gather a sufficient bounty. With a grand gesture, Li Muyu beckoned the disciples of Swordfish Peak to follow him. Mu Rongfei hesitantly inquired, Do you truly have confidence in this endeavor? Last time, we merely relied on luck. He had witnessed the previous escapade firsthand and had pondered over it for quite some time, convinced that Li Muyu had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Li Muyu surveyed the surroundings, and upon spotting the figure of Li Feng in the distance, he smiled broadly. Absolutely no doubt. The blood-weeping ancient river is a treasure trove. Here, spiritual stones and spirit jewels abound. Soon, you shall witness miracles unfold. Let us proceed. The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged bewildered looks. This was only their second encounter with Li Muyu. The first had been characterized by arrogance, and now his claims seemed to reach new heights, as though he feared the heavens would collapse under the weight of his boasts. The blood-weeping ancient river was indeed a place of treasures, that much was true. Yet, countless individuals had been swindled here, some even driven to despair, taking their own lives in the river. If it were as effortless as Li Muyu suggested, then many would have already struck it rich, and the disciples of Swordfish Peak would not be in such dire straits. Noticing their skepticism, Li Muyu chose to remain silent and stepped into the bustling black market adjacent to the blood-weeping ancient river. Li Muyu has arrived, that young man who defeated Li Feng. How remarkable! In just a few days, he has gained fame throughout the blood-weeping ancient river. Li Muyu is extraordinary. He managed to uncover so many critical spirit stones. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure, and how fortunate that the Sacred Sword sect has secured such a treasure. The keen-eyed individuals in the black market lit up upon seeing Li Muyu. Let us observe and learn. Yes, let's see how he snatches up the bargains. If we can glean even a fraction of his skill, we'll be unstoppable in the blood-weeping ancient river. A murmuring crowd began to gather around Li Muyu, forming a sizable throng without their realizing it. Even Morong Fei was taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in disbelief. Indeed, Li Muyu had become quite the celebrity since his last sensational exploits in the black market. Li Muyu, however, remained unfazed. He had his sights set on Li Feng, knowing that in stepping on someone's toes, one ought to tread on the renowned. After all, Li Feng was known for his prowess. Li Feng, how do you fare? Still sulking over your last defeat? Li Muyu approached, grinning broadly. Ha! You were merely lucky last time. Young one, I doubt it reflects your true abilities, Li Feng retorted coldly, his demeanor stern as he stood before a modest stall, likely searching for a bargain. The stall owner, a lean and wiry youth, beamed with delight upon seeing both Li Feng and Li Muyu approach. Who wouldn't know of Li Muyu's formidable reputation? The keen-eyed young man recognized that if he could provide Li Muyu with a valuable find, it would not only bring him fortune but also elevate his status. Luck? Li Feng, let me enlighten you. Your family holds no significance in my eyes. Your title as a discerning appraiser is utterly laughable, Li Muyu replied coolly. Brat, you dare insult my family? Li Feng's face flushed with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. In the blood-weeping ancient river, one was expected to revere his family name. How could this insolent brat dare to denigrate it? Insult? Indeed, I have insulted you. Today, I shall do so openly. What will you do about it? Li Muyu stated with a mischievous grin, embodying an air of defiance. Behind him, Morong Fei and Shi Chong, along with the other disciples of Swordfish Peak, stepped forward, ready to support Li Muyu. While they may not possess the skills of appraisal, they were more than capable of defending their comrade. Among the disciples of the Sacred Sword sect, their reputation for brawling was well known, and they had left their mark on the blood-weeping ancient river. Humph! If you have the courage, let us compete in appraisal. Li Feng sneered, eyeing the disciples behind Li Muyu with disdain. The disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were notorious for their reckless fighting spirit. As long as they could find cultivation resources in the blood-weeping ancient river, they would fight fiercely. Very well, I shall gladly accept your challenge in appraisal. Please, make your move. Li Muyu responded, casting a quick glance at the stall, his eyes narrowing slightly. No wonder this old fellow had set up shop here. There was indeed something valuable present, however. It appeared the old man had misjudged the situation significantly. Excellent. Today, I shall show you what it means to come from a family of appraisers. Appraisal is not something you achieve through mere luck, Li Feng replied coldly, gesturing toward the items on the stall. Let us see who can unearth more treasures today. If we find the same number, we shall compare the ages and values. What say you? Agreed. However, we require a mediator. If you cannot bear the loss, who do I turn to? Li Muyu chuckled, directly addressing Elder Mo Yen, who was spectating the unfolding drama in the crowd. Elder Mo Yen, would you kindly preside over our contest? It would ensure that this old dog can face defeat gracefully. Elder Mo Yen stepped forward, a grin gracing his face. He had been eager to witness the clash between the two and was thrilled to be called upon. Ah, how fortunate. As a black market elder, I shall ensure fairness prevails. This is the reason the black market has thrived over the years, Elder Mo Yen said with a bright smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he approached the two. Upon his arrival, he turned to the lean stall vendor, his expression darkening. Set a price. Sell everything on your table. Here are 100,000 spirit jewels. Accept it and depart. 100,000. The stall owner was taken aback. He knew that everything on his table was counterfeit and comprised of trash scavenged from the blood-weeping ancient river. Some were simply smooth stones he had collected, while others were worthless scraps. To sell all of it for 1,000 spirit jewels would be a significant windfall. Unwilling to accept? Mo Yan's expression hardened as he spoke. His willingness to part with 100,000 spirit jewels stemmed from his confidence in both Li Feng and Li Muyu as appraisers. Thus, he purchased the lot outright to facilitate their contest, hoping to boost the black market's popularity. Willing. The lean youth's eyes glinted with malice. He knew he could deceive the elder for a handsome profit. Now, gentlemen, shall I serve as your fair judge? Imo Yin chuckled, then turned to the two, bowing slightly. Naturally, I won't let you appraise for free. The appraisal fee will be 1/5 of each item's value. How does that sound? He directly purchased the stall's items, knowing that if Li Muyu and Li Feng chose to walk away, he would suffer a significant loss. Therefore, he insisted on the appraisal fee. The crowd erupted in derision. The black market elder was indeed shameless. Li Muyu regarded Elder Imo Yin with quiet admiration. His cunning was unparalleled, and it was no wonder he managed the chaotic black market so successfully. Nevertheless, Li Muyu was unperturbed. Even if the elder bought out the entire stall, he would still secure the treasures he sought. Among them, a shattered spatial belt caught his eye. If he was not mistaken, it was a broken spatial belt, its contents scattered. What lay outside was merely a fraction of its true value, with the real treasures concealed within. Li Feng let out a cold snort, clearly frustrated as he sought to uncover hidden gems, only to have Elder Imo Yin thwart his efforts, forcing him to settle for appraisal fees. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Grand Elder Wu Imo Yu and Sixth Elder Wu Qi of the Sacred Sword Sect had discreetly blended into the crowd. Unaware of Li Muyu's previous exploits in the black market, they had followed him today, having heard he was boldly seeking treasures with the disciples of Swordfish Peak. Standing beside them was the aged matriarch of the Xianyu sect, her gaze fixated intently on Li Muyu. Is this Li Muyu truly a scion of an appraisal family? How audacious to challenge Li Feng to a duel. The matriarch of the Xianyu sect, deeply convinced of Li Feng's prowess, believed he would emerge victorious, having previously aided him in his endeavors, and she regarded his discerning eye with great respect. Youth should be audacious. Otherwise, how could they be young? The Sixth Elder Wu Qi firmly supported Li Muyu.as the financial elder. He appreciated such spirited disciples. I have heard that Li Muyu had someone assassinate Xian Yuan Hong's servant. Was that not excessive? The matriarch of the Xianyu sect expressed her discontent, having just learned of the incident. Let us observe the contest of youth. Shall we refrain from idle chatter? Grand Elder Wu Imo Yu suggested. Indeed, once he joins the Xianyu sect, should Xian Yuan Hong's people come seeking trouble, we will certainly provide Li Muyu refuge, the matriarch replied with a smile, well aware of the intricacies of the situation. Perhaps we do not need to. We could send our elite disciples for protection, the sixth elder chuckled, not wishing to see Li Muyu lost to another faction. As their discussion unfolded, a brilliant flash of bronze light erupted, spreading throughout the black market. This luminous glow emanated from the very center where Li Muyu and Li Feng stood, enveloping the stall in an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 25. The Ancient Bronze Coffin. Come and see. What treasures lie beside the blood-weeping ancient river? Anything that catches your fancy, I shall procure it all, Li Muyu declared with a cheerful grin. Murong Fei was instantly taken aback, his tongue darting out in disbelief. The blood-weeping ancient river was replete with myriad wonders. If all the disciples from Swordfish Peak were to desire something, how exorbitant would the cost be? Such outrageous boasting seemed utterly unfounded. The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of such claims. Senior brother Li Muyu, our purpose in coming here is solely to seek cultivation resources. If we manage to find some, it would already be a great delight. Your suggestion to buy everything we see would be nothing short of extravagance, Shi Chong interjected, in his heart. He had already labeled this character as a spendthrift, having squandered 2,000 gene of critical spirit stones in a single night. Had Shi Chong's family known of his reckless behavior, they would have swiftly punished him. In these times, families and sects alike were struggling for cultivation resources. Many had dwindled in stature, and unnecessary expenditures were simply unthinkable. What of extravagance? If I don't indulge, why would I need you all to accompany me? I could just take Murong Fei along for a leisurely jaunt. Li Muyu chuckled, however, upon hearing his words. Shi Chong and the others exchanged glances once more, shaking their heads in unison. It was evident that none of them were inclined towards such frivolity. One young disciple, however, was itching to point out an object in the distance, but was promptly pushed back by Shi Chong, while the rest of the Swordfish Peak disciples glared disapprovingly at the disobedient individual. Li Muyu shook his head. Each disciple from Swordfish Peak was remarkably thrifty, and they would certainly not dare to squander their resources. Very well, today is dedicated to securing cultivation resources for you all. This trip shall yield ample findings. With a grand gesture, Li Muyu beckoned the disciples of Swordfish Peak to follow him. Murong Fei hesitated and asked, "Are you truly confident in this? Last time, we were merely fortunate." He had witnessed the previous events firsthand and had pondered extensively afterward, feeling that Li Muyu had simply stumbled upon good fortune. Li Muyu surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting a figure in the distance, smiled broadly. "There is absolutely no doubt. The blood-weeping ancient river is a treasure trove in this place. Spirit stones and spirit boulders are abundant. Soon, it will be your turn to witness miracles. Let us proceed." The disciples of Shichong exchanged looks of confusion. This was their second encounter with Li Muyu. The first had showcased his arrogance, while the second revealed his boundless bravado, as if he could blow the heavens down with his boasts. The blood-weeping ancient river was indeed a land of treasures, but countless individuals had fallen victim to swindlers here, and some had even taken their own lives in despair, leaving behind nothing but bones. If it were as simple as Li Muyu claimed, countless fortunes would have already been amassed, and the disciples of Swordfish Peak would not be in such dire straits. Seeing their disbelief, Li Muyu chose silence and ventured into the adjacent Black Market Street beside the blood-weeping ancient river. Li Muyu has arrived. That young man is the one who defeated Li Feng. Such is the fame of his name. In mere days, this youth has become renowned throughout the blood-weeping ancient river. This Li Muyu is remarkable. He has unearthed an abundance of critical spirit stones. Indeed, he is no ordinary individual, and it's astonishing that the Sacred Sword sect has secured someone of such caliber, a treasure that brings wealth to the sect. Those with discerning eyes in the black market brightened at the sight of Li Muyu. Let us observe and learn. Yes, let us see how he finds bargains. If we can glean even a fraction of his wisdom, we could navigate the blood-weeping ancient river with ease. Whispers fluttered among the crowd as they subtly trailed behind, forming a modest throng around Li Muyu. Murong Fei was taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Indeed, Li Muyu had gained considerable notoriety, having previously astonished the black market, and now, it seemed, he had become a celebrity within it. Li Muyu remained unfazed, his sights set squarely on Li Feng. Tio's step on the toes of someone renowned was only fitting. After all, Li Feng had long held the title of the best, so who else should he provoke? "Li Feng, how have you fared? Did you weep in defeat after our last encounter?" Li Muyu approached him with a smile. "Ha, youngster, your victory last time was but a stroke of luck. It hardly reflects your true prowess," Li Feng replied coldly, his expression stern. He was currently standing before a small stall, clearly scheming for a bargain. The vendor at this stall was a thin, dark-skinned youth, whose face lit up with delight upon seeing both Li Feng and Li Muyu approach. Who wouldn't he recognize the formidable reputation of Li Muyu? If he could uncover a treasure in his stall, it would not only bring him great fortune but also elevate his standing among the people. He was well aware that Li Muyu had previously ventured into the Spirit Stone treasure area, where the black market had gone wild with sales, and even the rubble had been claimed by wealthy youths. Rumor had it that the entire black market had erupted in a frenzy of Spirit Stone purchases that day. If he could attract a similar crowd today, as a seller of counterfeit antiques, he would surely profit immensely. "Luck, you say? Li Feng, let me enlighten you. Your family holds no weight in my eyes. Your esteemed title as an appraiser is laughably insignificant," Li Muyu retorted coldly. "Impudent wretch, my family is not one you can insult." Li Feng growled, his anger palpable as his beard bristled. How could he not be infuriated by the audacity to belittle his family, a name that deserved respect in the blood-weeping ancient river? Insult? Indeed, I have insulted you. Today, I shall demonstrate just how far I can go." Li Muyu replied with a grin, exuding an air of defiance. Behind him, Murong Fei and the other Swordfish Peak disciples took a step forward, their expressions resolute, ready to support Li Muyu. While they may not be skilled appraisers, they were certainly capable fighters. In this realm, the disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were known not for their grand exploits, but rather for their brawling prowess, leaving behind a less-than-stellar reputation. "Humph! If you possess any skill, let us compete in appraisal," Li Feng sneered, glancing at the young disciples behind Li Muyu, his lips curling in disdain. The disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were all ruffians. They would fight recklessly, blinded by the prospect of finding cultivation resources in the blood-weeping ancient river. "Very well, I intend to challenge you in appraisal today. Let us begin." Li Muyu swiftly scanned the stall, his pupils narrowing slightly. It was no wonder this old fellow was here. There were indeed treasures to be found, yet it seemed this vendor had overlooked some key details, and rather glaringly so. Good, young one. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of being from an esteemed appraisal family. Appraisal is not solely reliant on luck, Li Feng replied coldly, gesturing toward the items on the stall. Today, we will see who can uncover more treasures here. If the quantity is equal, we shall then evaluate based on age and value. What do you say? Excellent, but we will need a mediator. If you cannot bear to lose, who shall I turn to? Li Muyu smirked, directly addressing the elder Mo Yin, who was watching the spectacle from the crowd. Elder Mo Yin, I kindly request your presence to mediate this contest, ensuring that this old dog can handle the outcome, he said with a grin. Elder Mo Yin stepped forward with a wide smile. He had been eager to witness the clash between the two and found Li Muyu's invitation fortuitous. Ah, how fortunate it is. As an elder of the black market, I shall ensure a fair adjudication, for it is this very principle that has allowed the black market to thrive over the years, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he strode confidently toward the two. Upon his arrival, he turned a stern gaze toward the thin young vendor and coldly commanded, "Name your price. Sell everything before you. Here are 100,000 spirit boulders. Take them and leave." 100,000. The young vendor's face registered shock. He knew full well that everything on his stall was counterfeit or mere debris scavenged from the blood-weeping ancient river, some even just ordinary pebbles. If he managed to sell even 1,000 for spirit boulders, it would be a significant profit. Unwilling? Mo Yan's voice was icy. His willingness to offer 100,000 spirit boulders stemmed from his faith in the appraisal skills of both Li Feng and Li Muyu. Consequently, he decided to purchase the items outright, facilitating their wager and raising the black market's profile. Agreed, I agree, replied the thin youth, a smirk of malice flickering in his eyes. 100,000 spirit boulders would surely lead to your downfall. Gentlemen, do I serve as a fair mediator? Mo Yin chuckled, then bowed slightly to the two. I shall not allow either of you to appraise for free. For every item appraised, I shall take 1/5 of its value. How does that sound? He promptly purchased the vendor's wares. If Li Muyu and Li Feng were to walk away without engaging, he would suffer a considerable loss. Thus, he directly offered appraisal fees. The crowd erupted in disdain, criticizing the shamelessness of the black market elder. Li Muyu regarded Elder Mo Yin with quiet admiration. This elder was a master of schemes, and it was no wonder the black market thrived under his management. However, he remained unfazed. Even if Elder Mo Yin acquired the entire stall, he was confident he would still secure the treasures he sought. The most valuable item here appeared to be a shattered spatial belt. If he was not mistaken, this was a broken spatial belt, with its contents scattered about. What lay outside was merely a fraction, while the true treasures lay hidden within. Li Feng scoffed. It was clear that this place held what he sought, but Elder Mo Yin had effectively thwarted his plans for a bargain, leaving him with only the opportunity to earn appraisal fees. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu and Sixth Elder Wu Qi of the Sacred Sword Sect had blended into the crowd, having followed Li Muyu here after hearing of his bold venture into the black market. Beside them stood the elderly Yu Bai of the Xin Yu sect, her gaze fixed intently on Li Muyu. Is this Li Muyu truly a scion of an appraisal family? How audacious to challenge Li Feng. Yu Bai pondered, her eyes glimmering with belief in Li Feng's abilities. Having received assistance from the Xin Yu sect, Li Feng's discerning eye was razor-sharp. As an elder, Yu Bai was convinced that this time, Li Feng would emerge victorious over this brash youth. Youth should be bold. Is he not a youth? Sixth Elder Wu Qi declared, resolutely supporting Li Muyu. As the financial elder, he appreciated such spirited disciples. I have heard that Li Muyu had someone assassinate Xin Yuan Hongzhi's servant. Was that not a bit excessive? Yu Bai remarked disapprovingly, having just learned of the incident. Ah, let us observe the rivalry of the youth without interjecting, Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu suggested. Indeed, should he join the Xin Yu sect and trouble arise from Xin Yuan Hongzhi's men, we shall certainly shelter Li Muyu. Yu Bai chuckled, revealing her own cunning nature. That may not be necessary. We can dispatch elite disciples for protection, Sixth Elder Wu Qi replied with a smile, clearly reluctant to part with Li Muyu. As they conversed, a brilliant bronze light erupted, spreading throughout the black market. This radiant glow emanated from the center of the confrontation between Li Muyu and Li Feng, creating an unusual atmosphere at the stall. Chapter 26. What does it mean to have eyes but not see? The spreading bronze radiance captivated the entire black market. What does this bronze glow signify? It undoubtedly represents treasures salvaged from the ancient, blood-crying river. artifacts that could only have emerged 30,000 years ago, or even from more distant epochs. For instance, the legendary bronze finger coffin, as well as the countless ancient bronze coffins buried beneath the blood-crying river, which are said to harbor formidable entities within. Such brilliance ensnared the gaze of everyone in the black market, including the Grand Elder Wu Mayu, the Sixth Elder Wu Qi, and the aged matriarch with the jade disc, who all approached with keen interest. They understood that this blood-crying river yielded antiques almost daily, yet this somewhat terrifying bronze light was anything but ordinary. Among the crowd, Li Muyu held a black box with a beaming smile, while Li Feng's countenance darkened noticeably. This black box had been picked up by Li Muyu from right under Li Feng's feet, appearing so mundane that Li Feng had overlooked it entirely, never anticipating it to be something so dreadfully significant. Li Muyu stood there grinning, holding something he was quite familiar with, a bronze ancient coffin. However, this particular coffin was notably small, clearly not of human origin. It was evidently from another realm. This ancient coffin was centuries old, unmistakably belonging to a powerful swordsman from a foreign domain who had undergone a rebirth. He was aware that some foreign powerhouses slumbered for 30,000 years, then experienced rebirth after another 30,000, ultimately becoming superlative beings after 90,000 years of accumulation. This is a bronze ancient coffin? A coffin of a foreign powerhouse, moreover, a coffin of rebirth, radiating an intense sword intent that is simply unparalleled. The aged elder of the black market, Imo Yin, trembled as he spoke, standing beside Li Muyu and naturally perceiving every detail of the bronze coffin. As a black market elder, his expertise in appraisal was formidable. He recognized this foreign bronze coffin, and such an item was of considerable value. Upon seeing the coffin, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle himself in frustration. Here he was, wandering the black market daily, mingling among petty vendors selling fakes, and yet he had failed to notice that this black box was an artifact worth a staggering 90,000 years. The vendor selling fakes was utterly dumbfounded, swearing that he had genuinely picked up this piece of scrap metal from beside the blood-crying river, merely tossing it at his feet for show. He could never have imagined its extraordinary worth. Now, as Li Muyu casually picked it up and gently tapped it, the black tarnish fell away, revealing its splendor. Despite having accumulated dust for 90,000 years, the sword intent remained undiminished, a true treasure indeed. Morong Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely seen Li Muyu bend down and retrieve such a seemingly insignificant object, which turned out to be so precious. What incredible luck! The youths of Swordfish Peak were equally taken aback. How could one simply reach out and find something so miraculous? This was indeed astonishing. A bronze ancient coffin from 90,000 years ago appeared before them, leaving them with no room for disbelief. Shi Chong rubbed his bald head, speechless, and at that moment, he felt that Li Muyu's earlier suggestion to casually buy items near the blood-crying river was no idle boast. This fellow had the capital to back it up. Li Feng's eyes twitched violently, wishing he could slap himself twice. Had he known this fellow's gaze was so sharp, he would have never allowed Li Muyu to act first. Now, with one move, Li Muyu had unearthed a 90,000-year-old relic, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Li Muyu chuckled lightly. Ah, merely a trifle, nothing to make a fuss over. I hope I haven't caused any amusement. With that, he cast the bronze coffin aside as if it were a mere trinket. Yet, in a swift motion, he collected a curvilinear piece of tarnish. This tarnish was part of his storage belt. He could sense that even if the belt was broken, it remained filled with treasures. His heart surged with joy as he glanced over the other two components of the storage belt, which still appeared as tarnished pieces, failing to attract the attention of Li Feng or the black market elders. Just as he turned away, Imo Yin and two other elders swiftly retrieved the bronze coffin, their hearts aching with regret. How could one so carelessly discard a 90,000-year-old artifact? Did they not realize that the sword intent upon it was something martial artists pursued throughout their lives? This item was immensely valuable. The two elders nearly shot daggers with their eyes, wanting to scold him for being reckless. Could they truly laugh at this? With such treasures surfacing, they could only lament their own blindness for not noticing it sooner. Otherwise, they would have stealthily taken it home long ago. Li Feng, please proceed. Master Li Muyu has appraised a treasure, the bronze coffin, an item that is at least 90,000 years old, perhaps even older. We, the black market, are willing to offer 200,000 in appraisal fees. Elder Mo Yen declared. At least worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. The disciples of Swordfish Peak who followed Li Muyu widened their eyes, realizing that money was coming too easily. Li Muyu had just earned 200,000 in appraisal fees. Moments ago, they had thought Li Muyu's claims about casually earning spirit stones and spirit gems beside the blood-crying river were mere bravado, but now? This was no exaggeration. Just like that, he had pocketed 200,000 spirit stones. In mere breaths, Li Feng stood before Li Muyu, feeling the gentle breeze from the blood-crying river slightly cloud his vision. With Li Muyu's first move yielding a relic over 90,000 years old, the stakes had undeniably risen. If he were to find something less than 90,000 years old, he would be outmatched. He scanned the entire stall, carefully examining until he finally fixed his gaze upon a weathered yellow stone in the distance. "I shall choose that one. Bring it to me," he commanded, pointing. Soon, the dilapidated yellow stone was brought before him. He gently tapped it, and a beam of sword light shot forth. A sword manual, a manual from 100,000 years ago, bearing the marks of that era. This cannot be faked. However, this manual is slightly incomplete. One can only decipher the initial writings, making it worth 1 million. Just like Li Muyu, Elder Li Feng, you have earned 200,000 in appraisal fees. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed. He had previously taken note of this yellow stone, deeming it curious and truth. He had come today to scout for bargains, but he never anticipated that it concealed a sword manual inscribed with profound iron, albeit with unclear later inscriptions that significantly diminished its value. Otherwise, it might have commanded an even higher price. Having unearthed a relic from 90,000 years ago, Li Feng's expression eased, and he squinted at Yao Qianshi, saying, "Li Muyu, has your luck finally run out? What now? If you wish to withdraw, I shall not protest." At this moment, he was relieved to be on par with Li Muyu. If he could intimidate him into retreating, he would regain both face and pride. There's no need for that. I shall choose another item." Li Muyu replied coldly, bending down once more to pick up yet another object right from under Li Feng's feet. Another item? He didn't even need to ponder or deliberate. Moreover, it was once again something lying beneath Li Feng's feet. This was the second time. Li Feng looked down in suspicion, bewildered as to how he could have overlooked what lay at his feet. The neglected ancient bronze coffin was one thing, but could this item also be a treasure? Morong Fei stood beside Li Muyu, scratching his face, wondering how Li Muyu could act so casually. Had he not noticed that Li Feng had deliberated extensively before taking action? This was rather reckless, was it not? To bend down and simply pick up an item? Was this sheer luck, or did he truly possess some skill? Elder Mo Yin from the black market also stared wide-eyed, astonished that from a shabby stall, 2 treasures had already surfaced. Would a third emerge? Could he not maintain a semblance of seriousness? He had just casually purchased this item for a mere 100,000 spirit stones. The 2 elders behind Mo Yin shared similar expressions. That moment, Li Muyu seemed to exude an aura of enchantment, drawing the entire black market's attention upon him. In his hand, he held a black orb that appeared wooden in nature. With a sharp clap, a fragrant aroma emanated from Li Muyu's grasp. The scent of medicinal herbs wafted throughout the black market, invigorating every swordsman present, cleansing their bodies and refreshing their spirits. Just a whiff of this medicinal fragrance had such an effect. One could only imagine the potency of the actual pill. Li Muyu casually glanced at the pill before tossing it to the astonished Elder Mo Yin. "Elder Mo Yin, do take a look at this item. It seems quite remarkable, does it not?" He smiled faintly, feigning indifference. The heart demon pill. The longer it is stored, the more potent its effects. This one is a full 100,000 years old. My heavens! Mo Yin was utterly flabbergasted. As his words fell, the entire black market trembled. This heart demon pill, an ancient artifact, was a remedy for the heart demons that arise within swordsmen, growing increasingly difficult to eradicate over time. The research on this pill was an ultimate countermeasure against heart demons, as it was naturally imbued with properties to combat them, having lain in the cursed earth amongst sinister energies for centuries. The longer it was preserved, the more valuable it became. The appearance of a 100,000-year-old heart demon pill in this place was utterly unexpected, especially as Li Muyu had casually picked it up. Instantly, the black market fell into silence. The value of this item was beyond measure. Profligate. How could such a thing be brought out? It would have been far better to secretly take it back to the sect. The Grand Elder Wu Mayu grimaced in pain. He knew just how precious the heart demon pill was. You couldn't acquire such a thing for less than 500,000 spirit stones. This was a pill from 100,000 years ago. Indeed, a prodigal. If we brought it back to the sect, it could be considered a treasure of the sect. Even Wu Mayu failed to notice that Li Muyu had already concealed the second piece of round tarnish within his sleeve. The rest looked on with fervor at the heart demon pill. The three elders of the black market shared similar expressions, exchanging glances before Mo Yin finally declared, "The heart demon pill, aged 100,000 years, valued at 500,000 spirit stones. We shall offer Li Mu Yu 1 million in appraisal fees." Mo Yan's tone was resolute. He felt no regret over the 1 million fee. Without Li Mu Yu, the heart demon pill would have merely been a piece of worthless wood in the hands of that petty vendor. Crack! The vendor holding 10,000 spirit stones suddenly fainted from sheer frustration, realizing that while he had been preoccupied with selling fakes, a genuine treasure lay right before him. This exemplified the notion of having eyes but not seeing. Yet, he only recognized the heart demon pill and remained oblivious to the fact that Li Mu Yu had stealthily acquired 2 pieces of the storage belt. Had he known about the storage belt, he likely would have succumbed to shock at that very moment. Chapter 27. A focus on what lies beneath. None of the onlookers paid any heed to Li Mu Yu's actions. Their attention was solely fixated on the lucrative appraisal at hand. An appraisal? As Li Mu Yu remarked, Lingbai? Not a concern. Spirit stones? No trouble at all. With a mere wave of the hand, it was all within reach. Murong Yun was rendered speechless, and the disciples of Swordfish Peak behind him stood agape, as if the Lingbai had fallen from the heavens. Li Mu Yu, without so much as a blink, bent down twice. Calmly, Li Mu Yu turned to Li Feng and declared, "Li Feng, it's your turn. You must find something superior to the heart demon pill." He uttered this because the 3rd storage belt lay beneath the foot of that old dog, who remained utterly oblivious. However, to obtain it without alerting him was impossible, hence the need to prompt him to find something else, thereby shifting his stance. Little did Li Feng know, he had been scrutinizing the heart demon pill for a considerable time, his eyes twitching in disbelief as he made a concerted effort to mask his astonishment. Finally, he turned to Li Mu Yu and said, "He, Junior, do not be so arrogant. Is it merely the heart demon pill? I shall find something next." As he spoke, he clenched his jaw, his cheeks bulging with tension. For Li Mu Yu's discovery had escalated the challenge to an unprecedented level. With that fierce proclamation and mounting anxiety, he instinctively sought to find something else, and the blackened patina of the storage belt once again came into view. Li Mu Yu's expression remained indifferent as he observed the old dog, Li Feng. Li Feng hesitated at the makeshift stall, time slipping away. 1/4 of an hour, then 2, and finally 3. As 3 incense sticks burned down, cold sweat streamed down his brow, and his gaze ultimately fell upon a seemingly mundane yellow lump of earth, which appeared to be nothing more than a makeshift table prop for the vendor. "This is it," Li Feng exclaimed, his tone suddenly lightening. Upon seeing Li Feng's eyes lock onto that yellow lump, Li Mu Yu nodded slightly. He had long since noticed it, but feigned disinterest. "Elder Mo Yin, please take a look. This item, is a treasure," Li Feng proclaimed with a grandiloquent air, having exerted immense effort to procure such a find in this competition against Li Mu Yu. Were it not for the latter's relentless pressure, he might never have stumbled upon the yellow lump at all. "A piece of yellow earth? Are you jesting?" Elder Mo Yin chuckled, believing the item to be quite ordinary, for in the Blood Cry ancient river, such yellow lumps were abundant and unremarkable. "Allow me to clarify. Within lies the nest of a 30,000-year-old skyblood spider egg, a valuable item indeed. The silk produced by the skyblood spider is as sharp as divine weaponry. This warrants consideration." Li Mu Yu spoke calmly, knowing that without his explanation, Elder Mo Yin might remain blissfully unaware of its significance, thus providing him an opportunity to save face. "What? A skyblood spider egg nest, 30,000 years old?" Mo Yin finally conceded, for he trusted Li Mu Yu's words more than Li Feng's pretentious demeanor, valuing the former's keen insight. With a delicate crunch, the golden-hued lump shattered, revealing a diminutive golden skyblood spider within, its wings razor-sharp, seemingly poised to rend the very sky, with emerald blood coursing beneath its golden skin. Indeed, it is a nest of the skyblood spider. "This is worth 5 million, 1 million in appraisal fees for Li Feng." Mo Yin exclaimed joyfully, for today marked the grand opening of his black market, having discovered 2 objects each valued at 5 million. Meanwhile, a vendor in the distance felt as if he might vomit blood. Clutching his 10,000 lingbai, he felt utterly despondent, having unearthed 4 treasures from his counterfeit stall, collectively worth over 10 million, an amount he could scarcely hope to earn from a lifetime of selling fakes. "Brother, don't linger. You will regret it for life," a fellow counterfeit vendor consoled the unfortunate man, though internally he scorned his short-sightedness. "I refuse to leave. I must see if there are more." Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth, the 10,000 lingbai in his grasp feeling icily cold. Yet, He was unwilling to depart, driven by the need to uncover the hidden antiques at his stall. Was a mere piece of broken wood truly worth a heart demon pill? Was a scrap of rusted copper an ancient bronze coffin from 90,000 years ago, housing a foreign powerhouse in a 30,000-year slumber? Even more infuriating was the discovery of a yellow lump, also a nest of the sky-blood spider, yet 30,000 years old. The sword cultivators in the black market regarded the vendor with a modicum of sympathy, realizing the depths of his ignorance. It was a rare occurrence indeed to possess such genuine treasures, yet he chose to sell fakes with such enthusiasm. Now, he must be regretting it bitterly. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with a hint of smugness as he addressed Li Muyu. Junior, what say you? Will you concede? If so, you may leave, and you will know the depth of my expertise in appraisal from henceforth. Concede? Today, I intend to teach you the art of appraisal. You took 3 sticks of incense to find a single item, and you dare call that appraisal? Pathetic. Li Muyu retorted coldly, then reached down to retrieve another item from beneath Li Feng's feet. Once more, for the 3rd time, Li Muyu had picked something up from beneath Li Feng. The latter's complexion turned ashen. He had scrutinized the area thoroughly for an entire stick of incense, only to have Li Muyu find yet another item right under his nose. This cannot be true. This time, that rascal must have made a mistake. Li Feng thought furiously, though an unsettling sensation gnawed at him. What is it? Elder Mo Yen inquired almost reflexively, for he had witnessed Li Muyu's previous astonishing finds. This time, however, he saw Li Muyu clutching yet another yellow lump. Li Feng cast a glance at the item, coldly remarking, "Heh, you are merely picking up scraps. Not every yellow lump contains a sky-blood spider, Junior. You have misjudged this one." His tone exuded certainty, convinced that Li Muyu had indeed erred, for he had previously examined the identical yellow lump and deemed it a mere trinket. Is that so? I cannot open it myself, but I can certainly allow the 3 elders of the black market to inspect it and assess its true value. Li Muyu chuckled, then gently crushed a corner of it. In that instant, the 3 black market elders were momentarily entranced. Valued at millions, we shall offer 2 million in appraisal fees. This matter must remain confidential, the senior elder, Wu Mu, exclaimed. Agreed, Omi, this is merely an ordinary object. There is no need for such alarm. It's simply a fine item, albeit one with only a fragment remaining. Li Muyu replied nonchalantly, offering the golden lump to the black market elder without a second thought. The elder's face turned tense as he cradled the item in his hands, fearful that it might slip away at any moment. What is this? Why must it be kept secret? Surely it is something extraordinary. Otherwise, why the secrecy? There must be a peerless treasure nearby the blood-cry ancient river, came a chilling voice from the vicinity. That is the foundation of an unparalleled killing formation. Though merely a fragment, it possesses the power to slay 10 grand masters of the sword path in an instant. Thus, it is worth 10 million, if not more. This young man's discernment is truly remarkable. The voice, neither distant nor near, seemed to emanate from nowhere, yet it accurately identified the existence held by Li Muyu. Clearly, this individual hailed from a distinguished family of appraisers, possessing an equally sharp eye, and evidently held Li Muyu in higher esteem. Mo Yan's expression stiffened. He had hoped to keep the treasure a secret, safeguarding it for the black market. However, with so many witnesses present, it was now impossible to conceal its existence. The intertwining powers behind the black market would undoubtedly covet this treasure, and Mo Yan felt a pang of regret. He recognized that there were families within the black market who could not be trusted, hence the need for a supervising appraiser to be concealed in the shadows. Now, that secrecy had been shattered. An unparalleled killing formation capable of instantaneously dispatching 10 grand masters of the sword path. The moment those words fell, many disciples of the sword sect turned pale. How many grand masters could a single sect possess? At most, a dozen or so. After all, grand masters of the sword path were not as common as cabbages. Once such an item surfaced, it could obliterate an entire sect's experts. It was no wonder such an artifact warranted confidentiality. Li Feng's countenance darkened considerably. The cool breeze from the blood-cry ancient river swept through, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He inhaled sharply, then lowered his gaze to his feet. There lay several items, which he had initially dismissed as unremarkable and thus overlooked. Yet, the fragment of that unparalleled killing formation had slipped right under his nose. The art of appraisal had slapped him in the face. How could he, claiming to be an expert, fail to notice such extraordinary treasures beneath his feet? Indeed, this was a saying among the disciples of appraisal families, and today, Li Feng found it to be a most poignant truth. Junior, today I concede. Farewell. Li Feng clasped his hands in a bow towards Li Muyu. Having reached the level of an unparalleled killing formation, he was utterly despondent. He understood his limitations in appraisal. He lacked the ability to discern such a formidable formation at a glance. At this moment and in this place, there was no recovering his lost dignity. It would be better to find another opportunity to plot against Li Muyu in the future. After all, in the blood-cry ancient river, one could not afford to make mistakes in appraisal. With those words, he turned to leave, his departing figure slightly unsteady, revealing his haste and discomfort. Li Muyu smiled, having successfully secured the third piece of the storage belt fragment. In that moment, his task was accomplished. Chapter 28. The Earth Character Token. Master Li, I wonder if there is anything else left at my humble stall? Mo Yin spoke with a smile before Li Muyu, having made a considerable profit after purchasing a small vendor's goods for 100,000 ling bai. However, he hoped to discover more treasures in this place. There are a few items, but they are of little significance to me. To have me appraise trivial things would be an affront to my eyes, so let us cease this endeavor. After stretching slightly, Li Muyu articulated his sentiments. He had already taken the most valuable storage belt. What more was there to gain? Furthermore, the appraisal fee was merely around 1 to 200,000 ling bai, which he regarded with indifference. Were there still items within that could be deemed insignificant in Li Muyu's eyes? Mo Yin exchanged glances with the three black market elders. For Li Muyu, those items were trifles, but for them, they were undoubtedly treasures. After all, the discerning eye of this young man was rather sharp, only selecting exceptional treasures, like the earlier celestial blood spider eggs, which he had likely already noticed but chose to overlook while picking 3 items beneath the feet of Li Feng, provoking him to retreat without a fight. Come, gather these items and take them back for appraisal. Although Master Li is unwilling to appraise them again, we must have them properly evaluated to ensure our appraisers are kept on their toes. Mo Yin declared, as the 2 black market elders beside him began to collect the items themselves. What a jest! Would such items be allowed to pass through another's hands? They might lose something valuable. It was far more prudent to handle them themselves. Perhaps even a scrap of worthless metal could be a treasure in disguise. Elder Mo Yin, where is my appraisal fee? Li Muyu cast a disdainful glance at the bustling Mo Yin. He had already informed him that there were no significant items left underground. Yet, these 3 old fellows were personally handling the remaining goods, clearly displaying their miserly tendencies. Haha, speaking of appraisal fees, I shall have my subordinates provide it for you shortly. Mo Yin laughed heartily, producing a golden token and handing it to Li Muyu. However, as soon as this golden token was revealed, gasps arose from the crowd. The Earth Character Token. It has unexpectedly appeared here, a voice among the crowd, neither overly enthusiastic nor apathetic, uttered, revealing a hint of astonishment. Clearly, he held this token in high regard. The sword cultivators in the crowd gazed at the Earth Character Token with a fervent gleam in their eyes. The black market was divided into 3 tiers: Earth, Human, and Heaven. Ordinary sword cultivators could only purchase treasures within the human zone, while access to the Earth and Heaven zones required considerable power and influence. Only members of super sects could enter the Earth zone, and even then, it required an invitation. With this token, Li Muyu could enter the black market's Earth zone at will, a place beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. What use is this? If it is merely for show, I have no need for it. Li Muyu glanced at the token, displaying a look of disdain. Cough, cough. Elder Mo Yin was immediately choked by his words. It was the first time he had encountered someone rejecting a token for the Earth Zone. He understood that such tokens were not easily dispensed, even to elders of super sections. This token can be utilized at any location within the black market, allowing expenditures up to 10 million ling bai. With this token, you will hold a status similar to mine, granting you privileges throughout any black market territory, such as reserving the entire dining hall or private rooms at auctions, among other benefits. Mo Yin explained rapidly, fearing that Li Muyu, in his youthful impetuosity, might hurl the token back at him, so it served such a purpose. Li Muyu expressed surprise. This item was indeed quite valuable. His curiosity about the black market, a phenomenon that had emerged after 30,000 years, was piqued. Moreover, the human zone had already astounded him. He wondered what the Earth and Heaven zones entailed. Possessing this token would allow him to investigate further. Then I shall keep it. It will surely come in handy. Li Muyu chuckled, unceremoniously taking the token. Soon, Mo Yin produced a stack of crystal cards from his clothing. This is 320,000 ling bai. All stored within this crystal card. It is usable throughout this sword realm. So do take care of it. Mo Yin, fearing that Li Muyu might disdain the crystal card, hurried to clarify, noting that Li Muyu still wore tattered clothing that seemed to have been worn for days. Although clean, it exuded a rustic air. Very well, excellent, Li Muyu remarked, smiling as he accepted the crystal card. Fellow disciples of Swordfish Peak, is there anything you wish to acquire from the black market? As long as it is not a beauty, I am more than willing to cover the expenses. Ling Bai and Ling stones are of no consequence to me. Li Muyu turned to address the similarly shabby disciples of Swordfish Peak. Murong Fei opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. What about him? Why was he left out? The disciples exchanged glances, each appearing to swallow hard. Is it truly permissible? We can buy whatever we desire? Shirchong spoke with skepticism, while the youth behind him mirrored his astonishment, as the disciples of Swordfish Peak were accustomed to frugality. Then shall we dine? Just at that place, the Wu Shan Fong. We have no other requests. Shirchong gulped audibly, his throat emitting a sound akin to a swallow. Just a meal? Li Muyu responded with discontent. He had just earned 320,000 Ling Bai, yet this group of disciples merely wished to dine, showing no inclination towards extravagant spending. Such a scene was reminiscent of Huang Quan Jianshen, Hua Feihong, who had also come from humble beginnings, living frugally yet harboring a profound passion for martial arts, ultimately becoming the pinnacle of swordsmanship among his disciples. Whereunto the disciples of Swordfish Peak similarly inclined. Even in this moment, they only thought of having a meal. Is there no other request? Li Muyu inquired once more. The elder Wu Mo in the crowd felt his teeth grind in frustration, thinking, this spendthrift shall surely be dealt with upon his return. What will you do to him? That 320,000 Ling Bai, divided among our sect, would still yield 96,000 Ling Bai for us, Elder Wu Qi interjected, having run out of arguments. This earning capacity was indeed impressive. 320,000 Ling Bai was wealth that they, as elders, might accumulate over a lifetime. Yet Li Muyu had acquired it with mere bends of his waist. If those little rascals of Swordfish Peak dare to squander money, I shall break their legs when we return. Emphta Wuomo shifted his focus onto the disciples of Swordfish Peak. While he could not deal with Li Muyu, he could certainly reprimand the disciples. Elder Wu Qi beside him nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning quite sound. If that young rascal were to learn bad habits from the spendthrift Li Muyu, he would undoubtedly face consequences. Very well, then let us proceed to Wu Shanfeng. As Li Muyu gazed at the words Wu Shan, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The concept of martial dining had not existed 30,000 years ago, and he had no idea what it entailed. Most importantly, he sought a secluded place to examine the treasures hidden within the storage belt, which he sensed was exquisitely crafted and surely contained more than what was externally visible. Wow, splendid, Wu Shanfeng, a place we seldom dare to visit, is notorious for its high prices, Shirchong exclaimed joyfully. He had heard of Wu Shanfeng but had never dared to step inside. Beside him, Murong Fei was equally excited, swallowing hard before exclaiming loudly, what are we waiting for? Let us enter Wu Shanfeng. He knew that Li Muyu was indeed wealthy, and in this black market, who could rival him in terms of wealth? Not even a sect could match Li Muyu's frenzied accumulation of riches. For Li Muyu, Ling Bai and Ling stones were no challenge at all. Li Muyu smiled gently. Having never encountered Wu Shanfeng before, he led the disciples of Swordfish Peak towards it. As the black market witnessed Li Muyu's departure, it erupted into chaos, for without him, there was little excitement to behold. However, the events of today would undoubtedly become legendary within the black market and would serve as thrilling tales among the young sword cultivators. Wu Shanfeng was quite distant from the black market, approximately a kilometer away. As Li Muyu walked, he inhaled the myriad of aromas wafting from Wu Shanfeng, stirring the appetites of this gluttonous soul from his past life. After 30,000 years, no one dominates the sword path world, yet there are many new developments, such as this black market and Wu Shanfeng, which are quite intriguing. Along the way, he overheard various conversations. Have you heard? Several treasures have appeared in the black market. Indeed, 2 super appraisers are competing fiercely, and each item they appraise is more astonishing than the last. The celestial blood spider, that is something many sects covet. Its web rivals divine swords. What about the legendary killing formation? A foot of that formation could annihilate a sect master in a mere gesture. Indeed, this news has spread like wildfire. Today marks the pinnacle of excitement in the black market. Various discussions erupted, but as they spoke, the onlookers deliberately overlooked the shabby-clad disciples of the sword sect passing by. Who wouldn't he know that the disciples of the sword sect were so impoverished they could scarcely afford a pair of pants for training? Stop. Disciples of the sword sect are not permitted to enter the dining hall. You lack the funds. Before Wu Shanfeng stood a row of black market guards, each possessing the prowess of a 6th or 7th tier sword apprentice, an impressive feat in any sword sect. However, here, they were merely ordinary guards. The leader, a youth with a hooked nose, cast a haughty glance at Li Muyu and his companions, disdain evident on his face. Upon seeing their tattered attire and their eager expressions, he felt an intense revulsion. Poor wretches! What brings you to Wu Shanfeng? Are you seeking trouble? He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, and coldly declared, Wu Shanfeng does not welcome you. Return from whence you came. Chapter 28. The Earthly Token, Masterly. I wonder if there is anything else left at my humble stall? Mo Yin said with a smile before Li Muyu, having purchased a vendor's goods for 100,000 lingbai, now found himself in a lucrative position. Yet, he yearned to uncover more treasures in this place. There are a few items, but they are of little significance to me. Go have me appraise such trifles would be to sully my eyes. Thus, let us cease this endeavor. Li Muyu stretched slightly and spoke in this manner. He had already claimed the most valuable storage belt, so what further purpose did it serve? Moreover, the appraisal fee was merely around 1 to 200,000 lingbai. He cared not at all. What could possibly remain? What Li Muyu deemed insignificant? Mo Yin and the 3 elders of the black market exchanged glances. For Li Muyu, such items were trivial. Yet this youth had just produced heart demon pills and unparalleled killing formations. What could possibly catch his discerning eye? Items deemed insignificant by Li Muyu would undoubtedly be treasures to them. After all, Li Muyu's keen perception only sought the finest treasures. Much like the earlier encounter with the heavenly blood spider eggs, it was apparent he had already recognized their value, but simply lacked the inclination to sift through the rest, choosing instead to select 3 items beneath the feet of Li Feng, inciting his disgust and prompting Li Feng to flee without a fight. Bring them here, gather them up, and ensure they are appraised one by one. Master Li is unwilling to appraise these items again, but for us, it is imperative to conduct a thorough evaluation, lest our appraisal talents become mere drudges. As Mo Yin spoke, the 2 black market elders at his side had already begun to gather the items themselves. It would be a jest to allow such treasures to pass through others' hands. They might inadvertently lose something valuable. It was far safer to handle it themselves, for even a piece of scrap might be a treasure. Elder Mo Yin, where's my appraisal fee? Li Muyu cast a disdainful glance at the bustling Mo Yin, having already informed him that there was nothing of significant value left underground. Yet, these 3 old fellows still busied themselves packing up the remaining items, clearly exhibiting the demeanor of miserly hoarders. Haha, speaking of appraisal fees, I shall have my subordinates deliver it to you shortly. Mo Yin laughed heartily, producing a golden token to present to Li Muyu. However, the moment the golden token was revealed, a gasp swept through the crowd. The earthly token. It has unexpectedly appeared here. A voice emerged from the crowd, devoid of excitement, yet tinged with astonishment, clearly belonging to one who had previously broken the formation of the absolute killing array. It was evident that he held great apprehension towards this token. The sword cultivators among the throng gazed at the earthly token with fervent eyes. The black market was divided into 3 tiers: earthly, human, and heavenly. Ordinary sword cultivators could only procure spirit stones and treasures within the human tier, while entry into the earthly and heavenly tiers required considerable influence and power. Even within the earthly tier, only members of super sects could gain access, and such entry was contingent upon invitation. Yet, with this token, Li Muyu could enter the earthly region of the black market at will, a domain far beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. What use is this token? If it's merely for show, then I have no need for it, Li Muyu remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the token. Ahem. Mo Yin, the elder of the black market, was immediately choked, coughing in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone rejecting an earthly token. He understood that such tokens were not easily dispensed. Even the elders and leaders of super sects could not readily obtain one. This token grants access to any location within the black market, allowing for an overdraft of expenses up to 10 million lingbai. It confers the same status as mine within any black market region, permitting privileges such as reserving the entire dining hall or private rooms at auctions, among other benefits. Mo Yin explained rapidly, fearing that Li Muyu, in his youth and impetuosity, might toss the token back at him without a second thought. Is that its purpose? Li Muyu asked, astonished. This token seemed quite useful, and he was curious about the organization that had emerged in the black market after 30,000 years. Moreover, having already been impressed by the human tier, he wondered what wonders the earthly and heavenly tiers held. With this token, he could explore further. Then I shall keep it. It will serve a purpose, Li Muyu said with a grin, unceremoniously taking hold of the token. Soon, Imo Yin retrieved a stack of crystal cards from his garments. This amounts to 320,000 lingbai, all stored within these crystal cards. They are universally accepted within this sword realm, so take good care of them. Imo Yin, fearing Li Muyu might again disdain the cards, hurriedly provided an explanation, having noted that Li Muyu was still clad in rather shabby attire, as if he had worn it for days. Although clean, it still exuded an air of rusticity. Very well, Li Muyu smiled and accepted the crystal cards without hesitation. Swordfish Peak disciples, have you spotted anything of interest within this black market region? As long as it is a beauty, I can pay for it. Lingbai and spirit stones are trivial matters for me. Li Muyu. Li Muyu turned to address the similarly clad disciples of Swordfish Peak. Murong Fei opened his mouth but said nothing, wondering why he had been overlooked. The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, each one seemingly swallowing hard. Is it truly permissible? Can we buy whatever we desire? Shirchong inquired incredulously, his expression mirroring disbelief, while the youth behind him wore a similar face. After all, the disciples of Swordfish Peak were accustomed to frugality. How about a meal? Just at that dining establishment, the Wushenfang. We have no other requests. Shirchong gulped audibly. Just a meal? Li Muyu appeared dissatisfied. He had just earned 320,000 lingbai, yet this group of Swordfish Peak disciples merely wanted to dine, displaying no inclination to indulge extravagantly. This scene struck him as peculiar, reminding him that the legendary sword god, Hua Feihong, had also risen from humble beginnings, living a life of frugality, yet possessing an unwavering heart for martial arts, ultimately becoming the greatest disciple of his time. Were not these disciples of Swordfish Peak akin to him? Even in this moment, their sole desire was merely for a meal. Is there no other request? Li Muyu inquired once more. The Grand Elder, Wu Mayu, was already gritting his teeth in frustration, muttering, "This spendthrift shall surely be dealt with upon our return. What are you going to do to him? With the 320,000 lingbai, our sect will still reap 96,000 lingbai from the 37 split," Elder Wu Qi interjected, having run out of words. He was thoroughly impressed by Li Muyu's ability to generate wealth. 320,000 lingbai was more than they elders could accumulate in a lifetime. If those little pests dare to squander money alongside this spendthrift, I shall break their legs when we return. Hmph! Wu Mayu focused his ire on the disciples of Swordfish Peak. While he couldn't discipline Li Muyu, he could certainly deal with the disciples. Elder Wu Qi nodded in agreement, seeing the wisdom in this sentiment. If that little brat followed Li Muyu's reckless spending, he would indeed need to be taught a lesson. Very well, let us proceed to the Wushenfang. As Li Muyu looked at the words Wushenfang, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The concept of martial dining had not existed 30,000 years ago, and he was unsure of what it entailed. Most importantly, he sought a discreet location to examine the contents of the storage belt, which he suspected was finely crafted and contained more treasures than met the eye. Wow, splendid! The Wushenfang. This is a place we usually dare not enter. It's quite costly, Shirchong exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He had heard tales of the Wushenfang but had never dared to step inside. Beside him, Murong Fei was equally excited, swallowing hard before exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go into the Wushenfang." He knew that Li Muyu was truly wealthy. Who in the black market could rival his financial prowess? Even an entire sect could not compare to Li Muyu's lavish spending. Li Muyu smiled slightly. Having never experienced the Wushenfang, he led the disciples of Swordfish Peak toward it. As the black market witnessed Li Muyu's departure, it erupted into a frenzy, for without him, there was little of interest left to behold. However, the events of the day would undoubtedly become legendary within the black market, a tale of excitement for the youthful sword cultivators. The Wushenfang was located quite a distance from the black market, nearly 1,000 meters away. As Li Muyu walked, various aromas wafted from the establishment, stirring the appetites of someone who had enjoyed the finer things in life in his past. 30,000 years later, no one dominates the sword path, yet the variety has multiplied significantly, as seen in the black market and the Wushenfang, both of which are quite intriguing, he mused as he overheard snippets of conversation along the way. Have you heard? Several treasures have emerged within the black market. Indeed, 2 super appraisers are engaged in a fierce competition, unveiling increasingly impressive items. The heavenly blood spider. Many sects covet that creature. Its webs are as formidable as divine swords. Not to mention the appearance of a formation from the unparalleled killing array. A single maneuver could obliterate an entire sword sect. Indeed, This news has spread like wildfire throughout the black market. Today has been the most exciting spectacle yet. Various discussions arose, yet amidst the chatter, they obliviously overlooked the raggedly dressed disciples of the Sword Sect as they passed by. Who didn't he know that the disciples of the Sword Sect were so impoverished they could scarcely afford a proper pair of pants for cultivation? Stop! Disciples of the Sword Sect are not permitted to enter the Wuxinfang. You have no money, declared the black market guard stationed before the establishment. Each guard possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th or 7th rank of sword apprentices, a status that would mark them as prodigies in any sword sect, yet here they were merely common sentinels. The leader, a youth with a hooked nose, looked down upon Li Muyu and his companions with contempt, particularly noting their shabby clothing and their eager expressions as they swallowed hard, which only intensified his disdain. Beggars! Coming to the Wuxinfang for a meal? Are you looking for trouble? He waved dismissively, as if shooing away flies, and coldly ordered, The Wuxinfang does not welcome you. Return whence you came. Chapter 28. The Earth Token, Masterly. I wonder if there is anything else on my humble stall? Mo Yin spoke with a smile before Li Muyu, having spent 100,000 spirit stones on a small vendor's wares, now found himself in a position of considerable profit. However, he hoped to uncover even more treasures in this place. There are a few items, but for me, they are utterly trivial. To have me appraise something so inconsequential would be a blight upon my vision, so let us cease here. Li Muyu remarked, stretching slightly. He had already taken the most valuable storage belt, so what was the point? Moreover, the appraisal fee was merely 100 or 80,000 spirit stones. He was hardly concerned. Are there still items that are trivial in your eyes? Mo Yin and the 3 black market elders exchanged glances. For Li Muyu, those items might be insignificant, but the young man had already made a fortune with heart demon pills and unparalleled killing formations. What could possibly catch his discerning eye? Yet, what Li Muyu deemed inconsequential would undoubtedly be treasures for them. After all, the youth's perception was exceptionally sharp, selecting only the finest artifacts, much like the previously discovered celestial blood spider eggs. He had surely noticed them long ago, but had simply chosen not to pursue them, instead aggravating Li Feng with 3 items that made him flee without a fight. Fetch those items, and return to appraise them one by one. What Master Li is unwilling to appraise again, we shall scrutinize thoroughly, for it is essential that our appraisers earn their keep. Mo Yin commanded, as the 2 black market elders busily began collecting the items. It would be folly to let such treasures slip through their fingers. Who knew what might be lost if left to others? Elder Mo Yin, where's my appraisal fee? Li Muyu glanced at the industrious Mo Yin, disdain evident in his voice. He had already informed Mo Yin that there was nothing of significant value left in the underground, yet the 3 old codgers insisted on personally packing up the remaining items, appearing rather miserly. Haha, as for the appraisal fee, I will have my subordinates provide it to you shortly. Mo Yin laughed heartily, producing a golden token to hand to Li Muyu. The moment the token was revealed, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. The Earth Token. It has actually appeared here. A voice from the crowd interjected, tinged with astonishment. Clearly, the speaker had some apprehension regarding the token's significance. The sword cultivators in the crowd gazed at the Earth Token with fervent interest. The black market was divided into 3 tiers: Earth, Heaven, and Human. Ordinary sword cultivators could only purchase spirit stones and treasures within the human realm, while the Earth and Heaven realms were inaccessible without certain power and influence. Only individuals from super sects could enter the Earth realm, and even then, entry required an invitation. With this token, Li Muyu could enter the black market's Earth realm at will, a domain far beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. What is the use of this token? If it is merely for show, I have no need for it, Li Muyu remarked disdainfully as he glanced at the token. Coughing, Mo Yin was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed someone reject a token for the black market's Earth realm. Such tokens were not easily acquired, even by elders or leaders of super sections. This token grants you access to any location within the black market, allowing you to overdraft expenses within a range of 10 million spirit stones. With this token, you hold a status similar to mine and can utilize privileges throughout any black market region, such as reserving the entire dining hall or private boxes at auctions, among other benefits. Mo Yin hurriedly explained, fearing that Li Muyu, this impetuous youth, might toss the token back at him in displeasure. Is that truly its purpose? Li Muyu responded, surprised. The token seemed rather useful, and he was curious about the black market, a new organization that had emerged in the 30,000 years since. Given how impressive the human realm was, he wondered what the Earth and Heaven realms had in store. With this token, he could explore further. Then I shall keep it for now. It may prove useful, Li Muyu said with a smirk, unceremoniously taking the token. Soon after, Mo Yin produced a stack of crystal cards from his robes. This is 320,000 spirit stones, all stored within these cards. They are valid throughout this sword domain, so keep them safe. Mo Yin was eager to clarify the usefulness of the crystal cards, having noticed that Li Muyu still wore rather shabby clothing. Though clean, it hinted at a certain rusticity. Excellent, Li Muyu replied with a smile, promptly stashing the crystal cards away. Disciples of Swordfish Peak, have you seen anything in this black market region that piques your interest? As long as it is not a beauty, I am more than willing to pay. Spirit stones are of no concern for me. Li Muyu turned to address the similarly dressed disciples of Swordfish Peak. Mu Rongfei opened his mouth to speak but held back. How could he be overlooked? The disciples exchanged glances, each swallowing hard in anticipation. Are you serious? We can buy whatever we want. Shi Chong asked incredulously, his expression mirroring that of the youth behind him, as all the disciples were accustomed to frugality. Then let us dine. At that place, the Wu Shan Fong. We have no other requests, Shi Chong exclaimed, swallowing audibly. Just a meal? Li Muyu frowned in discontent. He had just earned 320,000 spirit stones, yet this group of Swordfish Peak disciples was only interested in a simple meal, showing no inclination for extravagant spending. This scene struck him as somewhat surreal, reminding him of the legendary Huang Quan sword god, Hua Feihong, who had emerged from humble beginnings and maintained a thrifty lifestyle, his heart solely devoted to martial pursuits, ultimately becoming the finest disciple in swordsmanship. Is that all you desire? Li Muyu inquired once more. The elder Wu Mo Yu was seething with irritation. This spendthrift will be dealt with when we return. What will you do to him? With 32,000 spirit stones, our sect can take a 70-30 split and still receive 96,000 spirit stones, Elder Wu Qi interjected, realizing he had no argument against Li Muyu's earning prowess. 320,000 spirit stones, an amount the elders would struggle to accumulate over a lifetime, was earned by Li Muyu in mere moments. If those Swordfish Peak brats dare to waste money, I will break their legs when we return. Humph. Wu Mo Yu redirected his ire towards the disciples of Swordfish Peak. Though he could not punish Li Muyu, he could certainly discipline the disciples. Elder Wu Qi nodded in agreement, finding the sentiment quite reasonable. If that young rascal followed in Li Muyu's wasteful footsteps, he would surely need to be reprimanded. Very well, let us head to Wu Shanfang. As Li Muyu gazed upon the name, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The notion of martial dining had not existed 30,000 years prior, and he was unaware of what it entailed. Primarily, he sought a secluded spot to examine the contents of the storage belt, sensing that its craftsmanship was exquisite and likely contained far more than met the eye. Wow, incredible! Wu Shanfang, a place we usually dare not enter due to its expense, Shi Chong exclaimed with excitement. He had heard of Wu Shanfang but had never dared to set foot inside. Mu Rongfei, equally exhilarated, swallowed hard before exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let us enter Wu Shanfang. He knew that Li Muyu was indeed wealthy, and in this black market, who could rival his financial prowess? Even an entire sect would struggle to match his capacity for wealth accumulation. For Li Muyu, spirit stones were truly inconsequential. Li Muyu smiled slightly. Having never experienced Wu Shanfang, he led the disciples of Swordfish Peak there. As the black market witnessed Li Muyu's departure, it erupted into a flurry of activity, for without him, there was little excitement left to behold. However, the events of that day would undoubtedly become legendary within the black market, a tale eagerly recounted by sword cultivators far and wide. The journey to Wu Shanfang was extensive, spanning nearly 1,000 meters. As Li Muyu walked, he caught whiffs of various enticing aromas wafting from within, stirring the appetites of someone who had once reveled in culinary delights. In the 30,000 years since, no one has dominated the sword path, yet there are many new and intriguing developments, such as this black market and Wu Shanfang. He mused as he overheard various conversations along the way. Have you heard? A series of treasures have appeared in the black market. Indeed, two super appraisers were in a fierce competition, unveiling increasingly formidable artifacts. The celestial blood spider. Many sects have coveted such a treasure. Its web rivals that of a divine sword. Not to mention the emergence of a formation from the unparalleled killing array, capable of obliterating a sect's master with a mere gesture. Indeed, the news has spread like wildfire. Today, the black market is the center of attention. Amidst the chatter, the crowd unwittingly overlooked the shabby-clothed disciples of the sword sect who passed by, well aware that their impoverished status often left them scraping by. Stop. Disciples of the sword sect are not permitted entry into the marketplace. You lack the means. A row of black market guards stood before Wu Shanfeng, each boasting the prowess of 6th or 7th rank sword cultivators, an impressive caliber in any sect, yet merely ordinary here. The leader, a youth with a hawk-like nose, cast a disdainful glance at Li Muyu and his companions, particularly noting their tattered garments and the way they eagerly swallowed in anticipation, filling him with disgust. Paupers! What business do you have at Wu Shanfeng? Are you looking for trouble? He waved dismissively, as though shooing away flies. Wu Shanfeng does not welcome you. Go back whence you came. Chapter 28. The Earth Character Token, Master Li. I wonder if there's anything left at my humble stall? Mo Yin said with a smile before Li Muyu, having spent 100,000 lingbai to acquire some trinkets from a street vendor, now felt he had struck it rich. Yet, he yearned to uncover more treasures in this place. There are a few items, but to me, they are utterly trivial. To have me appraise insignificant objects would merely sully my vision. Let us cease this endeavor, Li Muyu replied, stretching slightly. Having already taken the most valuable storage belt, he saw little purpose in continuing. Moreover, the appraisal fee was merely around 100 to 180,000 lingbai. He was indifferent to it. What else could possibly be of such triviality? Mo Yin exchanged glances with the three elders of the black market. To Li Muyu, those items were inconsequential. However, this young man had already displayed his prowess by producing heart demon pills and unparalleled killing formations. What could possibly catch his discerning eye? Yet, what Li Muyu deemed trivial would undoubtedly be treasures to them. After all, his discerning eye seemed excessively keen, merely selecting the finest treasures, such as the recently discovered sky-soaring blood spider eggs. Surely, Li Muyu had recognized them long ago, but he was simply too lazy to sift through the rest, leaving behind 3 items that nauseated Li Feng, prompting him to flee without a fight. Bring it all here. We shall appraise each item individually later. Master Li is unwilling to appraise these items again, but for us, we must thoroughly evaluate them, lest our appraisers remain lethargic. Mo Yin commanded, as the 2 black market elders promptly began collecting the remaining items. It was absurd to let such treasures pass through others' hands. They could easily be pilfered. Better to handle it themselves, as even the most seemingly worthless scrap might turn out to be a gem. Elder Mo Yin, what of my appraisal fee? Li Muyu cast a disdainful glance at the busy Mo Yin, who had already informed him that there were no significant treasures left underground. Yet, these 3 old geezers were still personally packing away everything, clearly resembling miserly hoarders. Haha, speaking of the appraisal fee, I will have my subordinates deliver it to you shortly. Mo Yin laughed heartily, producing a golden token to hand to Li Muyu. However, the moment the golden token was revealed, gasps erupted from those nearby. The Earth Character Token. How could it appear here? A somewhat indifferent voice in the crowd exclaimed, clearly astonished yet wary of the token's significance. The sword cultivators among the crowd gazed at the Earth Character Token with glimmering eyes. The black market was divided into 3 tiers: Earth, Human, and Heaven. Ordinary sword cultivators could only purchase treasures in the Human tier, while access to the Earth and Heaven tiers was restricted to those with considerable influence and power. Only members of super sects could enter the Earth tier, and even then, entry required an invitation. With this token, Li Muyu could freely access the black market's Earth tier, a realm beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. What use is this token? If it's merely for show, then I have no need for it, Li Muyu remarked with a look of disdain at the token. Cough, cough. Elder Mo Yin was immediately choked by his own surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed someone reject a token granting access to the black market's Earth tier. Such tokens were not easily dispensed, even by the elders or leaders of super sections. This token allows access at any location within the black market, enabling one to overdraw expenses within a 10 million lingbai range. It bestows privileges akin to my own status, permitting usage across any black market region, such as reserving the entire dining hall or private rooms at auctions. All of this is possible, Mo Yin hurriedly explained, fearing that this impetuous young man might toss the token back at him. Ah, so it has such utility? Li Muyu was taken aback, intrigued by what this black market organization that emerged after 30,000 years might entail. Given that the Human tier had astonished him, he wondered what the Earth and Heaven tiers held. This token would allow him to explore further. Then I shall keep it. It will surely come in handy. Li Muyu chuckled, unceremoniously taking the token. Soon, Mo Yin produced a stack of crystal cards from his attire. Here are 320,000 lingbai. all stored on this crystal card at IT, is universally accepted within this sword domain. Do take care of it. Mo Yen, anxious that Li Muyu might find the crystal card unsatisfactory, quickly elaborated, having noticed that Li Muyu's clothing appeared rather shabby, as if worn for several days. Though clean, it still exuded a somewhat rustic air. Good, splendid. Li Muyu smiled, promptly stowing the crystal card away. Disciples of Swordfish Peak, what would you like to acquire in this black market region? As long as it isn't a beauty, I shall cover the cost. Lingbai and spirit stones are hardly an issue for me. Li Muyu turned to speak to the equally shabby disciples of Swordfish Peak. Murong Fei opened his mouth but withheld his words. What about him? Why was he being overlooked? The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, each swallowing hard in anticipation. Shichong, voice laced with skepticism, asked, Is that truly possible? We can buy whatever we desire? The boy behind him bore a similar expression, as the disciples of Swordfish Peak were accustomed to frugality. Then shall we dine? At that place, the Martial Dining Hall. We have no other requests, Shichong gulped audibly. Just a meal? Li Muyu replied, somewhat dissatisfied. He had just earned 320,000 lingbai, yet this group of disciples was only thinking about a meal, showing no inclination to splurge. This scene felt vaguely reminiscent. He recalled that the once impoverished sword god, Hua Feihong, had also been a disciple of humble origins, living frugally yet harboring a fervent heart for martial arts, ultimately rising to become one of his most esteemed disciples in swordsmanship. Were not these disciples of Swordfish Peak similar? Even in their current circumstances, they seemed only to wish for a meal. Are there no other requests? Li Muyu inquired again. Elder Wu Mayu among the crowd was seething, his teeth grinding in frustration. This spendthrift must be dealt with upon his return. What do you intend to do about it? Even if we split the 320,000 lingbai, our sect would still receive 96,000 lingbai, Elder Wu Qi chimed in, having run out of rebuttals. The ability to earn such wealth was impressive. 320,000 lingbai. Such riches could take them a lifetime to accumulate. Yet Li Muyu had merely bent down to pick it up. If those little rascals dare to squander money, I shall break their legs when we return. Humph. Wu Mayu shifted his focus to the disciples of Swordfish Peak. He couldn't reprimand Li Muyu, but he could certainly discipline these disciples. Elder Wu Qi beside him nodded in agreement, finding merit in that sentiment. If that little brat followed the spendthrift Li Muyu's example, he would certainly need to be taught a lesson. Very well, let us proceed to the Martial Dining Hall. Li Muyu gazed at the words, Martial Dining Hall, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Such establishments had not existed 30,000 years ago. He had no notion of what martial dining entailed. Primarily, he sought a discreet place to scrutinize what treasures lay within the storage belt, sensing that its craftsmanship was exquisite and its contents far exceeding what was visible. Wow, splendid. The Martial Dining Hall, a place we usually dare not enter, as it requires considerable expenditure, Shichong exclaimed with delight. He had heard of the Martial Dining Hall but had never dared to step inside. Murong Fei, equally excited, swallowed hard and then exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us go to the Martial Dining Hall. He knew that Li Muyu was indeed wealthy beyond measure. Who in this black market could rival his financial prowess? Even an entire sect could not compete with Li Muyu's astonishing wealth. For him, lingbai and spirit stones were trivial matters. Li Muyu smiled faintly. He had never encountered a martial dining hall before, so he led the disciples of Swordfish Peak there. As the black market witnessed Li Muyu's departure, it erupted into a flurry of activity, for without him, there was little excitement left to behold. However, today's events would undoubtedly become legendary within the black market, likely serving as thrilling tales among the sword cultivators. The Martial Dining Hall lay a considerable distance from the black market, approximately 1,000 meters away. As Li Muyu walked, he inhaled an array of enticing aromas wafting from the hall, stirring the appetites of someone like him, who had once relished life's pleasures. 30,000 years later, no one dominates the sword path world as before, yet the variety has greatly increased. Take this black market and the Martial Dining Hall, for instance. They are truly captivating, he mused, overhearing various conversations along the way. Have you heard? Several treasures have surfaced in the black market. Indeed, 2 super appraisers engaged in a fierce competition, unveiling increasingly formidable items. The sky-soaring blood spider. Many sects covet that, and its webs rival divine swords. Not to mention, a formation from an unparalleled killing array has also surfaced, capable of obliterating a sect's master with a mere gesture. Yes, once this news spreads, the entire black market will be abuzz. Today is the peak of excitement. Amidst the clamor, the crowd inadvertently overlooked the shabby-clad disciples of the Sacred Sword sect as they passed by. Who could forget that disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were often so impoverished that they could scarcely afford proper attire for training? Stop! Disciples of the Sacred Sword sect are not permitted to enter the hall. You lack the funds, barked a row of black market guards stationed at the entrance of the martial dining hall. Each guard possessed the strength of a 6th or 7th tier sword practitioner, a caliber that would be considered exceptional in any sect. Yet here, they were merely ordinary guards. The leader among them, a youth with a hawkish nose, regarded Li Muyu and his companions with overt disdain. Seeing their shabby attire and the way they greedily swallowed, he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Paupers seeking to dine at the martial dining hall? Are you asking for trouble? He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, coldly declaring, "The martial dining hall does not welcome you. Go back from whence you came." Chapter 28. The Earth Character Token, Master Li. I wonder if there is anything left at my humble stall? Mo Yin spoke with a smile in front of Li Muyu. He had purchased a small vendor's items for 100,000 spirit stones, and now he was reaping immense profits. However, he was even more eager to discover more treasures in this place. There are a few things, but they are of little consequence to me. To have me appraise trivial items would merely tarnish my vision, so let us cease this endeavor. Li Muyu remarked lazily, stretching slightly. He had already taken the most valuable storage belt, so what was the point? Moreover, the appraisal fee was merely 100 or 80,000 spirit stones. He was entirely indifferent. Were there more items that were insignificant to Li Muyu? Mo Yin and the 3 elder black market members exchanged glances. For Li Muyu, those items were trivial, but for this youth who had casually produced heart demon pills and unparalleled killing formations, what could possibly catch his eye among such lowly offerings? What Li Muyu deemed insignificant could indeed be treasures for them. After all, his discerning eye was rather ruthless, selecting only the finest treasures, just like the previously discovered flying sky blood spider eggs. He had surely noticed them long ago but simply could not be bothered to choose, opting instead to select 3 items from beneath the feet of Li Feng, causing Li Feng to feel disgusted and flee without a fight. Gather them, and return to appraise each one for me. What Master Li is unwilling to appraise again must still be thoroughly examined by us, lest our inept appraisers remain idle. Mo Yin declared, as the 2 elder black market members began to collect the items themselves. How could they allow others to handle such precious things? They might inadvertently misplace something. It was far more prudent for them to manage it themselves, for even a scrap of metal could be a treasure. Elder Mo Yin, where's my appraisal fee? Li Muyu cast a disdainful glance at the bustling Mo Yin. He had already informed Mo Yin that there were no significant items left underground. Yet these 3 old fellows still insisted on personally packing up the remaining goods, clearly exhibiting a miserly demeanor. Haha, speaking of appraisal fees, I shall have my subordinates deliver it to you shortly. Mo Yin laughed heartily, producing a golden token to hand to Li Muyu. However, the moment the golden token was revealed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Earth Character Token. It has unexpectedly appeared in this location. A voice from within the crowd, neither too loud nor too soft, broke the silence, clearly one who had once disrupted the formation of the unparalleled killing array, yet his tone also carried a hint of surprise. It was evident that he held a considerable apprehension regarding this token. The sword cultivators in the crowd gazed at the Earth Character Token with a fervent glimmer in their eyes. The black market was divided into 3 tiers: Earth, Human, and Heaven. Ordinary sword cultivators could only purchase spirit stones and treasures in the human region, while the Earth and Heaven regions were inaccessible without significant influence and power. Even entry into the Earth region was reserved for members of super sects, and such access required an invitation. Yet, with this token, Li Muyu could freely enter the Earth region of the black market, a domain far beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. What purpose does this token serve? If it is merely for show, then I have no need for it. Li Muyu glanced at the token with a look of disdain. Cough cough. Elder Mo Yin was suddenly choked, taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone rejecting the Earth Character Token of the black market. Such tokens were not easily acquired, even by the elders or leaders of super sections. This token can be used at any location within the black market, allowing one to overdraw expenses within a range of 10 million spirit stones. Furthermore, it grants privileges akin to my own status, enabling usage of special rights in any black market region, such as reserving the entire dining hall or private rooms at auction events, among other things. Mo Yin hastily explained, fearing that Li Muyu, this impetuous youth, might toss the token back at him. So it has such utility? Li Muyu was taken aback. This item was quite impressive. He was also curious about what the black market, an organization that had emerged 3,000 years later, was like. Considering how astonishing the human region had been, what could the earth and heaven regions possibly entail? This token would allow him to explore further. Then I shall keep it. It will certainly come in handy. Li Muyu chuckled, unceremoniously taking the token. Soon, Imo Yin retrieved a stack of crystal cards from his clothing. This is 320,000 spirit stones, all stored within this crystal card. It is universally accepted within this sword domain, so keep it safe. Imo Yin, fearing that Li Muyu might again disdain the crystal card, hurriedly provided further explanation, having noticed that Li Muyu was still clad in rather shabby attire, which seemed to have been worn for days. Although clean, it still exuded a rustic odor. Very well, this is good. Li Muyu smiled and promptly stowed away the crystal card. What treasures do you disciples of Swordfish Peak wish for in this black market region? As long as they are not beautiful women, I shall gladly pay for them. Spirit stones are no trouble for me. Li Muyu turned to address the similarly shabby-clad disciples of Swordfish Peak. Murong Fei opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. What about him? Why was he being overlooked? The disciples of Swordfish Peak exchanged glances, each appearing to swallow hard in anticipation. Shichong, with a tone of disbelief, inquired, "Is it truly possible? We can buy whatever we desire?" The youth behind him wore a similar expression, as the entire Swordfish Peak had been accustomed to frugality. How about we simply enjoy a meal? At that place, the Martial Dining Hall. We have no other requests. Shichong gulped, his throat audibly swallowing. Just a meal? Li Muyu appeared displeased. Having just earned 320,000 spirit stones, it was disheartening to see this group of Swordfish Peak disciples only wishing for a mere meal, showing no inclination for extravagant spending. This scenario brought to mind the legendary Huang Quan sword god, Hua Feihong, who had also risen from humble beginnings, living a life of frugality, yet possessed an unwavering heart for martial arts, ultimately becoming the most accomplished disciple in swordsmanship. Were not these disciples of Swordfish Peak in a similar predicament? Even in the present circumstances, they were only thinking of a meal. Is there nothing more you wish for? Li Muyu asked again. The elder Wu Imoyu among the crowd was already grinding his teeth in frustration. This spendthrift shall certainly be disciplined upon return. What do you plan to discipline him for? That 320,000 spirit stones will yield us a profit of 96,000 spirit stones after our sect's share. The sixth elder, Wu Qi, remarked from the side. This time, he was left speechless, impressed by Li Muyu's earning ability point. 320,000 spirit stones were wealth that they, as elders, would struggle to accumulate over a lifetime. Yet Li Muyu had acquired it with just a few efforts. If those little rascals dare to frivolously spend alongside this spendthrift, I shall break their legs upon our return. Humph. Wu Imoyu shifted his focus onto the disciples of Swordfish Peak. While he could not discipline Li Muyu, he could certainly deal with the disciples. The sixth elder Wu Qi nodded in agreement, finding the sentiment quite reasonable. If that young rascal were to follow Li Muyu's wasteful example, he would need to be taught a lesson. Very well, then let us proceed to the Martial Dining Hall. Upon seeing the words, Martial Dining Hall, Li Muyu felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Such a concept had not existed 3,000 years prior, and he was unaware of what martial dining entailed. His primary concern was to find a discreet location to examine what treasures lay within the meticulously crafted storage belt, as he sensed that it contained far more than what was visible. Wow, this is incredible. The Martial Dining Hall, a place we always dared not enter, is quite expensive. Shichong exclaimed joyfully. He had heard of the Martial Dining Hall but had never dared to step inside. Beside him, Murong Fei was equally excited, swallowing hard before exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us enter the Martial Dining Hall." He knew that Li Muyu was indeed wealthy, and in this black market, who could possibly rival him in terms of wealth? Even an entire sect could not compare to Li Muyu's extravagant wealth. Spirit stones were truly of no concern to him. Li Muyu smiled faintly. He had never experienced the Martial Dining Hall before and thus led the disciples of Swordfish Peak towards it. As the entire black market witnessed Li Muyu's departure, it abruptly dispersed, for without Li Muyu, there was little excitement to behold. However, what transpired today was destined to become a legend within the black market, potentially serving as thrilling tales among the sword cultivators. The Martial Dining Hall was quite distant from the black market, approximately 1,000 meters away. As Li Muyu walked, he inhaled the myriad aromas wafting from the Martial Dining Hall, stirring the cravings of a man who had once indulged in the pleasures of fine food and drink. 3,000 years later, No one dominates the sword path world as the sword sovereign did. Yet the variety has vastly increased, such as this black market and this martial dining hall, both of which hold great intrigue. Along the way, he overheard a multitude of discussions. Have you heard? Several treasures have emerged in the black market. Indeed, two super appraisers are engaged in a fierce competition, with each appraisal more impressive than the last. The flying sky blood spider, that is something many sects covet. Its web rivals that of a divine sword. What about the unparalleled killing array? One of its formations can annihilate a sword sect master with a mere wave of the hand. Yes, this news has spread like wildfire throughout the black market. Today truly is the greatest spectacle. Voices of speculation echoed, yet as they discussed, they automatically overlooked the shabby-clad disciples of the sword sect passing by. For who didn't know that disciples of the sword sect were often impoverished, barely affording the essentials for cultivation? Stop. Disciples of the sword sect are not permitted to enter the dining hall. You lack the funds. The black market guards stationed before the martial dining hall, each possessing the cultivation of a 6th or 7th tier swordman, were regarded as top talents in any sword sect. Yet here, they were merely ordinary guards. The leader, a youth with a hooked nose, regarded Li Muyu and his companions with contempt, especially upon observing their shabby garments and the gluttonous expressions on their faces, filled with disdain. Paupers, coming to the martial dining hall for a meal. Were they seeking trouble? He disdainfully waved his hand as if swatting flies, coldly declaring, "The martial dining hall does not welcome you. Go back from whence you came." Chapter 29. Just to see you poor his words fell, yet he paid no heed to the disciples of the sword sect's sacred ground. Instead, he animatedly boasted to the few guards beside him. Do you know? A remarkable appraiser has emerged in the black market. His name is Li Muyu, and astonishingly, he is of the same age as us, yet he has defeated that old hound, Lai Feng, twice. The first time was in the black market's spirit stone treasure area. With a single move, he unearthed treasures from the rubble. 500 pounds, 500 pounds of explosive spirit stones. At that moment, our elder in the black market turned green with envy. And do you know? At a stall selling fakes, Li Muyu struck again, uncovering 3 items that left the entire sword domain in shock. Do you know the blood-soaring sky spider eggs? And the formation of the unparalleled killing array? They are all treasures. The guard from the Wushan Pavilion spoke with fervor, as if he were the one who discovered those treasures. The other guards wore expressions of longing, wishing they could sprout wings and fly to the black market to witness it all for themselves. I say, we intend to dine at the Wushan Pavilion. Why do you not allow us? Li Muyu found it amusing that the entire black market buzzed with tales of him, yet he stood before the Wushan Pavilion, and these guards did not recognize him. They treated him as if he were penniless. Behind Li Muyu, disciples of Swordfish Peak, including Morong Fei and Shichong, wore peculiar and amused expressions, finding the guards of the Wushan Pavilion quite entertaining. A true master stood before them, and yet they remained oblivious? Dining at the Wushan Pavilion? You are a disciple of the sword sect's sacred ground, are you not? We all know that disciples of the sword sect's sacred ground are invariably broke. Last time, there was a disciple named Wu Zhua who dined here, and he brought 10 spirit stones, yet feasted as if he had brought 100. And what happened in the end? The chief guard spoke with indignation. That Wu Zhua brat managed to escape. Cough, cough. Whether it was Morong Fei, Shichong, or the group of disciples from Swordfish Peak, they all collectively coughed. Li Muyu glanced at Morong Fei, indicating, was there really such a thing? That Wu Zhua could be said to be the foremost in swordsmanship among the disciples of the sword sect's sacred ground. How could he have done something so disgraceful? Indeed, that is Wu Zhua's style. He relishes dining on 100 spirit stones with only 1 spirit stone. Tio present 10 spirit stones and dine on 100? That would surely be to save face for the black market. Morong Fei scratched his head, recounting that before Li Muyu arrived, the sword sect's sacred ground had a peculiar character in the form of the sword genius Wu Zhua. Of course, Wu Zhua no longer held such a title. Now, Li Muyu was the true oddity, engaging in various inconceivable acts that often left Morong Fei questioning his own sanity, struggling to keep pace with this individual. Li Muyu chuckled. Wu Zhua was indeed quite amusing, however. He understood that the finances of the entire sword sect's sacred ground were strained. Even a plate of ginseng fruit displayed in the reception area was merely for show, and none of the elders would dare to consume it. What of Wu Zhua, a disciple of swordsmanship? To put it plainly, the sacred ground of swordsmanship had fallen from its former status as a superpower to a hub for talented young martial artists, and with no spirit stones on hand, The only option left was to indulge in the luxury of a free meal at the Wushan Pavilion. No wonder these guards held such disdain for the disciples of the sword sect, as it was a cause and effect matter. Actually, I am a disciple of the sword sect's sacred ground as well, and though I possess no spirit stones, I merely wish to enter the Wushan Pavilion for a meal. Li Muyu spoke with a smile. Go, without spirit stones, what do you intend to eat? Today's free meals are off the table. The chief guard glared, bristling with anger. And this? Li Muyu smiled slightly, then produced a crystal card. This. The guard was struck dumb. The crystal card was something only the upper echelons of the black market could possess. Please come in. The chief guard, not being a fool, had keen eyes honed from years of service at the Wushan Pavilion. The crystal card indicated status within the black market, and ordinary individuals could never hope to possess such a thing. Yet how could this card have found its way into the hands of a disciple from the sword sect? Could it be that this fellow stole it? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he quickly whispered to his subordinates. What did you say? The chief guard had not finished speaking when he heard his subordinate whisper. This is Li Muyu, a prominent figure in the black market. Even Elder Mo Yin treats him with utmost respect. The subordinate had just arrived from the black market and was a trusted confidant of Mo Yin. Fearing that the guards at the Wushan Pavilion might not recognize Li Muyu, he hastily sent his trusted aide to confirm. Fortunately, there had only been a minor verbal spat. Upon hearing this, the chief guard's face instantly brightened with a smile. So it is Master Li Muyu. I was blind. Li Muyu merely nodded indifferently. He had no intention of squabbling with such a trivial character. Come now, everyone, let us go in and feast. Today, the meal is on me. Li Muyu smiled at the disciples of Sword Fish Peak, amused by their eager expressions, as if they had not eaten in years. With a rush, the disciples of Sword Fish Peak surged into the Wushan Pavilion, behaving as though they had not feasted in years. Bring out the dishes, everything good, bring it on. Today, we have the funds. I could die from hunger. I was just thinking about coming to the Wushan Pavilion for a meal. Indeed, we must indulge. The disciples of Sword Fish Peak were all abuzz with excitement. After all, the Wushan Pavilion was a place generally not frequented by ordinary disciples due to its exorbitant prices. However, this spectacle drew frowns from some sword-wielding youths already dining at the Wushan Pavilion. What is going on? A bunch of beggars come in to eat. Indeed, when did the sword sect's sacred ground, this impoverished sect, gain the right to sit at the same table as us? Various voices of discontent echoed throughout the Wushan Pavilion. Out! The Wushan Pavilion is for high-ranking sword martial artists. What business do the disciples of the sword sect have here? A cold voice rang out. The entire Wushan Pavilion fell silent. That is Xinyuan Hongxia from the Black Demon Sword Domain, an exceptionally skilled swordsman. Xinyuan Hongxia, hailed as the next successor of the Xianyu sword sect. He has come out. This bunch of beggar swordsmen is in for it. Pa! A group of beggar swordsmen, thinking they can sit with us on equal footing. Do they have the qualifications? They should scram. A good show is about to unfold. I expect Xinyuan Hongxia will send these sword sect disciples packing. Xinyuan Hongxia possesses a VIP card for the Wushan Pavilion, which allows him to have anyone ejected. Indeed, the VIP card of the Wushan Pavilion is something no one can acquire easily. Xinyuan Hongxia, with a face as flawless as jade and eyes like stars, stood tall and elegant, a white longsword slung across his back, his robe billowing without wind, exuding an air of unparalleled grace. However, the moment he laid eyes on Li Muyu and the others, his expression turned to one of utter disdain. How could such poorly dressed sword-wielding youths dare to dine at the Wushan Pavilion? Instantly, his appetite vanished, leading him to step forward to expel them. At that moment, the manager of the Wushan Pavilion hurried over from the kitchen, alarmed by Xinyuan Hongxia's ire. The young master was a regular patron who spent quite generously at the Wushan Pavilion, and he was held in high regard for his lavishness, often treating the talented youths of the Xinyuan sword sect. Young Master Xinyuan Hongxia? What seems to be the problem? He approached with a smile. Humph! What caliber does the Wushan Pavilion possess that allows a bunch of beggars to dine here? I have no other words. Make them leave. Xinyuan Hongxia glared at the disciples of the sword sect, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was aware that just moments ago, a fellow named Li Muyu had slain his steward. He instinctively mistook Morong Fei and Shi Chong for Li Muyu, as their striking appearances were exceptionally charismatic. In his mind, one of these two must be Li Muyu, while the youth beside them, chewing and glancing around with a naive expression, was entirely overlooked. his gaze fixated on Morong Fei and Shichong, wishing he could eliminate them on the spot. These pauper disciples are ruining my mood. Xinyuan Hongzhe pointed at Shichong and Morong Fei, naturally ignoring Li Muyu, who blended into the crowd and was subconsciously overlooked. Ladies and gentlemen, please, while I am unsure how you managed to enter, young Master Xinyuan Hongzhe is a VIP of our Wushan Pavilion, and I must apologize. The manager of the Wushan Pavilion sneered. Before him stood a group of youths who looked as if they had just emerged from the streets. He certainly did not regard them highly. The sword sect was often derisively referred to as the pauper sect, a title well-deserved. On one side stood a wealthy patron who brought significant revenue to the Wushan Pavilion, and on the other, a group of ragged young men who had no business being there. When faced with the choice of whom to support, the decision was undeniably clear. Having come from the kitchen, the manager had not witnessed the chief guard personally escorting Li Muyu in. However, from their clothing, he could tell they were a group of beggars from the sword sect, a sect he had always held in disdain. Li Muyu stood in the main hall of the Wushan Pavilion, an amused glint in his eyes as he regarded the manager. I merely wish to inquire why. Haha. The manager of the Wushan Pavilion laughed heartily, finding it absurd that such a poorly dressed and rustic individual would even dare to ask why. Was it not obvious? Because you are poor, you do not understand. Because your shabby attire is unworthy of the occasion, like dog meat unfit for the banquet. Yet, he would not voice such thoughts. Instead, he coldly remarked, "It matters not that I am the manager here. When I tell you to leave, you must leave, understand, you penniless wretch?" He pointed a finger at Li Muyu, speaking with haughty disdain. To reprimand a poor wretch was a trivial matter for him as the manager of the Wushan Pavilion. Moreover, it was an opportunity to curry favor with young Master Xinyuan Hongzhe. Was it not? He glanced at the elegant Xinyuan Hongzhe, who regarded him with approval, spurring him on to be even more zealous. Chapter 30. A sword to kill. Li Muyu wore a smile on his face. How could a mere overseer wield such authority? The disciples of the sword sect, despite their humble attire, deserved respect. After all, the legendary sword god of the underworld was once a ragged youth who exchanged all his wealth for cultivation resources, ultimately forging a path as a sword deity. The underprivileged youths behind him, though modestly dressed, possessed unwavering determination in their martial pursuits. In this realm of swordsmanship, to judge a young man's potential solely by his attire was a folly that, if committed 30,000 years ago, would have been met with death by sword. I offer you a chance to retract your words. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. Do you understand? Li Muyu stated calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Laughter erupted throughout the martial cuisine hall. A destitute youth dared to offer an overseer a chance? The overseer's plump face contorted with rage as he deemed Morong Fei and Shichong to be the true representatives of their sect, dismissing the seemingly unsophisticated youth as nothing more than a mere follower. How could such a character presume to speak to him? Bring forth this rabble and expel them. If they refuse, kill them, he snarled, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The Black Market Martial Cuisine Hall was no ordinary establishment. It was commonplace for several to meet their demise here daily. With the vast influence behind the black market, eliminating an inconspicuous youth was insignificant. Just then, the captain of the guards, who had just left, returned. "Captain Wang Feng, kill this boy at once. I'm tired of him. Let his head hang outside the Martial Cuisine Hall to deter future troublemakers," he commanded, pointing to the darkened area of the large sign outside, evidently stained with blood. "Who do you wish to kill?" Captain Wang Feng inquired, astonishment etched on his face. The overseer grinned maliciously, indicating Li Muyu. "This penniless fool, simply because I despise him," he replied ominously. Li Muyu remained composed, his smile unwavering. The disciples of Swordfish Peak, including Morong Fei and Shichong, stood on guard, aware that in this black market, lives could be taken without justification. The captain of the guards, Xinyuan Mingzhi, stood behind the overseer, wearing a cold smirk. How could a beggar dare to dine in the Martial Cuisine Hall? Killing him would be a pleasing diversion for Xinyuan, who had not dined here in ages. The death of this youth would serve to showcase his power and reputation to the young sword cultivators of the sword domain. Simply because you dislike him, you intend to kill? Who grants you such authority? Are you courting death? A chilling voice interjected. Who dares speak to me in such a manner, you wretch? The overseer bellowed, fury igniting within him. Swished a flash of sword-light soared through the air, severing the overseer's head from his body in an instant. Bring his head and hang it on the large sign of the Martial Cuisine Hall, so all may know of our integrity in the black market. An irate voice emerged from the crowd, as Mo Yin and 3 elders of the black market stepped forward. He cast a disdainful glance at the corpse and seethed, "Dismember the body and feed it to the dogs. If any fool dares to cross us again, they shall meet the same fate." The entire sequence transpired with blinding speed. The flash of the sword and the fall of the head were instantaneous. The once formidable overseer now lay lifeless. "My apologies for inciting Master Li's ire. This is a misstep on our part," Mo Yin stated with a smile, making it hard to believe he was the one who had just executed the overseer without a second thought. As Mo Yin spoke, everyone in the martial cuisine hall turned their attention to Morong Fei and Shichong, instinctively believing that one of them must be Master Li Muyu. Had the overseer truly sought trouble with Master Li? No wonder he had met such a swift demise. "Not at all. Elder Mo Yin is considerate," Li Muyu replied with a grin, fully aware that the 2 black market elders had arrived to investigate. These cunning old foxes were likely suspicious of him taking something, prompting them to follow, or perhaps they were contemplating having him appraise the remaining items. Regardless, the overseer had sealed his own fate, for Elder Mo Yin was known for his ruthless nature. If killing the overseer could procure a favor from Li Muyu, he would not hesitate to tea that moment. A smile crept onto Mo Yin's face. He had indeed come at the behest of Li Muyu. The latter had once informed him that there were treasures among the wares of a street vendor, but he himself had been too lazy to examine them closely. However, upon bringing several black market appraisers, they all shook their heads, declaring the items mere rubbish. The stark contrast between expectation and reality ignited Mo Yin's fury, almost leading him to execute the inept appraisers. Yet, knowing how difficult it was to find capable ones among the millions, he restrained himself. Thus, he returned to seek Li Muyu again, this time with thoughts of increasing the appraisal fee to 50%. Otherwise, the items in his possession would remain worthless. Upon arrival, he discovered the overseer flaunting his false authority. How dare he act so brazenly in front of Li Muyu, who could easily have him kneeling in submission? Such an overseer was a liability in the black market, warranting immediate eradication. "Haha, it is indeed our fault. Today, the black market treats you to a meal, brothers. Order whatever you desire," Mo Yin exclaimed joyfully. The eyes of everyone in the martial cuisine hall shifted from Morong Fei and Shichong to the unassuming, somewhat crass-looking youth. So, Master Li Muyu was this inconspicuous boy. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, for depths could not be measured by mere surface. Morong Fei, Shichong, and several other prominent disciples of Swordfish Peak felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Moments ago, many had cast them friendly glances, including several alluring women who had flirted with them. Yet now, upon realizing they were not Li Muyu, those glances and flirtations vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Even Xianyuan Hongjia's fury shifted from Morong Fei and Shichong to Li Muyu. How could this unremarkable figure have captured the attention of the revered saintess of the Xianyu sword sect, Fei Shui? Lacking beauty and charm, he exuded an air of crassness. What could he possibly offer beyond his appraisal skills? In an instant, his teeth ground in frustration. Li Muyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Mo Yin. "You have come regarding the appraisal, I presume? Specifically concerning those items in your possession?" He worried they might have come for the storage belt, which would pose a threat. Indeed, Master is truly perceptive," Mo Yin replied with a smile. "I shall charge you nothing. However, I have one request. If you can fulfill it, I will conduct the appraisal," Li Muyu stated coolly. "Please, Master, speak. We shall do our utmost to comply," Mo Yin responded cautiously, wary of the implications of a no-cost appraisal. "Expel this fellow from the martial cuisine hall." "I do not wish to see him here again," Li Muyu said, pointing at the pale-faced Xianyuan Hongjia. I am unsure of the reasoning behind this request," Mo Yin replied, clearly perplexed, as he could not fathom how Xianyuan Hongjia had offended Li Muyu. "Simply because he irritates me. His presence disrupts my appetite. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can prance before me," Li Muyu remarked indifferently, echoing Xianyuan Hongjia's earlier words. Cough, cough, Mo Yin's expression twisted in distress. He was acutely aware that Xianyuan Hongjia was a prominent figure in the black demon sword domain. Such individuals were not to be trifled with lightly. "It seems Elder Mo Yin is in a difficult position. I shall consider my words unspoken," Li Muyu's tone turned icy. "Wait," Mo Yin stammered, glancing between Xianyuan Hongjia and Li Muyu. One was a powerful figure in the black demon sword domain, while the other was a genuine appraisal master whose evaluations could bring the black market tremendous profit. In an instant, he made a decision. "Xianyuan Hongjia, you are to leave this martial cuisine hall at once." You are no longer welcome here. This place shall henceforth be off limits to you. Do you understand? Mo Yin declared with a cold smile. At these words, all eyes in the martial cuisine hall turned toward Xinyuan Hongzhe. The illustrious figure known for his charm was thus expelled by an unremarkable youth clad in rags. Xinyuan Hongzhe's face turned a deep shade of fury. He suppressed his rage, knowing he could not confront Mo Yin. While the Black Demon Sword domain was powerful, it paled in comparison to the black market's vast reach. Li Muyu, you'll regret this. You think your appraisals grant you prestige? I will ensure your reputation dies a most miserable death, he spat vehemently. As he spoke, a dazzling light erupted from the martial cuisine hall, seemingly responding to Xinyuan Hongzhe's words, and no longer speaking, he turned on his heel and departed, already condemning Li Muyu in his mind. Prepare a splendid coffin for this fool, he commanded furiously. Kill him and leave his body here in the black market martial cuisine hall, so all may understand the consequences of crossing me. He seethed with rage, while the youth behind him, sword in hand, shot a cold glint from his eyes, sensing that Li Muyu was unlikely to survive this encounter. Chapter 30:1 Sword to kill. Li Muyu wore a smile upon his face. A mere overseer wielding the authority of the sword sect's sacred ground. What right do you have to look down upon others, especially when your own attire is so threadbare? Wasn't the legendary sword god of the Yellow Springs once a destitute youth, pouring all his wealth into cultivation resources, ultimately forging a path to divine swordsmanship? The ragged youths behind him, despite their humble garb, possessed an unwavering resolve in their martial aspirations. In this world of swordsmanship, to judge a young man's future solely by his tattered clothing is a folly. If it had been 30,000 years ago, such an overseer would have been swiftly dealt with by a single stroke of a sword. I offer you a chance. Retract your words, or your life shall be forfeit. Do you understand? Li Muyu spoke calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. A chorus of laughter erupted throughout the martial cuisine pavilion. A destitute lad dares to offer an opportunity to the overseer of the pavilion. The overseer's plump visage contorted with rage. In his mind, Morong Fei and Shechong were the true scions of this impoverished sect, while this uncouth youth was merely a follower, unworthy of dialogue. Bring forth these ruffians and expel them. Should they refuse to leave, kill them. He grinned menacingly, for the black market martial cuisine pavilion was no ordinary place. Death and injury were commonplace here, and with the black market's formidable backing, eliminating an inconspicuous youth was hardly a concern. Thud, thud, as his words fell, the captain of the guards, who had just departed, returned once more. Captain Wang Feng, eliminate this boy directly. I find him utterly tiresome. His head can adorn the entrance of the pavilion, deterring any future ruffians from causing a stir. He pointed a finger at the enormous plaque outside, which bore the dark stains of blood. Whom do you intend to kill? Captain Wang Feng asked, astonishment etched upon his face. With a sinister smile, the overseer pointed at Li Muyu and declared, this penniless wretch, for I find him detestable. Li Muyu maintained his smile, standing resolutely. Behind him, Morong Fei, Shechong, and the other disciples of the Swordfish Peak stood on high alert. In this black market, murder required no justification, and slaying a youth of no consequence was a mere trifle. Xinyuan Mingzhe, standing behind the overseer, bore a cold smirk. A beggar dared to dine at the pavilion? Such an affront to his appetite warranted a swift execution. It had been long since he had dined here, and this youth's demise could serve to bolster his own reputation, demonstrating to the sword domain's young sword cultivators the might of Xinyuan Hongzhe. Simply because you find him distasteful, you would resort to murder? Who bestowed upon you such authority? Are you courting death? A chilling voice interjected. Who dares to speak to me in such a manner, you wretch? The overseer's face turned crimson with rage. Whoosh! A streak of sword light flashed forth, and a head was severed from its body, the overseer collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Someone, hang his head upon that grand plaque outside the pavilion, that all may witness the integrity of our black market. A voice tinged with anger emerged from the crowd, as Mo Yin and 3 elders of the black market stepped forward. He cast a disdainful glance at the corpse and furiously ordered, dismember the body and feed it to the dogs. Should any further fools cross our path, they shall meet the same fate. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness. The flying sword struck, and the head fell. The once formidable overseer was now reduced to a lifeless husk. My apologies for inciting Master Li's ire. This is a grave misstep on our part, Mo Yin said with a smile, a stark contrast to the recent violence. It was difficult to reconcile the man who had just executed a swift killing with the one now attempting to placate Li Muyu. As Mo Yin spoke, all eyes in the pavilion turned to Morong Fei and Shi Chong, instinctively believing one of them must be the esteemed Master Li Muyu. Had the overseer truly courted disaster by antagonizing Master Li? No wonder he met his end so swiftly. No harm done, Elder Mo Yin is quite considerate, Li Muyu replied cheerfully, aware that the two black market elders had come to investigate. They were cunning old foxes, likely suspecting he had taken something of value, thus following him here. Or perhaps they wished for him to appraise remaining items. Regardless, the overseer was doomed, for Elder Mo Yin was known for his ruthless disposition. Should the overseer's head secure a favor from Li Muyu, he would not hesitate to accede at a tea that moment. A smile spread across Mo Yan's aged face. He had indeed followed Li Muyu here, for the latter had once mentioned that treasures lay among the wares of the street vendors, but his discerning eye had missed them, leading to his disinterest in appraisal. However, after bringing along several appraisers from the black market, and discovering they could only shake their heads, claiming the items were worthless, Mo Yan's desire for blood surged, nearly leading him to slay those inept appraisers. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing how rare skilled appraisers were and the effort it took to recruit them. Thus, he returned to seek Li Muyu, now contemplating raising the appraisal fee to 50%. Otherwise, these items would remain as mere scrap in his possession. Upon arrival, he witnessed the overseer flaunting his authority. How absurd! Here I am, humbly addressing Master Li, nearly begging him for an appraisal, while you dare threaten him. Such a blundering fool could only bring calamity to the black market. Hence, he was dispatched without hesitation. Ha, it is indeed our fault. Today, the black market shall treat you to a feast. Brothers, order whatever you desire. Mo Yin laughed heartily at last. The attention of the pavilion shifted from Morong Fei and Shi Chong to the unassuming, rather pedestrian-looking youth. So, Master Li Muyu is this young man? Truly, one should never judge by appearances, for the depths of the sea cannot be measured by a mere dip. Morong Fei, Shi Chong, and several other distinguished disciples of Swordfish Peak found themselves in an awkward position. Not long ago, many patrons had cast friendly glances their way, even receiving flirtatious glances from a few alluring women. However, upon realizing they were not Master Li Muyu, all such admiration quickly dissipated. The speed of this change was astonishing. Even Xian Yuan Hongjia's fury shifted from Morong Fei and Shi Chong to Li Muyu. Was it truly this unremarkable fellow who had captivated the heart of the sacred maiden Feishue of the Xianyu sword sect? Lacking in looks and bearing an air of commonness, what could he possibly offer? This boy, aside from his appraisal skills, was utterly lacking in comparison to himself. In an instant, his teeth clenched in frustration. Li Muyu stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Mo Yin, and spoke coolly. You have come for the appraisal, I presume? The items in your possession, perhaps? He harbored concerns that they had come regarding the storage belts, which would pose a significant threat. Indeed. Master, you possess an uncanny ability to predict, Mo Yin replied with a grin. I shall accept no payment, but I do have one request. Banish this fellow from the pavilion. I wish never to see him here again. Li Muyu pointed at the ashen-faced Xian Yuan Hongjia. I fail to comprehend your reasoning, Mo Yin responded, perplexed, for he could not fathom how Xian Yuan Hongjia had offended Li Muyu. His mere presence disrupts my appetite. Not just any ruffian may meander before me, Li Muyu stated flatly, echoing Xian Yuan Hongjia's earlier words. Cough. Mo Yin appeared conflicted. He was aware that Xian Yuan Hongjia was a prominent figure within the Black Demon Sword domain. Such a person was not one to offend lightly. It seems Elder Mo Yin finds himself in a difficult position. Thus, I shall consider my request retracted. Li Muyu's tone grew frosty. Wait, Mo Yin stammered, glancing between Xian Yuan Hongjia and Li Muyu. One was a figure of arrogance backed by the Black Demon Sword domain, while the other was a genuine appraiser whose evaluations brought immense profit to the black market. In an instant, he made his choice. Xian Yuan Hongjia, depart this martial cuisine pavilion at once. You are no longer welcome here. This establishment shall serve as your forbidden ground. Do you comprehend? Mo Yin said with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the pavilion turned to Xian Yuan Hongjia, the once celebrated figure renowned for his elegance, now expelled by an unremarkable youth clad in rags. Xian Yuan Hongjia's face turned a deep shade of fury. His eyes burned with suppressed rage, yet he dared not confront Elder Mo Yin. While the Black Demon Sword domain held power, it paled in comparison to the might of the black market. Li Muyu, you wait. You think you can make a name for yourself through appraisals? I will ensure your evaluations meet a dismal end, he spat vehemently. However, as he spoke, an awe-inspiring radiance erupted from within the pavilion, seemingly in response to Xian Yuan Hongjia's threats. No longer uttering a word, Xian Yuan Hongjia turned and departed, his mind already condemning Li Muyu to death. Prepare him a fine coffin, he ordered. Slay him, leaving his remains here in the black market pavilion, that all may witness the consequences of crossing me. His voice seethed with fury. The youth with the sword upon his back shot a cold glance, sensing that with such declarations, Li Muyu's days were numbered. Chapter 31. The enigmatic reign of Yuru. A singular pearl materialized within the martial cuisine hall, its fragrant essence wafting throughout the entire establishment. Elder Mo Yin, devoid of any inclination to converse with Xian Yuan Mingjie, fixated his gaze upon the object in Li Muyu's grasp, a pearl, yet its origins eluded him. Masterly, what precisely is this? Mo Yin inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation. An inconsequential item, which I have never valued. However, for the average person, it is indeed a remarkable treasure, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly. What manner of object could this be? Mo Yan's aged visage contorted in confusion. He found conversing with Master Li exceedingly vexing. How could such a rare gem hold so little merit in his eyes? This is known as a transmission pearl. Do you comprehend? It possesses the capacity to transport you instantaneously across vast distances, hence my assertion of its limited worth, Li Muyu explained calmly. A pearl capable of instantaneous travel over 1,000 miles, and yet it bore no value? Mo Yin, along with the three elders behind him, swallowed audibly. Their concern lay not with Li Muyu's dismissal of its worth, but rather with the immense value it held for them. At that juncture, Murong Fei and Shi Chong, disciples of Swordfish Peak, could scarcely contain their ire towards Li Muyu, wishing to silence him. How could he deem such a treasure worthless? A prodigal, they thought, as they struggled to afford even a change of clothes. In that moment, Li Muyu unveiled a second item, a vessel reminiscent of a teapot. Upon his casual touch, a radiant glow erupted forth, purifying the surrounding air, imbuing the martial cuisine hall with an ethereal aura. This is the fabled purifying water divine vessel? Elder Mo Yin spoke again, this time with recognition. He understood that this legendary vessel, when filled with ordinary water, would yield water of spirit stone quality upon retrieval. The purifying water divine vessel had long been a myth, yet here it lay, easily discovered by Li Muyu. Incorrect, it is a replica, possessing merely 20% of the original's efficacy, yet still a commendable artifact, though it fails to capture my attention, Li Muyu replied with indifference. He had encountered the true purifying water divine vessel 3 millennia prior, knowing its unparalleled power. However, this imitation fell significantly short of that mark. A replica is still commendable. This truly is a fine item, Elder Mo Yin chuckled, recognizing that only Li Muyu could downplay such a treasure. He refrained from expressing his own admiration, knowing that to do so might invite the ire of the forces lurking behind him. The final item you brought is the flying spirit divine sword, a shattered divine blade. Alas, its master met a tragic end, leading to its self-destruction, leaving behind only a shard of cold iron, Li Muyu remarked, lightly tapping the last piece of jagged metal, which suddenly emanated a fierce sword intent, accompanied by a chilling aura. Had he not tilted his head just in time, his hair would have been sheared away. Yet, the three elders behind him were not so fortunate, their hair instantly lifted by the force. Amazing flying spirit divine sword. Even in its broken state, it is a treasure, Elder Mo Yin cackled, delighted by the find. Enough, the remainder is mere scrap. You may discard it. Li Muyu waved his hand dismissively, having lost interest in the remaining items. Mo Yin and the three black market elders nodded in agreement, promptly discarding the worthless remnants, accepting Li Muyu's judgment that their value was non-existent. These 3 items alone were worth a fortune. That concludes it. These are all the items, Li Muyu stated with a smile. Then I am exceedingly grateful, Mo Yin replied, his demeanor brightening as he regarded the unassuming youth with newfound respect. Should the Black Demon Sword domain seek trouble with Master Li, and if the Sword Sect's Holy Land fails to protect you, please consider entering the black market, Mo Yin added with a weighty implication, eager to recruit such a talented appraiser for his own purposes. Ah, that is certainly worth contemplating, Li Muyu responded cheerfully, his audacity allowing him to entertain such suggestions, though he refrained from revealing that the storage belt he possessed far surpassed the value of Mo Yan's acquisitions. This storage belt, a renowned artifact from ancient times, was a 3-segmented variant. Then we shall take our leave, Mo Yan decided. realizing that this was not the right moment to draw Li Muyu into the black market. When Xian Yuan Hongzhe pursued him relentlessly, the black market could readily extend its hand to shelter this extraordinary appraiser, ensuring his allegiance. Not necessary to see me off, Li Muyu replied, still wearing a smile. The martial cuisine hall swiftly presented an array of exquisite dishes. Li Muyu merely glanced over the spread and instantly recognized the quality of the offerings: premium tiger meat, colossal rock flesh, and even a type of dragon sinew, likely sourced from the depths of the eastern domain's mysterious sea. Such delicacies nourished the vitality of sword cultivators, not to mention the crane meat that enhanced their speed, with specialized dishes designed to boost agility and vitality available by reservation. Having not savored such delectable fare in 30 millennia, and being of the great, desolate, sacred body with an enormous appetite, he quickly polished off a table laden with dishes. After consuming 3 tables worth, Morong Fei and Shi Chong, along with their fellow disciples from Swordfish Peak, finally felt satiated. Yet, Li Muyu merely patted his stomach, feeling as though he had only just begun to fill the void. More. He placed his crystal card upon the table. The newly appointed manager of the martial cuisine hall, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly brought forth 6 additional tables of food, finally allowing Li Muyu to feel satisfied. What a glutton! Morong Fei and the others dubbed him, bemused by his insatiable appetite and reckless spending. Let us find a place to rest, Li Muyu gestured, eager to examine the treasures within his storage belt. He was certain that it contained an impressive array of items. The newly appointed manager scurried to find several secluded rooms, ensuring that Li Muyu had no further commands before wiping the sweat from his brow and departing. Upon inspecting the storage belt, Li Muyu discovered an astonishing stockpile of several 100,000 pounds of crit stone, alongside some precious heart demon pills, transmission pearls, and various incomplete sword manuals. Everything he had sought outside seemed to be contained within this belt, in abundance. As he perused its contents, his gaze fell upon a complete sword manual, the Celestial Silkworm Sword Manual, an anomaly among the otherwise fragmented texts. With over 100,000 crit stones, these heart demon pills and transmission pearls, this is an astounding wealth, sufficient for my cultivation for quite some time. Li Muyu mused, reveling in this fortunate haul. Morong Fei, I have a sword manual for you. He inspected the Celestial Silkworm Sword Manual once more, confirming its completeness before tossing it to Morong Fei. The Celestial Silkworm Sword Manual? Really? Morong Fei exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before joyfully accepting it. Shi Chong, how many crit stones do you require to advance in level? Li Muyu inquired. Perhaps 10 pounds? Shi Chong gulped, aware that within the sect, even acquiring 10 pounds would be a monumental challenge, yet recognizing Li Muyu's wealth and status as a true appraiser. How about 100 pounds? Li Muyu remarked, observing Shi Chong's expression and shaking his head. 10 pounds would be insufficient. 100 pounds it was. The 100 pounds of crit stones found their way into Shi Chong's hands. The remaining 1,000 pounds you may divide amongst yourselves. If that is insufficient, I still have more, he added. 1,000 pounds was merely 1% of the 10,000 pounds he possessed. Moreover, heart demon pills and transmission pearls could be exchanged for crit stones as well. My heavens, this is truly remarkable. No wonder he is such an esteemed appraiser. This time, I am certain I shall advance my realm. Me too. The disciples of the Sword Sect's Holy Land beamed with delight. Li Muyu, however, closed the door, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the mortal realm on Sword Show Peak, softly murmuring to himself, 3 millennia have passed, and the vow remains. I shall find you, no matter the cost. In this life, I may not be able to bring peace to humanity, but I will not lose you again. A graceful figure rose in his heart. For her, he would willingly languish within the bronze ancient coffin for 30 millennia. For her, he would embrace another cycle within that ancient coffin. Shangyi Yuru, a maiden as refreshing as a gentle breeze, seemed to gaze upon him through the lens of 3 millennia, her starry eyes unwavering. I shall once again rise as the Sword Emperor and find the Shangyi ancient clan to seek you. Li Muyu clenched his fists, the longing for her undiminished after 30 millennia within the bronze coffin. In this life, amidst the ambitions of conquering the world, not a single ripple stirred within his heart. All he desired was one maiden, Shangyi Yuru, the Shangyi ancient clan, a lineage that commanded the cycles of reincarnation. Shangyi Yuru, a girl who had once turned back to smile at him through the wheel of time, who had saved him countless times 3 millennia ago, a beloved figure entwined in a tender yet unfulfilled romance. As he silently contemplated, he retrieved a hefty chunk of crit stone weighing 10,000 pounds. What did the 5th level of the swordsman matter? He sought to reclaim the path of the Sword Emperor. With a swift motion, the spiritual radiance surged as streams of spirit stones transformed into spiritual energy, rapidly absorbed by him. Chapter 32. The unique aspects of the great wilderness sacred body streams of spiritual light began to surge against the third sword vein. Zhenqi, Tianquan, Xiuza, Kaiman, Jinshe, Daling, Laogong, and Zhongchong. Waves of piercing sensations emanated from within his body. Yet, the Zhongchong sword vein presented the most formidable challenge. This particular vein connected all 4 limbs, and once unblocked, it would significantly enhance the power of the great wilderness sacred body. It was precisely because of such profound effects that breaking through this Zhongchong sword vein became exceedingly arduous. Sweat poured from his body, mingled with grime and even a foul odor. However, Li Muyu remained unfazed, for he understood that these impurities were remnants from his reincarnation through the ancient bronze coffin. The path of martial cultivation required one to refine their body to its utmost limits, transcending the state of a mere mortal to become a true embodiment of martial prowess. For ordinary sword cultivators, unblocking a single sword vein was a matter of great pride. In contrast, the great wilderness sacred body could unblock 8 sword veins, which fundamentally explained its supremacy in ancient times. Yet, the great wilderness sacred body inherently possessed a powerful concealing nature. Most people regarded it as a useless body, including several elders from the sword sect's sacred grounds. Should they discover Li Muyu's identity as the great wilderness sacred body, they could only grimace, likely lamenting the wastage of invaluable resources. Whoosh, streams of spiritual light burst forth from the Zhongchong sword vein, only to be repelled back, the very reason it remained unblocked. This caused Li Muyu's muscles to feel as though they were being pricked by needles, inducing immense suffering. Again, I must forge the 3rd sword vein, he roared internally, his mind flashing with the image of a graceful maiden, whose bright eyes seemed to pierce through the cycles of reincarnation. The Shangxia clan, masters of reincarnation, was the most enigmatic race within this sword-dominated world. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had only reached the level of Sword Emperor, unable to grasp the higher laws of control, and his betrothal to Shangxia Yurua was ultimately lost amidst a tumultuous battle among myriad clans. As these thoughts swirled, the pain within his body appeared to lessen slightly. A ringing sound resonated from within him, as the explosive spirit stone before him rapidly melted away like snow in the spring, merging into his Zhongchong sword vein. Sword Practitioner Level 6, Sword Practitioner Level 7. The vitality within his body surged, manifesting as a crashing sound in his veins, akin to a river in full flow. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the great wilderness sacred body. If cultivated to its peak, it could rival the bodies of ancient demonic beasts. Whoosh. The 10,000 gene explosive spirit stone was wholly absorbed by Li Muyu. Excellent, truly remarkable, he declared, clenching his fist and striking the ground. Bang! The ground, forged from mysterious iron, yielded to his blow, creating a deep indentation. Had it been stone, it would have likely been shattered. His physical strength had now increased by 3,000 gene, a terrifying force that most ordinary sword cultivators could scarcely hope to attain. It seems that bearing the title of a prodigal son is not entirely unfavorable. Otherwise, I would always be questioned about my extravagant consumption of resources. However, as a self-proclaimed prodigal, I trust others will not voice their concerns, instinctively overlooking my cultivation of the great wilderness sacred body, Li Muyu mused, stroking his chin. The great wilderness sacred body was once the pinnacle of sacred bodies in ancient times. Should he successfully cultivate it now, it was likely that those from foreign realms would pursue him relentlessly. In this moment, it was prudent for the great wilderness sacred body to remain concealed, as low profile was a hard truth until his wings were fully developed. With a creak, Li Muyu pushed open the door and beheld Morong Fei seated nearby, sword in arms, standing guard. Bring me my peachwood sword, Li Muyu beckoned. Morong Fei glanced over, realizing that Li Muyu had once again ascended in rank, advancing from Sword Practitioner Level 5 to Sword Practitioner Level 7 overnight. Bring me my peachwood sword, he repeated as he noticed the dazed expression on Morong Fei's face. A Morong Fei, momentarily stunned, nonetheless handed over the peachwood sword. Li Muyu grasped the Tianji divine sword, which sensed his elevation in rank and consequently increased in weight, now approximately 1,000 gene. This was the Tianji divine sword, a rare sword that grew alongside its wielder's cultivation. How have you progressed so swiftly? Morong Fei was evidently taken aback. Though he was celebrated as a prodigy of the sword sect, standing before Li Muyu rendered him utterly humbled. there was no choice. I just consumed 10,000 gene of explosive spirit stones and casually reached sword practitioner level 7. That really so difficult? Li Muyu remarked, stroking his chin. 10,000 gene. Morong Fei nearly bit his tongue, regarding Li Muyu with the incredulity reserved for the insane. To elevate 2 ranks with such an expenditure was sheer waste. He believed that if given the same 10,000 gene of explosive spirit stones, he could ascend to sword master level 9. Truly a prodigal, I concede, Morong Fei exclaimed, at a loss for words. 10,000 gene of explosive spirit stones would likely send Elder Wu Qila from the sword sect into a frenzy, yet Li Muyu had squandered that amount in less than a night. Hearing this, Morong Fei felt no surprise. Had he been in Li Muyu's position, with unlimited resources, his cultivation would surely soar as well. Utilizing resources to accumulate your cultivation in such a manner is of little utility. It would be far more effective to advance gradually, step by step, Morong Fei suggested thoughtfully. How slow that would be, I am discerning. Resources are abundant, and using them to advance is surely advantageous. What 10,000 gene of explosive spirit stones? Li Muyu replied dismissively. Morong Fei fell silent, realizing conversing with Li Muyu was laborious. He was a person who took resources lightly. Upon advancing to sword practitioner level 9, it seems you have yet to enter the sword extreme realm? Li Muyu inquired, regarding Morong Fei. The sword practitioner extreme realm? That is merely a legend, established by the sword god. Li Feiyang.it is said that after each level, sword practitioner, sword master, sword king, there exists a legendary extreme realm. Attaining the extreme realm after the 9th level would amplify one's combat power by 5 to 6 times. But that is just a myth that has faded into obscurity for 30,000 years, Morong Fei dismissed. The name sword god Li Feiyang sent Li Muyu into a daze. In his previous life, he had been Li Feiyang, only to renounce everything for a fleeting romance and a promise, adopting the name Li Muyu. It appears my 4 disciples have failed to pass down my sword path's profound truths. I also regret not sharing the method to unlock the extreme realm with them, Li Muyu pondered internally. Then you should directly ascend to the sword practitioner extreme realm right here. Li Muyu pointed to the ground beneath them. He had already bestowed upon Morong Fei a volume of the Tianqin Sword Classic. Should Morong Fei succeed in reaching the first extreme realm of swordsmanship, his Tianqin sword vein would soar to new height. As someone close to him, Li Muyu desired Morong Fei not to be too mundane. The Tianqin sword vein, one of the 7 ancient sword veins, was merely acceptable in his eyes. Ascend to the extreme realm here? Morong Fei doubted Li Muyu's sanity. Indeed, take this. Use it to suppress your inner demons, Li Muyu declared, tossing a heart demon pill to Morong Fei. He nearly forgot that reaching the extreme realm was no simple feat. The heart demon pill was particularly difficult to procure, which explained why no one had achieved the extreme realm in thousands of years. A single heart demon pill was a rare treasure, and thus the extreme realm had become a mere legend. What is this? Morong Fei gaped at the pill in his hand, realizing with astonishment that it was indeed a heart demon pill. Just yesterday, he had seen one in the black market, deeming it exorbitantly priced, never anticipating that Li Muyu would casually toss one to him today. Hurry up, if you deem it a waste, I shall take it back, Li Muyu urged. Morong Fei's eyes widened, and he swiftly swallowed the heart demon pill. The extreme realm was a legend established by the sword god Li Feiyang, and Huang Quan's sword god, Hua Feihong, was also a disciple of Li Feiyang. As a disciple of the sword sect, Morong Fei aspired to reach this legendary extreme realm during his cultivation. What did the extreme realm signify? It meant invincibility within the same realm. Moreover, it represented the pinnacle of mastery within that realm, achieving flawless perfection, honing it to its utmost limits. Li Muyu observed Morong Fei's excited expression somewhat nonchalantly, fully aware that upon attaining the extreme realm, a sword cultivator could comprehend the grand momentum of heaven and earth, achieving a unity between man and nature. At the lesser stages of sword cultivation, one merely practiced swordplay, akin to rudimentary drills. However, upon reaching the extreme realm, one no longer trained in isolation, but rather within the cosmos, capable of grasping the grand momentum of heaven and the laws of all things, allowing for a gradual transformation of rigid sword techniques. The extreme realm, a cultivation method he had founded 30,000 years ago, regrettably did not survive the ages. Today, however, would be an opportunity for the legendary sword path to shine once more. Perhaps the world had forgotten the name Li Feiyang, the sword god, yet could remember Li Muyu, the prodigal son, which would not be a poor legacy. Chapter 33. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Morong Fei swallowed the heart demon pill and began to focus on his advancement. Meanwhile, Li Muyu arranged 7 critical spirit stones beside Morong Fei, inscribing them with profound swordsmanship runes. This formation, known as the Polar 7-Star Sword Formation, was his original creation. Without the guidance of this formation, aspiring to reach the legendary pinnacle would be nothing but a futile endeavor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens and the earth. What is happening? Thunder in a drought? Indeed, what could this mean? The weather is truly bizarre. In the dining hall of the Martial Arts Academy, many young sword cultivators were having their meals. Their keen senses caught the sound of the thunder. Li Muyu nodded slightly as he observed the thunder summoned by Morong Fei. The heavenly Silkworm Sword Clan was indeed one of the 7 ancient sword clans. Merely achieving the pinnacle could invoke the great forces of the universe, which was commendable. A common person would undoubtedly be incapable of causing such a change in the cosmic balance. This was the remarkable aspect of the pinnacle, allowing a sword master to perceive a fragment of the world's momentum, rather than relying solely on personal cultivation. In essence, sword techniques are inherently lifeless. If one does not master the fluid application of these techniques, their power will be significantly diminished in the hands of that individual. Is this the pinnacle? Morong Fei was taken aback. He had never dreamt that he could summon thunder from the heavens at such a level. If your mind remains so unsettled, even with the heart demon pill, it will be of no avail. The heart demon will descend upon you from the cosmos, and at that moment, your demise will be utterly tragic. Li Muyu remarked coldly. Indeed, while the pinnacle could summon the forces of the universe, the accompanying heart demon was even more terrifying. If one faltered, the painstakingly cultivated powers might be devoured entirely by the heart demon. This was precisely why the heart demon pill commanded such a high price. Attaining the pinnacle was an exceedingly high threshold in its early stages. How could one expect to reach it easily? Upon hearing those words, Morong Fei quickly suppressed his astonishment and resumed his cultivation. With a chime, his sword palace automatically activated, and a small sword along with a phantom emerged from his body, beginning to practice swordsmanship above his head. This was an illusion, yet Morong Fei felt that this phantom had comprehended the essence of all his sword techniques, including the heavenly silkworm sword scripture, which he had yet to fully grasp. Is this the pinnacle? An illusion and a small sword naturally generated in the sword palace. Am I practicing swordsmanship in the heavenly sword realm? Endless white clouds, boundless spiritual energy, and an infinite gentle breeze. Morong Fei closed his eyes, experiencing an unfathomable profundity. In that moment, he realized that his previous sword training had been rigid and laughably simplistic. The small figure above him, however, was exceptionally agile, simplifying all complex sword techniques into practical and effective moves. The legendary heavenly silkworm sword technique was swiftly understood and executed by this little figure. The sensation was truly ineffable. Do not get complacent. The heart demon is approaching. Be wary of your own heart demon. Li Muyu warned coldly from the side. Heart demon? Morong Fei was jolted from his pleasant reverie, noticing a ferocious tiger descending from above, intent on devouring him. If you cannot overcome this tiger that has descended from the heavens, then all your cultivation will be rendered utterly useless. Do you understand? Li Muyu continued, emphasizing the perilous nature of the pinnacle, which could significantly elevate a young sword cultivator's abilities, yet posed immense dangers as well. The tiger represented a fragment of the world's momentum. Only by defeating this beast could Morong Fei advance to the pinnacle. 10 years of arduous training and 6 years of bitter endurance. Am I not doing this for today? I, Morong Fei, refuse to be a mere waste in this world. Today, I shall slay this tiger and ascend to the heavens, just as the sword godly Fei Yang did, bringing peace to humanity for eternity. Morong Fei roared, and the little figure above him soared forth, charging toward the tiger. The phantom and the tiger circled above his head, transforming the limited space into a battlefield. Hearing Morong Fei's words, Li Muyu smiled faintly, surprised that 3,000 years later, he was still remembered as one who sought peace for humanity, and that he was idolized by the young sword cultivator. Reflecting on this, he recognized that Morong Fei possessed a resilient spirit, a quality befitting a sword disciple. Should Morong Fei err in his swordsmanship in the future, Li Muyu would be there to guide him. Morong Fei's declaration earned him Li Muyu's complete approval. What is this? Is this truly the legendary pinnacle? Shi Chong and others were drawn to the commotion, witnessing the little figure and the small tiger above Morong Fei, exclaiming in astonishment. Li Muyu made a shushing gesture, urging them to maintain their composure. The pinnacle was a challenge that one must face alone. Victory would grant entry into a legendary realm, while defeat would render one a failure in swordsmanship, necessitating a fresh start. At that moment, the little figure atop Morong Fei was enveloped in a web of swords, swiftly ensnaring the tiger. The sword in its hand transformed into a net, rapidly wrapping around the beast. Roars echoed through the air as the little tiger diminished in size, ultimately coalescing into a wisp of white vapor, which the phantom inhaled in one swift motion. Boom! The entire polar seven stars formation shattered, signaling that Morong Fei had indeed reached the pinnacle. To be precise, 3,000 years later, Morong Fei had become a sword apprentice at the pinnacle. I have entered the pinnacle, Morong Fei exclaimed in exhilaration, the first words directed at Li Muyu. Without him, achieving this milestone would have been impossible. The others gazed at Li Muyu with stars in their eyes. Previously, they had perceived him as a spendthrift with an inexplicable rustic charm, but now, having aided Morong Fei in reaching this legendary state, their respect for him was undeniable. Is the pinnacle truly so challenging? I am an appraiser. Collecting antiques and scriptures is a simple task for me. Do you not forget? I have promised you all that resources for cultivation will never be lacking. Li Muyu replied nonchalantly. While the pinnacle was a formidable challenge for others, he was Li Fei Yang from 3,000 years ago. Having created this, and now utilizing it, it was merely a trivial matter in his eyes. In your view, it may be trivial, but for me, Morong Fei, it is an immense blessing that I will cherish for a lifetime. From this day forth, I am willing to follow Master Li to the ends of the earth. Morong Fei declared, having adopted a new title, Master Li, signifying Li Muyu as his guiding mentor in swordsmanship. Li Muyu nodded lightly, recognizing that Morong Fei was indeed remarkable, embodying the aspirations of his past self from 3,000 years ago, a worthy disciple to follow him. Shirchong and others had long sensed Li Muyu's exceptional nature, and witnessing him assist Morong Fei in breaking through to the pinnacle only intensified their admiration. Rest assured, Master Li, from today onward, we disciples of Sword Show Peak will ensure your safety, never leaving your side. You shall be the hope for the resurgence of our Jianzhong Holy Land, Shirchong declared. Initially, he had held a strong aversion to Li Muyu, who had attained the position of chief disciple through 500 Taels of Silver. However, Li Muyu's various displays of skill had thoroughly won him over. The other disciples of Sword Show Peak echoed their agreement. This is a mere trifle. Follow me, and I guarantee your resources for cultivation. Li Muyu waved dismissively, but then spoke in a serious tone. Today's occurrences must remain confidential. The resources in your possession were obtained from the black market, and you understand the implications of that, do you not? He gestured toward the critical spirit stones held by the disciples. The disciples of Sword Show Peak were not like him. They were cautious with their resources. After using the critical spirit stones for cultivation, they carefully returned any that were left over. Yes, Master Li, do not worry. We know how to handle this. Wang Shi, standing behind Shirchong, chimed in. He raised the critical spirit stone in his hand. After my cultivation, I did not exhaust this stone. Master Li, I shall return it to you. In his heart, he valued the critical spirit stone greatly. Having only consumed 10 jin, he felt reluctant to waste the remaining 10 jin and intended to return it to Li Muyu. Take it. It may not be of use now, but it will be in the future. In the world of swordsmanship, the wealthy cultivate martial prowess, and as one advances, the demand for resources becomes increasingly terrifying. 10 jin of critical spirit stones is nothing. Li Muyu waved his hand, jesting that he possessed over 100,000 jin of critical spirit stones, more than sufficient for his needs. However, this young disciple Wang Shi was somewhat simple-minded. Such disciples may speak little, but their inherent qualities were commendable. Chapter 34. The Descendants of Old Friends. Thank you, Master Li. Wang Shi expressed his gratitude. Although 10 pounds of critical spirit stones may not mean much to Li Muyu, he had a younger brother who was also cultivating in the sacred land of the sword sect. Critical spirit stones were scarce, and he intended to reserve this 10 pounds for his sibling. From now on, do not call me Master Li casually. I am your senior brother, the chief disciple, understand? Li Muyu remarked, scratching the back of his head. He felt it was inappropriate for them to refer to him as Master Li, as he had been reborn and required the identity of the chief disciple. No, in private, we must still address you as Master Li. Without you, I, Morong Fei, would merely be a waste, incapable of possessing the heavenly silkworm sword classic or reaching the pinnacle of my cultivation, let alone comprehending the grand trends of heaven and earth. Morong Fei interjected from the side. He was the most outstanding disciple of Swordfish Peak, and his words received affirmation from Shirchong and Wang Shi. Very well, if you choose to call me that, so be it. However, remember to call me senior brother once we return to the sect, or else the Grand Elder and a few others might be quite displeased. Li Muyu advised. In truth, he did not mind the titles. Understood, Master Li, Mu Rongfei replied, with Wang Shi and Shi Chong echoing their agreement. Then let us proceed to the Xianyu sword sect. I am curious to see what it is like, Li Muyu said. The Xianyu sword sect was founded by his disciple, Meng Ying, yet he was entirely ignorant of its specifics. The Xianyu sword sect is a place filled with beautiful women. It is renowned for its stunning maidens, and none are unattractive. A young disciple from Swordfish Peak chimed in, drooling at the mere mention of beauty. Indeed, it is a sect of beautiful women, and it is quite open. If one possesses formidable skills, one can find a favored maiden. However, our Grand Elder, Wu Moyu, often refers to the beauties of the Xianyu sword sect as little enchantresses, specifically designed to entice young men like us, warning us not to be easily lured into their domain. Mu Rongfei remarked with a wry smile. Little enchantresses? Li Muyu could surmise that Grand Elder Wu Moyu feared that the disciples would lack resolve, leaving behind promising talents who fell victim to the charms of the Xianyu sword sect. The allure of beautiful women posed a significant threat to young geniuses. Haha, then let us go see the sect composed of little enchantresses and witness their beguiling grace. Li Muyu chuckled, believing that Meng Ying's establishment of the Xianyu sword sect was merely a whimsical idea. He suspected she had never anticipated her sudden creation would flourish so remarkably. The other disciples of Swordfish Peak also wore expressions of longing. The entire sacred land of the sword sect had not a single female disciple. To behold beautiful female disciples, they could only venture to the Xianyu sword sect. As they exited the room, the overseer of the black market martial cuisine workshop hurriedly approached. May I inquire if the master has any further instructions? Elder Mo Yin has instructed that if you have any requests, I shall comply wholeheartedly, the newly appointed overseer asked, trembling slightly. I wish to go to the Xianyu sword sect. Are there any convenient demonic beasts available? Li Muyu inquired. 3,000 years prior, he had a rock demon beast for transportation, but he had released it to allow it to return to freedom after becoming engrossed in the ancient bronze coffin. Now, in this new life, he lacked suitable means of transport and felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, we have captured some celestial cranes from the great demon wilderness that can serve as mounts. I shall retrieve them for you, and the others immediately, the overseer replied promptly. Celestial cranes will do, Li Muyu nodded. Celestial cranes were gentle demonic beasts favored by most sword cultivators, though they had been domesticated 3,000 years ago. Their claim of capturing them from the great demon wilderness was likely an attempt to inflate prices. After all, domesticated and wild creatures were hardly valued the same. Before long, a massive celestial crane was led over by a young boy from the black market. Upon seeing the crane's enormous size, Li Muyu finally believed it had indeed been captured from the great demon wilderness. The crane measured over 10 meters in length, and its wingspan extended several dozen meters wide. The black market's ability to capture such a creature from the great demon wilderness hinted at their formidable power. Very well, this will suffice, Li Muyu affirmed with a nod. Observing a small detail revealed the black market's extraordinary capabilities. They had managed to seize such immense profits along the blood-crying ancient river. Their overall strength seemed to surpass all sword sects in the vicinity. Excellent. This young man is a beast tamer. He will guide you and the sword cultivators to the Xianyu sword sect. The overseer indicated towards a thin youth standing before the celestial crane. Though frail in appearance, his eyes shone with vitality. Upon meeting Li Muyu's gaze, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Beast tamers were a rare profession in the world of sword cultivation, and this young man was undoubtedly proud of his status. Are you cultivating the beast taming true classic? Li Muyu scrutinized the youth, sensing a familiar energy. The beast taming true classic had been founded by one of his friends 3,000 years ago, allowing practitioners to cultivate alongside great demons. It was a unique martial text, albeit one that could be rather overpowering, often leaving its practitioners emaciated after a short time. How do you know? The youth's face turned pale, revealing his anxiety. He had been secretly practicing the beast taming true classic, which was forbidden within the black market. Do not worry, I was simply inquiring. If you wish to see your 20th birthday, seek me out later. This beast taming true classic is an incomplete scripture that could drain your life away, leading ordinary individuals down a path of demise. Li Muyu stated calmly. With a heart inclined towards benevolence, he wished to spare a life from such a grim fate. The middle-aged overseer suddenly kicked the beast tamer's knee, exclaiming, You should promptly express your gratitude to Master Li for his guidance. Do you wish for me to have no descendants? Clearly, he was the youth's father, who had long harbored concerns regarding his frail son. The moment Li Muyu spoke, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. "Thank you, Master Li. I am Fu Yichun," the youth stammered. "What is your surname? Is Fu Qingxue a relative of yours?" Li Muyu inquired. 3,000 years ago, Fu Qingxue had been on the verge of becoming a sword god through her mastery of beast taming. Had it not been for a mishap in her secret cultivation, her prowess would have been even greater. "She is an ancestor of ours, but our lineage has since declined," the middle-aged man interjected hastily. "Ah, so you are a practitioner of the beast-taming way. It is an honor to meet you." Li Muyu smiled warmly at the middle-aged man. As a friend's descendant, he naturally could not stand idly by. "You may still have a chance. When I return from the Xianyu sword sect, I will provide you with personal guidance. As an appraiser, I happen to possess some beast-taming secrets that are related to your ancestor, Fu Qingxue," Li Muyu continued with a smile. "Thank you. Fu Yichun will remember this," the slender youth promised earnestly. "Very well, let us be on our way to the Xianyu sword sect. I'm curious about how its disciples ascend and descend from the divine sword totem there," Li Muyu remarked with a chuckle. "Ah, they rely on demonic beasts to ascend and descend. No ordinary sect possesses the financial resources that the Xianyu sword sect has, and it is situated high in the sky, accessible only by demonic beasts. Thus, those young talents or sects that visit the Xianyu sword sect are typically quite affluent," Fu Yichun's father explained hastily. The implication was clear. Disciples of the sacred land of the sword sect had previously been unqualified to enter the Xianyu sword sect. Li Muyu glanced at Mu Rongfei and the others, noticing their flushed faces. "In the past, we could only dream of it. The Xianyu sword sect is located high above, while we disciples of the sacred land of the sword sect barely have access to cultivation resources. We would never have been able to step foot in the Xianyu sword sect," Mu Rongfei admitted awkwardly. Wang Shi and Shi Chong echoed similar sentiments. The Xianyu sword sect was indeed a sect of beautiful women, but its entrance requirements were exceedingly high. Without a powerful demonic beast, entry to the sect was virtually impossible. This matched Meng Ying's proud nature perfectly. Without sufficient means, aspiring suitors would find it nearly impossible to win her favor. "Then let us proceed to witness this Xianyu sword sect," Li Muyu smiled. Fu Yichun quickly nodded, guiding Li Muyu, Mu Rongfei, and the others onto the massive celestial crane, which then soared into the sky. The Xianyu sword sect resembled a radiant moon suspended in midair, with the divine sword totem casting beams of light that could rival the brightness of the full moon. In the sky, various great demons flitted about, with many beautiful young women riding upon them. Their exquisite forms were captivating, and most of the maidens bore icy expressions, resembling regal icebergs. Their haughty demeanor led them to merely cast casual glances at Li Muyu and his companions before soaring past, indicating their expansive horizons. Ordinary disciples did not even register on their radar. "Master Li, the Xianyu sword sect does not prohibit male disciples from entering, as it permits exceptionally skilled young male disciples to pursue their maidens. Thus, competitions among young talents within the Xianyu sword sect are quite common. However, once you arrive, it would be wise to maintain a low profile," Fu Yichun cautioned, noting that Li Muyu and Mu Rongfei's attire seemed far too plain, especially as they wore the garb of the sacred land of the sword sect. The sacred land was notorious for its poverty. It would be difficult for them to gain favor at the Xianyu sword sect. Fu Yichun's concern was clear, though he expressed it delicately. Chapter 34. The Descendants of Old Friends. "Thank you, Master Li." Wang Shi expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that 10 gene of critical spirit stones might be a trivial matter for Li Muyu. However, he had a younger brother who was also cultivating, and critical spirit stones were scarce within the sacred realm of the sword sect. This remaining 10 gene of critical spirit stones were intended for his brother. "From now on, do not casually refer to me as Master Li. I am your senior brother, the chief disciple, am I not?" Li Muyu remarked, scratching the back of his head. He realized that these fellows addressing him as Master Li was inappropriate. In this second life, he required the identity of the chief disciple. "No, in private, we shall continue to call you Master Li. Without you, I, Mu Rongfei, would merely be a waste, lacking the heavenly silkworm sword sutra and unable to reach the pinnacle of my realm. I would not comprehend the grand forces of heaven and earth," Mu Rongfei interjected from the side. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Swordfish Peak, and his words were met with affirmation from Shi Chong and Wang Shi. "Very well, if you are willing to address me thus, then so be it. However, upon returning to the sect, remember to call me senior brother. Otherwise, the great elder and a few others will be exasperated," Li Muyu advised. In truth, he was indifferent to these titles. "Understood, Master Li," Murong Fei replied, with Wang Shi and Shi Chong also echoing their agreement. Then let us proceed to the Xianyu sword sect. I am curious about what it is like, Li Muyu said. The Xianyu sword sect had been established by his disciple, Ming Ying, yet he was entirely ignorant of its specifics. The Xianyu sword sect is a place teeming with beautiful women. It boasts the most enchanting maidens, with not a single one being unattractive. A young disciple from Swordfish Peak chimed in, practically drooling at the mention of beauty. Indeed, it is a sect of beautiful women, quite open-minded. If one possesses exceptional talents, they can find a charming maiden to their liking. However, our great elder, Wu Mou, refers to the beauties of the Xianyu sword sect as little enchantresses, warning us young men not to be easily lured there, Murong Fei added with a wry smile. Little enchantresses? Li Muyu surmised that great elder Wu Mou was concerned about the lack of resolve among his disciples, fearing that promising students might be captivated and retained by the Xianyu sword sect. After all, the allure of beautiful women could be quite powerful against young geniuses. Haha, then let us go and see this sect composed of little enchantresses and discover just how captivating they truly are, Li Muyu laughed, finding it amusing that Meng Ying had founded the Xianyu sword sect on a whim, likely never anticipating that her establishment would flourish so remarkably. The other disciples of Swordfish Peak also wore expressions of longing. Within the entire sacred realm of the sword sect, there were no female disciples. To catch a glimpse of female disciples, particularly beautiful ones, one could only venture to the Xianyu sword sect. Upon exiting the room, the head of the Black Market's martial cuisine workshop hurried over. May I inquire if the master has any further instructions? Elder Mo Yin has instructed me to be entirely accommodating should you require anything, the newly appointed head said, visibly anxious. I wish to go to the Xianyu sword sect. Are there any convenient mounts available? Li Muyu inquired. 3,000 years ago, he had a great Peng demon beast for transportation, but after becoming engrossed in the ancient bronze coffin, he had released the Peng to reclaim its freedom. Now, in this new life, he found himself lacking suitable means of conveyance. Yes, indeed. We have captured some celestial cranes from the great demon wilderness. They can serve as mounts. I will fetch them for you and your companions, the head responded promptly. The celestial cranes should suffice, Li Muyu nodded. Celestial cranes were gentle demon beasts, favored by most sword cultivators. However, these beasts had been domesticated for 3,000 years. It was likely that the black market had captured them merely to inflate prices. After all, domesticated creatures and wild ones were certainly not valued the same. Soon, a gigantic celestial crane was led over by a young attendant from the black market. Seeing its immense size, Li Muyu was convinced that this crane had indeed been captured from the great demon wilderness. The crane measured over 10 meters in length, and its wingspan extended to several dozen meters, confirming its origin. The power of the black market to capture such a creature from the great demon wilderness was truly astonishing. Excellent, this crane will do, Li Muyu acknowledged. A glimpse of its might suggested that the black market was indeed formidable. Holding sway over the vast profits near the Blood River, this colossal entity seemed to surpass all sword sects in the area in terms of overall strength. Very well, this individual is a beast tamer. He will guide you and your fellow sword cultivators to the Xianyu sword sect. The head indicated a skinny young man standing before the crane. Though frail in appearance, his eyes shone brightly, and upon meeting Li Muyu's gaze, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. A beast tamer was a rare profession in the world of swordsmanship, and for this young man to occupy such a role was a point of pride. Do you cultivate the beast-taming True Sutra? Li Muyu asked, recognizing a familiar energy emanating from the boy. The beast-taming True Sutra? How do you know about it? The boy stammered, panic evident on his face. He had been secretly practicing this sutra, as beast tamers were forbidden from cultivating martial arts within the black market. Do not worry. I merely inquired, if you wish to see your 20th year, seek me out afterward. Your beast-taming True Sutra is a flawed text that can drain your life essence. Ordinary individuals who practice it find only a dead end, Li Muyu stated calmly. The heavens are benevolent, and he did not wish to witness a life end in such a manner. The middle-aged head beside them suddenly kicked the beast tamer on the knee. Hurry and thank Master Li for his guidance. Do you wish for me to have no descendants? It was evident he was the boy's father, deeply concerned for his frail son, and the thought of his son being in danger had him on edge. Greetings, Master Li. I, Fuichen, thank you, the boy spoke. What is your surname? Is Fu Qingshui a relative of yours? Li Muyu inquired. 3,000 years ago, Fu Qingshui had nearly achieved the status of sword deity through her beast-taming skills. Had it not been for a mishap in her secret technique, her cultivation would have been even higher. She is our ancestor, but our lineage has long since fallen into decline, the middle-aged man interjected quickly. Ah, so a master of beast taming. It is an honor. Li Muyu smiled at the middle-aged man. As a friend of his ancestor, he naturally would not neglect his descendants. You may remain safe for now. When I return from the Xianyu sword sect, I shall personally guide you. As an appraiser, I have come into possession of some beast-taming secrets that bear a connection to your ancestor, Fu Qingshui. Li Muyu spoke with a smile. Thank you. Fu Yichen will certainly remember, the slender boy replied. Very well, let us proceed to the Xianyu sword sect. I am curious as to how their disciples ascend and descend from that divine sword totem, Li Muyu remarked with amusement. Well, they ascend and descend using demon beasts. No ordinary sect possesses the financial power of the Xianyu sword sect, and since it is situated in the sky, only demon beasts can reach it. Thus, the young men and sects that associate with the Xianyu sword sect are generally quite affluent, Fu Yichen's father quickly added. Implied in his words was the notion that Li Muyu and the disciples of the sacred realm of the sword sect would have previously lacked the qualifications to enter the Xianyu sword sect. Li Muyu glanced at Murong Fei and the others, and indeed, their faces were flushed with embarrassment. In the past, we could only dream of it. The Xianyu sword sect hovers in the sky, while we disciples of the sacred realm of the sword sect lack even the resources for our own cultivation. We could never hope to enter the Xianyu sword sect, Murong Fei spoke awkwardly. Wang Shi and Shi Chong shared similar expressions. The Xianyu sword sect was undoubtedly a sect of beautiful women, yet the barriers to entry were exceptionally high. Without a great demon as a mount, it was impossible to approach the Xianyu sword sect. This aligned perfectly with Ming Ying's proud character. Without sufficient resources, one could hardly hope to court her disciples, likely a design of hers. Then let us go and explore the Xianyu sword sect, Li Muyu said with a smile. Fu Yichen promptly nodded, leading Li Muyu and Murong Fei onto the grand celestial crane, which then soared into the sky. The Xianyu sword sect appeared like a bright moon in the heavens, the radiance of its divine sword illuminating the surroundings for miles. In the sky, various powerful demon beasts flitted about, among them beautiful maidens riding gracefully. Their enchanting forms exuded an air of coldness, resembling icebergs, remarkably proud. Glancing at Li Muyu and his companions, they merely cast a cursory glance before soaring past, indicating that their perspectives were extraordinarily vast. Ordinary disciples could hardly capture their attention. Master Li, the Xianyu sword sect does not prohibit male disciples from entering, as they allow talented young men to pursue their maidens. Thus, it is common for young prodigies to vie for attention within the Xianyu sword sect. However, once we arrive, you should maintain a low profile, Fu Yichen advised, noticing that Li Muyu and Murong Fei's attire was rather too simplistic, especially given that they were wearing the garments of the sacred realm of the sword sect. The sacred realm of the sword sect was notoriously impoverished, and how could they expect to be welcomed at the Xianyu sword sect? This was Fu Yichen's concern, albeit expressed with subtlety. Chapter 35. The Bright Moon and the Snow Plum. In response to Fu Yichen's admonitions, Li Muyu merely nodded indifferently. He was well aware that many places judge individuals by their appearance, and it was likely that the Xianyu sword sect was no exception. However, he would not alter his principles for such superficial judgments. The essence of the sword path lies in its intrinsic profundities, rather than in vain pretensions. If the world chose to mock him, then let them revel in their laughter. A magnificent celestial crane descended, swiftly carrying two young maidens from the Xianyu sword sect, their graceful forms swaying as they walked, with their slender waists twisting enticingly every few steps, exuding an air of alluring charm. Master Li, I must take my leave. Should you require anything, simply blow this bone flute, and it will convey your message across 1,000 miles, Fu Yichen said, handing Li Muyu a flute made from bone. The flute, with its jade-like hue, was evidently crafted from the remains of a great demon, for only such beings could attain a state where their bodies resembled precious stones, a level unattainable by mere human sword cultivators. Very well, do remember to seek me out at the sacred grounds of the sword sect, Li Muyu replied, taking the flute with a smile. He could easily discern its immense value, and he recognized Fu Yichen as an exceptionally thoughtful young man. Certainly, Fu Yichen nodded before taking flight atop the celestial crane. At that moment, the two maidens from the Xianyu sect approached with a captivating grace, their fragrant presence causing the disciples of the sword sect to stare in awe, nearly drooling in admiration. Pray tell, are you in search of a particular senior sister or junior sister? Do you have an invitation? One of the slightly slender maidens smiled brightly, her enchanting eyes lingering momentarily on Murong Fei before settling sharply on Li Muyu, her gaze piercing. The other maiden, with delicate features, darted her large eyes around the group of young men, grinning amiably as she acknowledged them with nods, exuding an air of confidence. "We are not searching for anyone. I was invited here. My name is Li Muyu," he responded with a smile, fully aware that these two strikingly beautiful maidens likely mistook him for one of the frivolous suitors outside, perhaps believing that their group was pursuing a certain girl from the Xianyu sword sect. "Li Muyu? You are indeed the esteemed Li Muyu. Please, come inside. I am Mingyue, serving as the welcoming envoy of the Xianyu sword sect." The slender maiden smiled, her long brows and beautiful, elongated eyes complemented by a delicate nose and small mouth, making her appear remarkably exquisite. Her demeanor was so charming that it felt like a refreshing spring breeze. She executed her role as an envoy with utmost grace, both in speech and conduct. "I am Xuemei, the deputy welcoming envoy of the Xianyu sect. Master Li and esteemed brothers, please rest here while we report to the sect." The slightly more voluptuous maiden chimed in. Her large, twinkling eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, giving her an animated presence, and her speech was imbued with a captivating charm. Li Muyu nodded lightly. The reputation of the Xianyu sword sect as a haven for beauty seemed to hold true. These two envoys were not only eloquent, but also conducted themselves with remarkable poise. This sect, founded by Ming Ying, was indeed extraordinary. The fragrance of the maidens captivated the young men, including Morong Fei, who had spent years in the sword sect, rarely encountering such beauty. They were left transfixed, causing Xuemei's eyes to sparkle with playful mischief, prompting Morong Fei and Wang Shi to feign composure despite their obvious distraction. Mingyue led Li Muyu to an expansive training ground and remarked, "We shall report to Master Yubi shortly. However, he may be preoccupied with sect affairs, so it might take some time before we can meet him." Her long, beautiful eyes revealed a hint of apology as her lips curved into a warm smile. In front lies the training ground, a favorite spot for many young men and women. If any of you possess a particular skill, feel free to showcase it there. Should you encounter a senior sister who catches your fancy, you may attempt to engage her in conversation. However, be wary, for some senior sisters can be quite proud. So I advise you to tread lightly when approaching them, Xuemei added, her large eyes scanning Morong Fei and the others, clearly amused by their eagerness. Li Master, Shi Chong and Wang Shi wore expressions of anticipation, clearly eager to behold the renowned beauties of the Xianyu sword sect. "Since you wish to see, then go ahead," Li Muyu chuckled, acknowledging their youthful exuberance. After all, they were merely spirited young men. Wang Shi Chong, and the other disciples from Jianyu Peak were overjoyed, hastening towards the depths of the training ground, where the silhouettes of numerous maidens danced gracefully, clearly engaged in sword practice. The sight of their slender and alluring figures was enough to leave them drooling, however. Morong Fei remained motionless beside Li Muyu. "Are you not going?" Li Muyu inquired with a smile. "I shall not. I must protect you, Master Li," Morong Fei replied earnestly. "Go on. I do not require your protection, and my own swordsmanship is quite commendable besides. I wish to enjoy the scenery of the Xianyu sword sect on my own." Li Muyu sighed, reflecting on how this sect, founded by his disciple Ming Ying, possessed a unique charm and the deep-rooted heritage of a grand sect, in stark contrast to the precarious state of the sword sect, which could be swallowed by a smaller faction at any moment. Upon hearing Li Muyu's words, Morong Fei's expression shifted to one of surprise as he glanced towards the captivating figures in the distance, mistakenly believing that Li Muyu intended to approach one of the beautiful maidens. Feeling somewhat superfluous, he nodded and moved towards a group of maidens. Li Muyu's gaze swept across the expansive training ground, where he noticed two towering statues, one of Ming Ying and the other of himself, each standing over 1,000 meters tall, as if they had withstood the test of time for millennia. Seeing his own statue from 30,000 years ago took Li Muyu by surprise. 30,000 years have passed, yet Ming Ying has not forgotten me, he murmured softly. 3 decades ago, that innocent little girl had once again appeared, bouncing with eagerness to learn swordsmanship from him. Initially, he had thought a girl might not be suited for the path of the sword, and thus he had declined her request. However, it was her sincerity and perseverance that moved him, leading him to craft a unique sword technique for Ming Ying, enabling her to become the only female sword deity in the realm of swordsmanship. As memories faded like smoke, the sight of the two statues stirred profound emotions within Li Muyu. He gently approached the statue, his gaze somewhat lost in reverie. "Leave!" A cold voice pierced through the air. Upon hearing the voice, Li Muyu turned to find a brightly dressed maiden behind him, her face shadowed by an air of disdain, her gaze dismissive. Her figure was indeed graceful, with a slightly fuller form, an oval face, a prominent nose, and eyes that were perfectly proportioned to her features. However, her thin lips held a sharpness akin to a blade, and the contemptuous expression on her face led Li Muyu to shake his head. While she was undeniably beautiful, her inner qualities left much to be desired. His eyes scanned the surroundings, only to notice a throng of young men surrounding her, each radiating an intense admiration for the maiden. Clearly enamored by her allure, it seemed this maiden was currently reveling in the attention, and Li Muyu felt he had intruded at an inopportune moment. Glancing down at his rather humble attire, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. He had no interest in this somewhat frivolous maiden. If one were to compare beauty, the elegance of Xie Yuru surpassed hers by leaps and bounds, making this maiden's beauty merely average in comparison. Li Muyu smiled slightly and turned to leave. "Stop, do you not understand human speech? Pian Ran, you are instructed to leave. Do you comprehend the meaning of leave?" A young swordsman, with a square face and a fierce grin, stood nearby, his demeanor imposing as he bore a sword wrapped in fish skin on his back. "I am unfamiliar with the action of leaving. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me?" Li Muyu retorted playfully, hands clasped behind his back. "You seek death." The square-faced youth's eyes turned icy at Li Muyu's nonchalance. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Li Muyu regarded the approaching threat with indifference, his expression calm and unyielding. Seeking death. The square-faced youth felt insulted that this shabby-looking individual dared to disregard him, especially as he had long admired the maiden named Pian Ran. Losing face in front of her was unacceptable. A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from his fist, aimed directly at Li Muyu. "Remember this name, Wang Chenhu of the Black Demon Sword Domain," he proclaimed loudly, eager for the maiden to hear. "Do you wish to compare strength with me?" Li Muyu smiled lightly, the great wilderness sacred body having never truly been tested since his cultivation began. Now seemed an opportune moment. As Wang Chenhu's fist approached Li Muyu's brow, the latter remained utterly unfazed, standing still as if contemplating the scenery. "Is this fellow frightened? How dull." Wang Chenhu smirked, convinced that Li Muyu had been intimidated into submission. From a distance, the maiden named Pian Ran observed Li Muyu's demeanor with a cold sneer. "Such trash dares to stand before me? I, Pian Ran, am a renowned figure of the Xianyu sword sect." Her lips curled in disdain, her pride evident as a throng of young men vied for her attention, filling her heart with satisfaction. Yet, she dismissed the shabby youth entirely, thinking, "Such filth is not worthy to stand in my presence." With a smile, she awaited the spectacle of this impoverished individual being thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 35. The Bright Moon and Snow Plum. In response to Fu Yichen's admonition, Li Muyu merely nodded faintly. He was well aware that many places judged people by their appearances, and it was likely that the Xianyue sword sect was no exception. However, he would not alter his principles for such reasons. The path of the sword sought the essence of its own mysteries, rather than a pursuit of vanity. If the world chose to mock him, then let them indulge in their laughter. A colossal celestial crane descended, carrying with it two young maidens from the Xianyue sword sect, their movements graceful and alluring, swaying as they walked, their petite waists twisting with each step in a manner that was quite enchanting. "Master Li, I must take my leave. Should there be any matters to discuss, simply blow this bone flute to send a message across 1,000 miles, Fu Yichen said, handing Li Muyu a jade-green bone flute. It was evident that this flute was crafted from the skeleton of a great demon, as only such beings could attain a state where their bodies resembled jade. This was a level beyond the reach of human sword cultivators. "Very well. Remember to seek me out at the sacred grounds of the sword sect," Li Muyu replied, accepting the flute with a smile. He could clearly see its immense value and recognized Fu Yichen as a remarkably thoughtful youth. Certainly, Fu Yichen nodded before taking flight on the celestial crane. At that moment, the two maidens from the Xianyue sect approached, their fragrant presence captivating the eyes of many disciples from the sacred grounds, leaving them utterly entranced, nearly drooling. "May I inquire which senior sister or junior sister you are seeking? Do you have an invitation?" One of the slightly slender maidens smiled, her beautiful eyes lingering momentarily on Morong Fei before locking onto Li Muyu with a piercing gaze. The other maiden, with delicate features, turned her large, expressive eyes toward the group of young men, nodding cheerfully and exuding an air of confidence. "We are not searching for anyone in particular. I am here by invitation and my name is Li Muyu," he replied with a smile, understanding that these two striking maidens likely mistook him for a mere frivolous suitor seeking the affections of a Xianyue sword sect maiden. "Li Muyu? You are indeed the esteemed Li Muyu. Please, come inside. I am Mingyue, honored to serve as the welcoming envoy of the Xianyue sword sect," The slender maiden beamed, her long, elegant eyebrows and exquisite features enhancing her charm, her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, demonstrating impeccable grace in both speech and demeanor. I am Xue Mei, also serving as the deputy welcoming envoy of the Xianyue sect. Master Li and all esteemed brothers may rest here while we report to the sect. The slightly fuller-figured maiden chimed in, her large eyes sparkling with mischief, exuding a lively presence as she spoke with a captivating tone. Li Muyu nodded gently, recognizing the truth in the notion that the Xianyue sword sect was devoid of unattractive women. Indeed, these two welcoming envoys displayed a remarkable blend of eloquence and poise, indicative of the extraordinary nature of the sect founded by Meng Ying. The fragrant allure of the maidens left Mu Rongfei and the other young men, who had long dwelled in the sacred grounds of the sword sect, utterly enchanted, their longing gazes betraying their excitement. Xue Mei, noticing the boy's dazed expressions, sparkled with mischief in her large eyes, prompting Mu Rongfei and Wang Shi to regain their composure. Yet they found themselves once again fixated on the two maidens. Mingyue guided Li Muyu to an expansive training ground, explaining, "We shall now report to Master Yubi. However, Master Yubi is currently occupied with sect affairs and may take some time before we can meet." Her long, beautiful eyes reflected a hint of regret, and her lips curved into a friendly smile. Ahead is the training ground, a favored place for both young maidens and men. Should any of you possess a particular skill, you may showcase it there. If you spot a sister who captures your admiration, do feel free to approach her. However, be warned that some sisters are quite proud, so it is wise to exercise discretion when engaging them. Xue Mei glanced at Mu Rongfei and the others, a playful grin on her delicate lips, clearly having witnessed their earlier awkwardness. Li Shi, both Shi Chong and Wang Shi looked at Li Muyu with eager anticipation, clearly eager to behold the renowned beauties of the Xianyue sword sect. Since you wish to see, then go ahead, Li Muyu chuckled, amused by their youthful exuberance. After all, they were merely young men brimming with vitality. Wang Shi, Shi Chong, and other disciples from the Swordfish Peak rejoiced, eagerly making their way deeper into the training ground, where the silhouettes of numerous maidens danced gracefully, clearly a designated area for sword practice, their slender, exquisite forms enough to leave them awestruck. However, Mu Rongfei remained steadfast beside Li Muyu. "Aren't you going?" Li Muyu inquired with a smile. "I will not, that I must protect Master Li," Mu Rongfei replied earnestly. "Go on, I need no protection. My own swordsmanship is commendable. Besides, I wish to admire the scenery of the Xianyue sword sect on my own," Li Muyu mused, reflecting on the unique atmosphere of the sect founded by his disciple Meng Ying, which appeared to possess the profound heritage of a millennia-old major sect, starkly contrasting with the precarious existence of the sword sect, which could be overshadowed by a smaller sect at any moment. Upon hearing Li Muyu's words, Mu Rongfei's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at the stunning figures in the distance, mistakenly believing that Li Muyu intended to approach one of the beautiful maidens, and thus he nodded and made his way toward a nearby maiden. Li Muyu's gaze swept across the vast training ground, where two imposing statues stood, one of Meng Ying and the other of himself, each towering over 1,000 meters, seemingly enduring for millennia. Seeing his own statue, erected 3,000 years ago, filled Li Muyu with astonishment. 3,000 years have passed, yet Meng Ying has not forgotten me, he murmured softly. 3,000 years prior, that innocent little girl had eagerly desired to follow him in the study of swordsmanship. Initially, he believed that a girl was not particularly suited for the path of the sword, and thus he had refused her. However, it was later that Meng Ying's sincerity and perseverance touched him, leading him to personally craft a set of Xianyue sword techniques for her, enabling her to become the only female sword deity in the world of swordsmanship. Time had flown by like smoke, and now, standing before the two statues once more, Li Muyu was overwhelmed with nostalgia. He approached the statues, his gaze distant and contemplative. "Leave!" a cold voice rang out. Upon hearing the voice, Li Muyu turned to find a brightly dressed young maiden behind him, her expression frosty, regarding him with disdain. She possessed a graceful figure, her features finely sculpted, but her thin lips and haughty demeanor rendered her beauty somewhat diminished in character. As he surveyed the young men surrounding her, each of them radiating fervent admiration toward her, it became clear that she was reveling in their attention, while he seemed an unwelcome intrusion. Glancing at his rather modest attire, Li Muyu could not help but chuckle inwardly. He had no interest in this somewhat frivolous maiden. If one were to compare beauty, the allure of Xie Ro outshone her by a considerable margin, while this maiden's beauty could only be considered above average. With a slight smile, he turned to leave. "Stop! Do you not understand human speech? Pian Ran Jr.'s sister has instructed you to leave," Do you comprehend the meaning of leave? One of the young swordsmen, who bore a fierce grin, stepped forward, his chi exuding an air of menace. I don't quite grasp the motion of leaving. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me? Li Muyu responded, his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile on his face. You seek death. The young man's eyes turned icy. It seems I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Li Muyu, seemingly unfazed, continued to gaze into the distance, his smile unperturbed. Seeking death. The young swordsman was incensed that this shabby-looking boy dared to disregard him, especially with the maiden, Ran, whom he had long admired, watching. Losing face in front of her was unacceptable. With a thunderous roar, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fist, aimed directly at Li Muyu. Remember my name. I am Wang Chenhu of the Black Demon Sword Domain, he proclaimed loudly, as if to ensure the maiden could hear. Competing in fists, are we? Li Muyu smiled faintly. Since cultivating the great wilderness sacred body, he had yet to fully unleash his power. Now seemed an opportune moment to test his strength. As Wang Chenhu's fist approached Li Muyu's brow, he remained as still as a statue, his expression unchanged. Is this fellow afraid? This is rather dull, Wang Chenhu thought, convinced that Li Muyu had been intimidated into submission. From a distance, Ran observed Li Muyu's demeanor and coldly remarked, Such trash dares to stand before me? I, Ran, am renowned within the Xinhua sword sect. A smirk graced her lips, her eyes filled with pride as she reveled in the attention of the young men vying for her favor, dismissing Li Muyu entirely. In her mind, a youth of his caliber did not deserve to stand in her presence. She was a beauty of unparalleled grace, while he was merely a pitiful figure, best to keep his distance. With that thought, she continued to watch with a smile, eager to witness this impoverished boy receive his due punishment. Chapter 36. This young man is mine, understood? Li Muyu stood slightly, one hand resting behind his back. As the ferocious winds of fists approached, he casually unleashed a punch. Heh, this time I'll break your bones. Wang Chenhu, a formidable figure from the Black Demon Sword Domain, sneered. How dare a mere disciple from the impoverished sect challenge him, especially when he was a swordmaster of the 8th level, now a swordmaster of the 9th level. On the verge of ascending to the realm of swordsmanship, he looked down upon this youth from the sacred sword sect. Crack, the sound of bones shattering resonated swiftly. With a force of 3,000 pounds erupting, a terrifying gust swept through the area. Dust swirled, clouding Wang Chenhu's vision, leaving him bewildered. A single punch could unleash such an overwhelming aura? The girl named Ran, observing from afar, was utterly dumbfounded. How powerful was this punch? The surroundings trembled as if a great wind had swept over them. What kind of technique was this? It appeared merely to be a skill of the human realm. Ran watched as Li Muyu struck, failing to recognize it as an earth-grade technique. Earth-grade techniques, when wielded, were supposed to exude a magnificent force. Yet this youth's punches were archaic and unremarkable, the most rudimentary of martial arts. And who was Wang Chenhu? A young powerhouse from the Black Demon Sword Domain. He was also the cousin of Xinhua Hongzhe, the recently prominent youth of the Black Demon Sword Domain. His cultivation was terrifyingly advanced, so how could he be so thoroughly bested by this disciple of the sacred sword sect? Ah! A cry of agony escaped Wang Chenhu's lips. How dare you? Do you know who I am, a disciple of the Black Demon Sword Domain? He glared at his now twisted right hand, speaking coldly. Disciples of the Black Demon Sword Domain nearly ruled the blood-cry ancient river sword domain, and even the female disciples of the Xianyu sword sect treated them with deference. Yet this disciple from the sacred sword sect dared to act so brazenly toward him? You are a disciple of the Black Demon Sword Domain. Then how is Xinhua Hongzhe related to you? Li Muyu's eyes glimmered with amusement. Hearing the name of the Black Demon Sword Domain again reminded him of the middle-aged man who had once brought him a coffin, and now a young man was telling him to scram. It seemed the Black Demon Sword Domain was not fated to harmonize with him. Heh, do you not know that Xinhua Hongzhe is my cousin? Be wise. Kneel and sever your arm, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not have a complete corpse. Wang Chenhu declared with a sinister grin. The Black Demon Sword Domain had grown immensely powerful over the years, allowing them to walk unhindered in the scattered sword domain of the blood-cry ancient river. This youth should have heard of Xinhua Hongzhe's fearsome reputation. He was known for preparing coffins for the young prodigies of the blood-cry ancient river. Those who dared to defy Xinhua Hongzhe had long since become mere dust. You want me to kneel? Li Muyu's gaze instantly turned frigid. Yes, kneel and sever your arm. Do you not understand my words? Wang Chun, who maintained his sinister smirk, slap, slap, slap. Sharp slaps echoed rapidly against Wang Chun's face, one after another. Finally, the last slap sent him tumbling to the ground. Li Muyu, expressionless, stepped down, firmly planting his foot on Wang Chun's face. This altercation drew the attention of youth from all around the training ground. Several young women gazed at Li Muyu, the poorly dressed youth, while Wang Chun, who, resplendent in his attire, was conveniently overlooked. The square was a place for young men and women to showcase their martial prowess. Those who triumphed would naturally earn respect, while those who faltered would be disregarded. Li Muyu's demeanor captivated the female disciples of the Xianyu sect, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Mastery in martial arts naturally commanded respect. As for the defeated, they were simply ignored. Even the girl named Pian Ran displayed a hint of surprise, but upon seeing Li Muyu's shabby clothing and the insignia of the Sacred Sword sect, her expression turned cold. A disciple of the Sacred Sword sect, attempting to show off before her, was akin to a toad aspiring to dine with a swan. Pian Ran came from a noble lineage, far beyond the reach of a destitute disciple. Kneel and crawl out. Li Muyu stated coolly, his foot still pressed against Wang Chun's face. What? Wang Chun's disbelief was palpable. At this moment, numerous young women from the Xianyu sword sect surrounded them, and there were also young prodigies from various sword sects present. If he crawled out on his knees, where would his face and dignity be? Kneel and crawl out. Or die. Li Muyu spoke with a lack of expression. I am a disciple of the Black Demon Sword domain. Wang Chun, who gritted his teeth, refusing to believe this youth would dare offend them. It is precisely because you are a disciple of the Black Demon Sword domain that I command you to crawl out on your knees. Understand? As Li Muyu pressed down harder, Wang Chun, who felt as if his skull might be crushed. Dignity was important, but life was paramount. Without life, all was moot. With tears brimming in his eyes, Wang Chun, who knelt and crawled, quickly escaping the crowd's gaze. Li Muyu shook his head slightly, observing Wang Chun's retreating figure. The so-called Black Demon Sword domain was nothing remarkable. The spirit of its disciples was rather commonplace. Those who relied on might to bully others would make little progress in their cultivation. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. This disciple of the Sacred Sword sect dared to offend the formidable Black Demon Sword domain. The Black Demon Sword domain boasted 100,000 sword cultivators, a terrifying force, while the Sacred Sword sect barely had a handful of disciples. Moreover, the Black Demon Sword domain was a unified power that had secretly infiltrated the region of the Blood Cry ancient river over the years, supporting several sword sects, including the Feihong Sword sect and the Qingyun Sword sect. Even the disciples of the Xianyu Sword sect dared not easily offend the Black Demon Sword domain. This youth was truly audacious. At this moment, Wang Chun, who had been invited by the Xianyu Sword sect, which aimed to form an alliance with the Black Demon Sword domain. Now that this youth had so brutally assaulted Wang Chun, he had likely ignited a fire that would consume him. Moreover, this youth had not even engaged in earth-grade sword techniques from the start, revealing the meager resources of his sect. In an instant, the onlookers' gazes shifted from admiration to pity. Some factions were not to be trifled with. An individual could not contend against a superpower. Are you done yet? If your performance is over, you may leave. In my eyes, you are nothing. Pian Ran, lifting her chin slightly, cast a cold look at Li Muyu. This martial arts square was meant to bring young men and women together, a unique feature of the Xianyu sword sect that no other sect possessed. Yet at this moment, Pian Ran felt nothing for the shabby, oblivious youth before her. Li Muyu was slightly taken aback by Pian Ran's reaction. It was quite amusing. He had not even regarded her with a glance. Apologies, but I have never truly looked at you. You are overthinking. Li Muyu shook his head. Heh, is this your new tactic? To feign disinterest? I, Wang Pian Ran, possess great talent and study the martial arts of the Xianyu sword sect. The man I marry must have resources rivaling nations, supported by a super-rich family and nurtured by a prestigious sect. You? Clearly, you are not. You are merely a pauper. Wang Pian Ran scoffed, her lips curling slightly. Her fair chin lifted, her gaze swept dismissively past Li Muyu, exuding utter disdain. You may look down upon him, but I find him remarkable. Since you, junior sister Pian Ran, are so disdainful, I shall not hold back. A gentle voice emerged, accompanied by the appearance of a graceful figure cloaked in a white robe. A fragrant aura wafted through the square even before she arrived. With delicate steps, a slender and graceful figure approached, resembling a blooming snow lotus, bringing a refreshing presence. Is that the saintess of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui? It seems to be the saintess Fei Shui of the Xianyu sect. Indeed, It is the Saintess Fei Shui of the Xianyu sect. The young men gasped, unable to believe their eyes. The Saintess of the Xianyu sect, Fei Shui, was actually competing with Wang Pianran for this youth. If he were a dashing and elegant young man, they could understand, but he was a poorly dressed disciple of the sacred sword sect. Everyone knew it was a sect of impoverished disciples, filled with commoners, where the elders were constantly fretting over cultivation resources. Wang Pianran stared at the white-cloaked figure and the girl within, her small face filled with disbelief. Her lips, sharp as a blade, formed an O shape as she finally uttered, "Senior Sister Fei Shui, what are you saying?" She could hardly believe that Fei Shui, the Saintess of the Xianyu sect, would compete with her over a youth, even if the martial arts square was a place where young men and women fell for each other at first sight. Yet, Fei Shui's admirers could circle the square 3 times. She envied them enough, so how could this Saintess possibly be interested in a plain-looking fellow? The white cloak drifted past, ignoring Wang Pianran entirely, and came to a halt beside Li Muyu. A pair of hands as white as snow clasped Li Muyu's rough hand, their fingers intertwining delicately. "I declare, this young man is mine, understood?" Chapter 37. A meeting of hearts. The air was alive with waves of astonishment resonating throughout the martial arts square, as even the young girls of the Xianyu sword sect slightly parted their lips in tacit agreement with the collective gasps. They were well aware that Fei Shui, the sect's saintess, had always been an aloof figure, showing no interest in any young man. Ironically, this very demeanor only fueled the fervor of the young men, driving them to pursue her even more fervently. Yet today, what had prompted the saintess to act so unexpectedly? Was she truly attempting to claim someone for herself? And with this rather unremarkable and somewhat mercenary-looking youth, their fingers entwined? The other sword-wielding youths present were indignant. This was utterly illogical. Li Muyu also harbored doubts. His only acquaintance with Fei Shui had been a fleeting encounter at the Crying Blood ancient river, where he had offered her guidance, lent her some money, and gifted her a piece of a critical spiritual stone. That was the extent of their interaction. How could she now be so brazenly declaring her intent to claim him in such a public setting? Rubbing the back of his head, he mused that since his reincarnation from the bronze ancient coffin, his appearance had become rather ordinary, far from captivating enough to enchant a young lady at first sight. Moreover, in the midst of such a crowd, Fei Shui's boldness was all the more perplexing. He recalled a lesson learned. The unusual often signals the extraordinary. Casting a quick glance around the martial arena, he noticed a group of young men fixating on him with intense, almost murderous glares. Among them was one particularly familiar face, a striking youth whose bright eyes sparkled like stars, his visage resembling a fine jade carving, though his expression bore a sinister intensity. Upon seeing Li Muyu holding hands with Fei Shui, this youth seemed ready to devour him whole. Xian Yuan Hongzhe. At this realization, Li Muyu couldn't help but smirk. He glanced at Fei Shui, noticing the mischievous glint in her crystalline eyes beneath her flowing white cloak. Although she had navigated herself out of a precarious situation, she had also used him as a human shield, likely wearied by Xian Yuan Hongzhe's relentless pursuit, prompting her to employ such a tactic. In that instant, understanding dawned upon Li Muyu. He gently took Fei Shui's delicate hand, akin to frost upon snow, and playfully squeezed it, grinning as he proclaimed, "My infatuation with junior sister Fei Shui blossomed at the Crying Blood ancient river. As for you, junior sister Wang Pianran, with your looks, I find you rather unremarkable compared to Fei Shui. You are merely a willowy figure in comparison. What say you?" He directed his cheerful gaze toward Wang Pianran, aiming to impart a lesson to this proud young lady, who, despite her exterior allure, lacked substance in his eyes. Wang Pianran pouted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Who had she offended today to find herself at odds with the saintess of the Xianyu sword sect? One word from Fei Shui could seal her fate within the sect, leaving her with no standing. Though her beauty was passable, it paled in comparison to Fei Shui's ethereal charm. While she had joined the sect to hone her swordsmanship, she had also harbored dreams of encountering an admirable young man. Yet, recently, her aspirations had turned sour, and she felt the mocking gazes of her fellow sect sisters upon her, not all of whom favored her, with the majority rallying behind Fei Shui. Compared to senior sister Fei Shui, I willingly concede defeat. With her presence here today, I shall take my leave, she thought, bowing slightly to Fei Shui before swiftly turning away, her slender waist swaying as she melted into the crowd. She no longer wished to linger in the martial square. Just as she hurried away, however, a graceful figure appeared before her. "Pianran, what are you doing here, you little rascal?" Mingyu exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to grasp Wang Pianran's arm. "Someone is bullying me." "A bad person." Wang Pianran pouted, her cheeks puffing adorably. Mingyu, a guide of the Xianyu sword sect and her cousin, had always been protective of her. Wang Qianran hailed from a rather obscure family, her heart set on perfecting her swordsmanship and marrying into a prestigious family or a talented young man, her youthful dream. That bad person? Never mind him. He is not worth mentioning. Today, I have secured a splendid opportunity for you. A genius young man has arrived at our sect, an exceptional appraiser. Mingyu exclaimed eagerly, having already informed Elder Yu Bai of Li Muyu's arrival at the Xianyu sword sect. Elder Yu Bai's intent was clear. This Li Muyu was no ordinary individual, possessing extraordinary appraisal skills that rendered even the formidable Li Feng diffident. In just 2 brief encounters, he had made a name for himself at the Crying Blood Ancient River, and such talent was something the Xianyu sword sect must strive to attract. Elder Yu Bai had entrusted Mingyu with the task of finding a suitable young woman of commendable appearance to win over Li Muyu, and as Wang Qianran's cousin, Mingyu was determined to seize this opportunity for her. What appraiser? What are you talking about, cousin? Wang Qianran inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Mingyu playfully tapped Wang Qianran on the forehead, feigning irritation. In front of your cousin, why pretend? Aren't you seeking a charming young man? Today's opportunity is handed to you by your cousin. You must seize it. If you manage to capture this young man's heart, your future will be limitless, and both our families will benefit from his influence. Mingyu's eyes sparkled brightly, akin to jewels. Had she not been a guide, she would have pursued Li Muyu herself without hesitation. A skilled appraiser could elevate an entire sect. Ah, where is he? Wang Qianran's earlier disappointment transformed into eager anticipation. Appraisers were rare gems, often spoken of by the elders in her family. Her father frequently lamented that if they could secure a powerful appraiser, their family would surely soar to greatness. What does an appraiser represent? An abundance of cultivation resources. The boundless treasures of the Crying Blood Ancient River would yield a portion of wealth to the appraisers. Spiritual stones, sword manuals, all would be unearthed and developed. A millennium ago, the unremarkable black magic sword domain was merely a wasteland, yet it flourished under the stewardship of formidable appraiser families who had extracted vast resources from the Crying Blood Ancient River. A millennium later, the black magic sword domain had risen to prominence, even commanding respect from the Xianyu sword sect. Come, let us go. You must showcase your charm. You are a beauty in the making. Mingyu encouraged, her voice brimming with excitement. If she could facilitate a union between Li Muyu and Wang Qianran, she would be hailed as a hero. Wang Qianran's eyes gleamed with hope. A genius appraiser was a rare find indeed. Mingyu swiftly led her through the crowd, the two of them flitting like butterflies until they reached the heart of the gathering. Mingyu's gaze landed on Li Muyu and Fei Shui's intertwined fingers, momentarily surprising her. That is the genius appraiser I mentioned. Our sect hopes to use charm to keep him here. His appraisal skills are nothing short of extraordinary. She spoke rapidly, her tone imbued with longing. In this era of cultivation, without resources, all efforts were futile. An appraiser could elevate a sect, a family, or a prodigious talent. Being an appraiser was truly a profession that could lead one to greatness. Wah! A cry escaped Wang Qianran's lips. She had long wondered why Fei Shui had been so assertive. It turned out this seemingly unremarkable fellow was an appraiser, and not just any appraiser, but the renowned Li Muyu of the Crying Blood Ancient River Sword domain. Yet, her actions had destined her to have no connection with him. Cousin, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Wang Qianran declared, hastily turning away as if to flee. Mingyu wore a puzzled expression. Hadn't this girl been infatuated just moments ago? What a pity. But why is Fei Shui behaving this way? While Li Muyu is an appraiser, does it warrant such personal attention from her? Mingyu wondered, her face reflecting her confusion. Fei Shui's snow-like hand felt the roughness of Li Muyu's palm, causing her to blush deeply, 2 crimson spots blooming on her cheeks. She had merely stepped in to defend Li Muyu and to shake off the swarm of suitors trailing behind her. How can you associate with this useless fellow? Xian Yuan Hongzhi's face turned a shade of stormy gray. He had been pursuing Fei Shui, whose unparalleled beauty had ensnared his heart, igniting a fervent desire within him. He longed to embrace her, to extinguish the flames of his passion, yet she remained as elusive as clouds in the sky. He had assumed that this icy beauty would inevitably yield to his charms with time, but he never anticipated that she would so brazenly welcome the advances of such an unremarkable youth, none other than Li Muyu, the bane of his existence. At that moment, Li Muyu's fury ignited. Xian Yuan Hongzhi had repeatedly crossed him, truly underestimating Li Muyu's resolve. Simultaneously, Fei Shui felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. How could a renowned appraiser of the crying blood ancient river be dismissed as a mere useless fellow? Who are you calling useless? They both retorted in unison, their voices harmonizing in an unexpected cadence. After uttering those words, they exchanged astonished glances, the synchronicity of their response almost uncanny. Xian Yuanhong's complexion darkened further, his gaze burning with rage. The hearts of the many young men vying for Fei Shui shattered at the sight. While she had always been indifferent to them, her fierce defense of this seemingly unremarkable lad revealed a profound connection between them, a testament to the ineffable bond they shared. Chapter 38. Crushing you with critical strike spirit stones. Xian Yuanhong's expression was far from pleasant. Although he was aware that Li Muyu was an appraiser, one capable of surpassing the renowned Li Feng, the multitude of scrutinizing eyes in the square weighed heavily upon him. Among those gazes were several enchanting young women, whose allure had ignited his deepest desires in the past. Should he be bested by an unremarkable fellow in such a public space, what would become of his esteemed reputation? How could he ever hope to tread within the illustrious Xian Yu sword sect, a realm teeming with beauty? If he failed to subdue Li Muyu today, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule in the days to come. Contemplating this, his pallor shifted from a sickly green to a vibrant flush, and a smile gradually graced his features, and no longer did he fixate on Li Muyu. Instead, his gaze alighted upon the saintly maiden of the Xian Yu sword sect, Fei Shui. Fei Shui, my esteemed junior sister, our acquaintance spans a considerable length of time. I am aware of your scarcity in cultivation resources. On this occasion, I have brought you a modest gift from the Black Demon Sword domain. I present it to you now. He smiled gently, his handsome visage captivating several young women, who eagerly contemplated how to win his favor. Beneath her sheer cloak, Fei Shui's demeanor, once shy, swiftly turned aloof. Her indifference towards Xian Yuanhongzhe starkly contrasted the rapport she had shared with Li Muyu moments prior. She arched a delicate brow and replied coolly, "Brother, you may have misheard. The Xian Yu sword sect lacks for nothing in cultivation resources. As the saintess of our sect, the notion of scarcity is quite absurd." Her voice, though gentle, conveyed her meaning with clarity, effectively quashing any pretense of Xian Yuanhongzhe's financial boasting. Such a claim would tarnish the reputation of the Xian Yu sword sect. How could the saintess of the sect, Fei Shui, be lacking in resources? In this age of cultivation, resources reign supreme. Ahem, I understand your sentiment, Fei Shui. However, I possess an abundance of resources myself and intend to gift you some today. Xian Yuanhongzhe realized, belatedly, that his words had unwittingly stumbled. Yet, the sight of Fei Shui, with her oval face and smooth, luminous skin, proved too tempting, leaving him unable to relent. Hee, you have more resources than you can utilize? Then let us see them. Li Muyu interjected at that moment. It was absurd. As an appraiser, he had never claimed to be devoid of cultivation resources. Xian Yuanhongzhe's arrogance was laughable. Did he not notice the way his hand caressed Fei Shui's delicate one? Xian Yuanhongzhe's ostentation was aimed at impressing her, while his true intentions lay elsewhere. Li Muyu glanced at Fei Shui's bashful visage. The young woman was astute, aware that she did not genuinely seek a romantic bond with him, but rather wished to use him as a shield. She had already aided him, and for the sake of Ming Ying's legacy, he decided to fulfill this role with grace. He aimed to dissuade Xian Yuanhongzhe and the swarm of suitors vying for Fei Shui's attention, allowing her to dedicate her time to cultivation rather than squander it on these mundane individuals. What she could not achieve, he would ensure was done well. He gently patted her shoulder, his gaze radiating warmth, a silent assurance for her to remain at ease, as he delicately removed her hand from his. Fei Shui was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, a strange emotion stirred within her, causing her heart to flutter, a sensation of inexplicable safety. Yet, she swiftly suppressed this feeling, burying it deep within her heart. Her aspiration was to soar through the heavens like the legendary swordsman Li Fei Yong from 30,000 years ago, using her swordsmanship to usher in an era of peace for humanity. Life was but a fleeting moment. Only eternal renown was worthy of a swordsman's pursuit. All else could be cast aside. With this in mind, she scrutinized Li Muyu with her beautiful eyes, curious as to how he would respond. She was well aware of Xian Yuanhongzhe's formidable wealth and prowess. I possess 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones, which I intend to gift to you, Fei Shui. Xian Yuanhongzhe proclaimed with restrained pride. 3,000 pounds of such stones could send a small sword sect into raptures. It was a substantial resource for cultivation. As he spoke, he lifted a finger, causing a ring upon it to emit a brilliant light. When it landed, a pile of critical strike spirit stones appeared, causing the air around them to tremble in awe. The stones were indeed as formidable as rumored. Ah, these are indeed critical strike spirit stones. 3,000 pounds. What a generous display. Some young women gasped in astonishment. While sweet words were one thing, producing such a hefty sum of spirit stones was an entirely different matter. From a distance, Ming Yu and Xue Mei, the two guides of the Xianyu sword sect, exchanged knowing glances. As guides, they secretly sought advantageous matches for their fellow female disciples. In this era of cultivation, aligning with a family rich in resources was the aspiration of many sword-wielding maidens. However, such wealth was often accompanied by caveats. A family capable of presenting 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones was a rarity in this sword domain. This moment, describing Xian Yuan Hongxia as a youthful magnate was not an exaggeration. The young women in the arena turned their gazes towards Li Muyu, as Xian Yuan Hongxia had made his move, flaunting 3,000 pounds of spirit stones. Li Muyu, reputed as a formidable young appraiser, was now tasked with proving his worth. While these girls harbored admiration for appraisers, they were equally eager to see their saintess, Fei Xue, find a worthy companion. If this appraiser were indeed exceptional, what harm would there be in a lifelong commitment between him and their saintess? Yet, the young man must first present something of value to gain their approval. 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones. What a grand spectacle! Li Muyu smiled faintly. Within his storage ring lay over 100,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones. If compared, 10 Xian Yuan Hongxias would pale in comparison to even his pinky. Fei Xue, look at how Xian Yuan Hongxia has carelessly flung 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones onto the ground, exuding an air of extravagant wealth. Yet, I find his actions to be rather presumptuous, do you not agree? Li Muyu smiled subtly, then raised his voice. What do you mean to imply? Each of the maidens of the Xianyu sword sect possesses unparalleled beauty. Such exquisite young women deserve to be cherished, not treated as mere commodities to be pelted with spirit stones. You think the Xianyu sword sect is a marketplace? These enchanting maidens of the Xianyu sword sect, are they to be bombarded by critical strike spirit stones? Do you presume to buy them? Such disrespect towards the gathered young women is intolerable. Li Muyu addressed the throng of lovely maidens around him, his words striking a delicate balance between flattery and criticism. Although he was not conventionally handsome, his eloquence was remarkably fitting. Many of the Xianyu sword sect's young women nodded in agreement, finding his observations to be astute. Though Li Muyu's appearance was unremarkable, his understanding of propriety endeared him to them, and their gazes softened, filled with anticipation for his next actions. Ming Yu and Xue Mei exchanged glances, finding merit in his words. Was it not absurd to treat such radiant girls as mere commodities to be purchased with spirit stones? Did he not realize that young women were inherently dignified? Should he not consider their feelings? Xian Yuan Hongxia's face flushed crimson. He had always flaunted his wealth within the Xianyu sword sect, which had garnered him the affection of several young women. Yet, Li Muyu's words had rendered him the fool, akin to a dog that had lost its standing. Li Muyu's remarks elevated the young women present, while simultaneously diminishing his stature. Li Muyu, you speak boldly. Yet, pray tell, what do you possess to rival my offerings? Your sweet words ring hollow in this arena, he retorted. Arms crossed in a display of arrogance. 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones were no trifling matter. Even a sect could scarcely produce such an amount in one go. Only someone from the Black Demon Sword domain could exhibit such financial bravado. Xian Yuan Hongxia was cognizant that Li Muyu had once acquired 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones in a single transaction, along with a generous appraisal fee. Thus, he believed that Li Muyu's mere status as an appraiser could not match his own wealth. I offer only my heartfelt sentiments and unwavering devotion to Fei Xue. Do you not agree, dear sister? Li Muyu replied, gently taking Fei Xue's delicate hand in his touch eliciting a moment of tension in her frame. This was the first time she had intervened on his behalf, yet now, his unexpected gesture caused a flurry of emotions to rise within her. However, to dishearten Xian Yuan Hongxia, she managed a soft smile, her gaze radiating an allure that captivated many a young man. Yet, after this moment of enchantment, they lamented the sight of such an exquisite flower blooming beside one of unremarkable appearance, akin to a blossom amidst a pile of refuse, leaving them to mourn the unfairness of it all. Heartfelt sentiments. Can affection serve as a substitute for cultivation resources? Xian Yuan Hongxia nearly spat through gritted teeth. The image of Fei Xue's enchanting smile lingered in his mind, causing his heart to race. Yet, that smile was not intended for him, but rather for the audacious young man before him. Today, he would ensure that this man revealed his true self. Ha! I possess my heartfelt devotion to Fei Shui, and along with it, 7 pieces of critical strike spirit stones. I believe this far surpasses your 3,000 pounds, Li Muyu declared, producing 7 fist-sized critical strike spirit stones from his spatial storage. Their potent energy surged through the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble subtly. Huh? Is this your offering? 7 pieces of critical strike spirit stones, which amount to perhaps 10 pounds. What grounds do you have to compete with me? This is ludicrous. Xian Yuan Hongzhe laughed heartily. What was this Li Muyu, a so-called genius appraiser? Merely a pauper, unworthy of comparison to Xian Yuan Hongzhe. Many of the young women from the Xianyu sword sect wore expressions of disappointment, feeling that while Li Muyu's eloquent words were sweet as honey, his ultimate offering of 7 stones was scarcely enough to impress them. Did he presume that they were all beauty without brains? Chapter 38. Crushing you with crit stone. Xian Yuan Hongzhe's countenance was far from pleasant. Although he was aware that Li Muyu was an appraiser, one capable of surpassing Li Feng, the eyes of many in the square were fixed upon him. Among them were several enchanting young maidens whose allure had once ignited his desires. Should he falter here against an unremarkable fellow, would it not tarnish the illustrious reputation of Xian Yuan Hongzhe? How could he ever set foot in the prestigious Xianyu sword sect, a place teeming with beauty? If he did not subdue Li Muyu today, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As these thoughts swirled, his complexion shifted from a sickly green to a rosy hue, eventually morphing into a smile. He chose to disregard Li Muyu, instead directing his gaze towards the saintess of the Xianyu sword sect, Fei Shui. Fei Shui, my dear junior sister, we have known each other for quite some time. I am aware of your lack of cultivation resources, and I have brought a modest gift from the Black Demon Sword domain for you. He smiled gently, his handsome visage captivating several young maidens, who were now contemplating how to win his favor. Beneath a light veil, Fei Shui's demeanor shifted from coy to icy. She regarded Xian Yuan Hongzhe with indifference, a stark contrast to the rapport she shared with Li Muyu moments prior. With a slight arch of her delicate brows, she replied coolly, "Brother, I believe you have misheard. The Xianyu sword sect lacks for nothing in terms of cultivation resources, and as the saintess, I find the notion of scarcity quite absurd." Her voice was melodious yet unequivocal, effectively quashing any pretense of flaunting wealth on Xian Yuan Hongzhe's part, especially given the implications for the Xianyu sword sect's reputation. It would be unfathomable for the saintess of the sect to lack resources, suggesting a decline of the sect itself. In a world where resources reign supreme, a sect without them would surely be looked down upon. Ahem, I understand your point, Fei Shui. However, I possess an abundance of cultivation resources and intend to offer some to you today. Xian Yuan Hongzhe corrected himself, realizing his earlier misstep. Yet, Fei Shui's elegant figure and radiant skin were temptations he could hardly resist, making it challenging to maintain his composure. Hee, you have so many resources that you cannot utilize them all? Let us see them. Li Muyu interjected at that moment. It was ludicrous for him, a renowned appraiser, to claim he could exhaust his resources. Xian Yuan Hongzhe's arrogance was glaringly evident, especially as he brazenly touched Fei Shui's delicate hand. Li Muyu observed Fei Shui's bashful expression. He recognized that this intelligent maiden was not genuinely seeking a romantic entanglement with him, but rather using him as a shield. Having just extricated him from a predicament, and considering her connection to Ming Ying, he resolved to fulfill this role effectively. He aimed to dissuade Xian Yuan Hongzhe and the swarm of admirers vying for Fei Shui's attention, allowing her to dedicate her time to cultivation rather than squandering it on these frivolous suitors. If Fei Shui could not accomplish this, he would take it upon himself. He gently patted her shoulder, his gaze emanating warmth, signaling her to be at ease. He then delicately removed her hand from his grasp. Fei Shui was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable flutter within her, a fleeting sense of security that she quickly suppressed. Her aspirations lay in soaring through the realms like the legendary sword god Li Feiyang from 3,000 years ago, bringing peace to humanity through her swordsmanship. Life was but a fleeting moment, and achieving eternal renown was the ultimate pursuit for any sword cultivator. Contemplating this, she gazed intently at Li Muyu, curious about his next move. She was well aware of Xian Yuan Hongzhe's prowess and wealth, recognizing him as a formidable youth. I possess 3,000 pounds of crit stones, which I intend to present to you, Fei Shui. Xian Yuan Hongzhe proclaimed with restrained pride. 3,000 pounds of crit stones could bring ecstasy to a lesser sword sect, representing a substantial resource for cultivation. As he spoke, he subtly raised his hand, a ring on his finger emanating a radiant glow. Upon landing, It revealed a pile of crit stones that made the surrounding air tremble with their potency, truly living up to their reputation. Ah, these are indeed crit stones. 3,000 pounds is quite a grand gesture. Some maidens gasped in awe. While sweet words were commonplace, revealing such a substantial sum was a display of audacity. From a distance, Mingyue and Shuime, two emissaries of the Xianyu sword sect, exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the significance of such a display. As emissaries, they often sought suitable matches for their fellow sisters, and in this era of cultivation, aligning with a family rich in resources was a common aspiration among sword maidens. Yet, families capable of presenting 3,000 pounds of crit stones were few and far between in this sword domain. That moment, the maidens in the training ground turned their attention to Li Muyu, aware that Xian Yuan Hongxia had made his move, tossing 3,000 pounds of crit stones onto the ground. This was a pivotal moment for the so-called powerful young appraiser, and the truth was about to be revealed. While these young women harbored admiration for appraisers, they were equally rooting for their saintess, Fei Shui, thinking that if this appraiser was truly exceptional, a union between him and their saintess would be quite fitting, provided he could present something worthy of their approval. 3,000 pounds of crit stones is quite a spectacle. Li Muyu smiled faintly. He possessed over 100,000 pounds of crit stones in his storage ring. Should they engage in a comparison of resources, 10 Xian Yuan Hongxias would not measure up to even a fraction of his wealth. Fei Shui, observe how Xian Yuan Hongxia flaunts his 3,000 pounds of crit stones, as if he were a man of great means. Yet, I find his actions rather presumptuous, Li Muyu remarked loudly. What does he mean by tossing crit stones at the feet of the maidens of the Xianyu sword sect? Does he take us for a marketplace? Do the exquisite maidens of the Xianyu sword sect deserve to be treated as mere commodities? Should one think of using crit stones as currency? Such behavior is utterly disrespectful to the esteemed maidens present. Li Muyu addressed the surrounding maidens, his words a blend of flattery and indignation. Though unremarkable in appearance, his eloquence was impeccable. Many maidens of the Xianyu sword sect nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Despite Li Muyu's unassuming looks, he exhibited a remarkable understanding of propriety, prompting a shift in their perceptions towards him, filled with newfound anticipation for his forthcoming actions. Mingyue and Shuime exchanged glances, resonating with his sentiments. Was it not absurd to treat such breathtaking maidens as mere objects to be bartered with? Xian Yuan Hongxia's face flushed crimson. Previously, his flamboyant demeanor had garnered admiration from many maidens within the Xianyu sword sect. However, Li Muyu's words rendered him a mere fool in their eyes. The audacity of this appraiser was infuriating, as he elevated the maidens while simultaneously belittling Xian Yuan Hongxia. Li Muyu, you speak boldly. So, what do you propose to present as worthy enough? He retorted, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. 3,000 pounds of crit stones were no trifling matter. Even a sect would find it challenging to produce such an amount. Only someone from the Black Demon sword domain could boast such wealth. Xian Yuan Hongxia was aware that Li Muyu had once acquired 3,000 pounds of crit stones in a single transaction, and on another occasion had received a handsome appraisal fee. Thus, he believed Li Muyu was merely a fool trying to compete with him, dismissing the appraiser's capabilities. He remained oblivious to the fact that Li Muyu harbored over 100,000 pounds of crit stones, as Li Muyu found no merit in stooping to his level. All I possess is my heartfelt affection for you, dear Fei Shui, and my unwavering devotion. What say you? Li Muyu gently took Fei Shui's delicate hand, eliciting a moment of tension within her. This was the first time she had intervened on his behalf, and now he was brazenly touching her. Nonetheless, to dishearten Xian Yuan Hongxia, she managed a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with a charm that captivated many young men, leaving them lamenting the sight of such a flower blooming beside one of modest appearance, akin to a blossom amidst refuse. Affection? Can affection substitute for cultivation resources? Xian Yuan Hongxia nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Fei Shui's enchanting smile lingered in his mind, causing his heart to race, but that smile was not for him. It was for the audacious fellow who dared to challenge him. He was determined to expose Li Muyu's true nature today. I possess my heartfelt affection for Fei Shui, along with these 7 crit stones. I believe this surpasses your 3,000 pounds by far, Li Muyu declared, producing 7 fist-sized crit stones from his spatial ring, their explosive energy causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Is this all you have? 7 crit stones amount to merely 10 pounds or so. What gives you the right to compete with me? This is utterly laughable. Xian Yuan Hongxia guffawed, dismissing Li Muyu as nothing more than a pauper compared to his own wealth. Many maidens of the Xianyu sword sect reflected disappointment in their gazes, realizing that despite Li Mu Yu's eloquent words, he had only produced 7 crit stones, as if attempting to deceive them. Did he think they were all beauty without intellect? Chapter 39. The storm of ultimate realms, even Feishue, shrouded in a delicate veil, gazed at Li Mu Yu with a look of bewilderment. Here was Li Mu Yu, making assertions using 7 pieces of critical spirit stones. Was he attempting to showcase his eloquence? Little did he know. The young ladies of the Xianyu sword sect were most accustomed to the honeyed words of youthful geniuses. When sweet words abound, their impact diminishes significantly in this realm. Should this be the case, would he not be outshone by Xian Yuan Hongzhao in terms of presence? Would she not then find herself ensnared by his persistent advances? At that moment, however, Li Mu Yu merely smiled faintly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Xian Yuan Hongzhao and said with nonchalance, "I am an appraiser, skilled in the understanding of both ancient and modern mysteries. This is what sets me apart from you. You, a pedestrian, see only the 7 pieces of critical spirit stones, yet fail to grasp the profound secrets hidden behind them. This clearly illustrates your short-sightedness, relying on the meager wealth inherited from your forebears to flaunt before me." He continued, hands behind his back, casting a contemplative gaze upon the timeless visage of Meng Ying. His words were grand and imposing. 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones were, in his eyes, merely insignificant. Ha! You truly have an inflated sense of self-importance. 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones, and you dare to belittle them as trifling wealth? By all means, bring forth this impressive treasure for us to behold. Xian Yuan Hongzhou laughed in fury, having never encountered anyone so audacious. The nonchalance with which this man dismissed 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones was astounding. You cannot see their worth, and that merely proves your mediocrity. Do you take the sisters of the Xianyu sword sect for mere commodities? Forgive me, but I, Li Mu Yu, am not of your ilk. Today, I shall enlighten you on what it means to be extraordinary. As he spoke, Li Mu Yu cast another glance at Meng Ying's statue. The ultimate realm had not been passed down, indicating that Meng Ying herself could not impart the swordsmanship of the ultimate realm to her disciples. Today, Li Mu Yu resolved to teach this realm to Feishue, ensuring that the legacy of Meng Ying's Xianyu sword sect would endure, thus honoring the earnest efforts of that naive girl from years past. I shall await your demonstration. I suspect you are merely grandstanding, Xian Yuan Hongzhou sneered, his confidence only growing with Li Mu Yu's words. He possessed sufficient strength regarding critical spirit stones. Who among the youths present would dare to compete with him in this display of wealth? What of his father's riches? That was his source of confidence. He regarded Li Mu Yu with disdain, dismissing a disciple from a destitute sect as a contender worthy of his time. He anticipated nothing less than Li Mu Yu's humiliation. Yet, Li Mu Yu did not cast another glance at Xian Yuan Hongzhi. Instead, he addressed Feishue directly, "Junior sister, please sit upon the ground. I shall assist you in attaining a legendary state, the ultimate realm." His voice was calm, as if the ultimate realm was merely a trivial matter to him. The ultimate realm. Feishue's gem-like eyes widened in astonishment beneath her veil. The ultimate realm, a technique created by the sword godly Fei Yong 3,000 years ago, enabled any sword practitioner to reign supreme within the same realm. The ultimate realm was indeed a legend. How could you possibly know this? Feishue's breath quickened. The ultimate realm existed only as a legend within the Xianyu sword sect, with records of its practice absent. Their ancestor, Meng Ying, had mastered it, yet she had never passed it down in her lifetime. I am an appraiser, capable of unlocking ancient tomes through various methods. While mastering the ultimate realm is a formidable challenge for others, for me, it is quite simple. Junior sister Feishue, I implore you to sit down. Today, I shall facilitate a significant leap in your swordsmanship. Li Mu Yu smiled gently. Feishue was currently at the 9th level of sword apprentice, making this the perfect moment for her. Should she miss this opportunity, even a breakthrough into the ultimate realm as a sword master would not yield as substantial benefits as achieving it now as a sword apprentice. Though the sword apprentice stage may seem inconsequential, it is foundational for young swordsmen, akin to a towering tree that requires robust roots to flourish. The ultimate realm? You truly possess an extraordinary talent for fabrication. Xian Yuan Hongzhi scoffed. To him, this impoverished individual was merely engaging in verbal gymnastics. He had lost interest in conversing with Li Mu Yu, content to wait for the moment of his humiliation. The disparity between them was clear. He was supported by a vast family fortune, while Li Mu Yu was a penniless wretch. Surely, Fei Xue would one day cast her favor upon him when Li Mu Yu's lies were unveiled. The thought of that moment brought a smile to Xian Yuan Hongzhi's lips. Fei Xue's lovely face bore a hint of hesitation, but she soon smiled. Why be overly concerned today? Though Li Mu Yu appeared to grasp her hand with a somewhat lewd intention, his clear eyes held no malice, indicating he was not truly coveting her beauty but rather aiding her in evading Xian Yuan Hongzhi's entanglements. It was a kind gesture, a willingness to serve as a shield against her pursuer, which was more than sufficient. She laid her veil upon the ground and promptly sat upon it. As she bent, her alluring silhouette caught the attention of many young men, rendering them speechless. Li Mu Yu regarded this young woman with awe. Had she existed 3,000 years ago, she might have stood toe-to-toe with Shang Yuro. Yet, in Li Mu Yu's heart, the brilliance of a certain figure from the cycle of reincarnation remained unmatched by this girl. Pay close attention. This is the arrangement method for the ultimate realm. Should you wish to delve into it again, this is how it must be positioned. Li Mu Yu whispered, directing his words towards Fei Xue. With Meng Ying's 7-pearl inheritance, she would inevitably inherit all of Meng Ying's teachings in due time. By allowing her to enter the ultimate realm today, he aimed to equip her for the possibility of someday challenging the sword god. Meng Ying nodded slightly, then focused intently. She recognized that this seemingly unremarkable youth was far from ordinary. At this moment, she understood he was not merely extraordinary, but profoundly mysterious. Li Mu Yu swiftly arranged the 7 critical spirit stones, inscribing intricate runes upon them. These runes were the key to the northern polar 7-star formation. In order for Meng Ying to observe closely, he deliberately slowed his pace. Entering the ultimate realm hinged upon these runes. Moreover, these were no ordinary runes. They belonged to the Shang Yi ancient clan, masters of reincarnation, their intricacies far too refined for the average person to grasp. Only those with exceptional intellect could fully comprehend them. At this moment, Li Mu Yu had no intention of providing a detailed explanation to the young woman before him. Should she possess Meng Ying's intellect, she would understand with a glance. If not, Li Mu Yu had no expectations for her to master Meng Ying's teachings. Meng Ying's legacy would require an exceptionally clever disciple. As Meng Ying gazed at the runes, ripples of insight flickered in her eyes. It was as if she beheld a series of reincarnations or glimpsed a sudden flash of sword scars descending from the heavens. The runes were nothing short of breathtaking, allowing her to perceive the passage of countless ages with a single glance. These runes were awe-inspiring. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had long assumed this youth was merely doodling to impress Xian Yuan Hongzhi, intending to frighten him away. Yet now, she realized that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed genuine skill and knowledge. Perhaps he truly understood the ultimate realm of swordsmanship, a realm spoken of only in legends. As she pondered this, her disdain evaporated, replaced by a wholehearted focus on his teachings. Next comes the true ultimate realm of swordsmanship, which is exceedingly perilous. You must consume the heart demon pill to prevent your inner demons from consuming your cultivation. Li Mu Yu stated, producing a heart demon pill with remarkable speed. The fragrant aroma instantly permeated the entire square. Upon the appearance of this heart demon pill, the young men and women in the square gasped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. The heart demon pill, valued at 100,000 spirit jade or even more, was a relic from the ancient era, incredibly rare. After 3,000 years of alchemical refinement and 3,000 years buried underground, it had finally manifested as a pill capable of resisting heart demons. This pill was said to be legendary, yet here it was, appearing effortlessly in the hands of this young man. Moreover, he offered it to Fei Xue as if it were of little consequence. The many young women of the Xianyu sword sect watched with wide eyes. Was this Li Mu Yu's trump card? A single heart demon pill far surpassed the value of the 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. This Li Mu Yu was indeed a person of substance. What is true sincerity? This was true sincerity. Without flaunting wealth, he presented something of immense significance without a hint of reluctance. Such an act stirred a warm current in the hearts of many young women, contrasting sharply with Xian Yuan Hongzhi's display of wealth, which had turned their youthful affections into something sordid. The former exuded a sense of warmth that the latter lacked. At that moment, many of the young women from the Xianyu sword sect regarded Li Mu Yu with newfound tenderness. Meanwhile, Mingyu sighed nearby, lamenting that such an outstanding young man had no connection with her cousin Wang Pianran. Her cousin was truly unfortunate. Xian Yuan Hongzhi stared intently at the heart demon pill, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The black demon sword domain had once scoured the depths of the earth in search of a single heart demon pill to assist an elder in breaking through to the Sword King realm, yet they had failed to obtain one. Now, It appeared effortlessly in the hands of this youth, as if he were nonchalantly offering a common cabbage. This fellow possesses some skills. Xian Yuan Hong, she regarded Li Muyu with astonishment. At that moment, a radiant rainbow flashed across the sky, arching directly over the Xianyu sword sect. The multicolored spiritual light sent tremors throughout the entire sect. The ultimate realm of swordsmanship, a communion with the heavens, naturally summoned celestial phenomena. Each individual's celestial manifestation was unique. When Morong Fei reached the ultimate realm, his manifestation was a thunderous bolt from a clear sky, while Fei Shui's was a stunning rainbow that shook the very heavens. Not only did the ancient Blood River Sword Domain take notice, but several nearby massive sword domains also turned their gazes towards the spectacle. Chapter 40. Displaying wealth? Outshining Yu by miles when a glimmer of rainbow descended upon the Xianyu sword sect, elders Yu Bai and Yu Ji appeared in an instant, as if they were wisps of smoke, materializing on the martial arts plaza. Their eyes sparkled with joy upon spotting the saintess Fei Shui, who was seated in meditation at the center of the square. What has transpired? Has Fei Shui entered the realm of Sword Dao's ultimate stage? Yu Bai was the first to inquire, noting the complex expressions on the faces of Ming Yu and Han Mei, the two initiators standing beside her. However, the two young ladies remained utterly oblivious to the elder's arrival, their gazes fixed on the seemingly ordinary figure within the circle. It was Li Muyu who assisted senior sister Fei Shui, enabling her to directly enter the ultimate stage. I saw him set up formations and even produce a heart demon pill, which he gave to senior sister Fei Shui. Ming Yu spoke softly, her elongated eyes reflecting a mix of turmoil. If only her cousin Wang Pianran could capture the heart of that young man, surely she would be the one reaping the benefits at this moment. Fate can be cruel. Wang Pianran's momentary pride had caused her to miss the opportunity of a true dragon. The terms ultimate stage and heart demon pill instantly evoked surprise on the faces of the two ageless beauties, the elders. The ultimate stage was a long-lost legend of the Sword Dao, and the heart demon pill was a treasure known only to appraisers. Both items were of immeasurable worth, yet they appeared in the possession of this rather unremarkable, even somewhat mundane, young man. Wait a moment, Ming Yu, how have you progressed with the task I assigned to you? Elder Yu Bai inquired softly, her gaze sharpening as she etched Li Muyu's figure into her memory. Such a young man must be retained within the Xianyu sword sect. The art of seduction is a strategy that requires no bloodshed, and it has proven effective for the Xianyu sword sect time and again, especially with someone like Li Muyu. Thus, she had dispatched Ming Yu to find a girl willing to accompany him. Well, upon arriving here, I was immediately captivated by the charm of senior brother Li Muyu. At this point, I feel there's no need for further searching, as someone has already beaten me to it. Ming Yu's delicate lips parted slightly as she pointed, somewhat exasperated, at the most radiant girl in the crowd, pouting as she remarked, "Senior sister Fei Shui seems particularly perceptive." The moment Li Muyu arrived, she caught him red-handed and now. As Ming Yu spoke, she couldn't help but marvel at how the saintess was not only formidable in the Sword Dao, but also possessed a keen insight and profound depth that far surpassed that of Wang Pianran. Listening to Ming Yu's words, Elder Yu Bai's gentle face suddenly bore an expression of awkwardness. While she had intended to employ the strategy of beauty, she had not anticipated that it would involve their own saintess. The saintess held a position of great significance. How could one engage so casually with an appraiser? If feelings were to spark, would the Xianyu sword sect not end up losing both its lady and its soldiers? This plan of seduction seemed rather inappropriate. Senior sister, refrain from speaking. Let us observe closely. Our current concern should not be elsewhere, but rather the ultimate stage of the Sword Dao. This is paramount. The ultimate stage is, after all, a legend. If it can shine brightly within our Xianyu sword sect, we may have the opportunity to elevate our sect under your and my guidance. This is what truly matters. Elder Yu Ji, though ageless, had strands of white hair that danced lightly, framing her enchanting visage, imparting an ethereal beauty carved by the passage of time, albeit with a hint of life's hardships reflected in her delicate brows. Elder Yu Bai's beautiful eyes finally focused on the two individuals in the plaza. Li Muyu, however, remained undistracted, his full attention devoted to the rainbow imagery in the sky, an image he had never anticipated, clearly surpassing that of Morong Fei. Morong Fei was one of the 7 ancient sword veins, a remarkable young prodigy in his own right. Yet, Fei Shui's aptitude had far exceeded that of Morong Fei, even granting her the qualification to pursue the legendary vision that Meng Ying had once attained in reaching the ultimate stage. Steady your breath and calm your mind to confront your heart demon. The rewards of this ultimate stage are immense, yet the accompanying dangers are even greater. A single misstep could obliterate a decade of your cultivation. Li Muyu spoke in a hushed tone, still underestimating the girl's potential. This situation had diverged significantly from his prior predictions. As Fei Xue beheld the imagery in the sky, she too was momentarily stunned, never having imagined that she could one day reach the legendary ultimate stage. This stage was conceived by the sword god Li Feiyang 30,000 years ago. Each day, she came to the plaza to gaze upon Li Feiyang's statue, yearning to emulate his celestial dominance and shape the future of the sword Dao world. Yet today, she unexpectedly received the inheritance of the ultimate stage, her beautiful eyes filled with overwhelming joy. Although her heart was tumultuous, Li Muyu's admonition quickly steadied her emotions as she prepared to face her heart demon. Among the crowd, Xian Yuan Hongzhi's expression was exceedingly complicated. He realized he had underestimated Li Muyu. The young man was deeply proficient in the art of appraisal and had acquired the legendary method of ascending to the ultimate stage. At this moment, his 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones seemed utterly laughable. Summon Ant Snake Ji at once. She must intervene now, or all my schemes within the Xian Yu sword sect will be thrown into disarray by this pedestrian lad. Xian Yuan Hongzhi ground his teeth as he spoke. Ant Snake Ji was a respected elder of the Xian Yu sword sect, second only to elders Yu Bai and Yu Ji, and hailed from the black magic sword domain. No longer his equal, he naturally sought the assistance of his aunt to deal with Li Muyu. Otherwise, he would never win Fei Xue's affections. Watching Fei Xue's graceful form, sculpted by a wisp of gauze, ignited a fiery desire within him. Such a beauty must be his. Beside him, a girl nodded gently before quietly vanishing. Suddenly, a sword of terrifying intent soared from the extreme west, its sheer power causing everyone in the plaza to instinctively retreat. Your heart demon approaches. If you can refine it, your ultimate stage will rise swiftly. However, should you fail to refine it, this heart demon will strip you of all your cultivation. Li Muyu gazed at the soaring sword, speaking softly. After 30,000 years, witnessing such a swift sword again evoked a strange familiarity within him. Simultaneously, many young ladies in the plaza gasped in astonishment and envy, each expressing their disbelief. They had never dared to dream of such things. Elders Yu Bai and Yu Ji exchanged knowing smiles, their hands gently clasping together as they beheld the sword soaring from the extreme west, seemingly glimpsing the future rise of the Xian Yu sword sect. Fei Xue's sword palace slightly opened, revealing a delicate little girl hovering above her head. Upon seeing this petite figure, Li Muyu was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder Fei Xue had always concealed her visage beneath a white veil, for her beauty was truly exceptional, capable of captivating the hearts of all. With an exquisite countenance and a graceful silhouette, her star-like eyes sparkled, complemented by a beauty mark of cinnabar between her brows, overshadowing the world's allure. This was merely a delicate illusion, yet it was more than enough to enchant the masses. The young lady of the Xian Yu sword sect indeed lived up to her name. Her reputation was no empty boast. Li Muyu sighed softly. 30,000 years later, Meng Ying's successor seemed even more extraordinary, while Fei Xue also appeared quite remarkable. He should feel elated, yet a twinge of melancholy echoed within him as Fei Xue's illusion manifested. It clashed with the sword hovering 3 feet above her head. The surrounding crowd dared not utter a sound, and unbeknownst to them, several girls clad in black cloaks and armed with swords had silently gathered in the plaza, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. Should anyone dare to disrupt the atmosphere, they would be swiftly punished. Initially, Fei Xue's illusion struggled against the formidable sword, being forced to dart about. Yet, after a brief moment, it gradually extricated itself from its plight, her sword techniques seamlessly merging into one fluid motion. Even a simple sword move executed by her yielded astonishing results, as the imposing sword began to dissolve, ultimately being wholly absorbed by Fei Xue's illusion, which then sat cross-legged within a 3-foot space, evidently embodying the essence of the ultimate stage's profound principles. Li Muyu furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that Fei Xue would not only comprehend the ultimate stage, but would also seize the opportunity to ascend to the Sword Master realm directly in the midst of this enlightenment. Within a single day, she had risen 2 realms. Though he did not fully grasp the intricacies, he understood that Fei Xue must have been biding her time at the 9th level of the Sword Disciple realm, refraining from advancing to the Sword Master realm, likely in pursuit of insights into the legendary ultimate stage. Is junior sister Fei Xue about to ascend in rank? My 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones would be perfect for her use. Xian Yuan Hongzhi's gaze brightened with newfound vigor. At this moment, he recognized the significance of the opportunity and was unwilling to let it slip away. Ascension required tremendous resources, and now that Fei Xue, the stunning beauty, was poised to advance 2 different realms. 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones were swiftly shifted by those around him, aimed at delivering them to her side. Elders Yu and Yu Bai were momentarily rendered speechless, clearly having underestimated Fei Xue's potential and aptitude. Now, having been unearthed by Li Muyu, she displayed a terrifying prowess. The critical spirit stones were securely stored in the sect's treasury, and retrieving them now would be too late. They had no choice but to rely on Xian Yuan Hongzhi's critical spirit stones. My apologies, but I possess critical spirit stones far superior to yours. A cold voice reverberated through the plaza, as a mountain of critical spirit stones formed, encircling Fei Xue within. A staggering 10,000 pounds of critical spirit stones surrounded her, creating a protective arc the moment Li Muyu effortlessly produced such a weighty sum. The plaza fell into a profound silence. It was well known that appraisers belonged to a formidable profession. Spirit stones represented a significant headache for any sect. Yet here was a young appraiser, effortlessly producing them as if retrieving a mere cabbage. The stark contrast between 10,000 pounds of critical spirit stones and Xian Yuan Hongzhi's 3,000 pounds was striking, and the expression of ostentation on Xian Yuan Hongzhi's face froze instantaneously. His resentful gaze fixated on Li Muyu, wishing he could tear him to shreds, for at that moment, he felt as though he had received a resounding slap across the face. Li Muyu seemed to convey a message. If one wished to flaunt wealth, they should seek another, for boasting in his presence was utterly futile. When it came to displaying wealth, he would outshine Xian Yuan Hongzhi by miles. Chapter 40. Flaunting Wealth? Outshone by 8 streets, when a radiant streak of rainbow descended upon the Xinyue sword sect, the elders Yubi and Yuji dissipated like wisps of smoke, only to reappear instantaneously in the martial arts plaza. Their eyes first fell upon the saintly figure of Fei Xue, seated gracefully in the center of the plaza. What transpires here? Has Fei Xue ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Yubi inquired, her voice laced with astonishment, as she noted the complex expressions of Mingyue and the starry-eyed Hanmei, both of whom stood beside her. Yet the 2 young women remained oblivious to the arrival of the elders, fixated instead on the seemingly ordinary figure within the circle. It was Li Muyu who assisted senior sister Fei Xue, enabling her to directly enter the pinnacle realm. I witnessed him setting up formations and producing a heart demon pill for senior sister Fei Xue. Mingyue spoke softly, her enchanting eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. If only her cousin, Wang Pianran, could capture the heart of that young man, surely she would be the one to benefit at this moment. Fate truly plays cruel tricks. Wang Pianran's momentary arrogance had cost her the chance to seize a true dragon. The terms pinnacle realm and heart demon pill instantly elicited expressions of surprise from the 2 ageless beauties of the elders. The pinnacle realm, a long-lost legend of swordsmanship, and the heart demon pill, a rarity possessed solely by appraisers, represented treasures of immeasurable worth. Yet here they manifested upon a lad whose demeanor was unremarkable, even somewhat pedestrian. Wait a moment, Mingyue. How fares the task I entrusted to you? Elder Yubi inquired softly, her gaze sharpening as she etched Li Muyu's figure firmly into her memory. This young man was one whom the Xinyue sword sect must retain. The allure of a beauty was indeed a strategy that required no bloodshed. It had proven effective for the sect over the years, and what more with a young man like Li Muyu? Thus, she had already instructed Mingyue to find a girl willing to accompany him. Well, upon arriving here, I beheld the splendor of senior brother Li Muyu, and it seems my task is rendered unnecessary. Someone has already beaten me to it, Mingyue replied, her lips parting slightly as she pointed in exasperation at the most dazzling girl present, pouting as she said, senior sister Fei Xue's gaze appears particularly discerning. She captured senior brother Li Muyu right upon his arrival and now. Mingyue's words trailed off, though internally she marveled at how the saintly figure was not only adept in swordsmanship but possessed a keen insight and profound depth, far surpassing that of Wang Pianran. Elder Yubi, listening to Mingyue's remarks, felt a twinge of embarrassment on her gentle visage. She had instructed her female disciples to employ the allure of beauty, yet it was not meant to ensnare their own saint. The status of a saint was paramount. How could one engage so casually with an appraiser? Should an affection blossom, would the Xinyue sword sect not find itself at a loss, sacrificing both beauty and resources? This strategy of alluring beauty seemed rather ill-conceived. Sister, do remain silent and observe closely. Our current focus should not stray from the pinnacle realm of swordsmanship. This is the crux. After all, the pinnacle realm is a legendary achievement. Should it flourish within our Xinyue sword sect, we might very well elevate its legacy under our guidance. That is the focal point, Elder Yuji remarked, her youthful visage unblemished by time, though wisps of white hair fluttered gently, framing her enchanting features and imparting a timeless beauty imbued with the weight of experience. Elder Yubi's captivating eyes finally settled upon the two figures in the Plaza de Muyu, however, remained undistracted, entirely absorbed in the celestial imagery of the rainbow above. This vision surpassed even his expectations and clearly transcended that of Morong Fei, a youthful prodigy from one of the ancient seven sword veins, renowned for his exceptional prowess. Yet Fei Xue's innate talent had evidently surpassed Morong Fei's, even qualifying her to chase the legendary vision of Ming Ying entering the pinnacle realm. Steady your breath, calm your heart to confront your heart demon. The rewards of this pinnacle realm are immense, yet the accompanying dangers loom larger still. A single misstep could nullify a decade's worth of your cultivation. Li Muyu spoke softly, still underestimating the young woman's potential. The reality of the situation had far outstripped his previous assessments. As Fei Xue beheld the imagery in the sky, she was momentarily taken aback, never imagining she could one day reach the legendary pinnacle realm. This realm, conceived by the sword godly Fei Yong 3 millennia ago, had been a daily aspiration for her as she gazed upon his statue in the plaza, yearning to emulate his transcendent mastery over the sword and shape the future of the swordsmanship world. Yet today, unexpectedly, she found herself inheriting the legacy of the pinnacle realm, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy, though her heart remained tumultuous. However, upon hearing Li Muyu's admonishing words, she swiftly regained her composure, preparing to face her heart demon. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Hongjia's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He recognized he had underestimated Li Muyu. The depth of Li Muyu's appraising skills was profound, and the fact that he had discovered the legendary means to ascend to the pinnacle realm rendered his previous schemes laughable. Fetch Aunt Snake Ji. It is time for her to intervene, lest this mercantile boy disrupt all my plans within the Xinyue sword sect. Xinyuan Hongjia said through gritted teeth. Aunt Snake Ji was a prominent elder of the Xinyue sword sect, second only to elders Yubi and Yuji, hailing from the realm of the Black Demon Sword. No longer a match for Li Muyu, he resolved to have his aunt confront him. Otherwise, he would never win Fei Xue's heart. Watching the ethereal figure of Fei Xue, sculpted delicately as if draped in gossamer, ignited a fervent desire within him. Such a beauty he must possess. Beside him, a young girl nodded subtly before vanishing into the ether. With a sudden roar, a formidable sword shot forth from the far west, its terrifying intent eclipsing all, causing the gathered crowd in the plaza to instinctively retreat. Your heart demon approaches. Refining it will accelerate your ascent to the pinnacle realm, yet should you fail, it shall strip you of all your cultivation. Li Muyu warned, eyes fixed upon the soaring sword, a familiar strangeness stirring within him as he beheld this manifestation once more after 3 millennia. Simultaneously, many young women in the plaza gasped in awe and envy, their mouths agape as they beheld what they had never dared to dream of before. Elders Yubi and Yuji exchanged knowing smiles, their delicate hands clasping together gently as they beheld the sword soaring from the far west, as if they glimpsed the burgeoning future of the Xinyue sword sect. Fei Xue's sword palace began to unfurl, and a petite girl materialized above her head. The moment Li Muyu laid eyes upon this diminutive figure, he was taken aback. It was no wonder Fei Xue had cloaked her visage in a veil of white fabric, for her beauty was such that it could captivate the world. Her exquisite features and graceful form, paired with star-like eyes and a beauty mark of vermilion, seemed to encapsulate the very essence of allure. This was but a delicate illusion, yet it was sufficient to enchant all who beheld it. The young woman of the Xinyue sword sect truly lived up to her name. Her beauty was no mere facade, Li Muyu sighed softly. After 3 millennia, the heir of Ming Ying appeared even more extraordinary, and Fei Xue too was remarkable in her own right. He ought to feel elated, yet a shadow of melancholy lingered in his heart, resonating silently within. Fei Xue's illusion clashed with the sword hovering 3 feet above her, and the onlookers dared not utter a sound. Unbeknownst to them, the plaza had quietly filled with young girls clad in black cloaks, each bearing swords, their presence exuding an air of menace. Anyone daring to disrupt this moment would face swift retribution. At first, Fei Xue's illusion struggled against the relentless sword, darting about in evasion. Yet, after a brief moment, it began to break free, her fluid swordplay gradually coalescing into unity. A simple stroke, executed with effortless grace, yielded astonishing results, while the imposing sword began to dissolve, ultimately consumed by Fei Xue's illusion, which then settled in a meditative posture, clearly embodying the essence of the pinnacle realm's profound mysteries. Li Muyu furrowed his brow, astonished that Fei Xue not only grasped the pinnacle realm but was also on the cusp of advancing to the Sword Master realm in this moment of enlightenment. In a single day, she was set to ascend 2 levels of cultivation. Though he did not fully comprehend the intricacies, he sensed that Fei Xue must have cultivated for an extended period at the 9th level of Sword Disciple, refraining from advancing to Sword Master, likely in pursuit of understanding the legendary pinnacle realm. Is junior sister Fei Xue preparing to ascend her realm? My 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones would be perfect for her. Xianyuan Hongzhi's eyes sparked with ambition, having recognized the opportunity before him. He was unwilling to squander this chance. Ascending required formidable resources, and Fei Xue, being such a captivating beauty, was poised to advance 2 realms consecutively. The 3,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones were swiftly maneuvered by those around him, eager to present them to Fei Xue. At that moment, elders Yuji and Yubi stood aghast, having clearly underestimated Fei Xue's potential. Now, after being unearthed by Li Muyu, her prowess was terrifying. The critical strike spirit stones were securely stored within the treasury, and retrieving them would undoubtedly prove too late. Thus, they could only rely on Xianyuan Hongzhi's critical strike spirit stones. Apologies, but I possess critical strike spirit stones that far exceed yours. A cool voice reverberated through the plaza, as a massive mound of critical strike spirit stones encircled Fei Xue. A staggering 10,000 pounds of critical strike spirit stones appeared around her, forming a protective arc when Li Muyu effortlessly produced the enormous quantity of critical strike spirit stones. An awed silence enveloped the entire plaza. It was well known that appraisers were a formidable profession, and spirit stones posed a considerable challenge for any sect. Yet here was a young appraiser, seemingly unfazed, as if presenting a mere cabbage. The stark contrast between the tens of thousands of pounds of critical strike spirit stones and Xianyuan Hongzhi's 3,000 pounds was palpable, and in an instant, the arrogant expression on Xianyuan Hongzhi's face froze. His resentful gaze fixed upon Li Muyu, longing to rend him to pieces, for in that moment, he felt as if he had been dealt a resounding slap across the face. Li Muyu seemed to convey that if one wished to flaunt wealth, they should seek another. Flaunting it before him was futile. Should it come to boasting, he would leave Xianyuan Hongzhi far behind, outstripped by 8 streets. Chapter 41. The ancestors dreamed 10,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. Li Muyu casually produced them, his intention being to prevent a prodigious talent like Fei Xue from being entangled by a wastrel like Xianyuan Hongzhi. A girl exhibiting such prowess in the realm of swordsmanship was someone Li Muyu held in high regard, especially since Fei Xue had inherited much of Meng Ying's legacy. At this juncture, Li Muyu was determined to provide her with unwavering support. Meng Ying was taken aback by the impressive pile of spirit stones before her. She had never expected this individual, who had initially evaded revealing his wealth with various excuses, to be so extravagantly affluent. Identifying talent truly was a vocation ripe for crafting legends, and in this blood-soaked ancient river sword domain, this youth seemed to be pinning a tale of grandeur through the most unremarkable actions. Her beautiful eyes lingered on this ordinary boy, and after a fleeting moment of distraction, a blush crept onto her cheeks. I was merely acting alongside him. I assisted him in escaping Wang Qianran's disdain, and now he is aiding me in evading Xianyuan Hongzhi's scorn. Perhaps I am overthinking matters, she mused, quickly regaining her composure and redirecting her focus toward advancing her swordsmanship. Long ago, upon entering the Xianyue sword sect, she had been captivated by the statue in the square, silently vowing to emulate the legendary sword deity Li Fei Yang from 30,000 years past, to dominate the sword world and usher in a new era of swordsmanship. In that moment, Li Fei Yang had been her idol, yet now, this seemingly ordinary youth stirred ripples in her heart. Within the sword palace, a sharp blade soared forth, revealing the Xianyue sword, which was not manifested by Fei Xue but rather concealed within the depths of her sword palace. Entering the realm of the sword master signified achieving a state of unity between man and sword. A soft, milky light enveloped Fei Xue, as if she were basking in moonlight, marking her ascension to the sword master realm. Fei Xue exhaled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you, senior brother Li Muyu," she said, parting her lips to express her gratitude. Her graceful figure swathed in a light veil as she performed a respectful bow to him. "It is but a minor deed, a mere trifle unworthy of mention. Your elevation from the pinnacle of swordsmanship to that of a sword master is commendable. However, you have yet to grasp the grand trends of the universe. From here on, you must gradually come to understand that the pinnacle of swordsmanship grants you the combat prowess of 4 to 5 individuals within the same realm. This is the unique aspect of that pinnacle," Li Muyu replied with a faint smile. appreciating the girl's innate talent and eager to mentor such an ambitious individual, especially given her keen intellect. Fei Shui gazed at the nearly vanished pile of critical spirit stones, momentarily dazed. May I inquire, senior brother Li Muyu, did my recent advancement consume approximately 10,000 pounds of spirit stones? She asked incredulously. Li Muyu nodded slightly. The more formidable the talent, the more terrifying the consumption of spirit stones. You should take pride in this. If one were to expend merely 1 or 2 pounds of spirit stones for an advancement, such talent would yield little progress even with a lifetime of cultivation, likely stagnating at the Sword King realm. Yet you have the potential to ascend to the Sword Sect and even the realm of the Sword Deity. This is the estimation of your current talent. Fei Shui's delicate lips parted in astonishment. Had Li Muyu not been by her side, her advancement might have faltered. She nodded gently, then shifted her gaze to the calm yet tense Xian Yuan Hongzhe standing not far away. I appreciate your goodwill, senior brother Xian Yuan Hongzhe, but I must kindly decline the 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones you offered, she stated with a light smile, though her words carried a chilling detachment, clearly disapproving of Xian Yuan Hongzhe's relentless advances. Xian Yuan Hongzhe's expression twitched. He felt utterly humiliated today. As his gaze swept over Fei Shui's enchanting figure, he gulped hard and forced a laugh. Since you do not wish to accept, I shall reclaim them myself. 3,000 pounds of critical spirit stones was no trifling sum, and he had no intention of leaving them for others to take. With a flicker of his spatial ring, the glimmering stones swiftly vanished. As he touched the remaining spirit stones, his expression gradually hardened, fixing a glare filled with resentment upon Li Muyu, this ordinary youth who lacked both beauty and charisma. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, "Where is the enforcement team? Come forth and apprehend this Li Muyu. This thief dares to steal the secret technique of our Xianyue sword sect. He deserves death." An elderly woman with a shadowy countenance wielded a serpent-headed staff, her presence exuding a chilling aura as she appeared on the training grounds. Behind her stood a group of stern-looking girls clad in black enforcement attire, encircling Li Muyu. "I stole your Xianyue sword sect's secret technique? What an utterly peculiar accusation," Li Muyu retorted, arms crossed behind his back, his expression growing increasingly frosty. He recognized the greedy glint in the old woman's eyes, clearly intent on seizing the secret technique for herself, and capturing him was merely a means to interrogate him for its secrets. "Ah, my dear, I shall grant you a dignified exit if you surrender peacefully, for I am aware of your esteemed status as a guest of the Sword Sect. Otherwise, I shall strip you of all your cultivation, leaving you unable to live or die," the old woman sneered. "Stop. If you wish to move against senior brother Li Muyu, you must first get through me," Fei Shui interjected, her form a flash of brilliance as she darted to Li Muyu's side. Beneath her veil, her beautiful eyes shone with fury. She knew well enough that the Xianyue sword sect had not possessed the pinnacle of swordsmanship for 30,000 years. Its return was indeed a legendary event brought forth by Li Muyu himself. To claim that Li Muyu had stolen the secrets of the Xianyue sword sect's pinnacle was an absurdity. The enforcement elder, known as the Serpent Elder, was being utterly ridiculous. Upon noticing Fei Shui standing in opposition for Li Muyu, the Serpent Elder's killing intent surged. "What an insolent child! Refusing to confess after committing such an act, you leave me no choice but to eliminate you." She pivoted, unleashing a lethal sword strike aimed directly at Li Muyu, enveloping him in a fierce aura of death. Li Muyu felt the oppressive weight of her sword energy constricting around him, a chill running down his spine. The Serpent Elder was indeed ruthless, intent on ending his life. He couldn't fathom where he had offended this old crone to provoke such madness. "Serpent Elder, surely you must first inquire about the circumstances. Li Muyu is a guest I have invited." Fei Shui's clear, resonant voice echoed across the training ground, her words firmly asserting his status. Two figures, their hair white as snow yet exuding the grace of youth, appeared at Li Muyu's side. Despite their age, they possessed an elegance that outshone even the most youthful maidens. Their countenances, however, bore expressions of anger as they regarded the Serpent Elder with hostility. "Greeting Elder Yu Bai and Elder Yu Ji. This little thief has pilfered our sect's secret arts. I believe he should be apprehended for the good of our Xianyue sword sect. The pinnacle techniques must not be allowed to leak," the Serpent Elder stated, a smile playing on her lips. Her intent was clear. The pinnacle techniques of swordsmanship were extraordinary. Possessing them would allow the Xianyue sword sect to rise swiftly in this sword domain. If such secrets were to spread, they would create formidable rivals. Li Muyu's gaze turned cold, He had underestimated human nature. 30,000 years prior, he had recognized its treachery, yet he had not anticipated the depths of its ugliness. This place was the Xianyue sword sect, founded by Meng Ying herself, and though he had no desire to resort to violence here, some insisted on treating him like a soft target. Master, please reconsider. Senior brother Li Mu Yu's understanding of this pinnacle technique warrants inquiry. We cannot act as the Serpent Elder suggests, as a misstep could bring shame upon our Xianyue sword sect. You must remember that Li Mu Yu is a renowned appraiser. Fei Shue's voice rang clear and strong, echoing throughout the training ground. Elder Yu Ji and Elder Yu Bai's gazes fell upon Li Mu Yu, who stood calmly despite being surrounded by the enforcement team, his demeanor strikingly serene and unnerving. Could you enlighten us on the origins of this pinnacle technique, young friend? Elder Yu Bai inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking gently, radiating a soft glow. I can share, but that old dog must kneel and slap himself until I am satisfied. Li Mu Yu declared, pointing at the grim-faced Serpent Elder. What? Forcing a high-ranking enforcement elder to kneel and slap herself? Is this youth out of his mind? Even Fei Shui wondered if Li Mu Yu had lost his senses. The Serpent Elder, after all, was the third-ranking elder of the Xianyue sword sect. How could he expect her to comply with such an absurd demand? You jest too much, young friend, Elder Yu Ji replied, shaking her head slightly. While she disapproved of the Serpent Elder's actions, she would not stoop to humiliating a fellow elder for the sake of an outsider. I neglected to mention that my visit to the Xianyue sword sect was prompted by a dream from a senior whom I must relay a message to Fei Shui. This senior is none other than your sect's founding ancestor, the sword deity Meng Ying. I wonder if this explanation suffices? Li Mu Yu stated, hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The founding ancestor's dream? The Serpent Elder's expression shifted to one of disbelief, followed by a cold chuckle. Child, your claim is laughable, akin to the nonsensical ramblings of a 3-year-old. Such tales hold no weight here. I suggest you surrender. Chapter 42. You are unworthy, He. When I command you to kneel, it is merely to pay homage to the founding ancestor of your Xianyue sword sect, Meng Ying. Do you truly believe I desire your reverence? Li Mu Yu's gaze was icy. Were he to have such an unworthy disciple beneath him, he would be the first to execute a sentence of death. However, this was Meng Ying's disciple, and 3 millennia had passed since then, so he had grown weary of involvement. Moreover, he was the reincarnation of the ancient bronze coffin, no longer the sword emperor Li Fei Yang of 30,000 years ago. Kneel before me? You have no qualification. Li Mu Yu enunciated each word with precision. His sect maintained an exceptionally high standard, and he would consider it beneath him to receive such a person's reverence. Yet, he did not linger on the matter, gesturing towards Fei Shui. Junior sister Fei Shui, further discussion is fruitless at this juncture. Please retrieve the 7-linked pearl sword pendant from your Xianyue sword. This is no mere artifact. It is the true legacy of your founding ancestor. Meng Ying, concealed beneath a delicate veil, appeared hesitant. She could not ascertain whether Li Mu Yu spoke earnestly or was merely toying with her. If he were jesting, what means might she employ to extricate herself? Yet, observing the clarity in his eyes, she recognized he was not speaking idly. Thus, she retrieved her Xianyue sword pendant, the 7 black pearls, and presented them. Upon seeing the black, 7-linked pearls, Li Mu Yu let out a soft sigh. In this life and the next, through countless cycles of reincarnation, he could never again behold that mischievous, spirited face of his female disciple. Instead, he was left with the legacy formed from the tears shed beside the weeping ancient river. I have wronged you throughout my life. Unable to revisit our past friendship, I can only pass on your unique swordsmanship, ensuring that your Xianyue sword sect never withers. He mused softly, his gaze drifting into a distant reverie. Senior brother Li Mu Yu, are you unwell? Fei Shui inquired gently. She sensed that his demeanor seemed somewhat somber, perhaps due to the erratic behavior of Elder Shiji from the Xianyue sword sect. Indeed, Elder Shiji's machinations against senior brother Li Mu Yu were truly malicious. Li Mu Yu nodded slightly before clapping his hands. A graceful and striking figure materialized above the entire Xianyue sword sect. Humph, this young one is likely concocting some obscure scheme. Why Yu Ji, Sister Yu Bai, swiftly apprehend him. He must not be allowed to remain. Elder Shiji's aged eyes were filled with a murderous intent as she fixed her gaze upon Li Mu Yu. Her original plan had been to have her nephew, Xian Yuan Hongzhe, draw close to Fei Shui, intending for her to become his wife, thereby placing the Xianyue sword sect under the control of the Xian Yuan family. This scheme had been progressing splendidly, supported by the Black Magic Sword Domains clan, but unexpectedly, A formidable figure like Li Muyu had emerged, disrupting all her plans. How could she not harbor resentment? Silence. Kneel before the founding ancestor. Yuji spoke with a cold countenance. Elder Shiji had truly overstepped her bounds by speaking thus after the appearance of the founding ancestor. Such words were insubordinate. Elder Yubai wore a similarly stern expression. With a mere glance, she recognized that the ethereal silhouette in the sky was none other than the founding ancestor, the sword goddess Mingying. The only female sword deity in the realm of swordsmanship, she had once dominated the future of a sword world, becoming a legendary figure that countless female sword practitioners aspired to emulate. Yet, it was unthinkable that she could appear here at this moment. Elder Shiji looked up, her shock causing her to stammer, and she cast aside her serpent-headed staff, kneeling instantly. I pay my respects to the founding ancestor. All the young women of the Xianyue sword sect knelt in unison, their gazes imbued with yearning. Only Li Muyu remained aloof, his eyes fixed upon the elegant silhouette in the sky, his gaze suffused with unspoken regret. 30,000 years ago, I bestowed my affections upon Shangyi Yuro, yet I left my regrets with you. I have wronged you deeply, and now, to meet again in such desolation, you exist beyond the cycle of reincarnation while I remain within it. Alas, this is how we meet. Li Muyu whispered to himself. At that moment, the young woman in the sky, standing upon the Xianyue divine sword, smiled gently at him, reminiscent of her former innocence. Disciples of the Xianyue sword sect, heed my command. Anyone who retrieves my seven-linked pearl shall be treated with utmost kindness. Should anyone dare to defy this, my Xianyue divine sword shall deliver swift justice. Furthermore, I shall annihilate 9 clans. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, you cannot escape the pursuit of my Xianyue divine sword. This is the decree of my sword goddess. Her frigid voice resonated throughout the Xianyue sword sect, causing Elder Shiji's face to pale in terror. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were equally stricken with fear, realizing the truth of Li Muyu's words. If they harbored any malicious intent, it would not be Li Muyu who perished, but rather, themselves and their families would face annihilation. The decree of a sword goddess was invincible. No other sword goddess had graced this era. Her decree was legendary, yet now the Xianyue divine sword had become a totem of swordsmanship. Under its radiant blade, even the black magic sword domain would falter. When the sword goddess unleashed her wrath, the land would mourn, bones would pile high, and rivers would run red with blood. This was no mere legend. The Xianyue sword sect's enduring prosperity was attributable to the Xianyue divine sword's status as a totem of swordsmanship. We shall faithfully obey the decree of the founding ancestor. The young women of the Xianyue sword sect echoed in unison. I am truly delighted that my swordsmanship legacy may return. My chosen successor shall undoubtedly revitalize my sword path. Today, I shall demonstrate before you, allowing the Xianyue sword sect, the sole sect of young women, to achieve everlasting renown and perhaps even produce one or more female sword deities. The ethereal voice flowed through the air, while Mingying's figure gradually became indistinct, ultimately manifesting as a series of sword techniques. Li Muyu sighed softly. After all, he resided beyond the cycle of reincarnation, and his vision was limited. Meanwhile, Elder Shiji silently withdrew, accompanied by the sullen Xian Yuan Hongzhe. Aunt, why do you not eliminate that wretch? With him around, how shall I approach Fei Shui? Xian Yuan Hongzhe complained. Kill Li Muyu? Elder Shiji regarded her nephew as if he were a fool, realizing that he was hopelessly outmatched by Li Muyu. He has produced the founding ancestor's token. I can no longer slay him within the Xianyue sword sect. Theo, eliminate him. You must rely on your own strength. Furthermore, this youth possesses an understanding of appraisal and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If we allow him to grow, he will become a dire threat to us in the black magic sword domain. You must return and gather forces, concocting a pretext to eliminate him. Otherwise, this youth's potential is limitless. Elder Shiji's gaze flickered with complexity. The Xianyue sword sect had Fei Shui, and now they had this formidable Li Muyu, a clear sign of revival. Despite the black magic sword domain's recent prominence, the only talent capable of rivaling Fei Shui was Xian Yuan Hongzhe's elder brother, Xian Yuan Shui. However, within the vast black magic sword domain, could Xian Yuan Shui alone contend with Fei Shui and this mysteriously powerful Li Muyu? Furthermore, Li Muyu's knowledge of appraisal allowed him to amass sufficient wealth from the black market of the weeping ancient river, enough to elevate an entire sect. Such a youth was far more formidable than even the likes of Fei Shui. Xian Yuan Hongzhe ground his teeth, glaring at Li Muyu, who appeared somewhat lost in thought amidst the crowd. Rest assured, Aunt. I have always intended to eliminate him. With your support, how could I allow this wretch to live? Elder Shiji nodded slightly but cautioned, you must remain calm in the future. Learn from your elder brother, Xin Yuan Shui, on how to charm young ladies. In this regard, you fall short. Had you secured Fei Shui's affections early on, we would not be facing this predicament with Li Muyu now. Her implication was clear. Xian Yuan Hongzhe was still too inexperienced, having squandered a fine opportunity. Now, with Li Muyu emerging, the century-long plans of the black magic sword domain were at risk of collapse. Upon hearing his elder brother's name, Xian Yuan Hongzhe nodded slightly. His elder brother, Xian Yuan Shui, was a figure of great renown within the black magic sword domain. Had Xian Yuan Shui been present, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Sensing the chilling intent to kill, Li Muyu tilted his head slightly, finally noticing Xian Yuan Hongzhe and Elder Shiji standing together. Their expressions unmistakably intimate. It was no wonder Elder Shiji harbored murderous intent. She was clearly acting in support of Xian Yuan Hongzhe. The black magic sword domain, is it? I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, my heavenly secret divine sword shall be insatiable in its thirst. If my wrath is ignited, not even a sword domain can withstand the consequences. He muttered softly. Though he had undergone reincarnation as the bronze ancient coffin, that did not imply he would become a soft-hearted soul to be easily trampled upon. Elders Yu Bai and Yu Ji had long since approached Li Muyu, observing his momentary distraction without interruption. Having witnessed some of Li Muyu's abilities, they were now quite enthusiastic about the prospect of having him join their ranks. If they could recruit this youth, the resurgence of the Xinyue sword sect would seem inevitable. Li Muyu, your arrival at our Xinyue sword sect has been marked by some unpleasant incidents. We have prepared fine tea in the reception hall. Why don't we converse there? Elder Yu Bai smiled gently, extending an invitation. Very well. I, too, wish to hear of the illustrious history of the Xinyue sword sect, Li Muyu replied, suddenly realizing he had been remiss in his manners before the two elders. Fei Shui, standing nearby, added softly, I would be honored to accompany you. Senior brother Li Muyu, I also wish to consult you regarding matters of the world's currents. Her voice was gentle, and her admiration was unmistakable. Chapter 43. Would you care to join my Xianyu sword sect? The reception hall of the Xianyu sword sect was imbued with a delicate fragrance, yet within the hall, Li Muyu appeared remarkably at ease. Elders Yu Ji and Yu Bai observed the seemingly mundane youth before them with a hint of surprise. Typically, young newcomers to this hall exhibited a certain degree of restraint. However, this young man exuded confidence, as if entirely devoid of any tension. Such composure could only stem from a heart unburdened by desire, or from an expansive mindset. Li Muyu, my dear nephew, I extend my gratitude for your assistance this time. Without it, we would have been unable to recover the legacy of the founding ancestor, and Fei Shui would not have been able to enter the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Yu Ji began, her silver hair flowing gracefully as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Despite the profound weariness evident in her eyes, they sparkled with an alluring charm. There's no need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning, Li Muyu replied nonchalantly. Upon noticing the exquisite fruits in the hall, he paused momentarily before reaching for them, entirely dismissing Yu Ji's words, an action that left both Yu Ji and Elder Yu Bai momentarily taken aback. Typically, juniors seated before them would hardly dare to breathe, enveloped in nervousness. Yet Li Muyu seemed utterly indifferent to their presence, displaying an astonishing level of nonchalance. Nearby, Fei Shui, cloaked in delicate white fabric, blinked her beautiful eyes incessantly, feeling that Li Muyu's act of eating at this moment was rather unbecoming. Yet, deep within, she recognized that this seemingly ordinary senior harbored a considerable pride, completely unencumbered by societal conventions. May I inquire if you have considered joining our Xianyu sword sect? Yu Ji asked, straightforwardly, having discerned Li Muyu's disposition. In this grand age of cultivation, the Xianyu sword sect lacked identification masters, and Li Muyu's various displays had garnered their favor. You have already referred to me as your nephew. Naturally, I would not betray my own sect. Upon my arrival, I was entrusted by the Grand Elder Wu Moyu with a directive to refrain from joining your Xianyu sword sect, hence I cannot accept your invitation, Li Muyu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. At this moment, he recalled that his companions, Murong Fei and the King's Stones, had yet to make their appearance. Where could they possibly be? Ah, Li Muyu, do not feel constrained. In truth, our Xianyu sword sect and the sword sect Holy Land share a common lineage dating back 30,000 years, both being disciples of the sword godly Fei Yang. The distinction between joining the sword sect Holy Land and our Xianyu sword sect is negligible. Elder Yu Bai interjected with a smile. Regrettably, that is impossible. However, should the Xinyu sword sect require my assistance in identification matters, I would be more than willing to oblige. Is that an acceptable proposition? Li Muyu responded with a faint smile. After all, these two had been speaking at length merely to solicit his expertise in identification, so it would be more straightforward to articulate that directly, rather than engage in such roundabout conversation. Exchanging glances, Yu Ji and Yu Bai discerned disappointment reflected in each other's eyes. The unexpected refusal of such a promising youth to join their Xianyu sword sect was disheartening. Meanwhile, Fei Shue's beautiful eyes also mirrored disappointment. Had Li Muyu joined their sect, her own swordsmanship would have soared, as a master of identification could elevate a prodigy and a sect. This was not mere legend, but a truth established over 30 millennia. Yet, the proud Li Muyu seemed resolute in his stance. May I further inquire why I have yet to see my fellow disciples? Li Muyu asked, furrowing his brow. Your fellow disciples are currently engaged in sparring with my junior sisters and, in their excitement, have momentarily forgotten to seek you out, Fei Shui replied, her eyes twinkling beneath her delicate veil, though the thought of sparring made her cheeks flush. Young men who arrive at our Xianyu sword sect often enjoy sparring with the young maidens of the sword sect to showcase their swordsmanship. That Morong Fei is indeed remarkable. Several of our maidens have taken a keen interest in him and have escorted him to their mountain peaks for leisure. As for Shi Chong and Wang Shi, they too are delightful companions, currently enjoying a leisurely outing with two of our female disciples, Elder Yu Ji added with a light-hearted laugh, her maturity still radiating allure. Li Muyu gazed intently at Elder Yu Ji's captivating visage, finally comprehending why Grand Elder Wuemo Yu referred to the maidens of the Xianyu sword sect as little fairies. It seemed that this sect was not to be underestimated, for they were adept at ensnaring the young and talented from the sword sect Holy Land without the need for blades. Indeed, the realm of gentle allure is often the tomb of heroes, he mused inwardly. Wuemo Yu had instructed Morong Fei and the Sword-Fish Peak disciples to protect him, yet it appeared that they had all succumbed to the charms of enchanting maidens, while he remained unfazed by any allure himself. Casting a glance at Fei Shui, who appeared flushed beneath her veil, he pondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Ahem, please summon my fellow disciples. There are matters we must discuss. I find it inappropriate to be without them at my side, he stated calmly. Very well, let us call for Morong Fei and the others. I hold high hopes for that young man. Should he also join our Xianyu sword sect, it would indeed be fortuitous, Elder Yu Ji remarked, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a wistful glint, clearly contemplating the potential of the young prodigy. Ahem, Elder Yu Ji, such a statement may be somewhat inappropriate, Li Muyu replied, exasperated. Yu Ji raised her finely arched brows and smiled sweetly. What is inappropriate about it? I am a woman, and women are known to be capricious, are they not? You might inquire with your Grand Elder Wuemo Yu, who once contemplated joining our Xinyu sword sect. Allow me to inform you that I am his legally wedded wife, and our daughter is also cultivating within the Xianyu sword sect. If I were to poach him, would that truly be so outrageous? Li Muyu was left speechless, taken aback by this revelation. No wonder Grand Elder Wuemo Yu exhibited such a peculiar expression when mentioning the Xianyu sword sect. Ahem, indeed, that is an old tale. Wuemo Yu and Yu Ji were once a pair of perfect match, and had it not been for the interests of their respective factions, they would not currently find themselves so distanced, Elder Yu Bai chimed in, his tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Humph, in all these years, has that scoundrel ever set foot in the Xianyu sword sect? Of course, had he not returned to oversee the sword sect Holy Land, I dare say it would have been reduced to ashes by now. We each have our own allegiances. I do not fault him for that, yet we both remain mindful of our exceptional disciples. Li Muyu, should you choose to join our Xianyu sword sect, we can certainly arrange resources and access to the beautiful maidens you desire, Elder Yu Ji offered with a gentle smile, casting a glance at the saintly Fei Shui. If Li Muyu were indeed fond of her, their union would be a tale worth telling. A swordsmanship prodigy paired with a master of identification, each complementing the other's strengths. Surely, in a decade's time, one could expect the emergence of a female sword sovereign or a swordsmanship grandmaster, possibly even a contender for the title of sword god in the decades to come. Fei Shui's complexion flushed crimson. While she sought to extricate Li Muyu from the awkwardness, she had never contemplated any romantic entanglement with him. Yet, deep down, she hoped that he would remain with the Xianyu sword sect, as his presence would greatly benefit her own cultivation. In that moment, she leaned in attentively, eager to hear his words. I truly cannot join. I entered the sword sect Holy Land bearing a bronze finger coffin, and both my origins and past remain shrouded in mystery. I believe that if you were to learn of my origins, your perspectives would shift, Li Muyu stated calmly. He would not disclose to them that he was the reincarnation of the sword godly Fei Yong from 30 millennia ago. His entry into the sword sect Holy Land was driven by a promise made with Shang Yuro. In the Holy Land, he had constructed a dwelling for mortals, intending for them to share a life together in this reincarnation. As for his arrival at the Xianyu sword sect, it was purely to atone for his past transgressions towards Ming Eng. Other concerns held little significance in his heart. Given your steadfast choice, we at the Xianyu sword sect have no further comments. May I inquire if you are familiar with the Divine Sword Festival? Yu Ji's exquisite visage swiftly morphed, her expression shifting from disappointment to a radiant smile, a transformation that left Li Muyu astounded. The Divine Sword Festival? I have heard of it, yet I wonder why the elder brings it up here. Li Muyu blinked, sensing that Yu Ji was not yet ready to concede. The Divine Sword Festival will take place in a month's time. However, our Xianyu sword sect possesses a distinct advantage, for many of the talented youths from various sword sects often prefer to gather at our Xianyu sword sect for preliminary sparring before the festival, seeking partners to hone their skills before attending the event, Yu Ji explained with a light-hearted laugh. If you are willing, tomorrow marks a gathering of the outstanding youths from various sword sects at our Xianyu sword sect. Should you be interested, you might wish to attend. It may illuminate certain matters for you. Yu Ji continued with a playful smile. A small gathering, you say? Very well, I shall attend. Li Muyu replied with a mild smile, curious to witness the caliber of the young prodigies from the blood-soaked ancient river sword domain. Turning to Fei Shui, he added, the grand currents of the world are beyond my comprehension. You must ultimately discern them for yourself. I trust that the legacy of Ming Eng will provide you with insights. Fei Shui gently nodded, her gem-like lips pressed together. This was the first time a young man had so firmly declined her overtures. Typically, others would be eager to share their knowledge with her at such a moment. Though tomorrow's gathering is modest, the talented individuals from various sword sects tend to carry themselves with great pride. Li Muyu, you may stand beside me that way. You shall not attract any trouble, Fei Shui remarked, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. If possible, she still wished for this young man to remain in the Xianyu sword sect to assist her in her swordsmanship training. Perhaps this was also Elder Yu Ji's subtle intention. However, as for the gathering tomorrow, it would be attended by individuals with notoriously fiery tempers. She hoped that Li Muyu would navigate the situation unscathed. Her thoughts were tinged with concern. This young man had already made an enemy of Xian Yuan Hongji, a figure known for his vindictiveness. Moreover, the Black Demon Sword domain had expanded significantly in recent years, and many sword sects within the blood-soaked ancient river sword domain had subtly aligned themselves with it. In such circumstances, even the Xianyu sword sect was wary of provoking the Black Demon Sword domain, unwilling to engage in conflict. A lone identification master like Li Muyu, facing the massive forces of the Black Demon Sword domain, seemed rather vulnerable. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Fei Shui, Li Muyu replied, nodding lightly, yet his gaze burned with a glimmer of battle intent. Chapter 44. The redemption of Wang Qianran. As evening descended, Li Muyu spotted Morong Fei and the other youths from Swordfish Peak, including Wang Shichong. Morong Fei, once you return, you need not continue as my sword attendant, understood? Li Muyu remarked with a hint of indifference. This sword attendant had vanished for a day, which was truly unreliable. I was caught up by the junior sisters of the Xianyu sword sect. They insisted on organizing a small genius gathering for tomorrow and asked for our assistance, so I stayed behind to help them with a few tasks, Morong Fei said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had indeed contemplated leaving but found himself ensnared. Very well, let there not be a next time. How does the junior sister accompanying you look? Li Muyu inquired with a playful smile. Is she quite alluring? I suspect she must be. He was well aware that this sword attendant would salivate at the mere mention of the maidens from the Xianyu sword sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered. Yes, she's stunning, and her. Well, it's simply mesmerizing, swaying and making my head spin, Morong Fei exclaimed with animated delight. Yet, he soon felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing he had fallen into Li Muyu's trap. Indeed, it appears I have not fallen for the beauty trap, but you lot have. Nonetheless, if you encounter a charming maiden, seize the opportunity. Do not let my person slip away. Li Muyu chuckled, patting the lad on the shoulder. Surely, while serving as a sword attendant, one ought to seek a worthy lady as a companion. Morong Fei chuckled sheepishly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, undoubtedly having exchanged flirtatious glances with a certain maiden throughout the day, which explained his current demeanor. Before long, Shichong and Wang Shi returned, though their expressions were far from cheerful. each wearing a frown that suggested a day devoid of fruitful encounters and riddled with mockery. As disciples of the sacred land of the Sword Sect, pursuing a beautiful maiden in the Xianyu Sword Sect proved to be quite a challenge. "What's the matter with you all? Did frost strike you?" Li Muyu inquired. "No, we simply encountered individuals from the Qingyun Sword Sect today. They were insufferably arrogant, claiming they would make things difficult for you tomorrow at the gathering. It seems they have the support of those from the Black Demon Sword domain, and word has spread that after you offended Xinyuan Hongxia, they intend to make you look foolish at the small genius gathering." Shichong replied, his voice laced with indignation. Li Muyu held a significant place in his heart, so naturally, he confronted those individuals, ultimately leaving him furious. "The Qingyun Sword Sect is also backed by the Black Demon Sword domain?" Li Muyu questioned. "Indeed. Within the Blood Cry Ancient River Sword domain, the Black Demon Sword domain has two branches, the Feihong Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sword Sect. Through the influence of these two sects, they have amassed considerable wealth in the black market of the Blood Cry Ancient River, thus growing increasingly powerful over the years. The Qingyun Sword Sect, much like the Feihong Sword Sect, serves as a lackey for the Black Demon Sword domain," Murong Fei elaborated. "Then tomorrow, we shall see how they intend to make things difficult for me," Li Muyu said with a nonchalant smile. In his previous life, as a sword emperor, if he could be easily embarrassed, then he would not be Li Muyu. Murong Fei and the others nodded, secretly resolving to protect Li Muyu with all their might, for he was the sole appraiser of the sacred land of the Sword Sect. The following day, the Xianyu Sword Sect was abuzz, with various formidable beings descending from the skies, and youths bearing long swords disembarking from these magnificent creatures, their gazes sharp and disdainful, exuding an air of superiority. Li Muyu rose early, practicing the hellish infernal dragon fist, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. The hellish infernal dragon fist, a unique martial art I spent 30,000 years perfecting in my previous life, still holds its merit, he mused, drenched in sweat yet smiling faintly. This martial art belonged to the realm of human-grade techniques, which had fallen out of favor in the current sword-dominated world, yet it possessed overwhelming lethality that surpassed secret techniques of the earth-grade realm. "Li Shixiao, shall we attend the small gathering of the Xianyu Sword Sect?" Murong Fei suggested, as the disciples from Swordfish Peak gathered around, feeling it necessary to stand by Li Muyu's side, ready to defend him should any trouble arise. "Very well, let us see," Li Muyu replied casually, driven by curiosity about the forces at play within the Blood Cry Ancient River Sword domain and the machinations set forth over the past 30,000 years. He only knew that his reincarnation had been facilitated by the ancient bronze coffin, and whether other ancient clans had also participated in the cycle of reincarnation was a mystery to him. Though this gathering was deemed small, the young prodigies from various sword sects exhibited remarkable prowess, showcasing their distinct styles, while formidable beings soared above, adorned in resplendent attire and flaunting opulent accessories. Li Muyu observed coldly, perceiving this event as a mere display of bravado. These young talents, akin to peacocks displaying their plumage, seemed desperate to draw the attention of the maidens present. "Stop. May I ask if you possess an invitation?" A girl clad in black from the Xianyu Sword Sect approached Li Muyu, her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized his tattered garments and the unremarkable youths behind him. It was evident that none present were of any notable stature. "What are these country bumpkins doing here?" she thought, her confusion mounting as to why such a group had suddenly appeared in this esteemed gathering. "Do I also require an invitation?" Li Muyu mused, scratching his nose. "Have your saintess come speak with me." He spoke with an air of indifference, unperturbed by his ragged appearance. A person who had spent 30,000 years within a bronze coffin was hardly concerned with attire. "Ha! Ridiculous! Who let this beggar in? Hurry and get lost." A cold, mocking voice emerged from the gathering, as a young man clad in golden armor strode forward, his attire gleaming with every step, exuding an aura of grandeur. Li Muyu looked up and recognized a familiar face, Yi Xian, the young master of the Feihong Sword Sect, who had previously suffered defeat at Li Muyu's hands. At this moment, Yi Xian wore a mocking grin, clearly relishing in Li Muyu's apparent embarrassment. Li Muyu glanced at this individual, fully aware that Yi Xian recognized him yet deliberately chose not to call him by name, seeking to humiliate him further. "The one who should leave is you. If you step aside, I shall overlook your earlier mockery," Li Muyu retorted, rolling up his sleeves with a smile, eager to practice his hellish infernal dragon fist on this fellow after a prolonged hiatus. "Huh? A human-grade martial art? You dare challenge me with such techniques?" Yi Xian sneered, having recently acquired a set of earth-grade martial arts. The The surrounding maidens exchanged glances, shaking their heads, who didn't know that human-grade techniques were now deemed worthless. In this sword-dominated world, who still practiced such outdated methods, this youth was not only impoverished but utterly out of touch. Li Shixiang, let us handle this, Mu Rongfei interjected, convinced that such matters should not fall upon Li Muyu. After all, they genuinely lacked an invitation, perhaps forgotten by the Xianyu sword sect. No need. Li Muyu exhaled, propelling himself forward like an arrow. With a single punch, he ruptured the air, causing a resounding explosion. It was a simple yet powerful strike, the immense force of 3,000 Jin erupting suddenly, creating an overwhelming shockwave. Ha! Such a pathetic martial art. Yi Xian scoffed, only to realize the punch was nearly upon him. Too swift, bang. Yi Xian was sent flying. The maidens nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. When did human-grade martial arts become so formidable? This youth was merely at the 7th level of the sword apprentice realm, while Yi Xian was the young master of the Feihong sword sect, possessing multiple earth-grade techniques. Yet, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. Thud, thud, thud. Li Muyu's fists rained down upon Yi Xian's face, rendering any attempts at defense futile. Each punch resulted in teeth scattering and blood gushing forth. Law enforcement sister, this beggar is causing a ruckus here. You ought to intervene. Yi Xian, unable to withstand Li Muyu's onslaught, turned his gaze to the black-clad law enforcement maiden. The law enforcement maiden regarded Yi Xian with palpable disdain. Although he appeared quite dapper, at this moment he was nothing but a pitiful spectacle. However, she cleared her throat loudly, glancing toward the entrance. Noticing no movement, she stomped her foot in frustration. Brother, this is excessive, is it not? Such disruptions are not permitted here. If not, you may accompany us to the law enforcement team, she stated, her tone devoid of warmth. Oh, it turns out to be you, Brother Li Muyu. I was preparing to personally deliver your invitation, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Alas, the invitation was never sent out. What a misunderstanding. A striking figure emerged from around the corner, swiftly approaching Li Muyu, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Muyu regarded the enthusiastic maiden with a faint smile. She was Wang Qianran, the girl from the training grounds yesterday. Contrary to her aloof demeanor from the previous day, today she radiated warmth and seemed to be in a hurry. As she approached Li Muyu, Wang Qianran nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes sparkling with what she believed to be her most enchanting allure, narrowing into crescent shapes. Through her cousin Mingyue, she had learned that this seemingly unremarkable youth was a significant figure, a prodigious appraiser capable of bringing forth immense wealth for cultivation. People should not be judged by appearances, and the phrase was indeed apt for this young man. Listening to her cousin's complaints about him, Wang Qianran felt a pang of regret but believed she could still salvage the situation. Moreover, the Saintess Feishue had not established any notable connection with Li Muyu, which made her think she could seize the opportunity. With confidence in her striking figure and unparalleled beauty, she had orchestrated a scheme with the law enforcement maiden to rekindle Li Muyu's interest in her. As she contemplated this, she turned to the groaning Yi Xian and declared, "You may not realize this, but this is Brother Li Muyu, our esteemed guest of the Xianyu sword sect. His invitation was personally delivered by me. Thank you for safeguarding our sect," and Wang Qianran expresses her gratitude. With that, she offered Yi Xian a faint smile. Why Yi Xian's face darkened in anger. Had his beating been in vain? He had inadvertently played the role of the villain. Li Muyu, please, do come inside. Wang Qianran urged, affectionately linking her delicate wrist with Li Muyu's arm, pulling him close, her eyes glimmering with a hint of delight, resembling a cunning little fox. Chapter 44. The Redemption of Wang Qianran in the Twilight Hour. Li Muyu beheld Mu Rongfei and Wang Shicheng, along with other young disciples from Swordfish Peak. After Mu Rongfei returns, you need not serve as my sword attendant any longer, alright? Li Muyu remarked with a hint of indifference. This sword attendant had vanished for an entire day, proving to be rather unreliable. I was ensnared by the junior sisters of the Xianyu sword sect. They insisted on organizing a small gathering of geniuses tomorrow and requested our assistance, so I stayed behind to help them with some tasks, Mu Rongfei explained, embarrassment coloring his face. He wished to leave, yet found himself unable to do so. Very well, let us hope there will not be a next time. How does the junior sister you were with appear? Li Muyu inquired with a playful grin. Is her figure exceptionally alluring? He was well aware that this sword attendant would salivate at the mere mention of the maidens from the Xianyu sword sect, and had he not been so captivated, he would not have lingered. Indeed, she is extraordinarily beautiful. Well, it's enough to make one drool, swaying about in such a mesmerizing manner that it leaves me quite dizzy, Mu Rongfei exclaimed, his eyebrows dancing with delight. Yet, he soon felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he had fallen into Li Mu Yu's trap. Indeed, it seems I have not fallen for the charms of a beauty, but you fellows have certainly succumbed. Nonetheless, do not delay when you find a maiden to your liking. Do not lose, my man, Li Mu Yu chuckled, giving the lad a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Surely, as a sword attendant, he ought to seek a worthy lady to be his wife. Mu Rongfei chuckled sheepishly, a glimmer of pride evident in his gaze. It was clear that he had spent the day exchanging flirtatious glances with a certain maiden, which explained his current demeanor. Before long, Shi Chong and Wang Shi returned, their expressions grim and dejected, clearly having encountered little success and instead facing ridicule throughout the day. As disciples of the sacred sword sect, pursuing a beautiful maiden within the Xianyu sword sect presented its own set of challenges. What troubles you? You all look as if you've been frostbitten, Li Mu Yu queried. Nothing, we merely encountered individuals from the Qing Yun sword sect today. Those braggarts declared that they would make things difficult for you tomorrow at the small gathering of geniuses. It seems they are backed by the Black Demon Sword domain, and upon hearing that you offended Xian Yuan Hengzhe, they have sworn to make your experience at the gathering quite unpleasant. Shi Chong spoke in a huff. Li Mu Yu held a high status in his heart, thus he naturally confronted those individuals, ultimately leaving him in a state of agitation. The Qing Yun sword sect is also supported by the Black Demon Sword domain, Li Mu Yu inquired. Indeed, within the Tishui Ancient River Sword domain, the Black Demon Sword domain has two branches, the Fei Hong sword sect and the Qing Yun sword sect. Through the influence of these two sects, they have amassed significant wealth in the black market of Tishui Ancient River, which has only served to bolster the Black Demon Sword domain's power over the years. The Qing Yun sword sect, like the Fei Hong sword sect, is merely a lackey of the Black Demon Sword domain, Mu Rongfei added, providing further insight. Then it seems we shall witness how they intend to make a spectacle of me tomorrow, Li Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. As a former sword emperor, if he could easily be humiliated, he would no longer be Li Mu Yu. Mu Rongfei and the others nodded, their thoughts aligned. They would do everything in their power to protect Li Mu Yu, for he was the sole appraiser of the sacred sword sect. The following day, the entire Xianyu sword sect was alive with the arrival of various formidable beasts soaring through the skies. Young men adorned with long swords descended from the beasts, their gazes sharp and assertive, each exuding an air of arrogance. Li Mu Yu awoke early and practiced the hellish dark dragon fist, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. The hellish dark dragon fist, a unique martial art I spent 30,000 years mastering in my previous life, still holds its merit today, he mused, a faint smile gracing his sweat-drenched face. This technique, belonging to the realm of character-based martial skills, had fallen into disrepute in the current sword-dominated world. Yet, it possessed a superlative lethality that surpassed even the secret techniques of the Earth realm. Li Shixiao, shall we attend the small gathering of the Xianyu sword sect? Mu Rongfei suggested, as the disciples from Swordfish Peak gathered around. They felt it was necessary to remain by Li Mu Yu's side, prepared to defend him should any trouble arise. Very well, let us see what awaits. Li Mu Yu responded casually, his curiosity piqued by the influence of the Tishui Ancient River Sword domain and the schemes of the powers behind it over the past 30,000 years. He only knew that his reincarnation was facilitated by the bronze ancient coffin, and whether other ancient clans were involved remained a mystery to him. Though the gathering was labeled small, it was filled with exceptional young talents from various sects, each displaying their own unique flair. The formidable beasts hovered above, their riders adorned in splendid attire, showcasing extravagant accessories. Li Mu Yu observed with an indifferent gaze, perceiving this event as merely an exhibition of ostentation. The young prodigies, like peacocks displaying their feathers, seemed eager to capture the admiration of the maidens present. Stop right there. May I ask if you possess an invitation? A young girl clad in black from the Xianyu sword sect approached Li Mu Yu, her gaze scrutinizing his humble attire and the ragtag group behind him, revealing an unmistakable disdain. Who were these unsophisticated youths that had suddenly appeared? Do I require an invitation as well? Li Mu Yu inquired, rubbing his nose. Kindly summon your saintess to speak with me. Li Mu Yu spoke nonchalantly, unaffected by his shabby clothing. After all, one who had spent 30,000 years within a bronze ancient coffin had long since become indifferent to matters of attire. Ha, absurd. Who brought this beggar here? Would you kindly leave? A derisive voice emerged from within the gathering, as a youth clad in golden armor strode forward, radiating an air of superiority. Li Mu Yu looked up to see a familiar face, Yi Xian, the young master of the Fei Hong sword sect, the very individual he had bested in the past. Upon seeing Li Muyu, Yi Xian wore a mocking expression. Li Muyu regarded this fellow, who, despite knowing him as Li Muyu, chose not to address him by name, deliberately seeking to embarrass him. Is it not you who should leave? If you vacate this place, I will overlook your earlier mockery, Li Muyu retorted. Rolling up his sleeves, it had been some time since he practiced the hellish dark dragon fist. Today presented an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. Ha, character-based martial skills? You dare challenge me with such techniques? Yi Xian sneered, having recently acquired a set of Earth Realm martial skills. The nearby maidens shook their heads slightly, who did not know that character-based skills had fallen from grace. In today's sword world, who still trained in such outdated techniques? This boy was not only impoverished but utterly out of touch. Li Shixiao, allow us to handle this, Mu Rongfei interjected, feeling it inappropriate for Li Muyu to engage in such matters, especially since they lacked invitations. Perhaps the Xianyu sword sect had simply overlooked them. No need. Li Muyu exhaled sharply, propelling himself like an arrow towards Yi Xian. He unleashed a punch, the air itself cracking with the force of his strike. It was a simple blow, yet its impact was astonishing. With a sudden eruption of 3,000 pounds of force, the shockwave reverberated throughout the area. Ha! What a pathetic technique! Yi Xian scoffed, only to realize too late that the punch was already upon him. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying, his expression one of shock. The maidens nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. When had character-based martial skills become so formidable? This young man was merely at the 7th level of sword disciple, while Yi Xian, as the young master of the Fei Hong sword sect, possessed multiple Earth Realm techniques. Yet, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. With a flurry of blows, Li Muyu's fists rained down upon Yi Xian's face, and no matter what Yi Xian attempted, he could not evade Li Muyu's strikes, each punch resulting in teeth flying and blood spilling. Law enforcement junior sisters, this beggar is causing a ruckus here. Do something! Yi Xian shouted, seeking assistance from the black-clad enforcement girl. The enforcement girl regarded him with disdain. Though Yi Xian appeared splendid, he was, in truth, nothing more than a cowardly man. However, she cleared her throat loudly and glanced towards the entrance, noting no commotion, and stomped her foot in frustration. Brother, perhaps you have gone too far? It is prohibited to cause disturbances at this time. If not, we may need to escort you to the law enforcement team, she stated coolly. Ah, it turns out to be Brother Li Muyu. I had intended to personally deliver your invitation, but I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. It appears the invitations were not dispatched in time. What a misunderstanding. A striking figure emerged from around the corner, swiftly appearing before Li Muyu, her eyes sparkling with vibrant energy. Li Muyu regarded the enthusiastic maiden with a faint smile. She was none other than Wang Qianran from the training grounds yesterday. Unlike her previous aloof demeanor, today she radiated warmth, appearing as if she had rushed to meet him. Nervously, she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes striving to convey the most enchanting glimmer, narrowing into crescent shapes. Yesterday, through her cousin Mingyu, she had come to learn that this seemingly ordinary youth was indeed a prized catch. To what extent? To the point where both Elder Yu Ji and Elder Yu Bai had personally sought to retain him, a genius appraiser, one whose actions could yield immense wealth for cultivation. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. This saying perfectly encapsulates this young man, she reflected. Having heard her cousin's dissatisfaction in Li Muyu's various exploits, Wang Qianran felt a pang of regret but believed there was still an opportunity for redemption. Furthermore, the Saintess Fei Shui had not formed any notable connection with Li Muyu, leading her to believe she could seize this moment. With confidence in her alluring figure and unparalleled beauty, she had enlisted the law enforcement girls to set a trap, hoping to rekindle Li Muyu's favorable impression of her. With this in mind, she turned to the groaning Yi Xian, stating, "You may not be aware, but this is Brother Li Muyu, our esteemed guest of the Xianyu sword sect. His invitation was personally delivered by me. Thank you for safeguarding our sect," and Wang Qianran expresses her gratitude. With that, she offered Yi Xian a dismissive smile. Why Yi Xian's face darkened. He realized he had endured a beating for nothing, and he had unwittingly played the villain in this scenario. Brother Li Muyu, please, step inside, Wang Qianran said, affectionately linking her delicate wrist with Li Muyu's arm, drawing him closer to her, a triumphant glimmer dancing in her eyes, much like a cunning little fox. Chapter 45. The Ghost Sword and the Blood Raven. Li Muyu found himself momentarily speechless, intrigued by the rapid transformation of Wang Qianran's demeanor. Just yesterday, she had regarded him with disdain, yet today, she greeted him with a beaming smile. However, The soft arm draped around his own caused him considerable embarrassment. This Wang Pianran seemed rather audacious, her alluring eyes akin to a spider's, as if she were weaving a web to ensnare him. Wang Pianran, junior sister, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Should there be any matters regarding appraisals in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, he said coolly, gently extricating her delicate arm from his. He remained respectful yet distant towards such a young woman. Nevertheless, he understood that in this era of scarce resources for cultivation, her actions were merely a demonstration of her strengths. She was not in the wrong, hence his tone was quite diplomatic. Thank you, senior brother Li Muyu. If I encounter any troubles, I will certainly seek you out first. Wang Pianran replied, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. She did not expect to win Li Muyu's heart immediately. However, she firmly believed in her own charm. Given time, she could transform even the most steadfast individual into putty in her hands. With a playful smile directed at Morong Fei and the other youths, she swayed her hips seductively as she departed. Her steps were swift, yet upon reaching a corner, she paused, casting her large eyes back at Li Muyu, waiting for another opportunity to assist him, thereby enhancing her appeal in his eyes. A genius appraiser was indeed worth her effort. Beside her stood a girl from the enforcement team, similarly blinking her eyes, curious to discern what made Li Muyu so extraordinary, as the rumors outside suggested he was nothing short of remarkable. The boys from the Swordfish Peak watched, envious, as Morong Fei remarked, "Indeed, it's Li Muyu. The moment he announces his name, beautiful women come flocking." As an appraiser, Li Muyu's prestige was unparalleled. She was not like this yesterday. There are no free lunches in this world. Be cautious when encountering such young women in the future. They are deeply calculating, and notions of affection and love are foreign to them. Only interests and utility matter, Li Muyu remarked with a light chuckle. Morong Fei and the other youths nodded solemnly, in agreement. In this age of scarcity, the sword-wielding youths appeared acutely aware of their surroundings, especially in the Xianyu sword sect, where beauties were abundant yet discerning, much like Wang Pianran, who had regarded Li Muyu as worthless yesterday but now treated him like a treasure, all due to his newfound reputation. Li Muyu withdrew his gaze from Wang Pianran and surveyed the gathering of talented individuals, noting various areas labeled with the names of different sects, indicating a general ranking. Among them were the Black Market, Xianyu Sword Sect, Qingyun Sword Sect, Feihong Sword Sect, and Mocs Sword Sect, with the Sword Sect Holy Land surprisingly positioned last. Why is the Feihong Sword Sect ranked above us? Li Muyu questioned, incredulous as he beheld the century-old sect's placement before the Sword Sect Holy Land. The Sword Sect Holy Land possessed a historical foundation of over 30,000 years. How could such a venerable sect be languishing at the bottom of the rankings? Well, Morong Fei's expression turned awkward, while the other disciples from Swordfish Peak, such as Shicheng and Wang Shi, wore similar looks of distress. During the annual Divine Sword Festival, the Xianyu Sword Sect hosts such gatherings. However, as you know, our sect suffers from resource shortages, and Elder Lu is reluctant to spend money to hire a large demon to transport us here. Thus, we have never participated in these gatherings, Morong Fei explained, his voice lacking conviction. The expense of hiring a large demon crane was exorbitant, and given that the sword sect was already struggling to provide cultivation resources for its disciples, such expenditures were out of the question. Then let us take our seats in the Qingyun sword sect area. Otherwise, I shall be displeased, Li Muyu stated coolly. Upon uttering these words, he made his way to the Qingyun sword sect's designated area and, upon discovering an array of delectable offerings such as ginseng fruits and monk fruits, he began to indulge without reservation, appearing as though he had not eaten in ages. The crunching sounds echoed, drawing the disdainful gazes of several well-dressed youths nearby. Morong Fei and Li Muyu exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, seeing Li Muyu's boldness, they could only force a smile and sit beside him, silently hoping he wouldn't stir up trouble. When they had come with Li Muyu, the Grand Elder Wu Mayu had instructed them to endure any situation, biding their time for an explosive reaction. However, it seemed that it was Li Muyu himself who was inherently inclined to create conflict. Li Muyu remained impassive. Upon what criteria was this ranking determined? Strength. He did not care about the former state of the Qingyun sword sect. Now that he had joined, it was imperative that the Qingyun sword sect occupy the third position. How to prove his strength? By defeating the sect currently in third place, of course. Was that so difficult? The first was the Black Market, a formidable force, even a terrifying faction of various ancient clans entangled in interests, which Li Muyu deemed acceptable. The second was the Xianyu sword sect. As the host, they naturally claimed that position. Therefore, the third was something he must strive for. Otherwise, he would be met with scorn, and weakness would be his original sin. Without a position, he would simply take one. With this thought, he settled himself comfortably in the third position, showing no sign of courtesy. Excuse me, but you are sitting in the wrong spot. One must possess self-awareness, do you understand? A young man from the black market, noticing Li Muyu in the third seat, cast a frosty gaze upon him. How could a gathering of such grandeur accommodate a group of shabby youths? Moreover, their leader appeared particularly pedestrian, speaking so brazenly. Do I not understand? I only know that you hail from the black market. What qualifications do you possess to address me? Who granted you the right to speak to me? Li Muyu shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huh. You come to this gathering of geniuses and have never heard my name. Truly, you are ignorant. The youth sneered repeatedly, having made quite the name for himself at these gatherings over the years. The fact that this newcomer did not recognize him only served to paint him as a provincial fool. I admit my ignorance, but even if I did know you, you would still not be worthy of my attention. You should prepare to vacate your seat in the black market shortly, lest you irritate me, Li Muyu replied with a frigid demeanor. Even Elder Mo Yen from the black market dared not speak back. Sir, should you be in the wrong, acknowledging it is a matter of integrity. You are seated in the Qing Yun sword sex area. That makes you at fault. Leave now, and I shall grant you a chance to preserve your life. Should you choose to remain, we have prepared a coffin outside, which can be used to collect your corpse, came a chilling voice from nearby, as a group of youths clad in black, bearing long swords, entered. The leader's gaze was icy, exuding an aura reminiscent of a coffin, surrounded by an almost palpable air of death. Li Muyu regarded the Qing Yun sword sect members with a slight frown. Emerging from the ancient bronze coffin, he sensed something amiss. An instinctive feeling washed over him, revealing that a powerful force was orchestrating events from the shadows. Upon observing the Qing Yun sword sect, resembling a band of soulless beings, he understood. Carrying coffins as they traversed was reminiscent of the tomb-raiding sects from 30,000 years ago. Their techniques, which involved coating swords with corpse poison, were indeed the hallmark of tomb-raiding sections. It appeared that while he had been immersed for 30,000 years, these tomb raiders had not been idle, and now this group of specters had brazenly established a sect. Judging by this, it was likely that the Black Demon Sword domain was merely a branch of these tomb-raiding sections. These are members of the Qing Yun sword sect. Their sword techniques are notoriously sinister. Each blade is imbued with corpse poison, and should one be injured, they would perish in an instant. This sect always carries coffins when they venture out, placing their dead within, and likewise for their enemies. Morong Fei whispered to Li Muyu. So, they are coffin bearers. It seems your ancestors possessed considerable foresight, yet your qualifications remain lacking. Were your ancestors to encounter me, they would kneel in reverence. Li Muyu responded, maintaining an air of indifference, rooted firmly in his seat. Huh. So today, you wish for the Qing Yun sword sect to prepare a coffin for you. We are known for our benevolence, and we have coffins aplenty. Today, we shall send you and your companions to the netherworld. The leader of the Qing Yun sect spoke with an icy demeanor. This ragged individual seemed to be courting death. It would be best to dispose of him swiftly, reducing the irritation at this gathering of young geniuses. He stepped forward, drawing a black sword from behind him, a blade forged from bone, exuding a ghostly aura, from which faint cries could be heard. The Blood Raven has unleashed the ghost sword. This fellow is doomed. A youth from the black market chuckled derisively. In his view, the Blood Raven's sword techniques were exceedingly peculiar, and in the realm of the crying blood ancient river, only the Xianyu sword sect's Fei Shui could rival him. Moreover, the Blood Raven was a sword master, while this ignorant youth was merely at the 7th level of sword apprentice. A laughable disparity. Morong Fei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Muyu. I, Morong Fei of the Sword Sect Holy Land, would like to experience the ghost sword of the Qing Yun sect. As Li Muyu's sword disciple, he felt it was his moment to shine. Furthermore, he believed the disparity between Li Muyu and his opponent was far too great, and he felt that Li Muyu's rapid advancement was merely a result of resource accumulation. Such cultivation, built upon resources, bore little practical application in real combat. The ghost sword? Nothing extraordinary, Li Muyu dismissed, shoving Morong Fei aside, causing him to stumble back into his seat. Morong Fei wore a pained expression. After all, the ghost sword was renowned in the crying blood ancient river. Would he truly pit a peachwood sword against such a formidable weapon? Ha ha! The youth from the black market burst into laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing. There was nothing more ridiculous than this provincial fool, wielding a peachwood sword against the Blood Raven's ghost sword. Was he seeking death? Nearby, Wang Pianran watched with wide eyes, bewildered. She could not fathom whether Li Muyu was exceedingly clever or extremely foolish. The Blood Raven's ghost sword had claimed the lives of countless young geniuses. What could a mere broken peach with sword accomplish? The enforcement girl beside her sneered, Pianran, don't waste your time on such a fool. Seek a more handsome youth. This one is surely doomed today. He is but a provincial bumpkin, unworthy of your beauty. With a slight curl of her lip, she reached a conclusion about Li Muyu. This judgment resonated with the sentiments of the other youths present. One was a shabby fool, wielding a peachwood sword in a foolish manner, while the other was the illustrious ghost sword of the Blood Raven, whose prowess was well known throughout the land. The outcome was as predictable as closing one's eyes. Chapter 46. I shall determine this ranking come. It will only take one move from you. Li Muyu spoke to the ghost sword Bloodcrow, beckoning him with a finger, signaling for this fellow to make the first move. Quite arrogant, the ghost sword Bloodcrow sneered, recalling how others had once spoken to him in such a manner, only to find themselves entombed in coffins, transformed into ghostly swords. Watching from the sidelines, Wang Pianran felt a twinge of anxiety and was about to step forward. In her eyes, Li Muyu was merely an appraiser, a prodigious appraiser at that, utterly ignorant of martial arts. And who exactly was the Bloodcrow? A genius in swordsmanship, a formidable figure in martial arts. Hey, Pianran, don't go at its feudal. That guy is as good as dead. He is just a fool masquerading as an appraiser. The law enforcement girl beside her pulled Wang Pianran back, her expression dripping with disdain. In the presence of the Xinyue sword sect, she had encountered numerous talents, but never someone as absurd as this. How could such a person be worthy of admiration from beauties like them? Just a bumpkin. One less is one less. How can we allow such filth to taint our eyes? She held on to Wang Pianran tightly, convinced that this unimpressive character should not be allowed to linger in their sight, for his presence in the Xinyue sword sect would be nothing short of a disgrace. Wang Pianran shot her a glare, but her hesitation lingered. Then today shall be your day of reckoning. The Bloodcrow cackled menacingly, swinging his ghostly sword. With a stamp of his foot, a wave of dark energy surged forth, aimed directly at Li Muyu's throat. Just one move. With just one move, he could utterly obliterate this bumpkin. Swished it that moment. Morong Fei stood up, unwilling to allow Li Muyu to face any danger. Wang Pianran also rushed forward, unsheathing her sword, determined to intercept the attack on Li Muyu. Li Muyu was a genius appraiser. She would handle matters of swordsmanship and martial arts. Even if Li Muyu were to become incapacitated, it would not matter. As long as he could appraise, he would aid her in her sword path. At the same time, disciples from the Swordfish Peak, Shichong and Wang Shi, also drew their swords. They could not allow Li Muyu to take such a risk. A genius appraiser should not encounter any troubles under their watch. Yet, Li Muyu merely smiled brightly and swung his peachwood sword in an instant. A swift sword move sliced through the air. The sound of clashing reverberated across the ground. The first to fall was the ghost sword Bloodcrow's weapon, which bore signs of shattering, landing on the ground in the form of broken bones. It was evident that it had been forged from the spine of a sword cultivator, imbued with boundless sword intent. It was likely a ghostly sword crafted from the spine of a sword master. Simultaneously, the swords of Wang Pianran, Morong Fei, Wang Shi, and Shichong fell as well, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Li Muyu had simultaneously engaged with several opponents and still managed to send the ghost sword Bloodcrow's weapon flying. What sword technique is this? The Bloodcrow's face twitched violently. He had never witnessed such swiftness in swordsmanship before. This strike was incomprehensibly fast. The foundational sword technique of our sacred sword sect, the 8 styles of the sword sect, Divine Dragon swings its tail. Morong Fei explained, while the other youths nodded vigorously. They had all practiced this fundamental sword technique, but never had they imagined it could possess such formidable power. The speed of this strike was simply unfathomable. Wang Pianran stared at Li Muyu in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his swordsmanship could be so rapid and precise. She had never conceived of such a possibility. The law enforcement girl beside her was left speechless, her mouth agape at this seemingly mediocre bumpkin, who, despite being an appraiser, wielded such a piercing sword technique. Stand down. The position of your Qingyan sword sect is now claimed by our sacred sword sect. If you disagree, feel free to challenge us again, but you'll need time to forge another ghost sword, as not every sword master's spine can be transformed into a ghost sword. Li Muyu lightly stepped on the shattered bones on the ground, recognizing them as the handiwork of the tomb robbers from 30,000 years ago. They excavated the corpses of sword masters and forged weapons from the parts imbued with sword intent. If a sword master's heart was cultivated successfully, their sword heart would either be extracted to create a weapon or auctioned off. The tomb robbers were notorious for their vile practices, much like this ghost sword, whose forging techniques were atrocious yet rivaled the quality of divine swords. Damn it, you are Li Muyu. You must have some trickery up your sleeve. There's no way your swordsmanship is that genuine. The blood crow glared at Li Muyu. As a genius of swordsmanship, he found it implausible for anyone's sword skills to be so extraordinarily swift. The other youths mirrored his sentiments, convinced that Li Muyu, being an appraiser, must possess some peculiar methods, undoubtedly treading the path of unorthodox techniques. After all, the art of appraisal was rife with bizarre tales. Wang Pianran nodded in agreement. A genius appraiser who frequently interacted with various supernatural entities might indeed resort to unorthodox means. Humph, if you make another move, you will surely lose, the blood crow declared vehemently. Exactly, what skill is there in relying on unorthodox methods? His disciples echoed coldly, believing that the blood crow had not truly lost, especially in a gathering of prodigies. What face would they have left in front of countless maidens? Then shall we proceed with another move? Li Muyu twirled his peachwood sword, speaking nonchalantly, fully aware that the black demon sword domain was a branch of the tomb robbers from 30,000 years ago. Thus, a murderous intent brewed within him. Humph, how could a dignified sword cultivator like myself engage in combat with you, a practitioner of unorthodox methods? The blood crow's eyes narrowed. The previous strike had been too swift. He had only caught a glimpse of the sword light, yet felt nothing. Such a sword technique was truly terrifying. Had that strike not been aimed at multiple opponents simultaneously, he might very well be lying on the ground now. Then I shall be unreserved. Make way today. Our sacred sword sect shall claim the third position, Morong Fei. Go inform the Xinhua sword sect to adjust their seating accordingly. Li Muyu boldly seated himself in the third position. The blood crow glared ferociously at Li Muyu but remained silent, unable to comprehend the nature of that swift strike. Was it truly a rapid sword technique or merely some unorthodox method? As a practitioner of the ghost sword in the Qingyun sword sect, he was well aware of various techniques that could elevate a sword's speed to an unfathomable level. What he feared most was that Li Muyu possessed such capabilities. After all, the latter was a young appraiser whose reputation had eclipsed that of the seasoned appraiser, Li Feng. Then we shall take the fourth position today. The blood crow replied through gritted teeth, taking his place along with the Qingyun sword sect without ceremony. Meanwhile, the young man from the Scorpion Demon Sword Sect occupying the fourth position wore a bitter expression, now too intimidated to utter a word in Li Muyu's presence, obediently sitting down. Wang Shi, Shichong, and other disciples sat down with faces alight with excitement, watching Li Muyu unceremoniously devour the fruits on the table. Lohan fruit, ginseng fruit, and century-old peaches, eagerly feasting on them. After all, these delicacies were mere decorative items in the sacred sword sect, something even the elders were reluctant to indulge in at that moment. Driven by a sense of if I don't eat, it would be a waste, they ravaged the table, for the last seating was devoid of such fine treats, merely a spot where one could drink the cold wind, with not even a cup of tea in sight. The law enforcement girl stared in disbelief at these developments, rendered speechless. Wang Pianran blinked, marveling at Li Muyu's audacity. Wasn't he a man supposed to be like this? Unparalleled in dominance, resolving issues with a mere sword drawn. To strike forth with one's brilliance, compelling the opponent to concede. This was the true essence of a sword-wielding youth. You truly have an eye for talent. This boy is worth pursuing. However, he shines so brightly that I fear you may not catch up, the law enforcement girl whispered conspiratorially to Wang Pianran. Having encountered many exceptional young sword geniuses, her initial impression of Li Muyu had been horrendously poor, but his formidable strike had delivered a profound shock to her spirit. Ah, it's not that I merely think about it. After all, you've heard about that day when senior sister Feishua. Wang Pianran recalled the day when the saintly Feishua had abruptly appeared, snatching Li Muyu away from her grasp. At that moment, she had shared the same perception as the law enforcement girl, regarding Li Muyu as nothing but a bumpkin. Yet, in the end, had he not left her thoroughly astounded? There are individuals who, upon first glance, may appear unremarkable, yet upon a deeper reflection, one discovers the brilliance they radiate, causing one's heart to tremble. Some people are inherently beyond mere appearances. Listening to Wang Pianran's recounting, the law enforcement girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She had only heard snippets of that day's events, but had never imagined that Li Muyu could be so imposing. Excuse me, which of you is Master Li Muyu? A youth clad in black market attire rushed over, calling out anxiously, yet he did not recognize Li Muyu and could only shout. Li Muyu cast a brief glance at him before returning to his feast, The sacred sword sect was far too impoverished. Even indulging in a ginseng fruit made the face of Elder Wu Qi darken. It was better to enjoy oneself here, as the Xinhua sword sect was wealthy enough that consuming a few ginseng fruits wouldn't impoverish them. I am Li Muyu. Tell your elder to come see me, or inform him that I, Li Muyu, no longer have time for him. He doesn't hold such significance in my presence. Li Muyu waved his hand dismissively. Elder Mo Yin, a crafty character from the black market, had undoubtedly found something valuable and sought him for appraisal. If he was looking for an appraisal, why should he make Li Muyu run over? The old man should be the one coming to plead with him. Humph, such arrogance. Who do you think you are? Our elder commands you to leave immediately. Do you understand human language? The black-clad youth seated at the head of the table spoke coldly, having long harbored a disdain for Li Muyu. A shabby fellow, relying on some unorthodox methods to defeat the ghost sword Bloodcrow, thought himself to be a significant figure. Li Muyu merely cast a dismissive glance at him, then addressed the sweating errand boy. Tell that old ghost Mo Yin to come over, and also inform him to make this fellow disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I won't be conducting any appraisals for you black market today. Do you understand human language? The errand boy nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. Haha, look at yourself in the mirror. How dare you ask our elder Mo Yin to meet you? If he came to see you, I would eat this entire table. The arrogant youth beside him sneered, pointing at the large table before him. Did he not know his place? How dare he act so arrogantly before the black market? He sat proudly, waiting for this audacious fellow to make a fool of himself. However, at that moment, an elderly man hurriedly approached, a cheerful expression on his face as he bypassed many people greeting him and headed straight toward them, resembling a hotel waiter. Chapter 47. The eerie curse at this gathering of prodigies. Nearly everyone's attention was captivated by the esteemed elder of the black market. It was universally acknowledged that within the realm of the blood-crying ancient river sword domain, the most formidable power was none other than the black market itself. Its influence surpassed that of any individual sword sect, and even a coalition of all sword sects combined could not withstand its might. Thus, the bustling presence of Elder Mo Yin, a supreme authority of the black market, genuinely astonished many of the youths present. The only one who remained unfazed was Li Muyu, who was nonchalantly indulging in his ginseng fruit, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, as though the entire world had no bearing on him. His focus solely on the delectable morsels before him. Humph, ignorant fool, remarked a young man from the black market seated beside him, casting a disdainful glance at Li Muyu. It was astonishing to him that this shabby-dressed boy continued to munch away even as Elder Mo Yin personally graced the gathering. Such behavior naturally elicited his utmost contempt. This brat is doomed. Showing disrespect before the elder will surely lead him to a grim fate, cast into the blood-crying ancient river. This country bumpkin should soon become a mere corpse. With that thought, he dismissed the notion of engaging with someone he deemed already dead in spirit. He quickly donned a more amiable expression and approached Elder Mo Yin with enthusiasm. Greetings, Elder. I did not anticipate your personal presence here. Is there anything I might assist you with? Stealing a glance at Li Muyu, a cold smirk crept across his lips, as he surmised that Elder Mo Yin must be incensed by this ungrateful bumpkin and would take it upon himself to deal with him. Ah, Imo Qingxian? I did not expect to find you here at the Xinhua sword sect so early. Very well. I shall introduce you to a genius master. If you can forge a connection with him, you will never have to worry about your cultivation resources again. You must befriend this individual, Elder Mo Yin remarked, regarding the youth named Imo Qingxian with evident admiration. Is that so? The person you recommend must be someone I should indeed look up to. I shall take full advantage of your esteemed introduction, Imo Qingxian replied, smiling broadly. In truth, he was merely a talented individual within the black market, whose diligent training had garnered Elder Mo Yin's attention. This attention had elevated his status within the black market, and upon stepping outside its confines into the Xinhua sword sect, he received exceptional hospitality. All of his achievements stemmed from Elder Mo Yin's regard. Without the elder, he would be nothing. Rest assured, the person I recommend will not disappoint, Elder Mo Yin assured him, eyeing Imo Qingxian with fondness. Although there were numerous talents within the black market, few were considered his confidants. Imo Qingxian, however, held a distant familial relation to him and exhibited commendable diligence and innate talent, promising to evolve into a future master of the sword sect with proper nurturing. He hastily took Imo Qingxian's hand, entirely ignoring the greetings of others, for they did not warrant his attention. Despite his aloofness and arrogance, the surrounding youths gazed at him with admiration and respect, believing such treatment was entirely justified. Until Elder Mo Yin briskly brought Imo Qingxian before Li Muyu. He smiled and said to Imo Qingxian, "Come, come, this is the extraordinary genius I wish to introduce to you. Our black market has recently thrived remarkably thanks to this young talent's repeated exploits." He gestured toward Li Muyu with a radiant smile. Him? Imo Qingxian's expression soured. This was the very individual he had just mocked as a bumpkin and who had engaged him in several heated exchanges. Li Muyu was a name he recognized, having heard various rumors, yet he had always dismissed them as trivial. How could a lad of his age attain such renown? The marketplace was rife with exaggerations. Such claims could not possibly be true. If Li Muyu were indeed so formidable, then surely Imo Qingxian would be a legendary sword emperor, Li Fei Yong. Yet, confronted with Elder Imo Yan's grand introduction, he came to understand that this seemingly destitute youth was truly extraordinary. Elder Imo Yan possessed discerning eyes. Ordinary youths could hardly capture his attention. Elder Imo Yan greeted Li Muyu first, saying, "Master Li, I apologize for my earlier intrusion. I merely acquired something of great significance to my cultivation, and it compelled me to rush to you. It is an item I have long sought and must keep hidden from others." He spoke with a smile. Had it been any other youth treating him with such disdain, he would have dispatched them with a single blow, annihilating their entire lineage in a fit of rage. Yet, he recognized that this young man possessed exceptional skills. Li Muyu's expertise in identification had profoundly impressed Elder Imo Y, and Li Muyu leisurely continued to savor his ginseng fruit, casting a dispassionate glance at Elder Imo Yin and Imo Qingxian before addressing Elder Imo Yin, stating, "Have that fellow beside you vacate my sight. I will not authenticate anything for you unless he is gone. His presence is unwelcome." Authentication, too, hinged upon his mood. Elder Imo Yin's expression twitched, for he harbored a fervent desire for the secret of tome. If Li Muyu were to authenticate it, his cultivation would ascend to new heights. Though he appeared to hold a prestigious position as the black market's highest elder, he was acutely aware of the fierce competition lurking beneath. Many factions were eyeing his position, eager to replace him. Though he seemed to bask in glory, his position was increasingly precarious. Upon realizing that his most cherished prodigy had carelessly provoked Li Muyu, Elder Imo Yin's countenance darkened. He directed an inquiring gaze at Imo Qingxian, clearly indicating his displeasure. How did this young rascal manage to offend such a talented youth? Imo Qingxian's eyes twitched involuntarily. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly unimposing Li Muyu not only evaded Elder Imo Yin's ire, but also earned the Elder's profound respect, while simultaneously inciting the Elder's wrath toward himself. Seeing the anger in Elder Imo Yan's eyes, Imo Qingxian instinctively recoiled, murmuring, "He shows disrespect to the black market." As he spoke, he exaggerated the situation, banking on Elder Imo Yin's regard for him to incite disdain for Li Muyu. He believed that if Elder Imo Yin developed a distaste for this arrogant youth, the consequences for Li Muyu would be dire. However, Elder Imo Yin's keen eyes shone with clarity as he delivered a resounding slap to Imo Qingxian's face. Still daring to argue? Leave the Xianyue sword sect at once. If you fail to achieve remarkable results at the upcoming Divine Sword Convention, consider yourself banished from my presence. Elder Imo Yin spoke coldly. The significance of a sword Dao talent far outweighed that of a mere superlative identifier. As a custodian of the black market, he was acutely aware that even if Imo Qingxian had erred, he would have accepted it without question had Li Muyu sought out the confrontation. However, he understood that Li Muyu was not one to engage in such petty disputes. Stunned by the forceful slap, Imo Qingxian stood dazed, unable to comprehend how his careless words had summoned such disdain from Elder Imo Yin. Without the Elder's support, his so-called genius status within the black market would render him powerless, and he risked fading into obscurity. After a moment of shock, he quickly turned and fled the Xianyue sword sect, not daring to hesitate even for a moment. Li Muyu observed Imo Qingxian's retreat with a faint shake of his head. Had he heeded Li Muyu's advice and avoided provocation, perhaps he would have escaped unscathed. There are always those with myopic views who judge a person's potential based solely on their attire, believing themselves to be exceptionally insightful. Such folly is laughable. Individuals of such limited vision, like Imo Qingxian, could never grasp the broader picture. True visionaries are like Elder Imo Yin, a shrewd figure who adeptly navigates the complexities of power, always wearing a smile, yet harboring profound depth and cunning beneath that facade. One might say that 10 Imo Qingxians could not compare to a single Elder Imo Yin. Even granting Imo Qingxian decades to develop, he would never ascend to the level of the black market's master. This disparity lay in their very essence. At this small gathering, the other youths gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. When Li Muyu had ordered Imo Qingxian to leave, they found it amusing. Could a disciple from a sacred sword sect truly command a black market prodigy in such a manner? Surely he was courting disaster. When Elder Mo Yin arrived, they even chuckled covertly, convinced that Li Muyu, in his naivety, would soon face dire repercussions. Meanwhile, a young enforcer standing beside Wang Pianran trembled, realizing just how formidable Li Muyu truly was. Though of the same age as an identifier, he radiated an aura that made it clear his word was law. The mere act of telling Imo Qingxian to leave had resulted in the latter's immediate departure in disgrace. Should she offend Li Muyu, she had no doubt that the elders of the Xinyue sword sect would act without hesitation. A genius identifier, capable of elevating the entire sect, was incomparable to a girl of little significance. With this realization, the enforcer, who had previously looked down on Li Muyu, took a deep breath and resolved to greet him with a smile in the future. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Beside this enforcer, Wang Pianran gazed at Li Muyu with admiration, as though she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Here was a youth exuding unparalleled charisma, so much so that even an elder from the black market treated him with respect. Was this not the essence of youthful charm? Her gem-like eyes were fixated on him, believing this to be the pinnacle of happiness. Meanwhile, the young disciples of the Qingyun sword sect instinctively distanced themselves from Li Muyu. "Show me what you have, I can tell at a glance if it's genuine," Li Muyu declared, tossing a ginseng fruit into his mouth. Elder Mo Yin shot a fierce glance around at the youths, who promptly diverted their gazes, fully aware that they should not be watching. He then slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing just a corner of something concealed within. Li Muyu cast a quick glance and abruptly rose to his feet. To still see such a thing after 30,000 years is truly astonishing. No wonder Elder Mo Yin appeared so eager. It is genuine, but this is not the place for authentication. Let us find a more secluded spot, he replied, exhaling softly. Elder Mo Yin nodded rapidly, his aged face alight with excitement. The two elders of the Xinyue sword sect, Yu Ji and Elder Yu Bai, were also present, but they wisely instructed the two to seek out a quiet location. Although they were curious about the item, they refrained from inquiring further. Was it excavated from beneath the blood-crying ancient river? Li Muyu inquired of Elder Mo Yan. An ancient aura emanated from it, pulsating with a terrifying sword scar, the inscriptions dancing like ethereal sprites. Yet, Li Muyu understood that these were not mere sprites. This was a sword scripture penned by a superlative master who comprehended the essence of the sword, the characters inscribed with the heart of the sword itself. Chapter 48. The sword heart is a legend. Who would have thought that Master Li could discern the origin of this object at a glance? Mo Yin observed the expression on Li Muyu's face and realized that the youth possessed an exceptionally sharp eye. Something he had sought from several appraisers in the black market had left them puzzled, sensing only an enigmatic aura without understanding its true nature. Yet, at this moment, Li Muyu had unveiled the mystery behind it. The sword heart, a long-lost phenomenon, is something that even the sword god, Li Feiyong, could not comprehend 3 millennia ago. It has become mere legend, and I am truly astonished to see it manifest in this era, Li Muyu remarked, taking a deep breath. The sword heart signifies a profound and elusive swordsmanship that even Li Muyu found difficult to articulate. He understood only that the sword heart was intrinsically linked to the cyclical nature of the swordsmanship world, possibly underpinning its operational laws, an enigma that even he, in his past life as the sword emperor, could not grasp. Throughout a sword cultivator's life, there exists the grand momentum of heaven and earth, sword energy, sword intent, the immutable laws, and the legendary sword heart. To master the sword heart is to align one's will with the heart of the universe, where the movements of heaven and earth dance within one's thoughts. This is the terrifying essence of the sword heart. 3 millennia prior, Li Muyu ascended to the pinnacle of sword mastery, yet his only regret was his inability to grasp this supreme principle. Ultimately, humanity suffered a devastating defeat, forcing him into a cycle of rebirth within the ancient bronze coffin for a full 30,000 years. Indeed, it is the sword heart. When I first laid eyes on it, I was uncertain, but hearing Master Li's insights now makes me feel incredibly fortunate, Mo Yin said, relief washing over him as he gazed at Li Muyu's resolute features. His greatest fear had been that Li Muyu would also fail to comprehend the profound meanings inscribed within. This object is beyond comprehension. How could you bear to let me inspect it? Li Muyu's intense gaze bore into Mo Yin. Such an artifact was worth a fortune, likely salvaged from the blood-weeping ancient river with immense effort. A typical individual would never dream of exposing something so precious. I acquired it from a mysterious elder by the blood-weeping ancient river, who claimed to have studied it for hundreds of years without success. He exchanged it for 10,000 pounds of critical spirit stones, deeming it more practical for his family's legacy than to grasp a text he could not decipher, Imo Yin explained, his expression a blend of wry amusement and resignation. I am familiar with the legend of the Sword Heart, yet the inscriptions elude my understanding. I sought out Li Feng, but upon merely glancing at it, he was injured by a blade of energy that flew forth, declaring he dared not look again, fearing it could either cripple his cultivation or lead to his demise. This is a profoundly terrifying text. Imo Yin spoke softly, acknowledging that while he hoped to understand the Sword Heart, he did not wish to force comprehension, as the very essence of its inscriptions radiated a deadly aura. Forcing an appraisal could endanger Li Muyu, whose significance he deeply recognized. As the leader of the black market, he was acutely aware of what ought to be pursued and what should be left untouched. I too cannot decipher it. The Sword Heart inscriptions are too fearsome. Yet, if you have brought it to me, I shall certainly do my utmost. However, temper your expectations. Even I may only grasp a fragment of its essence. The teachings inscribed within this scripture are not to be trifled with, Li Muyu replied gently. The Sword Heart, wherein my will is synonymous with the heart of heaven, is indeed the Sword Heart. Mastering the Sword Heart grants one dominion over the workings of the universe. Such a transcendent mastery is not something he could hastily conclude. Very well, I request Master Li to appraise it. But please take care, Imo Yin said, his excitement palpable. The Sword Heart inscriptions posed a significant challenge. Even the most formidable swordsmanship masters would hesitate to gaze directly upon them. Though he too was a master of swordsmanship, he felt no inclination to confront the Sword Heart inscriptions head-on. Li Muyu, eyes closed in concentration, entered a state of tranquil contemplation before gently opening the Sword Heart scripture. My will is the heart of heaven. A single sword can dominate the world. The opening inscription exuded unparalleled majesty. Li Muyu merely cast a fleeting glance and shook his head, overwhelmed by the sword energy that surged forth, causing his vision to blur. My will is the heart of heaven. A single sword can dominate the world. This was the only portion of the Sword Heart inscriptions he could comprehend, yet he found himself unable to delve any deeper, Li Muyu sighed. Had he retained the powers of the Sword Emperor from 3 millennia ago, he would have discerned the entirety. Yet, in this moment, he was merely a 7th-level sword disciple, feeling an acute sense of helplessness. My will is the heart of heaven. A single sword can dominate the world. Truly, it is unmatched in its grandeur. I shall leave this Sword Heart scripture with Master Li. If you manage to decipher even a fragment, I would be most grateful, Imo Yin praised, placing the scripture firmly in Li Muyu's hands without hesitation. Haha, you are quite the gentleman. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with this Sword Heart scripture? Li Muyu chuckled. Not at all. Master Li is unaware of the extent of my influence in the black market, nor the powerful factions and ancient clans that support me. Even if you were to traverse the ends of the earth, I would find you. I trust that although you are formidable, even discovering a fragment of its essence within your lifetime would be a significant achievement, Imo Yin replied, hands clasped behind his back. His desire was not for the original scripture itself, but rather to glean even a fragment of its knowledge. Moreover, Master Li now possesses the Sword Heart scripture. You may practice it first. Should you achieve mastery, you can share your insights with me later. A gleam of cunning sparkled in his aged eyes. While the scripture appeared magnificent, the techniques contained within might be perilous. After all, it was Li Muyu himself who would undertake the appraisal. Were it the original scripture, the practice would surely be without error, yet any interpretation by Li Muyu would inevitably introduce discrepancies. To forcefully practice it could lead to madness or even death. Thus, he had no qualms about Li Muyu taking the first step. Indeed, this was his cleverness. You have devised a clever strategy, but I cannot guarantee my success with the Sword Heart scripture. If I were to decipher even a fragment, I would consider it a point of pride. However, I will share my findings with you. Li Muyu pondered, ultimately promising Imo Yin a commitment, recognizing his straightforward approach. Then I shall take my leave. Imo Yin cast a lingering glance at the Sword Heart scripture, yet ultimately turned away with a determined stomp of his foot. At this juncture, he exhibited remarkable decisiveness in his choices. Li Muyu watched as Imo Yin's figure faded into the distance, remaining silent. He could hardly fathom why, after 30,000 years, such an astonishing Sword Heart scripture had materialized in this place. Could it be that the rules governing the swordsmanship world had shifted drastically, heralding a resurgence of conflict among the myriad clans? 3 millennia ago, prodigies from all races surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain, elevating the standards of swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. ultimately igniting a cataclysmic battle that birthed the blood-weeping ancient river. That conflict, steeped in blood, had flowed for 30,000 years, entombing countless prodigies within its depths, while those who survived languished beneath the river, ensnared in the mysterious cycle of the ancient bronze coffin. In his past life, the contention among the myriad clans had centered upon a single sword heart scripture. Could this be the very artifact? Li Mu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He who possesses the sword heart scripture wields the will of heaven. Beneath a single sword, the celestial path lies under one's command, capable of forging an entirely new swordsmanship realm. This was the fundamental reason for the strife among the clans 3,000 years ago, the legend of the sword heart scripture. In the end, as Li Mu Yu entered the cycle of rebirth within the ancient bronze coffin, he had firmly believed that the concept of the sword heart was a mere illusion, that the existence of the sword heart scripture was a fallacy. Yet, after 3 millennia of contemplation, the sword heart scripture had appeared right before his eyes. Furthermore, this particular sword heart scripture had become so undervalued that no one could comprehend its significance, nor would anyone dare to look upon it. Even he, with the experience of a former sword emperor, could only decipher a few lines. The phrase, "fate plays with man," echoed within Li Mu Yu's mind. Was the conflict among the clans truly worth it? Countless bones marooned in a blood-soaked sea for 30,000 years, ultimately giving rise to a river that shook the very foundations of the swordsmanship world. A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, unsettling his emotions. Had it not been for this legendary scripture, he might have been able to forge a beautiful tale with Shi Yu. Perhaps their offspring would have already established their own realm, becoming a legendary ancient clan or a realm of swords, a legendary sword domain. Grasping the sword heart scripture, Li Mu Yu's fingers turned pale with tension. The sole thought that consumed him was to utterly destroy this scripture. With such a tinge of resentment in his heart, he gazed once more at the sword heart scripture, only for it to unveil a series of inscriptions before him. The true hero lifts the world with a single sword. A single thought of a sage can manifest a realm of enlightenment. Only through creation can the myriad beings cultivate my sword heart. Those who obtain my sword heart must embody the spirit of a hero. Should any malevolent thoughts arise to harm humanity, my sword heart shall bestow upon you no power whatsoever. A single sword lifts the world? What manner of swordsmanship is this? Li Mu Yu marveled, having never encountered such a legend. In his mind, swordsmanship had always been about dominance. This notion of raising the world with a single sword was unprecedented. Yet, in that moment, the profoundly terrifying sword heart scripture revealed all its secrets without reservation. The ancient text bore testament to the scripture's existence long before his rise to fame, even before he became the sword emperor. The moment he ascended to command the swordsmanship world, he had never laid eyes upon this ancient scripture. To cultivate my sword heart, one must forsake their entire life's cultivation, nurturing the thought of lifting the world with a single sword. In doing so, the path of the sword heart shall reveal its wisdom. This is the swordsmanship and ultimately the divine way, granting you the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of legend. The swordsmanship world may not be vast, yet beyond it lie countless mysterious realms. A single sword lifts the world. Only then can the myriad beings endow you with the supreme swordsmanship. Those who cultivate the sword heart must carry the burden of existence to achieve unparalleled swordsmanship. Each inscription of the sword heart drove Li Mu Yu to the brink of madness. Who would willingly forsake their own cultivation? Cultivating swordsmanship is akin to rowing against the current. A moment's lapse could send one tumbling into the abyss. The arduous journey to return to one's original state is fraught with challenges. To voluntarily discard one's cultivation seemed utterly implausible. As he held the sword heart scripture, Li Mu Yu gradually shook his head. Such a sword heart scripture was not something he would practice. It could harm both himself and others. It would be better to gift it to Mo Yin, the elder of the black market, for him to attempt to cultivate it. Yet, Li Mu Yu was certain that Mo Yin would also be reluctant to pursue such a scripture. At that moment, however, streams of sword heart inscriptions began to drift from the scripture, fluttering like fireflies and transforming the text into an expanse of blankness. What is happening? Li Mu Yu gasped, turning in astonishment. Yet he soon realized that the sword heart inscriptions possessed a consciousness of their own. By unraveling the mysteries of the sword heart scripture, he had likely entangled himself irrevocably with its essence. Chapter 49. The ruin of one's cultivation. As the characters of sword heart danced through the air around Li Mu Yu, a frown creased his brow, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Yet, at that moment, it was too late. The sword heart characters rushed into his body like a tempest, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. From the 7th level of sword apprenticeship to the 6th, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself reduced to the 1st level once more. His body drenched in sweat, his cultivation obliterated in an instant by the relentless sword heart characters. How terrifying these characters were! Who could have penned such a thing? As a former sword emperor, Li Mu Yu's expression turned steely. He had never heard of such an overbearing technique that could invade his body and annihilate his cultivation. Someone, summon Elder Mo Yin, he bellowed. Outside, Morong Fei and others, anxious for Li Mu Yu's safety, rushed in. Upon seeing him weak and powerless, his cultivation shattered in mere moments, they were struck with disbelief. Master Li, what has happened to you? Morong Fei exclaimed, astonished. Do not concern yourself with me. Fetch Elder Mo Yin at once. I must return this sword heart manual to him. Li Mu Yu insisted, his voice firm. Understood. I shall go at once. Morong Fei nodded eagerly, recognizing the gravity of each of Li Mu Yu's words, and swiftly departed to summon Elder Mo Yin from the black market. Master Li has identified the sword heart manual? Mo Yin's face lit up with joy, assuming Li Mu Yu had stumbled upon good fortune. However, upon witnessing Li Mu Yu's pallid visage, he realized the gravity of the situation. Li Mu Yu appeared utterly drained, having plummeted from the 7th to the 1st level of sword apprenticeship. What has transpired? Could this be the work of the sword heart manual? His mind raced, quickly connecting the dots. Here, take back this sword heart manual. Alas, it has been reduced to mere sheets of blank paper. These sword heart characters are dreadfully potent. I attempted to decipher them, only to have my entire cultivation obliterated by their sheer terror. I can no longer assist you in cracking this manual. Li Mu Yu cast the white sheets towards Elder Mo Yin. Mo Yin trembled as he grasped the sheets, realizing the danger they posed, in a wonder that Li Feng had refused to decipher them. The sword heart characters were indeed perilous. Thank goodness it was Li Mu Yu who had attempted to unravel them. Had it been himself, he would have been the one to lose his cultivation. Elder Mo Yin, this matter reflects poorly on the black market. It is I, Mo Yin, who must bear the brunt of this misdeed. Speak, how may I make amends? Mo Yin spoke cautiously, regretting ever handing the sword heart manual to Li Mu Yu. The sword heart characters have infiltrated my body. How can you possibly compensate me? It would be better for you to withdraw. If I survive this ordeal, it will be a stroke of great fortune. Moreover, I advise you to sever any lingering attachment to this sword heart manual. It is an ill-fated object, Li Mu Yu replied coldly. Mo Yin, being a straightforward individual, warranted some counsel from him. Mo Yin gazed at the horrifying sword heart characters swirling around Li Mu Yu, rendered speechless. They flitted like wraiths, further draining Li Mu Yu's color, and he grew increasingly feeble, teetering on the brink of life-threatening peril. This sword heart manual was truly a catastrophic misfortune. I never anticipated it would come to this. My sincerest apologies. Mo Yin clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have heeded Li Feng's counsel to give the manual to Li Mu Yu. It dawned on him that Li Feng had been using him as a pawn in a nefarious scheme, as he lacked the strength to confront Li Mu Yu directly, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics. This is my fault. I should not have listened to Li Feng. He claimed he could not identify the manual and urged me to seek you out, yet I did not foresee that this would ultimately bring harm to you. That old rascal has orchestrated this conspiracy against you. Alas, I, Mo Yin, who has always conducted myself with integrity, have been ensnared by Li Feng's treachery today. Li Mu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Do not blame yourself. This is my oversight. The sword heart manual possesses an otherworldly peculiarity that ensnared me due to my youthful naivety. This is solely my own affair. He felt no need to burden Mo Yin with guilt. Morong Fei, take me back to the mortal abode on Sword Show Peak at once. There is no need for us to attend this minor genius gathering any longer, Li Mu Yu instructed, his voice now exceedingly weak. Morong Fei nearly shed tears. Without Li Mu Yu, their standing in the Xianyu sword sect would be diminished, rendering their presence futile. It would be wiser to depart entirely. Remaining at this gathering would only invite ridicule from the other sect's prodigies. With a resounding slap, Shi Chong struck himself across the face. The elders cautioned us time and again to ensure your safety, yet here you are in dire straits. We are truly incompetent. Shi Chong's face was a mask of despair, fully aware of what Li Mu Yu symbolized for the sword sect, a beacon of hope that heralded their rise, ensuring that they would not have to scramble for cultivation resources. Li Mu Yu's entrance into the sword sect had ushered in a deluge of cultivation resources, benefiting them all. Yet now, this star of hope had faced obliteration, leaving him profoundly distressed. The expressions of the other disciples mirrored his own. I am not dead yet. Hasten back to the mortal abode. Perhaps I can still save myself. If we delay any longer, my martial arts cultivation may be irrevocably lost, or worse, my life may be at risk, Li Muyu urged. Murong Fei nodded, hoisting Li Muyu onto his back as they made their way outside. The news of Li Muyu's cultivation being shattered spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the Xianyu sword sect in an instant. Elders Yubai and Yuji personally came to investigate, both unperturbed by the loss of Li Muyu's cultivation. They did not require a swordsmanship prodigy. What they sought was a talent for appraisal. In their eyes, Li Muyu's swordsmanship was merely a product of resource accumulation, a youth whose potential for advancement in the sword arts was limited. The saintess of the Xianyu sword sect, Fei Shui, hastily arrived from her seclusion, her beautiful eyes radiating concern beneath her sheer veil. Why not remain within the Xianyu sword sect? If you possess anything of value, we can retrieve it for you. It would be unwise to traverse back and forth like this, especially considering the many enemies you have made. Returning may prove perilous. Her words bore genuine worry, for she understood that Li Muyu had incurred the wrath of Xian Yuan Hongzhe, a figure from the Black Demon Sword domain. I can only return to the mortal abode. That is where my heart lies, Li Muyu replied, uncertain of the extent of his injuries or what lay ahead. The Sword Heart characters were legendary, ruthlessly obliterating even his past self as a sword emperor, their terror unfathomable. He harbored some contingency plans within the sword sect. It was the only place where he could mount a counter-offensive against the Sword Heart manual. Then exercise caution. I shall escort you back, Fei Shui declared. Wang Pianran nodded in agreement. Soon, a contingent of female disciples from the sword sect gathered to accompany Li Muyu. A majestic crane, a creature of legend nurtured by the Xianyu sword sect, was summoned for their flight, transporting the young sword cultivators. Li Muyu and his companions rode atop the crane, while the female disciples pursued on another great beast. In the distance, Elder Shiji and Xian Yuan Hongzhe wore sinister smiles. Today marks the end for Li Muyu. He dared to oppose me, Xian Yuan Hongzhe, utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. How laughable, Xian Yuan Hongzhe sneered, having set the Black Demon Sword Domain's people on a mission to eliminate Li Muyu, only to be thwarted by Li Feng's intervention. Li Feng had articulated that an appraiser need not wield a blade to enact vengeance. He surely had his own schemes. Now, it seemed their efforts to decipher the Sword Heart manual had yielded no results, and instead had cost them numerous appraisers, while it had proven effective against Li Muyu. Indeed, give the order to intercept Li Muyu mid-journey. His appraisal skills are far too formidable to allow him to live. If he survives, when will the Black Demon Sword domain seize control of the Bloodcry Ancient River and the Xianyu Sword sect? Should he perish, it will pave the way for the Black Demon Sword domain's ascendance. Elder Shiji spoke coldly, her tone laced with murderous intent. I shall proceed at once. However, the old madmen of the sword sect are not to be trifled with. If they discover our involvement, they will seek retribution against the Black Demon Sword domain. I will dispatch a team that has never before engaged in such matters. Not only will we ensure Li Muyu's demise, but also eliminate Murong Fei and the others. It is a plan that accomplishes two objectives with one stroke. Xian Yuan Hongzhe chuckled darkly. As an established sect, the sword sect posed a significant obstacle to the expansion of the Black Demon Sword domain. Disciples like Murong Fei and Wu Zhuo were seen as thorns in their side. If they could eliminate a few, it would be a splendid outcome. Indeed, we must ensure that no traces of our involvement remain. This must be executed flawlessly, but do not harm the female disciples of the Xianyu sword sect. They will eventually fall into your hands, and they are akin to your own people. Elder Shiji spoke with ambition. Naturally, I will ensure this operation is executed with utmost precision. Xian Yuan Hongzhe replied, his gaze fixed on the two cranes soaring into the sky, the malevolent grin on his lips growing ever wider. Swish, swish, two cranes soared through the clouds, racing across the heavens. At that very moment, a chilling voice rang out. Should you wish to flee, have you consulted our arrow of the heavens? A colossal rock descended from above, its wings flanked by a cadre of hooded figures with fierce gazes, their massive crossbows poised menacingly at the disciples of the sword sect. Who dares to obstruct the cranes of the Xianyu sword sect? Fei Shui and the other disciples had already arrived, her eyes gleaming with cold determination as she surveyed the sudden ambush. Mind your own business, or your cranes will perish in an instant. Falling from 10,000 meters will leave you no escape, a voice retorted. Your words are premature. Have you consulted me? A clear voice resonated from above the clouds. A young man stood atop a massive crane, aiming an identical crossbow at the hooded figures. Had Li Muyu been conscious, he would have recognized this as Fui Chun, the youth from the black market who commanded a crane. He had awaited Li Muyu's return from the Xianyu sword sect, hoping to glean insights into the beast mastery scriptures. After all, his own knowledge of beast mastery was limited. His approach to beast mastery was a martial way, merging with the great beast he rode, representing a unique sword path. However, the great beast could not cultivate the sword path at that moment, so he had brought a crossbow to experiment with the sword path of his ancestor, Fu Qingxue, only to find himself embroiled in an assassination attempt against Li Muyu. Thus, he wasted no time. Striking the crane, a resounding cry echoed as the crane and he became one, launching a swift assault against the band of black-clad attackers. Chapter 50. The Eerie Realm. Who is this brat? Kill him. The people from the black magic sword domain stood atop the great demon crane, astonished. They had intended to ambush Li Muyu, but could not have anticipated that someone was hiding in this place. Whoosh! The swift arrow from Fu Yiqian soared through the air, inheriting the martial arts lineage of Fu Qingxue from 30,000 years ago. It was a unique swordsmanship combined with the beast mastery scriptures, merging his own cultivation with that of the great demon. At this moment, the arrow harnessed the unparalleled speed of the seated crane demon, emitting a whistling sound as it shot forth. The arrow grazed the wings of the crane demon from the black magic sword domain and pierced through the bodies of two sword cultivators from that domain, killing them instantly. Reinforcements. Morong Fei, standing before Li Muyu, was filled with joy and surprise, never expecting assistance to arrive at such a critical moment. Li Muyu opened his eyes and finally recognized the young man from the black market, a descendant of his old friend Fu Qingxue from 30,000 years ago. Despite feeling extremely weak, he managed to smile faintly at the young man. Fu Yichun, standing atop the great demon, noticed Li Muyu's smile and nodded in acknowledgement. However, seeing the pallor of Li Muyu's face, his expression turned grave. Li Muyu was the only one aware of the flaws in the beast mastery scriptures. If anything were to happen to him, the deficiencies in the scriptures might never be rectified, leading to Fu Yichen's demise before he reached 20. The thought of requiring Li Muyu's life equated to demanding Fu Yichen's own. With this in mind, his gaze turned even colder. The celestial bow and crossbow atop the demon unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the opposing members of the black magic sword domain. Though his arrows arrived later, each shot struck the seated crane demon, causing its wings to falter and sway precariously in the in mere moments. The forces of the black magic sword domain found themselves not only unable to eliminate Li Muyu, but also in grave danger of being defeated themselves. Meanwhile, Xianyu from the Xianyu sword sect, cloaked in sheer fabric, radiated an icy coldness, her killing intent erupting from her exquisite form. 1,000-mile Shantus. A soft chant escaped her lips, and it seemed as though a bright moon descended from the heavens, merging into her being, causing the world itself to bow in reverence. Beside her, Wang Pianran felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through her body, instinctively adopting a posture of worship towards the moon. With a whoosh, the sword worn by the young woman from the Xianyu sword sect sang in unison, echoing the sentiment of reverence. Slash! Fei Shui commanded, and the orb of the moon soared from the tip of her sword, pursuing the great demon of the black magic sword domain relentlessly. Run! The black-clad assassins from the black magic sword domain felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs as they desperately urged their seated crane demon to flee. Yet the radiant moon seemed to cling to them like a parasite, evading all attempts at evasion. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, severing one of the great demon's wings. A wail echoed from the skies as the great demon and its accompanying sword cultivators plummeted to the ground. Li Muyu's face turned ashen, and he managed a faint smile at Fei Shui, realizing that what goes around comes around. He had aided Fei Shui in entering the extreme realm, and now she was using the might of that realm to save him. The retribution arrived rather swiftly. Master Li Muyu, are you all right? Fu Yichun, controlling the great demon to approach Li Muyu's location, called out. Li Muyu coughed gently, feeling utterly drained, beads of sweat pouring from him, resembling the signs of a candle burning low. This hardly seemed like a state of being unscathed. Recalling that this young man was a descendant of an old friend, he spoke softly. I cannot say whether I will survive. While I am still here, come closer, and I shall reveal to you the true beast mastery scriptures. If I perish, the flaws in the scriptures will remain unrectified. Li Muyu's smile was grim. If this were to be his last days, he preferred to do something worthwhile. Fu Yichun was taken aback, observing Li Muyu's pale visage, comprehending the perilous situation Li Muyu was in. Morong Fei, standing beside Li Muyu, felt tears welling up, lamenting their failure to protect this esteemed appraiser. Fei Shui and the young women from the Xian Yu sword sect were equally heartbroken. An extraordinary appraiser like Li Muyu was vital for countless aspiring prodigies. With someone like him around, elevating a prodigy or even an entire sect was no challenge, yet here he lay in such a pitiful state. Fu Yiqian could hesitate no longer. He maneuvered the great demon to hover above Li Muyu and then descended to his side. Li Muyu instructed Morong Fei to fetch paper and pen, and swiftly began inscribing the beast mastery scriptures. 30,000 years prior, he and Fu Qing had encountered each other in an ancient foreign ruin, uniting to slay over 100 formidable beings from that realm. They had believed they would perish there, so they pledged to share their legacies, ensuring that if anyone could escape, they would pass on their teachings to humanity. However, 30,000 years had passed, and Li Muyu had been unable to locate Fu Qing's descendants. Now, upon meeting Fu Yichun, he wasted no time in transcribing the vital teachings. This truly is the sole copy of the Beast Mastery Scriptures. Our family's remnants only possess a fragment of it, and no wonder there are monumental issues in cultivation, Fu Yichun exclaimed, gratitude flooding his heart. Had he not encountered Li Muyu, both he and his family's endeavors in beast mastery would have been utterly extinguished, and he would have met his demise by 20. And now, salvation had arrived. Thank you, Master Li Muyu. Fu Yichun's eyes brimmed with tears as he knelt before Li Muyu. Li Muyu managed a faint smile. If this were to be his final act, he could at least accomplish this. Yet at that moment, the sword heart glyphs inscribed upon him began to flicker rapidly, enveloping his entire being. Stay away from me. These sword heart glyphs are perilous. Should they taint you, you will swiftly lose your cultivation, or even your life, Li Muyu warned, unwilling to endanger those around him. He recalled his emergence from the ancient bronze coffin, striving for a world of peace, to be with Shang Xieyuro for eternity. Yet, all of this seemed increasingly elusive. Morong Fei and the others shook their heads, standing firm beside Li Muyu, resolutely braving the biting wind. Fu Yichun, Fei Shui, and the others remained silent, uncertain of what to say in such a moment. Li Muyu sighed. The illustrious sword emperor reincarnated, yet his life was being claimed by a mere sword heart manuscript. This was absurd and suffocating. The manuscript was too mysterious. He had never encountered anything like it in either his past or present, leaving him unable to discern a means of resolution. Just as he lamented, a warm current surged through him, filling him with a sense of warmth. What was happening? He was momentarily astonished, only to then realize that his cultivation was rising, advancing from the first level of swordsman back to the second level. Even the profuse sweating that had plagued him ceased at that moment. What on earth is happening? Li Muyu pondered, yet he still felt a lingering sense of weakness. Could it be a momentary resurgence? He mused, a sense of unease washing over him. In light of this, Li Muyu beckoned Morong Fei and Shichong, along with the other disciples of Swordfish Peak. Morong Fei, Shichong, come here for a moment. I am uncertain whether I will recover from this illness, and perhaps I won't. I have 30,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. Take them back to the sect, he spoke gently, tapping his spatial belt, causing 30,000 pounds of critical spirit stones to materialize before them. I know you are all from humble backgrounds and severely lack cultivation resources. Keep these 30,000 pounds of critical spirit stones for yourselves. They may be of no use to you in the years to come. If there is blame to be placed, let it lie with fate, for our encounter came too late. Li Muyu smiled sadly, gesturing for them to take the critical spirit stones. One of the youngest disciples from Swordfish Peak could not contain his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Morong Fei turned away, silently wiping his eyes. Shichong and Wang Shi also sniffled at that moment. Another warm current surged through him, this time emanating from the Sword Palace, flowing into his body. The feeling of weakness diminished once more, and his cultivation ascended from the second level of swordsman to the third. What in the world was happening? Had his cultivation truly returned to the third level within the span of a single incense stick? Was it possible that the sword heart glyphs were enhancing his cultivation due to his acts of kindness? A thought echoed in his mind. One sword upholds all beings. My will aligns with the heart of heaven. Was this what the sword heart manuscript meant? That one must do good, striving for the welfare of all beings. By benefiting others, the blessings would return to oneself. Incredibly, such a sword path existed in this world. Contemplating this, Li Muyu resolved to test this hypothesis. He had never heard of such a sword path before. Yet, 30,000 years ago, the myriad tribes had indeed competed for a legendary sword heart manuscript. He turned his gaze towards Wang Pianran, the young woman whose eyes were now red-rimmed. her expression filled with sorrow. He had never held any disdain for her. As a young woman from a minor clan, it was natural for her to employ some schemes to secure cultivation resources. The way she looked at him revealed her kind heart. Wang Ran, come here. I know you are in dire need of critical spirit stones. Allow me to gift you 1,000 pounds. Li Muyu signaled for her to approach. Wang Ran's mouth fell open slightly, her delicate features reflecting astonishment, overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity from Li Muyu. Tears streamed down her face even before she reached him, leaving 2 long trails upon her cheeks. As she gazed at Li Muyu, she noticed the flush on his face, a stark contrast to his earlier pallor, causing her heart to race. She nearly believed this was a moment of resurgence for him, and the realization that Li Muyu was still thinking of her left her in a whirlwind of emotions. With a wave of his hand, Li Muyu presented her with 1,000 pounds of critical spirit stones. At that moment, his cultivation leaped from the 3rd level of swordsman to the 4th level. Peering inward, Li Muyu marveled at his restored cultivation. The legendary sword heart manuscript operated this way. As long as one performed good deeds and sought the welfare of others, their cultivation would rise, and the rewards would be bountiful. Fei Shui leaped over, assisting Wang Ran and the other young women from the Xianyu sword sect in carrying the critical spirit stones. Soon, the great demon crane soared toward the sacred ground of the sword sect. Upon learning that the esteemed appraiser Li Muyu had sustained grave injuries and was on the brink of death, Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu rushed over with haste, nearly flying from the reception hall. What happened? You cowards, what transpired? He roared at Morong Fei, Shi Chong, Wang Shi, and the other disciples. The significance of an appraiser to their sword sect was immeasurable. I'm sorry, Elder. This was our fault. We failed to protect Master Li. Morong Fei knelt before Grand Elder Wu Mo Yu, with Wang Shi and Shi Chong following suit. In that moment, this was the only way they could alleviate their guilt. Elder Wu Qi observed Li Muyu's condition with a pained expression. After all, it was not easy to find a talented appraiser, only to witness such a loss. Had he known this would happen, he would never have permitted Li Muyu to join the Xianyu sword sect. Chapter 51. Reminiscing through objects. Although Li Muyu had not yet fully recovered from his weakness, he was undeniably in a state of restoration at that moment. He felt that there was no need for such concern. Struggling to rise, he declared, Elder, I am quite well. Just look at my radiant complexion. As he spoke, he gestured toward his face. However, Elder Wu Mo Yu abruptly turned to gaze at Li Muyu's flushed visage, his body trembling in fright. He was struck with the chilling realization that this might be a sign of Li Muyu's impending demise, causing his hands and feet to grow cold. In a panic, he turned and delivered a resounding slap to Mu Rongfei. The sound echoed. Mu Rongfei was sent sprawling but knelt submissively, tears streaming silently down his face. 6th Elder Wu Qi grasped Li Muyu's arm firmly and said, Li Muyu, I understand you hail from a reclusive lineage. It is our sect that has wronged you at this moment. Please, take this elixir. We shall seek assistance in the black market. We must do everything in our power to save you. I swear, our sect will exhaust every resource to ensure your recovery. He was the steward of finances and had always been notoriously frugal, yet, for the sake of Li Muyu's life, he was willing to throw caution to the wind. He reached into his pocket and promptly placed a fragrant pill into Li Muyu's mouth. Instantaneously, Li Muyu felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. The potency of this elixir was nothing short of terrifying. This is the 99 Great Restoration Pill, which can extend the life of an ordinary person for a month. It is a family heirloom, and I assure you, it will be effective, 6th Elder Wu Qi affirmed with certainty. The 99 Great Restoration Pill? Li Muyu was taken aback. He never imagined that, after 30,000 years, he would once again encounter such a concoction. This very formula had been pilfered from a foreign realm to help sword cultivators of the human race survive their grievous injuries. It was astonishing that he was now consuming a formula he had once stolen. This realization filled him with a sense of karmic retribution, reminiscent of the peculiar cycle he had experienced upon discovering the sword heart texts. Was there truly a principle of retribution in the universe, where good deeds beget good fortune and evil deeds bring about retribution? In his previous life, spanning 30,000 years, he had dismissed the notion of karmic cycles with contempt. The world of swordsmanship was fraught with bloodshed and brutality, a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. He had relied on a tyrannical approach of shattering all laws with a single sword strike, not particularly virtuous, yet undeniably ruthless. Thank you, 6th Elder. With the 99 Great Restoration Pill, I feel my breath has become much easier, Li Muyu remarked with a wry smile. Although he was now well, He had to feign the appearance of a dying man to avoid alarming others into believing he was merely experiencing a fleeting revival. 9-9 Great Restoration Pill? Excellent. Sixth Elder, you have saved our sacred sword sect from calamity. Elder Wu-Mo-Yu exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of joy upon witnessing Li Mu-Yu's complexion. Mu Rong-Fei, emerging from his stupor, rejoiced upon hearing that Li Mu-Yu had a month to live. A month was ample time to alter many circumstances. Moreover, Li Mu-Yu was a remarkable appraiser. Perhaps he could uncover a method to unravel the sword heart texts. The maidens accompanying him from the Xianyu sword sect, including Fei Shui and Wang Pianran, exchanged glances of delight, particularly Wang Pianran, whose eyes sparkled with genuine happiness. Fei Shui, shrouded in a delicate veil, concealed her expression, yet her previously stiff body relaxed at that moment. I am grateful to all my junior sisters for accompanying me. A month is sufficient for me to search for ancient texts to decipher the curse of the sword heart texts, Li Mu-Yu said, bowing slightly to Fei Shui and the others. Senior brother, please take care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Fei Shui said earnestly. She held Li Mu-Yu's well-being in high regard. He was a remarkable individual, warm-hearted despite his ordinary appearance, leaving an indelible impression that surpassed that of other youths. Wang Pianran felt a twinge of reluctance as she gazed at the 10,000 pounds of critical spirit stones in her hands, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Throughout her life, she had been exceedingly obedient, always willing to alleviate her parents' burdens and those of her family, yet had never received such concern from them. Today, however, this young man showed such care, evoking a sensation she had never experienced before. If anything arises, please convey it to Pianran. Whatever I can do, I shall do with utmost effort, Wang Pianran said, biting her crimson lip, a hint of shyness evident in her tone. At that moment, she did not care about her status as a saint. She felt compelled to express her sentiments. Li Mu-Yu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let us return, Fei Shui said, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Pianran. Her tone was calm and her demeanor composed, yet a flicker of discomfort stirred within her. Without further ado, she led the maidens back to the Xianyu sword sect. Li Mu-Yu and the others from the sacred sword sect watched as the maidens departed. Elder, do you recall the black stone I retrieved from the reception hall? Li Mu-Yu turned to Wu-Mo-Yu. That stone was no ordinary object. It was a condensed formation for a great sword array. He had forged it himself long ago. He had given it to the Huang Quan sword god, Hua Fei Hong, who had cherished it, treating it as a treasure, yet the subsequent members of the sacred sword sect had failed to recognize its significance, dismissing it as a mere black stone used to extinguish incense. Initially, Li Mu-Yu had not wished for these ignorant individuals to comprehend the significance of the protective mountain formation. However, now that the sword heart texts were intertwined with his being, and his frail body had been rejuvenated through acts of kindness, even restoring his cultivation from the first to the fourth rank, he was eager to validate his suspicions regarding the sword heart texts once more. Li Mu-Yu, you still have a month to live. There is no need to hastily arrange for your affairs, Elder Wu-Mo-Yu replied, his gaze suddenly clouded with worry, mistakenly believing that Li Mu-Yu was preoccupied with his last rites. This assumption darkened the previously light-hearted atmosphere. I am not arranging for your affairs. Li Mu-Yu nearly spat blood in frustration, yet he could only allow Elder Wu-Mo-Yu to persist in his misunderstanding. Then consider it my final arrangements. Li Mu-Yu retorted sharply, then turned to Mu Rong-Fei and commanded, quickly, bring that black stone to the elder. Mu Rong-Fei cast a furtive glance at Li Mu-Yu, concerned about his health. However, seeing his radiant complexion, he deemed it unlikely that he was on the verge of death, and hastily retrieved the black stone from his pocket. Initially, he had thought Li Mu-Yu's fondness for the stone was somewhat quaint, but now he understood that Li Mu-Yu was an extraordinary appraiser. Anything that caught Li Mu-Yu's eye was undoubtedly remarkable. This is the one. Mu Rong-Fei presented the black stone to Elder Wu-Mo-Yu. Elder Wu-Mo-Yu blinked rapidly, realizing that Li Mu-Yu's appraisal skills were indeed exceptional, and having bested Li Feng, he mused that Li Mu-Yu's possessions were far from ordinary. He had long harbored the impulse to reclaim both the black stone and the peachwood sword from Li Mu-Yu, and now that he saw the stone, he felt a sense of relief. This is the sect's protective mountain formation, its power rivaling that of the Huang Quan divine sword. It is quite ironic that such a relic has languished within our sect for 30,000 years, Li Mu-Yu explained. The protective mountain formation? 6 Elder Wu-Chi trembled, convinced that Li Mu-Yu would not casually take anything. Indeed, whatever Li Mu-Yu valued was extraordinary. Moments ago, he lamented the loss of the 9-9 Great Restoration pill, but now, upon seeing the black stone, he realized that the value of the pill paled in comparison. The protective mountain formation was something the sacred sword sect had never possessed. Simply drop a drop of blood upon it, and it will suffice. Elder, you may take your time to study it. I must return to Sword Show Peak to search for ancient texts and seek a method to unravel the Sword Heart texts, Li Muyu stated, observing the ecstatic expressions of the elders. He had designed the protective mountain formation, thus he held no great expectations for it. Instead, he preferred to return to Sword Show Peak, where he had treasures from 30,000 years ago stored away. Among them were ancient texts gifted to him by Shangyiru Ruo, and perhaps he might find some clues therein. Mu Rongfei, you all must escort Li Muyu back at once, Elder Wu Mo urged, seeing Mu Rongfei and the others still standing in shock. Frustrated, he kicked each of them, barely restraining himself from scolding them as useless. Mu Rongfei finally snapped back to reality, procuring a stretcher for Li Muyu to sit upon, and they swiftly carried him back to Sword Show Peak. At that moment, a radiant, multicolored light enveloped the entire sect, a terrifying sword in tint permeating the air, trees, and mountains above the sect. The protective mountain formation had been activated. Mu Rongfei, Shichong, and the others wore expressions of delight. The protective mountain formation had long been a legendary artifact from 30,000 years ago. During the great conflict of the 100 clans, this extraordinary formation had been lost, yet it had now re-emerged within the sacred sword sect, truly a miracle. Li Muyu shook his head, unfazed. At that instant, his cultivation surged from the 5th rank of sword apprentice to the 6th. He clicked his tongue. It seemed the notion of karmic cycles was indeed manifesting in his life, and the sword heart texts that had entered his body were unfathomably profound. Please set me down. Then go and cultivate. Oh, not concern yourselves with me. I assure you I will be perfectly fine within this month, Li Muyu stated. Mu Rongfei hesitated, feeling a profound sense of unease. Li Muyu glanced at him and remarked, is what I say of no consequence? Hurry along. You have merely reached the pinnacle of your cultivation. There is no room for pride in my presence. Shichong, standing beside Mu Rongfei, quickly pulled him away, whispering, Li Shi is in a foul mood. Let him be for a while as we cultivate. Only then did Mu Rongfei nod in agreement, departing with a heavy heart, fervently wishing for Li Muyu to remain unharmed. As Li Muyu watched them leave, he let out a gentle sigh. He gazed skyward, reflecting on the 30,000 years past. He had once been a man of swift justice, wielding the divine sword of destiny, stained with the lifeblood of his enemies, capable of unleashing unparalleled lethality. At that time, he had scoffed at notions of divine retribution or karmic cycles. Yet now, having been infused with the enigmatic sword heart texts, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his skepticism. The abode for mortals remained exceptionally tranquil. He gently pushed open the door to a slightly aged building adjacent to the mortal dwelling, sweeping away the dust to reveal its contents. This space served as a repository for ancient texts, treasures he had acquired during his sojourn in foreign realms over the past 30,000 years. These artifacts could not be taken with him into the ancient reincarnation coffin. Thus, he had meticulously prepared for this moment before entering the coffin, allowing him to behold these treasures today. He began to sift through the tomes, yet found no records pertaining to the sword heart texts. They remained shrouded in mystery even 30,000 years ago. After a lengthy search, he unearthed the final tome, a unique volume gifted to him by Shangyiru Ruo. She had playfully told him that it was a miraculous book of the heavens, one only visible when he longed for her. However, upon opening this solitary tome back then, he had found nothing but blank pages, dismissing it as a prank from Shangyiru Ruo. Even so, he could not bring himself to discard it, and had preserved it within this repository of texts. Now, as he beheld this unique tome, nostalgia washed over him. He had already reincarnated with the ancient bronze coffin, yet he had no news of Shangyiru Ruo. Chapter 52. Strutting with a host of elders holding this textless rare manuscript in his hands, thoughts of the mischievous demeanor of Shangyiru swirled in Li Muyu's mind, prompting him to open the book. Yet, contrary to its supposed nature, a singular line of text materialized before him. Indeed, it was merely one line, yet it unraveled all the enigmas surrounding Li Muyu. In ancient times, the founder of the Shangxia ancient clan, Shangxia Tianzun, uniquely cultivated the sword heart path, mastering the cycle of cause and effect that governs heaven and earth, thus allowing the Shangxia ancient clan to wield dominion over countless epochs of reincarnation. Shangxia Tianzun? Characters of the Shangxia ancient clan? In that moment, Li Muyu comprehended the reason behind the scarcity of any texts concerning the sword heart in this realm. Such knowledge was simply not meant for this world. The Shangxia ancient clan was an enigmatic lineage, and had it not been for Li Muyu's ascension to the sword emperor level in his previous life, he would never have encountered Shangxia Yurua. For Yurua's sake, I am willing to believe in the existence of profound good and evil in this world. For the sake of my mortal existence amidst this realm, I would gladly embrace the identity of a swordsman traversing the cycles of virtue and vice. Li Muyu cautiously placed the manuscript back in its resting place. As he stepped out of the realm of mortals once more, his gaze fell upon a massive moth ensnared by a spider's web, on the verge of becoming the arachnid's meal. The moth was strikingly beautiful, shimmering with colors that happened to be Shangxia Yurua's favorite kind of butterfly. Upon witnessing this, Li Muyu immediately rushed forward, sweeping away the spider's web with a wave of his hand, liberating the colorful butterfly. At that very instant, a radiant glow coursed through his body, and a surge of warmth surged within him once more. Could it be that rescuing a butterfly yields such rewards? Li Muyu marveled, yet as he turned his attention inward, he discovered with astonishment that the essence of the sword heart text had permeated deeply into his flesh and organs, intertwining his being with this mystical knowledge. This sword heart text granted him the extraordinary ability to perceive his own body with ease, as if nothing within him was shrouded in secrecy. Although he had managed to achieve this through 3 decades of training in his previous life, it was a feat only accessible to those who had reached the pinnacle of sword Dao mastery. Yet here, he found himself capable of this with little effort. Within his sword palace, however, lay a faintly shimmering small sword, concealed beside his Tiangong divine sword, a mere illusion that seemed on the verge of dissipating. What is this? Li Muyu gasped in astonishment. It was widely acknowledged that a swordsman's palace could harbor but a single treasured sword, yet his reality defied this notion. He attempted to direct the small sword with his will, yet it remained utterly still, as though it were unconnected to him. Noticing that the butterfly remained grounded, ensnared by the overwhelming webbing, Li Muyu swiftly captured it, meticulously clearing away the remnants of the spider's trap before cradling the butterfly in his palm, allowing it to take flight. The butterfly nestled within his hand, cautiously peering out, and upon sensing no malice from him, it fluttered its wings and soared into the air, circling him several times before reluctantly departing. At that moment, the small sword's illusory form within his sword palace solidified slightly. Could this be the effect? Li Muyu pondered with curiosity. Childlike wonder ignited within him as he observed an ant repeatedly struggling to scale a smooth wall, tumbling and climbing anew. He gently placed the ant atop the wall, and indeed, the small sword within his palace became significantly more defined. It seems that performing even a single act of kindness causes this small sword to flourish within my sword palace. It appears that the cycles of cause and effect have manifested within. He spoke softly, his gaze alight with excitement. Although the sword heart text was somewhat formidable, it bore him no ill will. Rather, it seemed to enhance his cultivation. Having thoroughly searched the realm of mortals for creatures that might assist him, only to find none, he decided to leisurely exit the domain. Greetings, Master Li. Are you headed to the black market today? You must allow us to accompany you. Shi Chong exclaimed upon spotting Li Muyu, his first words betraying his apprehension after being thoroughly intimidated by the combined might of the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder. Indeed, I intend to pay a visit to the black market. Inform Elder Mo Yin that I have recovered, Li Muyu affirmed, acknowledging that the sword heart text was not the fault of Elder Mo Yin, but rather a scheme devised by that treacherous old dog, Li Feng. Then I shall send disciples from our sword fish peak to accompany you, Shi Chong proposed with a smile, clearly unconvinced of Li Muyu's safety and solitude. Very well, let them accompany me. Should I encounter any valuable items, I can share some with you. Sparing you the trouble of insufficient cultivation resources, Li Muyu replied, finding the task of appraisal to be trivial. Helping Shi Chong and the other impoverished youths might just lead to a noticeable enhancement of the small sword within his sword palace. Shi Chong's heart swelled with joy at Li Muyu's words. In the entire sword sect, who would he prefer to follow? It was unquestionably the genius master of appraisal, Li Muyu Dalai Muyu observed Shi Chong, noting that the lad had progressed from the 8th to the 9th level of sword apprentice, evidently having advanced a realm under his guidance. Previously, he had languished at the 8th level for quite some time due to a lack of cultivation resources. Perhaps it was the influence of having read Shangxia Yurua's rare manuscript, or perhaps the act of healing small creatures in the realm of mortals that had shifted Li Muyu's mindset. He now found joy in assisting the youths around him, perceiving it as an embodiment of true benevolence. Perhaps this was a facet of the sword Dao he had never experienced before? In his previous life, his Tiangong divine sword had been a blade of slaughter, having claimed countless lives across other realms. Yet in this life, his sword Dao diverged slightly from his past, mirroring a transformation in his very essence. Before long, at Shirchang's call, the youths from Sword Show Peak excitedly gathered, all except for Morong Fei, who had been confined by the Grand Elder. I will take you on a stroll around the Blood Cry ancient river to see if I can procure some valuable cultivation resources for you, Li Muyu declared with a smile. Thank you, Master Li. The Sword God ceremony is but a few days away. Perhaps our cultivation could see an elevation, allowing us to bring glory to our sect. It has been years since our holy land has participated in the Sword God ceremony, Wang Shi chimed in earnestly. What is the situation? Li Muyu inquired. The matter is that we lack sufficient cultivation resources, which has left us lagging behind the disciples of other sects in terms of realms. Last year, only senior brother Wu Zhuo managed to reach the 7th level of Sword Apprentice, while senior brother Morong Fei attained the 6th level. We remain at a disadvantage, a disciple lamented. Without resources for cultivation, no amount of diligence would yield results. The lack of sufficient sword spirit energy within the Sword Palace and Sword Veins rendered advancement impossible, a plight that plagued the disciples of common origins. Out of embarrassment, senior brother Wu Zhuo left, claiming he would secure 100,000 pounds of critical spirit stones for the sect, vowing not to return until he did. It has been nearly a year without any news, another youth spoke, his eyes glistening with emotion. The others chimed in with various anecdotes, expressing their admiration for Wu Zhuo, who was regarded as an exceptionally charismatic and spirited young swordsman. For the sake of a single promise, he had been gone for a year. Now, with the Sword God ceremony approaching, his absence was keenly felt. Do not fret. I shall ensure ample cultivation resources for our sect. With me here, I guarantee the resurgence of our sword sect. Li Muyu proclaimed with a resolute pat on his chest. Shirchong, Wang Shi, and the other disciples nodded vigorously, fully believing in Li Muyu's words. Cough, cough. A sudden cough broke the air. Grand Elder Wu Moyu, his complexion vibrant and rosy, exhibited no signs of illness. Behind him stood Elder Li, the 5th elder, and the 4th elder, with only the 3rd elder, Wu Mu, absent. They all stood like wardens, their gazes fixed intently upon Li Muyu. Li Muyu, you must wait until you are fully recovered before venturing out. Tea is not the time. Return and recuperate for a few days, Grand Elder Wu Moyu declared emphatically, the 6th elder nodding vigorously in agreement, while the other elders echoed their consensus. I am perfectly fine, and besides, I have consumed the 9th grade Great Recovery Pill, have I not? The effects of the 9th grade Great Recovery Pill can sustain me for a month without deterioration. Surely you are aware of this. Li Muyu countered, revealing the powerful elixir, convinced that otherwise, these elders would never allow him to leave the sect. Now, he had become a prized asset, and the Grand Elder and 6th elder were clearly intent on shielding him. Still, we remain uneasy. You should recuperate a few more days before setting out. Grand Elder Wu Moyu firmly resolved, unwilling to let Li Muyu leave. In his heart, he believed that while he, the 6th elder, and indeed all the elders of the sword sect could perish, Li Muyu must not suffer any misfortune. With Li Muyu present, he alone could uplift an entire sect. Observing the concerned faces of the elders, Li Muyu felt warmth wash over him. How many had cared for him in his previous life? In that life, where he walked the path of slaughter, only Shangxia Yurua and a few close friends had shown him any concern. Had he ever cared for anyone? In his past existence, he had been utterly indifferent, viewing the world with a chilling detachment. Yet now, he felt acutely aware of the warmth of human kindness. He cared for his sect, and in return, it seemed the entire sect cared for him. How about this? Why not accompany me to the black market, dear elders? If there are any items of particular interest, you may also join me in the event of danger. You would be able to protect me, Li Muyu suggested with a smile. His proposition was met with palpable intrigue. The Grand Elder was the first to express enthusiasm, albeit with reservations. Is that wise? Our sect would be left unguarded. He glanced at the sect, still resolute in his decision to remain. Clearly, he held little faith in the 3rd elder, Wu Mu. Rest assured, with the mountain protection array in place, unless one possesses the cultivation of a sword king, they cannot breach the sect. Li Muyu pointed to the protective array above. The other elders were visibly eager, recognizing Li Muyu's burgeoning reputation along the Blood Cry ancient river, where he had triumphed over that cunning old dog, Li Feng. He had become a formidable figure, and any venture he undertook promised to yield significant wealth for the sect. Were it not for the dignified presence of the elders, they would have been eager to follow Li Muyu and reap the rewards. Very well, we shall accompany you, the Grand Elder, Wu Moyu, chuckled heartily. Wang Shi, usually taciturn yet sincere, cast a glance at the Grand Elder and the others, remarking bluntly, "Elders, did you not already conspire to follow behind Master Li? Surely you, too, seek cultivation resources just as we do?" Slap. He received a sharp kick in response. The sixth elder, irate, retorted, "How can you speak so thoughtlessly? Do you not know the importance of respecting your elders?" The other elders' faces turned crimson, for they too were acutely aware of their own shortages of cultivation resources. They sought to protect Li Muyu, while simultaneously hoping for him to assist them in their own cultivation. "This is not an issue." Li Muyu laughed heartily, his heart brimming with hope. The more he could assist these elders, the greater the enhancement he believed the small sword in his sword palace would achieve. Chapter 53. Knowing full well the tiger lurks, yet ascending the tiger's mountain. "Look, here comes Li Muyu." A startled exclamation echoed through the black market. How could this be? Wasn't he said to be cursed? Has he recovered so swiftly? Indeed, this seems impossible. I heard it was the legendary Jinshin's secret manual that rendered his cultivation worthless overnight. Yet, judging by his appearance, he hardly resembles a waste. I dare say he's reached the 6th level of the swordsman realm. As Li Muyu made his entrance into the black market, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. In a shadowy corner, two figures glared with malice, uttering, "What is going on? Did the plan go awry? How is this fellow still alive?" Their words dripped with resentment, as if Li Muyu had desecrated their ancestral graves. "Young master, it is said that Li Muyu was rescued by the 99 Great Rejuvenation Pill. However, he might only have a month to live," an aged voice chimed in. "Li Feng, you should comprehend what has allowed our Black Demon Sword domain to thrive these years. The resources from the blood-crying ancient river and our ancestral expertise in tomb raiding. If Li Muyu survives, our plan to monopolize the blood-crying ancient river will be thwarted. Do you understand?" The ruthless voice resonated, causing Li Feng's old face to pale in fear. "Rest assured, young master. I am well aware I shall ensure Li Muyu meets a most unpleasant demise." Li Feng spoke solemnly, fully cognizant of the young master's merciless nature. Failure to execute the young master's orders would spell his own doom. He paused before stating, "I know that Brad is still alive, which is why I have set a trap in this black market to ruin his reputation and ensure his demise. His moment of glory ends here." Li Feng's tone was resolute, brimming with confidence. "You have one last chance. Otherwise, our tomb raiding sect is not lacking in experts. If you falter, the only thing we can offer you is a free coffin. Consider it wisely." The young master of the Black Demon Sword domain spoke coldly. Surrounded by elders and disciples of the Swordfish Peak, Li Muyu strode into the black market with an air of authority. "Elders, feel free to seek what you desire. I shall assist you with keen insight," he declared with a smile. The Grand Elder, Wu Mayu, grinned widely, and the other elders mirrored his expression. Previously, they had dared not tread into the black market, for the odds were always against them. But now, things had changed. They had Li Muyu by their side. "Excellent. Today, let us aim to procure half of the black market." The 6th elder licked his lips, eyeing the various stalls with glee. As the financial elder, he had once endured great hardship, nearly resorting to selling his own undergarments for cultivation resources. Now, accompanied by Li Muyu, he spoke with newfound boldness. A loud voice rang out from within the black market, belonging to the elder Imo Yin, who had an uncanny knack for sniffing out opportunities. As soon as Li Muyu appeared, Imo Yin fluttered to him as if he had sprouted wings. His gaze fixated on Li Muyu, gleaming with anticipation, for whenever Li Muyu graced the black market, business flourished, igniting a fervor among buyers. He had come to regard Li Muyu as his lucky star. "Ah, Master Li, I see you've arrived. Welcome, welcome. Pray tell, what catches your eye this time?" Imo Yin greeted with a beaming smile. "Imo Yin, you old hound, can you not see the living beings around me?" Wu Mayu, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, retorted in irritation. "Ah, Master Wu Mayu, and esteemed elders, my apologies. What brings the entire Sword Sect to the black market today?" Imo Yin scrambled for conversation, acutely aware of Li Muyu's significance. The sight of the Sword Sect's presence was an unmistakable sign of their commitment to safeguarding this extraordinary identification master. "No grand purpose. We simply seek to procure half of the black market to ensure our Sword Sect's resources are never lacking," Li Muyu replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. As he spoke, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his sword palace, and the ethereal sword took on a more tangible form. The sword spirit within him seemed invigorated. He was taken aback, realizing that even such grandiose claims could yield personal benefits. "Ha! Master Li, you jest. Do you truly believe you can clear half of my vast black market? Should you succeed, I shall henceforth call you grandfather whenever I see you." Mo Yin laughed heartily. The black market was vast and diverse. Even the most skilled identification masters could only discern a handful of items, making the notion of clearing half an absurdity. As Li Muyu felt the benefits from his sword palace intensify, he understood that if he managed to claim half of the black market, the rewards would be monumental. The Jinshin secret manual bestowed upon him unique advantages, a legendary existence indeed. With a grin, he proclaimed, "Mark my words, today I shall sweep through the black market and seize every valuable item." That is the essence of Li Muyu. Upon uttering these words, Li Muyu felt a newfound lightness, as if the ethereal sword within his sword palace solidified even further. Realizing the significance of his undertaking, he licked his lips, determined to see this endeavor through. The first motivation was for the ethereal sword within his palace. Although its nature was unknown to him, the former sword emperor he once was understood that once this sword became corporeal, the benefits would far exceed mere cultivation resources. The second motivation was for the sword sect, a matter of principle. Grand Elder Wu Mayu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether Li Muyu had perhaps overstated his capabilities. The black market was immense. How could one possibly claim half? Even securing a tenth would warrant a celebration. Yet, he remained silent, harboring a flicker of hope that if Li Muyu truly succeeded in emptying a significant portion of the market, the sword sect would rise to prominence. Such audacity! Who do you think you are? Li Feng emerged from the crowd, his expression laced with derision and malice. "Ah, a defeated foe. How did it feel to lose so handily last time?" Li Muyu replied, hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head towards the sky in disregard. His face flushed with indignation. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of Li Muyu, he felt the weight of humiliation. For decades, he had commanded respect along the blood-crying ancient river, yet since encountering Li Muyu, even the elders of the black market had begun to disregard him. Li Muyu chuckled as he observed Li Feng, resembling a frog incensed to the point of explosion, ready to leap at him in a fit of fury. As he laughed, he continued to study the ethereal sword in his palace, feeling the warm currents within him. He realized that his irritation towards Li Feng was, in fact, beneficial. Li Feng's actions along the blood-crying ancient river were likely nefarious, self-serving endeavors. Thus, Li Muyu mused that dealing with a man like him would ultimately be advantageous. As he surveyed the black market, he recognized that while Li Feng was indeed an expert in identification, he, Li Muyu, was the genuine master, having emerged from a bronze ancient coffin 3 millennia ago. His understanding of identification transcended mere expertise. He had witnessed the essence of countless treasures firsthand, a realm far beyond Li Feng's shallow grasp. "Are you daring enough to gamble again?" Li Feng's voice was laced with fury,